In the 2008 Olympic men's basketball, the Huaxia team was labeled as a weak team by the Spanish team during overtime, but the player on the bench suddenly awakened his system. The Wuxang Arena was filled with cheers. Huaxia team, go for it. With 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, the Huaxia team was leading Spain by 14 points. It's important to note that Spain had big names like Pau Gasol, NBA All-Star, Marc Gasol, Ricky Rubio, and Rudy Fernandez, all future NBA-level talents. To be dominating such a strong team had the national fans fired up. Could this be the most glorious moment for Huaxia basketball? Unfortunately, Yao Ming ran out of stamina, missed a critical shot, and they were dragged into overtime. On the bench, Qin Feng clenched his fist. She was a time traveler and knew the outcome of this game. Huaxia would lose in overtime. The Spanish coach roared from the sidelines. Tying with a weak team like Huaxia in overtime? How embarrassing. Focus, dominate the game. Navarro hit a three-pointer and turned to the Huaxia bench, shouting, "Weaklings have no right to be angry. I will end this game." The fans were furious, booing loudly. Qin Feng's face turned red with anger, wanting to charge in and fight. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Feeling the host's despair, activating the basketball superstar system. New player package issued. Do you accept? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. It comes. In overtime, the Huaxia starters were out of energy, while Spain was getting fiercer. Coach Jonas looked at the court, frowning, and suddenly glanced at the end of the bench. Would he give Qin Feng a chance to play? Could this 20-year-old water cooler attendant, who just awakened the system, rewrite the regrets of Huaxia basketball? In the face of Spain's arrogance, could he use the system to deliver a resounding slap in the face? System, is there a way for me to get on the court? Qin Feng asked urgently. Mission issued. Help the team win, reward 1,000 proficiency, 1 lottery draw, immediate arrangement for entry. While Jonas was strategizing, he suddenly turned around and waved at Qin Feng and Yao Ming at the end of the bench. Get ready to go in. The whole court was stunned. Substituting Yao Ming was understandable, but Qin Feng? This was overtime. He had only played in garbage time before, 2 minutes against the USA, and got criticized heavily. Commentator Yang, he was getting anxious. I can't understand this move by Jonas. Substituting a rookie in overtime. Does he think being behind isn't enough? Jonas looked at Qin Feng. You have 1 minute. If you don't perform or make a mistake, you come out immediately. The players exchanged glances. No one dared to ask. Coach's authority was paramount. They just hoped Qin Feng wouldn't drag them down. Qin Feng took off his training suit. The number 15 jersey stood out prominently. He had just used the system package. Gene Potion all attributes 5, Kai's advanced three-pointer 50 accuracy, even stronger than Pete Curry, Durant's beginner mid-range shot 40, Magic's intermediate passing, 80 accuracy, Paul's advanced dribbling 10 steal rate. He also had a Jordan Peak 10-minute experience card, death shot 100 hit once, and a game-winning jump shot guaranteed to hit in the last minute. As the timeout ended, he stepped onto the court. The Spanish players saw him, smirking. What could this rookie do? Navarro even raised an eyebrow at him. Kid, go home and drink milk. The Huaxia team attacked, and the ball reached Qin Feng's hands. That he stood outside the three-point line, facing an open shot. To shoot or not a shoot? Could this three-pointer go in? In 1 minute of playing time, could he create a miracle? No arrangement should let a rookie play. If Qin Feng gets nervous and makes a mistake, the game is over. Yang, he shouted angrily. On the court, the Spanish team mocked Qin Feng. Rookie, Navarro will make you cry. Qin Feng smiled slightly. In this life, I will turn the tide. The Huaxia team was on the attack. Lu Wei wanted to pass to Yao Ming, but Qin Feng suddenly dashed out from the corner, blocking the path and reaching for the ball. The whole arena was stunned. Interfering with a teammate's pass? The water cooler dares to be the core? Lu Wei had no choice but to pass it to him. Pass it to Yao Ming. Lu Wei shouted. Yao Ming was also asking for the ball in the paint. Qin Feng thought for a moment, followed the tactic, and passed the ball to Yao Ming. Yao Ming turned for a jump shot. Clang. It missed. Qin Feng rushed in to grab the rebound, dribbled out to the perimeter, and Navarro came charging at him. He didn't hesitate, directly launching a three-pointer. Crazy. This is ruining hope. Yang, he yelled angrily. Navarro sneered. Thanks for the opportunity. Qin Feng silently chanted. Death shot 100 hit. The basketball arched through the air and swished through the net. The entire arena fell silent, then erupted into a tsunami of cheers. Yang, he stuttered. It went in? Nothing but net. Critical shot. Yang Jian was ecstatic. Unbelievable. He just stepped on the court and scored. Navarro's eyes widened. Luck. It's definitely luck. Qin Feng shot him a glance, saying nothing in the next round. Spain was on the attack, and the ball was in Navarro's hands. He locked eyes with Qin Feng and aggressively drove to the basket, wanting to prove himself in front of the rookie. Qin Feng slid into position, his agility and speed, enhanced by the system, were no longer rookie levels. Could Navarro get past him? Would Qin Feng use his stealing skill? This three-pointer was just the beginning. Could he further close the gap? Qin Feng smiled slightly and turned to defend. Navarro was fuming. Did he think he could show off just because he hit a three-pointer? I am a European star, a key player in the World Championship. Pau Gasol patted him on the shoulder. Focus, it's embarrassing to be scored on by a bench warmer. Don't worry, you'll destroy him, Navarro said with arrogant confidence. Spain was on the attack, and the ball was with Navarro, who faced Qin Feng at a 45-degree angle. Kid, let me show you what a real three-pointer is. He dribbled and changed direction, trying to shake off the defense. Qin Feng silently activated iron wall defense, 100 success rate, moving in front and standing firm. Navarro got anxious and forced a jump shot for three. Smack! Qin Feng swatted the ball away. The entire audience jumped up, covering their mouths in disbelief. Wow, a block. A perimeter block. This is a three-pointer. Even the USA team struggles to do that. Yang, he shouted excitedly. Great defense. Those footwork, that judgment, it's spectacular. Qin Feng grabbed the ball and sprinted toward the front court like a wind-blown youth, launching a fast break. Lu Wei shouted from behind. Steady. Don't be reckless. Qin Feng ignored him, crossed half-court, facing the returning Navarro and Rubio, 17 years old, full of energy. Both thought he would drive to the basket for a layup. But Qin Feng suddenly stopped at the arc, lifting the ball. What? Navarro and Rubio were stunned. What was he doing? Shooting a three-pointer at this moment? Has he gone mad? Not taking the fast break opportunity, but opting for a long-range shot. Yang Jian even stood up. He's going to shoot. This is too risky. Qin Feng jumped, flicked his wrist, and the basketball flew towards a hoop. Would the shot go in? Could he hit 3 consecutive three-pointers? Navarro focused on the ball with only one thought in his mind. It must not go in, my God. Is he going to shoot a three-pointer again? A fast break three-pointer? Even Ray Allen wouldn't dare do that. The entire crowd was stunned, and Navarro and Rubio's expressions changed drastically. As this rookie gone crazy? Watch closely. Is the shot just luck? Qin Feng yelled, jumping up for a shot. Navarro and Rubio rushed over, but were a step too late, only able to watch as the ball flew over their heads. Swish! Nothing but net. Overtime has tied the game. The crowd erupted, nearly blowing the roof off as everyone shouted, Qin Feng! Qin Feng! Yang, he was so excited he was close to tears. He made it again. Just 2 minutes ago, we were in despair. And now, he has brought the Huaxia team back. Yang Jian shouted. These 2 three-pointers are crucial. He is the hero of the night. Navarro shook his head repeatedly, shouting, impossible. It must be a coincidence. Qin Feng calmly replied, don't underestimate Huaxia players. This is Wuxong, our home ground. He is Curry-level 3-point shooting, 50 accuracy. And that shot was easy. Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian came over to pat his head, with Yi Jianlian's eyes brimming with tears of excitement. Qin Feng patted him. They'll make up for that 5 centimeters for you. He knew that Yi Jianlian would regret that three-pointer that missed by 5 centimeters for the rest of his life. The Spanish coach angrily called a timeout, roaring on the sidelines. Getting 2 three-pointers scored by a bench warmer? This is too humiliating. We are the world champions. Huaxia is just a top 8 team. After the timeout, both teams returned to the court. The Spanish players had fierce looks in their eyes, clearly provoked. The ball got into Gasol's hands. He fixed his gaze on the basket, ready to attack, wanted to regain face against the Huaxia team's inside defense. Could Yao Ming, exhausted of energy, still defend? Would Qin Feng come to help? After being stunned, would the Spanish team use an even stronger defense against Qin Feng? Shut that bench warmer down. Let him know it's all in vain. The Spanish coach roared. Gasol pounded his chest. He'll dominate Yao Ming inside and teach him a lesson when I help out. On the Huaxia team's bench, Jonas looked at Qin Feng. Lost in self-doubt, this experiment had an explosive effect. He shouted to the players, in the last minute, give the ball to Qin Feng. Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian nodded, fully trusting him. Lu Wei and the others hesitated, but exhausted, they could only rely on him. The game continued. Spain attacked, and the ball got into Navarro's hands. He noticed a flaw in Qin Feng's defense. Last time, it was a skillful defense, but now it was his real level. Rubio shouted, break through him. Navarro changed direction to break through, and Qin Feng suddenly used his quick hands to steal the ball. Smack. The ball was taken away. Navarro was dumbfounded. Tricked again. Qin Feng dashed across half-court like a cheetah, easily making a layup, taking the lead by 2 points. The crowd went wild, waving flags and shouting, Qin Feng is amazing. Yi Jianlian roared to the sky. Yao Ming waved his arms, and there was a murderous look in his eyes. This team might go further, beyond just the top 8. Spain's team attacked, and the coach roared, give it to Gasol. Rubio lobbed the ball into the paint. Gasol went onion against Yao Ming, making consecutive fakes before turning to shoot. Could Yao Ming, exhausted, defend against this shot? 56 seconds left, leading by 2 points. Could the Huaxia team hold on? Would Qin Feng step up again? Gasol stepped up to the free throw line and made the shot with unwavering precision. The Spanish team reclaimed a 1-point lead. In this pivotal moment, Gasol served as the team's steadfast anchor. The arena fell silent once more, with every fan clasping their hands in prayer. The tension palpable, as if even their breaths were suspended. All eyes were fixed on Qin Feng, and it seemed that, unbeknownst to him, the crowd had begun to harbor expectations, hoping he could replicate his earlier fiery performance. The Huaxia team launched their offense. Qin Feng, this attack is yours to command. Yao Ming approached Qin Feng, giving his shoulder a firm pat, his expression grave yet earnest, infused with fervent hope. He broke free. Rest assured, leave it to me. Qin Feng spoke earnestly, swiftly reviewing his abilities and the rewards bestowed by the system within his mind. He must ensure the success rate of the impending offensive. The impenetrable defense, the ghostly interception, and the deathly shot had all been employed. Only the last-minute jump shot remained. However, with 38 seconds still on the clock, it was not yet time to deploy his final trump card. Curry's extraordinary three-point skill boasted a 50% success rate, having already netted one basket. Statistically speaking, the likelihood of missing the next shot was considerable, thus he could not afford to take that risk. The only options left were Durant's mid-range shot and Magic Johnson's enchanting pass. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with inspiration in an instant. Chapter 6. The playful antics with Gasol and the power of the magical pass. The Huaxia team launched an offensive. After Liu Wei dribbled past half-court, he passed the basketball into Qin Feng's hands. Even he was unsure of why he made the pass, yet at that very moment, he chose to place his trust in Qin Feng. As Qin Feng received the ball at the arc, he executed a series of swift directional changes, penetrating into the paint. Double team, block him. Do not allow this young talent from Huaxia to score easily. The Spanish coach roared from the sidelines, anxiously waving his arms. Pau Gasol, observing Qin Feng darting towards the key like a cheetah, made a decisive choice to abandon his defense on Yao Ming and instead lunge towards Qin Feng. I must thwart this offensive play from the Huaxia team and then conclude the game in the next round. I have no desire to endure another overtime. A fleeting thought crossed Gasol's mind as he leapt high into the air, preparing to deliver a resounding block to Qin Feng's shot. Following the block, a swift counterattack would secure a 3-point lead for the Spanish team, firmly establishing their control over the match. However, the unfolding events did not align with Gasol's expectations. As he approached for the block, a satisfied smirk graced the corners of Qin Feng's mouth. Even an all-star like Gasol could not underestimate his current threat level. This was all part of Qin Feng's strategy. He soared into the air, and Gasol instinctively followed suit, raising his arms in preparation to intercept the layup. Unfortunately for Gasol, Qin Feng had no intention of taking the shot. Lacking the necessary skills for a layup from the system, his current capabilities could only be described as rudimentary in Gasol's presence. The two engaged in a contest midair. Qin Feng cradled the basketball in his hands before abruptly hurling it to the ground, accompanied by a fierce inner shout. Magic pass. Let me witness the power of this skill. Everyone was taken aback. What was this maneuver? Did he truly relinquish the offensive play in the face of Gasol's defense? To forfeit this opportunity meant conceding the match. Eunice felt a surge of regret, his veins bulging. How careless! Despite Qin Feng emerging as the team's unexpected hero, shining brightly and acting as the savior for the Huaxia team, he was still a novice. Ultimately, he faltered against the formidable Gasol of Spain. This slip-up was fatal for the team. Qin Feng had doomed their chances. It was indeed a case of success and failure resting upon his shoulders. This defensive decision was far too reckless. Yang Yi remarked with swift urgency the moment he witnessed Qin Feng toss the basketball to the ground. On the court, Gasol smirked, revealing his white teeth, seemingly surprised that Qin Feng would choose to abandon the layup. Victory was now within his grasp. Kid, your courage is truly lacking. Are you afraid to attempt a layup against my defense? What a coward. You've squandered your only chance to take the lead. Gasol taunted Qin Feng as he landed. Qin Feng remained silent, yet the smile on his face grew ever more pronounced. Gasol felt a sudden tightness in his chest, abruptly realizing something was amiss. Why hadn't any teammates seized the basketball for a fast break? He turned around to find Yao standing beneath the hoop, clutching the basketball, with a 2-meter expanse of emptiness before him. Yao's expression was one of bewilderment. He couldn't comprehend how the ball had ended up in his possession. However, there was no time for contemplation. Reacting swiftly, he lightly tapped his toes and dunked the ball into the basket. A hush fell over the arena, as no one seemed to comprehend the unfolding events. Only Yao, elated, sprinted towards Qin Feng, delivering a hearty thump to his chest. What a splendid play. An extraordinary pass. That was simply magnificent. A stroke of genius. Yao exclaimed, his excitement causing saliva to fly in all directions. The other members of the Chinese team gathered around, exuberantly patting Qin Feng on the back. The surprise was palpable. That pass had been utterly astonishing. Everyone had anticipated a turnover, some even despairingly covering their heads. Yet, unexpectedly, the ball rebounded at an acute angle, soaring directly into Yao's hands, presenting him with an impeccable scoring opportunity. Remarkable. Qin Feng's pass was truly exceptional. Who would have thought our Chinese players could execute such a challenging pass? The spatial awareness, timing, force, and angle were all perfectly calibrated. Any miscalculation could have resulted in a mistake. Yet, Qin Feng executed it flawlessly, crafting a brilliant assist. Yang, he exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. On the sidelines, Jonas waved his arms enthusiastically, having inadvertently tossed his tactical board to the ground. The series of maneuvers executed by Qin Feng had been a thrilling spectacle. Fortunately for me, Jonas thought, my physical condition is robust. Otherwise, I might have been scared into a heart attack. How is this possible? That was clearly a blunder. How could it transform into an assist? Gasol's face was a portrait of shock, his tone laced with skepticism. He lifted his gaze to the big screen, where the replay revealed the exquisite assist delivered by Qin Feng. In an instant, his complexion paled. It turned out the fool was himself. From the moment Qin Feng received the ball, every subsequent offensive maneuver had been meticulously orchestrated. How foolish of him to revel in the belief that he had thwarted Qin Feng's layup, only to realize he had been outwitted. Get back on defense. We must stop this play. With a thunderous shout, Qin Feng felt a surge of joy within. The magician-like passing of Johnson was truly extraordinary, as he deftly delivered the ball from the airborne Gasol to Yao Ming, positioned behind him. A slight miscalculation could easily allow Gasol to intercept the pass, resulting in a fast break. Good. The players of the Huaxia team roared, their spirits soaring. Spain initiated their offense. Upon crossing half-court, Rubio simply and decisively passed the ball to Gasol, with only 30 seconds remaining in the match. Entrusting the situation to their ace player seemed the most prudent course of action. As Gasol received the ball, Yao and Ji quickly converged to double-team him. The two strongest interior players of Huaxia joined forces to thwart Gasol. Exhibiting the commendable playing habits characteristic of European players, Gasol dispatched the basketball at the first opportunity. After reclaiming the ball, Rubio passed it to Navarro, who lay in wait at the baseline. Navarro raised his hand and shot. Swish! The ball soared through the air and struck the target, a three-pointer made. The once boisterous arena fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the ecstatic cheers of the Spanish supporters. Navarro pounded his chest fiercely, reveling in the adulation, fear, or disdain reflected in the audience's eyes. He then gestured for Qin Feng to be quiet. It's over. Everything is over. If we have pushed you to overtime, consider yourselves fortunate. Yet, in the face of absolute strength, all efforts are futile. Your Huaxia team remains too weak. With a hearty laugh, Navarro turned and sprinted towards the front court. The Huaxia players clenched their fists, seething with anger at Navarro, yet powerless to respond. With only 11 seconds left in the game, they faced one final opportunity for offense. The priority was to devise a strategy for their attack, rather than allowing Navarro's taunts to disrupt their focus. Beep! The referee's whistle pierced the tension. Jonas called for a timeout. All members of the Huaxia team and their supporters wore grave expressions, the atmosphere thick with apprehension. Would they lose, extend to overtime, or execute a three-point buzzer beater? Chapter 7, A Lethal Strike. The decisive blow against Spain. Give the ball to Yao. Jonas bellowed at the players. In this critical moment, he placed his trust solely in Yao, the only player on the team to have risen to the heights of an NBA superstar, whose offensive prowess was the most reliable. Entrusting the ball to Yao was undoubtedly the correct decision. As for Qin Feng, who had performed exceptionally well thus far, Jonas hesitated to let an inexperienced rookie handle the final shot of the match. The last shot required not only impeccable offensive skills, but also unshakable mental fortitude, what one might call a big heart and a killer instinct. Clearly, he did not believe that the newcomer Qin Feng possessed such capabilities. Coach, I request to take the final shot. Before Jonas could utter a word, Qin Feng interjected boldly. As soon as he spoke, all his teammates cast him incredulous glances. To vie for the final shot against Yao Ming? Was he out his mind? While his courage was commendable, it also revealed a certain naivety. Basketball transcends mere play. The final shot, regardless of its outcome, carries with it a weight of responsibility. Yao, as the leading figure of Chinese basketball, was undoubtedly equipped to bear such a burden. Yet what was Qin Feng? Merely a novice player with some domestic competition experience, lacking any exposure to international tournaments before this match. What right did he have to contest the last shot with Yao? At this juncture, securing victory was of utmost importance. Not seeking the limelight. No, my friend, you must find a way to pass the ball to Yao, Jonas asserted resolutely. Should you disregard the command, then you may as well remain on the bench and watch obediently. Qin Feng fell into silence, possessing the skill of a decisive jump shot, to be utilized in the final minute of the game, with a flawless shooting percentage of 100 within the offensive zone. Should he be allowed to take the final shot, victory would be assured. However, the coach denied him this opportunity. Stepping onto the court could potentially grant him a chance to shoot, but remaining on the bench would extinguish any hope. Yao, the last offensive play rests solely upon you. First, secure 2 points to level the score, spoke Yunus with profound earnestness. Yao resolutely nodded, his gaze fixed upon the hoop, his eyes ablaze with a determination to fight to the bitter end. At this moment, no one entertained thoughts of what might transpire if the game extended into a second overtime. Given the stamina of the Huaxia team, competing against the Spanish squad would prove exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, on the Spanish bench, the head coach addressed his players. Gentlemen, the offense from Huaxia must be entrusted to Yao. Therefore, we must focus on closely guarding him. If Yao receives the ball in the paint, we must double-team him without hesitation. The coach spoke with unwavering confidence. But coach, should we not defend against the three-point shot? Castunat Paugazo. A hint of concern in his voice. There is no need for alarm. While Huaxia has a few three-point shooters, their energy has been depleted at this stage of the game. They lack the strength even to attempt a shot. Moreover, I am well aware of Yunus. Entrusting to Yao with the final offensive play is indeed the most prudent choice, the head coach replied assuredly. What about Qin Feng? Should we not keep an eye on that newcomer from Huaxia? Navarro inquired, his expression grave, as his previous encounters with Qin Feng had left him wary of the rising star. Certainly, we must be fully prepared. Navarro, for these last 11 seconds, shadow the Huaxia newcomer and deny him any opportunity to connect with the ball, the Spanish coach commanded emphatically, his teeth clenched in frustration. Had it not been for the unexpected emergence of this Huaxia rookie, the game would not have reached such a tense climax. Victory could have been determined within 2 minutes of overtime. All right, gentlemen, hold firm for these final 11 seconds, and victory shall be ours. Always remember, Huaxia is merely a weak team, while we are the formidable contenders for the championship. With that, the Spanish coach concluded, clapping to inspire his players. As the timeout ended, the Huaxia team prepared for the inbound pass from Lu Wei. Teammates actively repositioned themselves. Lu Wei passed the ball into Zhu Fengyu's hands. Pass the ball to me. I am confident I can make the final shot. Qin Feng called out loudly to Zhu Fengyu. Yet Zhu Fengyu paid him no heed. As a high pass was directed to the hands of Yao, Qin Feng anxiously observed the unfolding scene, yearning to dash into the restricted area and snatch the basketball from Yao Ming's grasp. Regardless of whether Yao's shot succeeded or failed, the match was destined to be lost. The Huaxia team had neither the stamina nor the resolve to engage in another overtime against the Spanish squad. Regrettably, the circumstances were no longer within his control, and he could only watch helplessly as Yao attempted his offensive move. There remained a mere 8 seconds on the clock. As Yao received the ball, the Gasol brothers swiftly converged upon him. Yet, disregarding the oppressive defense, he executed a forceful turnaround jump shot. The entire arena erupted, with spectators standing in eager anticipation of the soaring basketball. It must go in, Yao bellowed, his features contorted in intensity. However, with a resounding clang, the ball ricocheted off the rim. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts raced through everyone's minds. It was over. The shot had missed. The match was lost. At that instant, a figure sprinted into the paint, seizing the rebound. As the crowd focused, it was revealed to be Wang Zhizhi. Qin Feng catch. With a commanding shout, Zhi opted not to pass the ball to Yao, nor did he attempt a personal offensive play. Instead, he lofted the ball high into Qin Feng's hands. In that moment, all the Huaxia players were left in a state of bewilderment. Had Qin Feng lost his mind, or was it Zhi who had succumbed to madness? At this pivotal moment, seizing the offensive rebound, he opted not for a straightforward attack in the paint, but instead chose to pass the ball beyond the arc undoubtedly. Scoring from close range is the most reliable method of securing points, while attempting a three-pointer carries the highest risk. Though the rationale behind Zhi's decision eludes everyone, There is no time for contemplation now. With less than 3 seconds remaining in the game, the outcome hinges entirely on this final shot. Qin Feng received the basketball, yet he was closely guarded by Navarro. No chance for a shot. I will thwart your every attempt, Navarro bellowed, grateful for the coach's strategy. Everyone was on edge, utterly unprepared for the relentless defense Navarro had deployed against Qin Feng, denying him even a single opportunity to shoot. Qin Feng caressed the basketball in his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips, radiating joy. At long last, he had grasped the basketball, akin to once again wielding a sword, armed with a weapon of offense. In that fleeting moment, Qin Feng was imbued with boundless ambition, as if he could vanquish legions of foes. He unleashed his signature jump shot, expending his skill with fervor. In his heart, Qin Feng silently chanted, soaring high into the air, disregarding Navarro's defense, and executed a 3-point jump shot. The basketball glided through his fingertips, ascending into the sky. At that very moment, the timer ceased its countdown. Time had elapsed. Everyone held their breath, their gaze fixated on the basketball suspended above. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the ball seemed to possess a will of its own, heading straight for the hoop. Swish! The basketball swished through the net with perfect precision. A triumphant victory. Chapter 8 resonates with cheers for Chinese basketball. The small red light at the edge of the backboard continued to shine brightly. The basketball had descended, bouncing joyfully on the ground like an exuberant child. Qin Feng raised his hands high, sprinting towards the bench of the Huaxia team. The players of Huaxia, their faces radiant with joy, rushed towards him, enveloping him in a sea of jubilant celebration. His teammates enthusiastically patted him on the back, exuberantly expressing the exhilaration brought forth by their victory. Jonas, in a fit of excitement, threw aside the tactical board and waved his arms in sheer delight, astonished yet overjoyed. It was no wonder Qin Feng had insisted on taking the final shot. His confidence in his own shooting was remarkable, and he had indeed made the basket when it mattered most. This newcomer from Huaxia was truly exceptional, possessing the potential to become a basketball superstar. How exhilarating it was to have unearthed such a talent in this match. Certainly, he would astound the Huaxia basketball scene over the next decade. In this moment, Jonas felt an immense weight lifted from his shoulders, completely forgetting the offensive strategies discussed during the last timeout. Had it not been for Deji's relentless effort in securing a crucial rebound, they might have lost the game. Yet at this moment, no one was preoccupied with the events of the previous seconds, whether it was the coach's instructions, Yao's missed shot, or Deji's decision to pass after grabbing the offensive rebound. None of it mattered anymore. In the minds of all Huaxia players, there was only one thought. They had triumphed. Not just a victory, but a dramatic last-second win. The final buzzer-beater 3-pointer by Qin Feng was nothing short of breathtaking. A moment that pierced the heart with its intensity. This priceless shot propelled the Huaxia team to the pinnacle of triumph, casting the Spanish team into the abyss of defeat. Qin Feng clinched the victory. Truly remarkable. It was more astonishing than any script could ever depict. Who could have foreseen that the one to shine so brilliantly in overtime, eclipsing even the esteemed NBA stars like Pau Gasol and Yao Ming, will be a newcomer from Huaxia? Yang arose in excitement, tears glistening in his eyes. His heart was tumultuous, as if countless steeds were galloping within. After so many years, is Huaxia basketball finally on the verge of rising at home? At this moment, he harbored but one wish, that Qin Feng would not be a fleeting phenomenon, but rather maintain such high-level performance in future matches. With Qin Feng's assistance, Huaxia would no longer be solely reliant on Yao Ming's efforts. They would become even stronger. Qin Feng, he has saved the Huaxia team. He is indeed the hero of Huaxia basketball. At this moment, I was so overwhelmed with emotion that words eluded me. Let us exuberantly celebrate this hard-won victory. Let's cheer for Huaxia basketball. Yang Jian spoke briefly, his voice tinged with emotion. Only we, the basketball professionals, truly understand the significance of this victory for Huaxia basketball. On the court, Navarro stood frozen in disbelief, seemingly unable to accept the outcome. A look of confusion mingled with pain etched on his face. Lost. They actually lost? Defeated by a buzzer beater? And under my defense? When did my defense become so feeble? Unable to even contain a newcomer? Damn it. It's all the fault of this Huaxia rookie. Without him, we would never have lost this match. He scored more 3-pointers in overtime than I did. How infuriating. The more Navarro contemplated, the angrier he became, his emotions boiling over as he pounded the floor in frustration, radiating dejection and fury. The other players from the Spanish team stared blankly at the giant screen, listening to the deafening cheers resonating through the arena, their faces etched with anguish. They all understood that this was a match they simply had to win, yet it ended in a humiliating defeat, capped by a buzzer beater. For a team aspiring to contest for the championship against the United States, this was an absolute disgrace. The first to recover from the disappointment of this loss was Pau Gasol, who gathered his teammates on the bench and calmly stated, "Guys, this is merely an accident. It's just a group stage match, and we were missing 3 key players, which contributed to our loss." Undeniably, the Huaxia team was fortunate tonight, landing that lucky 3-pointer. But what about the next game? They cannot always rely on luck to play. We will move forward and continue to contend for the championship in this Olympic tournament. As Gasol's voice faded, his teammates began to emerge from their despondency. Indeed, this was merely a group stage match. A loss is just a loss. And there is no reason for despair. They could reclaim victory in the next game. After all, they were the champions of the 2006 World Championship, and their prowess would not diminish due to a single defeat. They remained formidable. Damn, I still cannot swallow this defeat. Should the opportunity arise, I will surely punish that rookie from Huaxia, making him aware of my true strength, Navarro exclaimed, his fury unabated. Gasol approached Navarro, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, and said, "Buddy, you are overthinking it. For Huaxia to face us again, they must reach the semifinals. Yet, given their current capabilities, merely advancing from the group stage would be a commendable achievement." Navarro nodded, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips as he envisioned the scene. Their team battling for the championship on the grand stage, while Huaxia could only watch from the stands. "All right, let us go and pay our respects to the Huaxia team. It is a necessary formality of the competition," Gasol stated, leading the way towards Huaxia. The remaining players followed suit. The process of offering respects was rather unpleasant. Although the Spanish team bore the weight of defeat, they still wore an air of arrogance, looking down upon Huaxia and dismissing them entirely. "I look forward to our next encounter. If given the chance, I will demonstrate to you the chasm that exists between strong and weak teams." Navarro sneered ominously. "As a loser, I fail to comprehend the source of your superiority complex. Should we meet again, I shall ensure your defeat is even more profound, eliminating you outright." Qin Feng remarked, "Very well, let us meet on the court. I sincerely hope you do not face early elimination. After all, your ranking in the realm of global basketball is merely 8th. Navarro retorted with derision before turning away. Such arrogance in defeat. Foreigners truly are insufferably conceited. Zhu Fengyu exclaimed in anger from the side. "They shall pay dearly for this hubris." With a smile gracing his lips, Qin Feng exuded confidence, for at that moment, the voice of the system resonated within his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have received 1,000 proficiency points and an opportunity to participate in a lottery. Would the host care to try their luck?" Chapter 9. The System's Rewards. A power upgrade. Let the lottery commence. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng declared with resolute conviction. Deep within his heart resided an intense yearning to become even more formidable. Although he had already acquired numerous skills, including the remarkable 3-point shooting ability of the Heavenly Hoops, boasting an impressive accuracy rate of 50, it was still far from sufficient. He aspired to attain an unprecedented level of strength, one that would enable him to overpower any adversary. Only then could he assist the Huaxia team in ascending to loftier heights. Ding dong, the lottery commences. The drawing is underway. Congratulations to the host for winning a consumable skill card pack 1 and 10 attribute free talent points. Now let us unveil the consumable skill card pack. Qin Feng promptly expressed his keen anticipation for the consumable skill card pack, having already savored the advantages these skills provided during the match. Both the death shot and the game-winning jump shot played pivotal roles in the competition. With a chime, he opened the consumable skill card pack and received 1 death shot, 2 iron wall defenses, and 2 phantom layups. The system's voice resonated, devoid of any emotion. Qin Feng's face revealed an expression of astonishment. He discovered that he possessed a total of 5 skills, a revelation that far exceeded his expectations. While he was already aware of the functions of the death shot and iron wall defense, the capabilities of the ghostly layup remained shrouded in mystery. A thought crossed Qin Feng's mind, and the manual for the Ghost Step layup immediately materialized in his mind. Ghost Step layup, a consumable skill card, with a 100 success rate for layups within the paint, usable once. This skill is indeed remarkable. With it, I can penetrate the opponent's restricted area. Against teams like Spain, which boast formidable interior players, my assault on the basket could pose a significant threat to them. Qin Feng murmured to himself, redirecting his gaze towards the proficiency and the unassigned attribute points. System, how shall I utilize these unassigned attribute points? Upon the system's response, images of allocatable attributes materialized in his mind, specifically stamina, strength, agility, speed, and jumping ability. Although I exhibited an impressive performance in this match as a newcomer, securing approximately 20 minutes of playtime per game is quite commendable. Hence, there is no necessity to allocate points to stamina. As for strength, enhancements are only beneficial when significant increments are achieved. Minor increases yield negligible effects during competition. The same rationale applies to agility and speed, and moreover, my current values for these attributes are rather low, with only speed and jumping ability demonstrating commendable figures. Qin Feng's mind was whirling rapidly, contemplating how to allocate these 10 invaluable, attribute-less talent points. There was no alternative. Such a precious resource had to be utilized with utmost precision, especially since he was merely at the beginning stages of his journey. After a moment of reflection, Qin Feng resolved to allocate all 10 attribute points to his jumping ability, thereby achieving a qualitative leap in this skill, which would significantly enhance many technical maneuvers. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host. The allocation is complete. The current jumping value stands at 90, reaching the standard of a super physique. What constitutes a super physique? Qin Feng inquired with great interest, noting that it was the first time he had encountered this term from a system. Super physique refers to a physical quality that transcends human limits, with the host having already met the standards in terms of jumping ability. What is the jumping metric of the flying man Jordan? Qin Feng inquired hastily. The concept provided by the system seemed overwhelmingly grand, and he merely wished to ascertain how high he could currently leap. The peak vertical leap of Michael Jordan is quantified at 89. Thus, I must be able to jump even higher than Jordan now. How astonishing that would be. Qin Feng was astonished, soon revealing an expression of exuberant joy. He leaped higher than Jordan, which would signify that he ranks among the few basketball athletes in the world with the highest vertical jumps, effortlessly capable of executing the formidable feat of a dunk from the free throw line. Could such proficiency enhance my basketball skills? Qin Feng continued to inquire with the system. Indeed, upgrading a basic skill requires 1,000 proficiency. An intermediate skill upgrade necessitates 5,000 proficiency. An advanced skill upgrade demands 10,000 proficiency. And a perfect skill upgrade requires 50,000 proficiency. Well, it seems I can only upgrade my basic skills at the moment. Qin Feng felt a sense of helplessness as the interface of his system materialized in his mind. System, basketball superstar name. Qin Feng height, 198 centimeters position. Shooting guard stamina, 67 strength, 69 agility, 74 speed, 79 vertical leap, 90 overall ability, 76 skills. Curry's heavenly three-pointer, advanced. Durant's Grim Reaper jumper, beginner. Paul's steady dribbling, advanced. Magic Johnson's enigmatic pass, intermediate. Items. Basketball god Jordan's pinnacle experience card X1. Death shot X1. Iron wall defense X2. Ghostly layup X2. Non-attribute proficiency. 1,000. The alterations in his vertical leap, skills, and items were a testament to the continuous enhancement of Qin Feng's prowess. Qin Feng gazed upon the skills he had acquired, noting that only Durant's death-defying jump shot remained at an elementary level, while the rest were of intermediate to advanced proficiency. A mastery level of 1,000 evidently rendered further enhancement impossible. System, upgrade Durant's death-defying jump shot skill. Qin Feng remarked that he did not intend to hoard proficiency to upgrade those intermediate and advanced skills. Instead, he opted to enhance his basic skills, thereby continuing to augment his strength. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host on successfully leveling up. Durant's Death God jumper is now at an intermediate level, with a shooting accuracy of 50 for mid-range shots from within 3 points and outside the paint. While a 50 success rate may not be astonishing for this skill, it is certainly more than adequate. Qin Feng was filled with exhilaration, immersed in the joy of his newfound strength. Hey buddy, what are you standing there for? We need to head back to the dressing room. Daya approached Qin Feng, giving him a light pat on the shoulder. As Qin Feng regained his composure, he followed Dayo back to the locker room. The fans continued to cheer, reluctant to depart, savoring the hard-won victory that deserved such lingering reflection. Commentators Yang Jian and Yang Yi remained fervently summarizing the match. Tonight's game felt like a dream. Indeed, who could have anticipated that our Huaxia team would experience such an explosive performance on home turf? triumphing over the formidable Spanish team in overtime. For many fans and players alike, this match will undoubtedly be a cherished memory for a lifetime. It is destined to be regarded as a classic in Olympic history, with the most dazzling player being none other than Qin Feng, who shone brightly during the overtime. In just 2.5 minutes on the court, he made 4 shots, scoring 4 times, including 3 out of 3 from beyond the arc, amassing an impressive 11 points along with 1 steal and 1 block. Such statistics are the hallmark of a superstar. Particularly memorable is the game-winning three-pointer he made under Navarro's defense, which will forever be etched in the hearts of our generation of fans, a memory cherished by countless individuals. Magnificent. Chapter 10. Hundreds of media interviews. Huaxia Arena. Huaxia team locker room. The exuberance and passion resonated from the locker room. The players remained immersed in the joy of victory. Each one understood that without Qin Feng's sudden explosion, defeat would have been inevitable. During overtime, the Huaxia team found themselves at a dead end. Dayo, drained of energy, had become a mere stationary presence on the court. Sharpshooters like Zhu Fangyu and Wang Shipeng faced relentless defense, losing their shooting touch. Yao Ming was unable to even step onto the court, and Yi Jianlian, too young, offered limited contributions. In that moment of despair, Qin Feng erupted like a fireball, igniting the entire arena with his indomitable performance, defeating powerful European players like Gasol and Navarro, sealing the game with a decisive blow. Dayo, having tended to his ankle injury, approached Qin Feng with steady, purposeful strides and embraced him warmly. "My friend, thank you for your game winner that led us to victory. We fulfilled our promise to the fans, bringing glory to our nation on home soil. Winning against Spain is the finest testament." Qin Feng gently patted Yao Ming's back as a gesture of comfort. In his previous life as a fan, he was unaware of the immense burden Yao carried during this Olympic Games. Now, as a player, he profoundly comprehended Yao's current emotions, the honor and sense of mission to bring glory to the nation, which drives every athlete to strive on the field. Their ultimate aspiration is to see the 5-star red flag soaring high on the Olympic podium, instilling pride in the hearts of the Chinese people. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. As the leader of the Chinese men's basketball team, Yao naturally bore a greater sense of duty. Millions of Chinese fans held immense expectations and fervor for Yao and the national team. Yao worked tirelessly to ensure he did not disappoint the fans, aiming to deliver a gratifying outcome for his country and supporters. To this end, Yao even chose to compete while injured, despite the stern warnings from the Houston Rockets medical staff that continuing to play could potentially shorten his career. However, without any hesitation, Yao opted to serve his country, for his veins pulsed with love for his homeland. Jiang Yi stood in the corner, a smile stretching across his face. He had not anticipated that substituting in Qin Feng would alter the course of the entire match. And Qin Feng's performance revealed the potential of the Chinese team in this Olympic endeavor. Initially, their objective was to advance from the group stage into the top 8. But now it seemed that reaching the Final Four was not beyond reach. A flurry of thoughts raced through Jiang Yi's mind as he began to contemplate how best to utilize Qin Feng in the next match. At that moment, it was time for the post-match interviews. Several members of the Chinese team, accompanied by Coach Jiang Yi, proceeded to the interview area. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the sight before them. The spacious interview room was packed with journalists, cameras flashing from every direction. The sheer number of reporters was astonishing. The players exchanged surprised glances, realizing that most of these journalists were likely there for Qin Feng. "Goodness, I played in the NBA for so many years and never faced such a media frenzy," Yao exclaimed, astonished. "This is terrifying. Could it be that every media team covering the Olympics has arrived?" Yi Jianlian echoed his envy. For him, having just made his NBA debut a year ago, being interviewed by hundreds of media outlets would indeed be a matter of pride. Unfortunately, tonight's spotlight was not on him, but rather on Qin Feng. Yet, Qin Feng remained unfazed. What did it matter if there were hundreds of media representatives? He believed that as the future games approached, even more media would vie for the opportunity to interview him. He was determined to ensure that the name of China resonated across the globe in the realm of basketball. Several individuals took their seats at the interview table. All the cameras in the interview room were focused intently on Qin Feng. Both Jonas and Yao were momentarily taken aback, although they had anticipated that many media reporters had come specifically for Qin Feng. The sight of every journalist in the room gazing eagerly at him was nonetheless surprising. "Qin Feng, I am a reporter from TX Sports. Your performance this evening was truly remarkable. and you have made history for the Huaxia team. What are your thoughts at this moment? An excited reporter stood up to ask, his tone tinged with admiration. Well, I feel incredibly honored and exhilarated. The historic achievement for the Huaxia team is not solely my accomplishment. It is a testament to the efforts of our entire team. Each teammate has given their all in this match, and I hope our dedication has not disappointed our fans. Qin Feng spoke earnestly, his mind flashing through the images of his teammates, particularly Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, even wagering his career on this moment. How did you manage to hit 3 three-pointers in the final 2 minutes? Such a performance would be deemed miraculous even in the NBA, a foreign reporter queried in English, his tone laced with skepticism. Upon hearing this question, both Jonas and Yao's expressions shifted noticeably. Hitting 3 three-pointers in a row was already an accomplishment. Did they really need to question how it was achieved? Drawing comparisons to the NBA seemed to imply that Qin Feng might have cheated, an affront to his integrity. To insult Qin Feng was to insult the Chinese national basketball team, an affront that could not be tolerated. Chapter 11. The world's best three-point shooter? The reporters were relentless. Yao, visibly angered, glared fiercely at the foreign journalist, whose attire bore the insignia of Spain, clearly indicating he was a representative of Spanish media. After Spain's defeat, this reporter sought to regain some semblance of pride. All eyes were on Qin Feng, eagerly awaiting his response, while some reporters from other nations displayed unabashed expressions of schadenfreude, anticipating Qin Feng's potential embarrassment. Yao felt a twinge of anxiety, concerned for Qin Feng, who was considered a promising star for the Chinese team, and had never faced such a formidable press gathering before. However, Qin Feng remained composed, showing no signs of stage fright, and offered a gentle smile. To be honest, I never intended to make those three-pointers. Alas, the Spanish defense was so lacking that I faced no interference. Thus, every shot I took found its mark, much to my own chagrin. With that, Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders in feigned helplessness. The Spanish journalist frowned, his face contorted with anger, while his question was veiled. Qin Feng's response was unrestrained and openly mocked the Spanish team. This was utterly intolerable. Mr. Qin, you should be aware that the Spanish team is the reigning champion of the World Championship. They are among the elite teams globally, the reporter retorted. And so what? They are still our defeated foes. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Perhaps you ought to be in the press room with the Spanish team, inquiring why they failed to defend against me, allowing me to sink 3 consecutive three-pointers. Qin Feng spoke with a calm, yet commanding presence, exuding an aura of authority that reverberated throughout the room. Although his tone remained composed, it carried an invisible force that intimidated all present. The Spanish journalist, blushing and stammering, ultimately fell silent, feeling a deep sense of frustration. He had intended to mock Qin Feng, but found himself the subject of ridicule instead, leaving him utterly humiliated. Curse it! I must seek out the players of the Spanish team and inform them of Qin Feng's remarks. If we encounter the Huaxia team in future matches, they must ensure a thorough thrashing of them, thought the Spanish journalist, already envisioning scenarios in his mind. Beside Qin Feng, the towering Yao Ming secretly clenched his fists, as if releasing a pent-up frustration, filled with exhilaration. Qin Feng, your three-point shooting was exceptionally accurate. May I inquire about your mindset while executing those shots during the game? The overtime period is crucial, and a single shot could determine the outcome. Another foreign journalist posed a question, devoid of any provocative intent, genuinely curious. In simple terms, Qin Feng replied, I just focused on making the shot, and then I did. I shot and it went in. Qin Feng spoke with an air of nonchalance, leaving all the reporters in the interview room somewhat bewildered. Simple? Do we perhaps harbor differing interpretations of this term? In a tense and pressure-laden overtime match, a newcomer managed to sink 3 consecutive three-pointers, culminating in a breathtaking last-second three-pointer that sealed the victory. Can this truly be described as simple? Is it merely a matter of tossing the ball into the hoop? Are we to consider him a magician? The reporters stood in a daze. While they comprehended each word spoken by Qin Feng, the arrangement of those words into coherent sentences left them perplexed. Even Yao, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Feng, mused to himself about the audacity of this young man, unyieldingly confident in his responses to the journalists, certain that he would be the headline in the basketball world the following day. Qin Feng, hello. Let's discuss that final winning shot. What left the deepest impression on you? One reporter inquired with a smile. To be honest, it wasn't the moment I made the winning shot that struck me the most, but rather the instant when De secured the offensive rebound and passed me the ball. De's trust in me is invaluable, and fortunately, I managed to sink that three-pointer, ensuring I did not let him down. Qin Feng spoke with a tone of utmost seriousness, his words imbued with warmth. Yunus was momentarily taken aback, reflecting upon the tactics he had last devised, feeling a twinge of shame. The reporters were equally moved, astonished by Qin Feng's unexpected display of such heartfelt sentiments. As they recalled various moments from the game, a few Chinese journalists found their eyes welling with tears. May I inquire if you possess the confidence to maintain tonight's performance in future matches, particularly regarding your three-point shooting? A curious American journalist inquired, rising to pose the question. Absolutely. Having showcased such a performance, I shall continue to uphold it, came the assured response. Confidently, Qin Feng proclaimed, I believe I am the finest player. Even when facing the dream team, I can sink numerous three-pointers, for I am the strongest three-point shooter. The American journalists were left utterly astonished, while their colleagues exhibited expressions of disbelief. The strongest three-point shooter? What outrageous jest. Competing against the dream team entails an intensity of competition unlike any other. For the Huaxia team, successfully making three-pointers is an arduous task, and the notion of sinking many is merely a fanciful dream. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Qin Feng directed these words at the American journalists. Was he not inviting ridicule upon himself? The dream team, comprised of NBA superstars, would undoubtedly find such declarations laughable. One could only imagine the amusement it would elicit among those legendary players. The journalists shook their heads in disbelief, deeming Qin Feng excessively arrogant and oblivious to the reality of his situation. My friend, I believe you are jesting, one American journalist remarked, finally regaining composure and unable to suppress a laugh. No, I'm entirely serious. Even in the NBA, I would be the most exceptional player, Qin Feng declared. His earnest demeanor once again astonished everyone present. I jest not. I embody the prowess of the legendary Magic Johnson, the remarkable Chris Paul, the extraordinary Stephen Curry, and the formidable Kevin Durant, all amalgamated within a single man, complemented by a system as my golden finger. Which of the NBA's superstars could possibly contend with me? Huh. A reporter from the United States interjected with a hint of derision. But will you truly make it to the NBA in the future? In his subconscious, he firmly believed that Qin Feng lacked the requisite skill to enter the NBA. It is worth noting that the number of Chinese players who have made it to the NBA is exceedingly rare over the decades. Only the illustrious Yao Ming has firmly established himself as a superstar within the league. Rest assured, I shall indeed enter the NBA and carve out my own illustrious path there. With a sense of confidence and nonchalance, Qin Feng spoke. Upon hearing his words, the reporters collectively inhaled sharply. The ambition of this young Chinese talent is indeed formidable. Could he truly become the next Chinese superstar to grace the NBA? A substantial question loomed in the minds of all the journalists. Perhaps only time would reveal the answer. The American reporters ceased their inquiries, though a sense of dissatisfaction lingered. Was it merely a last-second shot that warranted such arrogance? Since this young Chinese player was so presumptuous, they awaited the match where the American team would teach him a lesson. Of course, this was contingent upon the Chinese team's ability to reach the semifinals. The American journalists scoffed at the thought, lifting their proud heads. The interview continued, with the reporters posing numerous questions to Qin Feng, only symbolically addressing Yunus and Yao Ming at the conclusion. Both were left speechless, surprised to find themselves relegated to mere supporting roles. Yunus even missed the chance to deliver his prepared discourse. As the interview concluded, nearly 100 media outlets surged from the interview room, hastening back to their respective workplaces to draft news articles overnight, all eager to seize the spotlight for the following day as headlines. Chapter 12. The Spanish Team's Evasions. Kobe's Expectations. Meanwhile, in another interview room, the Spanish team was also addressing reporters. Present for this interview were the head coach of the Spanish team, star player Pau Gasol, and the player nicknamed the Bomb, Navarro. In comparison to the Chinese team, the media coverage for the Spanish team was substantially lighter, with only a dozen outlets present. The spacious interview room felt somewhat desolate. What are your thoughts on the loss in this match? A reporter inquired, directing the microphone towards the Spanish head coach. Well, my team faced no issues. It's just that we perhaps have not yet adapted to the away environment, which hindered us from performing at our best. To be honest, the Chinese team is a weak squad. They simply capitalized on our lack of focus, seizing the opportunity to counterattack. The Spanish head coach replied with a hint of resignation. So, do you believe the loss was primarily due to the team's overconfidence? Another reporter pressed. That is indeed the primary reason. Moreover, we rested 3 players. Had we fielded our full squad, the Chinese team would have stood no chance. We would have left them in tatters. The coach stated emphatically, tinged with anger. It was intolerable for him that a third-rate team like the Chinese could unleash such astonishing energy and ultimately defeat the Spanish team in a dramatic finish, especially considering they were the hosts of the Olympic Games. The Spanish team was expected to showcase their strength here, rather than merely serve as a backdrop to the Chinese team's home advantage. Let us discuss Qin Feng's performance, a reporter interjected. Who? Qin Feng, the player who made the winning shot, number 15. Apologies, I have yet to memorize the name of this Chinese athlete. The only member of the Chinese team I am familiar with is Yao Ming. The Spanish coach shrugged dismissively, his face a portrait of contempt, openly expressing his disdain for Qin Feng. A fleeting moment. No matter how skilled he may seem, he is merely a substitute player in the next match. He will surely not perform as impressively. He might not even have the opportunity to play. The Spanish coach scoffed at Qin Feng's performance. What position do you believe the Chinese team can achieve in this Olympic Games? There is a tale of a mouse that snatched food from a lion, leading it to mistakenly believe it had surpassed the lion in strength. When they encountered each other again, the mouse arrogantly flaunted its prowess, only to be devoured by the lion. A weak team remains a weak team. I suspect the best the Chinese team can hope for is the quarterfinals. To attain a higher placement is not merely a matter of luck, the Spanish coach remarked. He recognized that the reporters were attempting to stir controversy. Yet he candidly expressed his views, leveraging the journalists' inquiries to vent his frustrations. He aimed to make it known that the Chinese team had only secured victory by chance, with no relation to their actual strength. The reporters eagerly took notes, unfazed by the potential for escalating the situation, fearing only that it might not become sufficiently sensational. Navarro, what is your perspective on your performance in the match? Why were you unable to defend against Qin Feng? The reporters aimed their microphones at Navarro. I am quite disappointed. I should have performed better. I must admit that I underestimated him, which allowed that number 15 the opportunity to shoot, thus enabling him to find his rhythm. I must take responsibility for our defeat. If I encounter the Chinese team again, I will ensure that number 15 understands my true capabilities. I swear I will make him cry. Navarro declared vehemently, filled with indignation. The reporters posed a few more questions before concluding the interview. The following morning, a flurry of news stories ignited the internet, captivating media outlets and television stations alike. A decisive strike. The young Chinese player delivered a game-winning shot, leading his team to victory over the formidable Spanish squad. This epitomized the spirit of China. Qin Feng ascended to legendary status, rescuing the Chinese men's basketball team. Is he Yao Ming's strongest partner? Qin Feng showcased the charisma of a superstar, boldly proclaiming his aspirations to enter the NBA. His consecutive three-pointers during overtime astonished the global basketball community. Does the young Chinese player possess boundless potential? In addition to reports covering the match itself, the content of the post-game interviews was also disseminated by the media. The world's most formidable three-point shooter? Is Qin Feng's bravado mere bluster? Or does he truly possess such talent? Entering the NBA? Could Qin Feng become the third Chinese player to join the NBA after Yi Jinlian? Simultaneously, sports media across the globe have begun to publish extensive reports. Spanish outlets have sensationalized interviews with the coach of the Spanish team. Even the mightiest of lions can slumber. The Huaxia team managed to secure a victory, prompting the Spanish coach to candidly express that his team underestimated their opponents. Is it possible to outshine Qin Feng? Navarro has boldly declared that he intends to bring Qin Feng to tears in future encounters. The Huaxia team is merely a third-rate team on the world stage. Did the Spanish team indeed hold back during the match? Numerous reports have emerged, yet there is no doubt that Qin Feng remains the unequivocal focal point. Almost every fan and Olympic athlete is engaged in discussions about Qin Feng's performance. In this era of limited internet connectivity, countless fans have flocked to internet CAFS, igniting fervent debates across various forums and websites. Wow, I have watched the video of Qin Feng's last-minute shot dozens of times, and I still can't get enough. He is simply phenomenal. I have now become an ardent fan of Qin Feng, eagerly anticipating his future performances. Rational discourse. Can Qin Feng truly become the world's strongest shooter? It's a stretch, yet it is certainly plausible for him to become the top three-point shooter domestically. How outrageous! The Spanish team is utterly insufferable. They lose and yet resort to mockery and belittlement of our Huaxia team, truly unable to accept defeat. Fans continue to debate incessantly on Baidu's search rankings. Qin Feng's name firmly holds the top position. Moreover, the resale prices for tickets to Huaxia men's basketball games have skyrocketed to several times their original value. Although basketball is not Huaxia's strongest event in the Olympics, it has nonetheless become the center of attention. In a basketball training facility in Kyoto, players from the American team are hard at work. "Hey, guys, did you catch yesterday's game?" Dwayne Wade exclaimed as he dashed over. "Are you referring to the match between the Huaxia team and the Spanish team?" inquired LeBron James. "Indeed, that game was truly spectacular. I watched the second half and the overtime. The resilience of the Huaxia team was remarkable. Despite being completely suppressed by the Spanish team in overtime, a substitute player suddenly erupted, sinking 3 consecutive three-pointers and ultimately hitting the game winner." Wade articulated with palpable excitement, his tone infused with astonishment. As a superstar in the NBA, he has experienced countless moments of brilliance on the court, and he certainly understands the difficulty of making 3 consecutive three-pointers. "You must be talking about the substitute player number 15, Qin Feng," Anthony interjected, pausing his training to join the conversation. "Oh, you know this player? I completely overlooked him during our match against the Huaxia team," Wade remarked, scratching his gleaming forehead, curiosity piqued. "Haven't you seen today's sports reports? The media is inundated with news about Qin Feng." Anthony shrugged, seemingly perplexed as to why Qin Feng had stirred such a tempest in Huaxia. Merely a substitute player, merely a clutch three-pointer, merely a victory in a group match. Was that truly worthy of national pride? Oh, indeed. A single performance has catapulted him to legendary status. Oh, this Qin Feng dares to proclaim himself the world's foremost three-point shooter? How intriguing. Wade, scrolling through news articles on his phone, chuckled, dismissing Qin Feng's words entirely. Huh, what an audacious young man, utterly unaware of the vastness of his ambitions. To aspire to be the greatest three-point shooter, one must first possess the skill to enter the NBA. LeBron tossed a three-pointer, laughing as he spoke. Laughter erupted among all the American players, as if they had just heard a delightful jest. "I find this young man rather captivating. I hope he is not merely a fleeting phenomenon, but can continue to astonish me in future matches," Kobe remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. A light smile gracing his lips as the image of Qin Feng's game-winning shot flickered in his mind. His entire being ignited with anticipation, eager to challenge Qin Feng. Chapter 13, Utter Irony. A substitute's entrance, blending with the crowd. "Qin Feng, you have truly made a name for yourself." In the Huaxia team training facility, DeJi excitedly perused news articles on his phone, his astonishment palpable. This young lad has indeed accomplished what ordinary players cannot, emerging as a hero in the game. "Haha, I must thank you for that final pass you delivered to me." With a smile, Qin Feng spoke humbly in the presence of DeJi, recognizing him as a venerable figure in the Huaxia national team. After all, DeJi was the first player from Huaxia to grace the NBA, and Qin Feng had admired him greatly during his previous life as a fan. Although DeJi may have made a few missteps, his contributions to the advancement of Huaxia basketball remain undeniable. He served as a trailblazer, illuminating the path for Huaxia basketball. The once youthful dream chaser has fulfilled his mission, yet he continues to lend his support to the national team, becoming the sole pillar of Huaxia basketball after Yao Ming's retirement a few years later. Being interviewed by countless media outlets, it is nearly impossible to remain anonymous. "Yao is feeling a bit sour," he remarked, still brooding over last night's role as a supporting player. "In the next match, you will undoubtedly play a more pivotal role. I believe our current goal should no longer be merely reaching the top 8. We must strive for a higher ranking and create history for Huaxia men's basketball." Yi Jianlian exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Reaching the semifinals?" Zhu Fengyu interjected, his voice trembling slightly, as this was a thought he had never contemplated before. "Is reaching the semifinals enough? My sights are set on the championship, and we must strive to secure another gold medal for our nation." A faint smile graced Qin Feng's lips, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. Upon hearing his words, everyone was taken aback. Dayo's eyes widened in astonishment, recalling the statements Qin Feng had made during last night's interview. Was he already putting on an act? This young man truly possessed an audacious confidence. Yet, such fearless determination is precisely what youth should embody. Otherwise, if one cowers in trepidation, lacking ambition, where would the vibrant spirit of the young generation of Huaxia reside? Although the other players felt that Qin Feng's aspirations were somewhat lofty, they were nonetheless captivated, as if a surge of fervor had been awakened within them. Champion. Such weighty words had never before graced the Huaxia men's basketball team. Could this Olympic Games truly present an opportunity? They dared not dwell on it. Yet one thing was certain. If Qin Feng continued to shine in the forthcoming matches, the Huaxia men's basketball team could indeed etch their names in history on home soil, forever memorialized in the annals of Huaxia basketball. All right, gentlemen, enough chatter. Let us commence today's training, which will consist of an internal scrimmage lasting 20 minutes. I hope everyone brings their best performance. Jonas's voice resonated from the entrance of the gym. Yes, the players of the Huaxia men's basketball team responded in unison, their spirits soaring. The victory over the Spanish team had significantly bolstered their confidence. As anticipated during this internal practice match, Qin Feng was placed in the starting lineup by Jonas, partnering with Deo as the shooting guard. Throughout the scrimmage, Qin Feng showcased his fiery form, driving to the basket and shooting with remarkable precision from beyond the arc, often delivering swift assists that left everyone in awe. Not only that, but he also overwhelmed every opponent assigned to him. Defenders such as Sun Yu, Zhu Fangyu, and Zhou Peng, known for their prowess on the Huaxia men's basketball team's front line, were utterly unable to thwart Qin Feng's offensive onslaught. Ultimately, the team led by Deo and Qin Feng achieved a resounding victory. Jonas stood at the sidelines, unable to contain his delight. The state exhibited by Qin Feng genuinely astonished Jonas, who had already devised numerous strategies centered around him. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Feng had become exceedingly significant in Jonas's mind. Concurrently, his teammates recognized Qin Feng's prowess, viewing him as the beacon of hope capable of elevating the team to new heights. The following day, the basketball events of the Olympics continued, with the Huaxia team set to face Angola, the weakest squad in the group. In the preliminary preparations, defeating Angola was deemed essential, leaving no room for error. A victory over Angola would secure Huaxia's advancement to the quarterfinals. Presently, Angola's record stood at 0 wins and 2 losses, lacking any competitive edge against formidable teams such as the United States and Spain. Hence, for Angola to progress, a triumph over Huaxia was imperative. Regrettably, they had significantly underestimated Huaxia's strength. Within less than half a quarter of the game, Huaxia firmly established their dominance, leading by 8 points. By halftime, their advantage had expanded to 15 points. Ultimately, the match concluded with a score of 85-68, as Huaxia comfortably triumphed over Angola. Notably, Qin Feng played merely 3 minutes during garbage time, achieving a modest tally of 6 points, 1 rebound, and 1 assist from 3 attempts. This left fans disheartened, perceiving Qin Feng as a fleeting presence, relegated to the role of a mere strategic reserve. To secure consistent playing time, he would need to enhance his skills. Commentator Yang expressed his bewilderment during the broadcast, asserting that Jonas ought to grant Qin Feng more opportunities to showcase his talents. Even the players of Huaxia were puzzled, as Qin Feng had demonstrated a commendable level of competition during internal training matches, meriting a starting position. Why then was his official game time limited to a mere 3 minutes? This seemed illogical. Little did they know, this decision was a result of a private discussion between Jonas and Qin Feng. Jonas aimed to preserve the team's strength, believing that facing Angola did not necessitate the full potential of Huaxia. When this proposition was presented, Qin Feng readily acquiesced, aware as a time traveler of the inevitable outcome of the match against Angola, knowing that the disparity in strength was significant. Thus, he contentedly observed the entire game, stepping onto the court only during garbage time to symbolically attempt 3 three-point shots. Post-match, the Huaxia media focused their reports on the team's advancement. While international media unanimously criticized Qin Feng, Spanish outlets published a series of articles lauding the Spanish coach, who, in a post-game interview, had remarked that Qin Feng's performance was merely a transient phenomenon, asserting that he would not replicate such prowess in the next game, and might not even see the court again. These remarks perfectly predicted Qin Feng's performance in the current match. Navarro once again expressed his opinion, stating that bench players are ultimately just that, bench players. It is inconceivable that a fleeting moment of brilliance lasting merely 2 minutes could elevate one to the status of a star. Such idyllic scenarios are non-existent in this world. The coach of the Spanish team has become exceedingly arrogant, proclaiming that based on Qin Feng's performance against Angola, his opportunities in the upcoming matches will dwindle, relegating him to the periphery of the team. The Huaxia team offered no response to this assertion. The netizens were left feeling disheartened and powerless to retort, merely swallowing their frustration. It is indeed lamentable that Qin Feng, who dazzled for a mere 2 minutes, shone like a meteor, illuminating the sky before fading into obscurity, leaving only dust in its wake. In just a day, has he become indistinguishable from the crowd? Chapter 14. Pre-match interview with the arrogant De team. On August 16th, Huaxia time, the group stage continued. The Huaxia team faced De. In the morning, both teams attended the pre-match interview session. Representing Huaxia were Jonas and Yao Ming. Hello, Jonas. Huaxia has secured 2 consecutive wins in the group stage, effectively locking in a spot for advancement. What mindset are you adopting as you prepare for today's match against De? A reporter inquired. We will continue to give our all. It is important to note that De boasts NBA superstar Dirk Nowitzki and near all-star center Chris Come On. They are a formidable team. According to the scoring rules, if De also wins 2 matches, they could push us out of the running for the top 8. And I do not wish to leave our fate in the hands of other nations, Jonas responded, offering a compliment to De while exhibiting no hint of trepidation. Instead, radiating confidence. The reporters were somewhat bewildered, unsure from where Jonas derived such assurance. Although Huaxia had won 2 matches, it was well known that their victory against the Spanish team was largely a stroke of luck, thanks to the explosive performance of substitute player Qin Feng, who hit the game-winning 3-pointer. Subsequently, in the match against Angola, Qin Feng's performance plummeted, rendering him unremarkable. Do you have confidence in defeating De? The reporter pressed, clearly intrigued. Absolutely. Our goal is to win all remaining group matches and secure second place in the group, which would allow us to avoid facing the United States before the finals, Jonas declared, a smile uncontrollably spreading across his face as the image of Qin Feng flashed in his mind. With Qin Feng's presence, anything is possible. Through 2 days of rigorous training, Jonas has come to a profound and lucid understanding of Qin Feng's prowess. It is no exaggeration to assert that Qin Feng possesses the capability to compete in the NBA with the potential to ascend to the status of a superstar. He even believes that Qin Feng's future achievements in the NBA could surpass those of Yao Ming. This promising star, with a bright future, is currently within the ranks of the Huaxia team and is under his guidance. This revelation fills him with immense excitement. In his decades-long coaching career, he has never had the opportunity to mentor such a prodigious talent. The reporters, filled with skepticism, fixated on Jonas, their minds swirling with questions. Is he truly serious? Winning against all opponents and emerging second in the group? Is this a fanciful delusion, or has he become arrogant after just 2 victories in the group stage? They found it hard to believe Jonas's words, as they sounded utterly ludicrous. What strength does the Huaxia team possess? They are widely recognized as a weak team in national basketball. Without Yao Ming, they might not secure a single win in this Olympic tournament. And now, with merely Yao Ming as their lone all-star, the Huaxia team dares to dream of reaching the finals? Such aspirations are sheer folly. Well, I wish you and the Huaxia team good luck. I look forward to seeing you in the finals, one reporter remarked with a forced smile, his tone laced with subtle derision. Jonas and Yao Ming chose to disregard this comment. In their eyes, the reporter resembled a jester, for he was oblivious to Qin Feng's true capabilities. After the reporter posed a few more questions, the interview concluded. Meanwhile, the German team was also participating in a pre-match interview. Present were the German team coach, Dirk Nowitzki, and his colleague, Carmelo Anthony. Currently, the Huaxia team ranks higher in the group than the German team. How does the coach perceive the Huaxia team's performance in this Olympic tournament? A reporter inquired. What does that signify? It signifies nothing at all. The Huaxia team did not defeat Spain through strength, but rather through luck, or perhaps due to Spain's lackluster performance. The German coach replied with a grim expression, a hint of anger evident in his tone. It was precisely Spain's underperformance that unwittingly placed the German team in a precarious position. To date, the German team has only secured a single victory against Angola. Should they lose to the Huaxia team today, they would be teetering on the brink of elimination, especially with formidable opponents like Spain and the United States looming ahead, where their chances of victory appear bleak. Do you have confidence in winning against the Huaxia team today? The reporter pressed on. Undoubtedly, we will triumph in this match. I will contain Yao Ming, and no one on the Huaxia team can restrain Nowitzki. Come On spoke arrogantly, his face filled with disdain. The Huaxia team has a promising young substitute who shone brightly in the match against Spain by scoring the winning shot. The reporter inquired about the defensive strategies the team would employ against him in today's game, bringing up Qin Feng once again. No. The national team coach repeated emphatically. Let that number 15, Qin Feng, earn his chance to play first. He only saw 3 minutes of action against Angola, which is quite pitiful. The reporter nodded in agreement, lamenting the missed opportunity. It was initially believed that Qin Feng would rise to glory, akin to Spain's golden boy Rubio, dazzling the world and being remembered by fans during this Olympic event. However, Qin Feng's ascent proved as fleeting as a shooting star, leaving a bittersweet sense of regret. I truly hope that this number 15 gets some playing time, so I can personally teach him a lesson. He needs to learn that there are always stronger players out there. Come on, continued disdainfully. To be honest, I found his remarks during the interview quite irritating. Claiming to be the best three-point shooter in the world? It's utterly laughable. Come on went on, dismissing the notion entirely. If Huaxia's number 15 is indeed the best three-point shooter in the world, then Dirk is the best three-point shooter in the universe. He lavished praise upon Dirk Nowitzki, who nodded appreciatively. In a recent interview, the Huaxia team expressed their hope to advance as the second in their group, even spreading rumors about reaching the finals. It seems they are determined to win this match. The reporter, listening to the latest updates through his earpiece, couldn't help but chuckle at what he perceived as the greatest joke of his life. Huaxia reaching the Olympic finals? Perhaps in 100 years, but certainly not now. The national team coach scoffed, his expression dripping with exaggerated sarcasm. Then let us wish the national team victory in tonight's game. The reporter replied with a smile, finding the earlier comments quite amusing. Amidst laughter, the interview concluded. Even in this pre-game segment, an intense animosity lingered between the two teams. For Huaxia, this was a prime opportunity to elevate their standings, while for the national team, it was a matter of life and death. A loss would mean packing their bags and heading home. 2 hours before the game, the Wuxang Arena was already teeming with spectators. Despite the deafening cheers from the crowd, the tension in the arena was palpable. The match was about to commence. Chapter 15. The starting lineup takes the court. During warm-ups, the atmosphere was heavy with anticipation. Each player wore a serious expression, as if they were about to enter a battlefield. They were all fueled by a belief in victory, as this was a game neither side could afford to lose. As the warm-up session drew to a close, the players returned to the bench, where the coach proceeded to deliver the final tactical arrangements. Although the national team could only be regarded as a mid-tier contender in the group, the presence of NBA All-Stars Dirk Nowitzki and Chris Common meant we could not afford to be complacent. This match was of paramount importance to us. Jonas spoke earnestly to the players, his demeanor grave. Now, I will announce the starting lineup. Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, Zhu Fengyu, Lu Wei, and Qin Feng. At the mention of Qin Feng's name, all eyes turned toward him, emotions varied, some filled with trust, others with anticipation, and yet others with envy. At last, Qin Feng had been assigned to the starting position. This was a moment long awaited by all members of the Chinese team, particularly after the unsavory criticisms that emerged following the match against Angola, which had left everyone with a sense of pent-up frustration. Now, Qin Feng was finally set to take the court and prove himself once more. This time, it was truly a moment of transformation, akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Regardless of what the future holds, this moment marked the pinnacle of Qin Feng's basketball career. Qin Feng felt a surge of determination, his gaze growing more resolute. This young lad has indeed usurped my starting position. He must perform admirably in the match. Should he falter, I shall reclaim my place. Sun Yu jested, giving Qin Feng a reassuring pat on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Rest assured, in future national team matches, you may find yourself relegated to the bench. Qin Feng let out a hearty laugh. Let us take the stage. Let the world witness the prowess of our Chinese team. Let them see whether we are indeed as soft as they claim, mere fruit to be squeezed at will. The national team has declared their intent to dominate us, and the Spanish team has been relentless in their mockery over the past few days. It is high time we silence them, the Yao remarked, casting a fiery glance toward the Spanish players seated in the audience, his eyes ablaze with indignation. He could not shake off the bitter words uttered by the Spanish team in their post-match interview. They lingered in his mind, a source of deep unrest. The Yao's singular aspiration now was to reach the semifinals, granting him the opportunity to face the Spanish team once more, to compel them to acknowledge our superiority unequivocally. Centuries ago, China was frail, labeled the sick man of East Asia by Western powers. Yet now, after centuries of struggle, China has hosted the Olympics, symbolizing the strength and prosperity of the nation, serving as a testament to its burgeoning international influence. The Yao yearns not to be branded a weak team on this Olympic stage by Western nations. Such a designation would be a profound humiliation for him and an even greater disgrace for the Chinese team. Qin Feng stepped forward and patted Yao Ming on the shoulder, saying, "It's your turn. We shall undoubtedly make history and ensure that the world will never underestimate our Chinese men's basketball team." Yao Ming nodded and took the lead onto the court. The fans erupted with roars of enthusiasm akin to a tidal wave upon seeing Qin Feng among the starting lineup. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. What is happening? Am I seeing this correctly? Qin Feng has actually been named a starter? I hope my eyes are not deceiving me. What is Jonas thinking? Is he truly relying on Qin Feng to conjure a miraculous performance to secure victory in this match? The crux of the matter is that Qin Feng has not displayed any extraordinary talents. He is merely an ordinary bench player who saw only a few minutes of playtime against Angola, and that was during garbage time. I simply cannot fathom what Jonas is up to. However, surely Jonas has his reasons for this arrangement. Perhaps Qin Feng could still surprise us? I find myself feeling a flicker of anticipation. Support Qin Feng. Support the Chinese men's basketball team. As long as we win the game, that is all that matters. Fans buzzed with conversation, some expressing disdain, others voicing concerns, and many filled with hope. In the commentary booth, the duo of Sun Jinping and the venerable Zhang Weiping was tasked with narrating the match. Qin Feng as a starter? How to interpret this? Sun Jinping glanced at Zhang Weiping. Hey, this decision seems somewhat reckless, yet I find myself in agreement with Jonas's choice. Qin Feng showcased enough talent in the match against Spain. Although his performance against Angola was lackluster, that was due to limited playtime. Perhaps he can astonish us this time. Despite his lack of experience, gaining playing time can expedite a player's development. Moreover, the opposing team, the national squad, is not particularly formidable. So I believe Qin Feng still has opportunities to shine. Zhang Weiping expressed his analysis, his admiration for Qin Feng evident in his words. In the audience, the Spanish team, upon witnessing Qin Feng's inclusion in the starting lineup, displayed expressions of astonishment. This is madness. Jonas must be out his mind to let that number 15 start. Do they wish to lose this match? The Spanish coach exclaimed, his demeanor darkening. Just days ago, he had asserted in an interview that Qin Feng would not see the court, and now Jonas has placed him in the starting position. Is this not a slap in the face? Haha, the Chinese team certainly has an unconventional approach. To have a water boy start. Is it true that the Chinese team has no other options? Navarro scoffed, dismissing it with contempt. Perhaps this is merely a publicity stunt. After all, Qin Feng is seen as the hero destined to save the Chinese team, and placing him in the starting lineup could significantly boost viewership. As for winning or losing, the Chinese team's goal is merely to reach the quarterfinals, which means they have essentially accomplished their task ahead of schedule. Pau Gasol thoughtfully cradled his chin, engaged in serious analysis. This will undoubtedly be the most foolish decision of Jonas's career. I shall watch intently as the Huaxia team succumbs to defeat. The Spanish coach remarked, narrowing his eyes, eager for the match to conclude, anticipating a significant loss for the Huaxia team. On the court, the players of the national team gazed at the Huaxia team with expressions of disbelief, swiftly transforming into indignation. What does the Huaxia team mean by this? Are they belittling our national team by sending a benchwarmer to start? A player furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. Regardless, we must focus on our own game. If we can secure a victory against the Huaxia team, we shall have a chance to advance. Dirk Nowitzki stated with unwavering conviction, exuding leadership qualities, though a flicker of anger shone in his eyes. Whether starting or not, I was worried he might not get a chance to play in this match. This way, I can teach that young brat a lesson, making him experience the dread of being humiliated. Let's see if he dares to spout nonsense again about being the world's best three-point shooter. Carmelo Anthony chuckled, his gaze filled with mockery. Across from him, Yao Ming could not suppress a mischievous smile upon hearing this remark. What are you laughing at? Carmelo snapped, irked by Yao. During their encounters in the NBA, he had often found himself outmatched by Yao. Thus, Yao's smile felt like an affront to him. Let us hope you don't end up in tears later. You might regret your earlier words. Yao replied, his expression suddenly turning serious. Whether for national pride or to vindicate Qin Feng, this match was one they could not afford to lose. Carmelo was about to retort with more trash talk when the referee intervened. With a sharp whistle, the referee tossed the basketball high into the air. At the moment Yao and Carmelo simultaneously touched the ball, the match officially commenced. With no suspense, the basketball was swiftly directed into Lu Wei's hands by Yao. Lu Wei, upon receiving the ball, didn't hesitate. He executed a long pass forward. Everyone looked on in confusion, glancing back as the game commenced, still out of sync with the national team players yet to fully transition into defensive mode. There, stationed in the right corner, stood a player clad in a red jersey, adorned with the number 15. It was none other than Qin Feng. Upon receiving the basketball, Qin Feng exhibited no hesitation, raising his hand to take the shot. The ball soared in a magnificent arc, hurtling towards the hoop. Channeling the extraordinary three-point prowess reminiscent of Stephen Curry, he unleashed the true power of the three-pointer. Let this era witness the terrifying might of a shooting skill with a remarkable 50% success rate. In his heart, Qin Feng silently pondered, raising his gaze toward the basketball hoop, a mere 25 meters away. Swish! The basketball sailed through the air and, under the watchful eyes of 20,000 spectators, found its home in the net. It's in. Qin Feng opened the game with a stunning three-pointer. Incredible. His shooting touch is simply sublime. Witnessing this remarkable shot, my confidence in the Huaxia team clinching victory in this match soared. Could Qin Feng replicate his miraculous performance from the final 2 minutes of overtime against the Spanish team? Regardless, this is a splendid beginning. The fans exchanged excited murmurs, their enthusiastic cheers directed towards Qin Feng. Well done. Big Yao pumped his fist, his expression radiating pride, as if to proclaim, behold, this is the true prowess of Qin Feng. Oof. Is he really this thrilled over a mere three-pointer? Such a minor player, clearly unaccustomed to the grand stage. Carmen scoffed, curling his lip as he sprinted towards the front court. After the national team's point guard dribbled past half-court, he lofted the basketball towards Dirk Nowitzki, who was positioned just inside the three-point line on the left. Nowitzki is the national team's offensive powerhouse, an undeniable force on the court. It is only fitting that the opening offensive play be entrusted to the star player. Nowitzki dribbled with confidence, executing a half-turn, pulling back, and then preparing for a jump shot. Here it comes. The legendary one-leg fadeaway from Dirk. This move is utterly indefensible. Even the NBA, few can successfully guard against it. Sun Jinping spoke rapidly, his face etched with concern. Opposing Nowitzki was Yi Jianlian, but as Nowitzki initiated his signature shot, he raised his arms in defense, only to find himself 2 body lengths away, his outstretched arms failing to impede Nowitzki's trajectory. Kid, you can't guard me, Nowitzki proclaimed, glancing at the determined yet helpless Yi Jianlian. Just as he finished speaking, he launched the basketball high into the air. At that moment, a red figure suddenly soared into the air from behind Yi Jianlian, like a rocket ascending. The surrounding air seemed to shimmer with excitement. He felt a rush of wind sweep past him and turned to see what had transpired, his expression morphing into one of shock. Nowitzki, too, appeared horrified, his mouth agape, eyes wide with fear. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Only that red figure continued to ascend. Upon reaching the apex of his leap, he let out a fierce roar and forcefully swatted the basketball away. It was Qin Feng. Qin Feng had come to block Nowitzki's famed fadeaway. My heavens! He actually blocked Nowitzki. How high did he just jump? It seemed as though he had defied the very laws of gravity. I have never witnessed a basketball player leap so high, exclaimed Sun Jinping, his excitement palpable. What a spectacular block. What did I tell you? Qin Feng is likely to astonish us, he continued, as less than a minute into the game, he showcased his prowess on both offense and defense. Old Master Zhang Weiping spoke with pride, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the entire arena was in a frenzy, the cacophony of cheers seemingly capable of lifting the very roof of the venue. The remarkable block executed by Qin Feng has undoubtedly elevated the morale of the team, propelling the match into a thrilling climax. Is this truly the pinnacle of human vertical leap? It is astonishingly high. One might wonder if Qin Feng's legs are equipped with springs, for his elevation is extraordinary. I dare say his jumping ability has reached the standards of the NBA. My friend, refrain from speaking without understanding. This is undeniably higher than the leaps of those aerial marvels in the NBA. Who would have thought that we in Huaxia could produce players with such exceptional leaping ability? Is this truly the height achievable by humankind? Surely, this must be a jest. The coach of the Spanish team rose from his seat in the stands, exclaiming in disbelief. The leap demonstrated by number 15 surpasses anything we encountered during our match by a considerable margin. This is an entirely different realm. How can this be? Navarro murmured, his gaze becoming vacant as he struggled to comprehend the phenomenon. The height of this jump is utterly terrifying. Could it be that Qin Feng is indeed a basketball prodigy? Gasol remarked, beginning to feel a sense of uncertainty. Meanwhile, on the court, the basketball soared towards the front court. As Qin Feng landed, he surged forward with remarkable speed, launching a fast break. Is this what a jump value of 90 feels like? I truly felt as though I were about to soar into the sky. Such unprecedented height. He reveled in his newfound ability as he sprinted. This was his first full jump since upgrading his jumping capability, and the height he achieved was incomparable to before. With this astonishing leaping power, his possibilities on the court expanded dramatically. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng dribbled past the half-court line, with the national team players hot on his heels. However, instead of driving to the basket, he abruptly halted at the three-point line, assuming a shooting stance. This spectacle left the entire audience in awe. Everyone was bewildered. What was this number 15 doing? Why halt at the three-point line during a fast break? With no defenders in sight, was he truly considering a three-point shot? If he had gone for a layup, he could have easily secured 2 points. What a ridiculous notion. A fast break three-pointer? I've never witnessed such audacity, such recklessness. To attempt a three-pointer right after the game commenced was sheer folly. Chapter 17. 3 consecutive three-pointers. Shocking the crowd. The murmurs of disbelief filled the arena, with some fans even covering their eyes in dread. Clearly, it was an excellent opportunity for a fast break layup. Yet Qin Feng was about to squander it. Was this rookie player truly so lacking in game experience? Amidst the astonished discussions of the crowd, Qin Feng released the basketball with a graceful arc. The ball soared through the air, and with a swish, it found the net, sending ripples through the hoop. Once again, Qin Feng lands a three-point shot. Astonishing. It went in, and again, with 2 three-pointers and a block right at the start. Qin Feng's performance is truly remarkable. Is he possibly channeling the form he displayed against the Spanish team? Qin Feng. Qin Feng. The spectators, initially stunned, soon erupted into a chorus of his name. Rising like an undulating wave, each surge louder than the last. A swift offensive surge of 6-0 completely overshadowed the performance of the opposing team. This marks the finest opening for the Huaxia team in this Olympic Games, all thanks to Qin Feng. This audacious young man has truly embraced the role of a three-point marksman, consecutively sinking shots from beyond the arc. How infuriating, Carmen exclaimed in frustration. Since the tip-off, he had barely touched the ball, spending most of his time merely jogging back and forth. Fellows, we need to rally. We must not underestimate our opponents, especially that Qin Feng. We must focus on him and prevent him from scoring again. Otherwise, we'll face tremendous embarrassment, especially with our European counterparts watching from the stands. Nowitzki stated with gravity, a flicker of irritation in his eyes as the memory of being blocked flashed through his mind. Despite having played in the NBA for over a decade, he had never felt so stifled. He was certain that Qin Feng was the highest leaper he had ever encountered. Just that recent leap had his head well above the rim. Such leaping ability is not something an ordinary player possesses. Underestimating him further could lead to uncontrollable consequences. Carmen, recognizing the urgency, ceased his complaints. Responding with a commendable performance against the Huaxia team was of paramount importance. After the Dugwood team's guard advanced the ball past half-court, he executed a pick-and-roll with Carmen, subsequently passing the ball back to him. Carmen took a shot near the free-throw line. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net. The Dugwood team had scored their first point of the match. Let us maintain our fighting spirit and close the gap and score, Carmen declared, gesturing emphatically while glancing back at Qin Feng with a look of disdain, brimming with provocation. The Huaxia team initiated their offense. Lu Wei dribbled past half-court before executing a high lob pass to Yao Ming, who had positioned himself effectively in the paint. Lu Wei, known as the only man capable of delivering the ball to Yao, showcased his swift, precise, and steady passing abilities. Yao Ming faced off against Carmen. Carmen exerted every ounce of strength in his defense, yet he was utterly unable to impede the imposing figure of Yao. With just 2 feints, Yao completely evaded Carmen's defense and found space to shoot. Just when everyone anticipated he would take the shot, he deftly flicked the ball with one hand to the waiting Qin Feng, poised at the right corner beyond the three-point line. The audience was once again left in astonishment. It was evidently a splendid opportunity for an inside attack. If Yao Ming had taken a shot, the probability of success would have been exceedingly high. Yet he opted to pass the ball. How much faith did he place in Qin Feng's three-point shooting to relinquish a chance for a score beneath the basket and instead transfer the ball to the perimeter? Such a decision is utterly incomprehensible in today's basketball era. In this age where the center position reigns supreme, offensive plays originating from the low post are the most prevalent. Shoot! Let the world witness whether you truly are the most formidable three-point shooter. Yao Ming roared with fervor, brimming with excitement. The defenders from a national team were fiercely contesting, yet Qin Feng remained undaunted, expressionless as he lifted his hand to shoot once more. employing the system's awarded Curry-inspired three-point skill. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, the basketball traced a graceful arc, swishing through the net once again. It went in again. This is utterly preposterous. Has he been possessed by Ray Allen? No. This is even more terrifying than Ray Allen's three-point shooting. 3 consecutive three-pointers. The game had barely progressed beyond 3 minutes. It was simply astounding. This marks the emergence of our Huaxia team's three-point sharpshooter. The title of the first three-point marksman in Huaxia, previously held by Zhu Fengyu, may soon be passed to Qin Feng. Qin Feng is truly remarkable. Watching him shoot from beyond the arc evokes an unparalleled aesthetic. The entire arena erupted once more, fans exuberantly cheering, releasing their pent-up frustrations. Reflecting on the prior criticisms directed at Qin Feng, the fans felt a surge of indignation. Now, he had substantiated his prowess, delivering a resounding rebuttal to the naysayers. This must be a fabrication. To hit 3 consecutive three-pointers in just 2 minutes is exceedingly exaggerated. In the stands, Gasol expressed his astonishment, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. If Qin Feng truly performs as impressively as he has on the court, then the Huaxia team is no longer the weak squad they once were. Every opposing team must now tread carefully. Luck, it must be sheer luck. This lad possesses an extraordinary fortune. To consecutively sink three-pointers is a feat I have never accomplished at such a blistering start. Navarro furrowed his brow, growing increasingly displeased with Qin Feng. Gentlemen, keep a close watch on this match. Although the Huaxia team is perceived as a weak squad, they are far from what we had imagined. The coach of the Spanish team expressed his astonishment, unable to conceal his surprise. Previously, he had been disparaging of Qin Feng, attributing the team's loss to his explosive performance. However, it now appeared that Qin Feng's display in overtime was not merely a moment of brilliance, but rather a testament to his true prowess. While he may not believe that Qin Feng is the strongest three-point shooter in the world, his current exhibition of shooting skill is enough to raise the alarm among rival teams. Navarro cast a surprised glance at the coach, as it seemed his previous opinion of Qin Feng had shifted. What a remarkable play! On the court, Yao Ming excitedly leapt toward Qin Feng. The two embraced in a celebratory shoulder bump midair. The other players soon gathered around, their faces alight with exhilaration, sharing in the triumph. What a fine young man! I knew he would shine, but I didn't expect such an abrupt explosion of talent. Hitting 3 consecutive three-pointers has left the opposing team, theGre, utterly bewildered. Their expressions are almost comical. I wonder if they now regret their pre-game interviews, boasting about destroying us? It's truly laughable. Let us build on this momentum and widen the score gap. Let us defeat theGre. Chapter 18. Stalemate. Who will break the deadlock? The Huaxia team was brimming with morale, while the theGre team appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. The coach of theGre, witnessing this, urgently called for a timeout. What are you doing, guys? Allowing a player who barely leaves the bench to sink three-pointers? This is an absolute disgrace. He bellowed, his voice resonating clearly to the spectators in the back rows. The players fell silent, unsure of how to respond, as it was evident that the lead had been established by Qin Feng's efforts. Don't worry, coach. We'll soon close the gap. One player declared, just pass me the ball. I'll resolve the situation. Despite Qin Feng's stunning debut, the game had only just begun, and everyone understood that he couldn't maintain such a high shooting percentage throughout. There would inevitably be moments of struggle, and perhaps his explosive performance was confined to just those few minutes. When his form wanes, he may well revert to being a bench warmer, Dirk Nowitzki calmly remarked. Though internally astonished by Qin Feng's performance, he was not intimidated. As an NBA superstar, he had witnessed numerous high-pressure situations and various game scenarios. Yes, Dirk is right. That number 15 only played a few minutes against Angola. I doubt his playing time in this game will be significant either. Perhaps the Huaxia coach is merely trying to confuse us. We must not lose our composure. Come on, quickly added. Regardless, he could not believe that Qin Feng possessed the capability to be a starter. Let us hope that is the case. The coach of a national team murmured softly, yet an unsettling premonition lingered within him. In stark contrast to the heavy atmosphere surrounding the national team, the bench of the Huaxia team was filled with joyous laughter. Goodness, I can hardly believe it. Right from the outset, hitting 3 consecutive three-pointers. Are they treating this match as a mere practice game? Sun Yu was the first to rush to Qin Feng's side, exclaiming with excitement. He felt no jealousy or disappointment over Qin Feng's ascension to the starting lineup. Instead, he was filled with pride for Qin Feng's performance. Aspiring to join the Los Angeles Lakers in the NBA, he fully understood the caliber of play in the league, much like how Yao Ming's prowess far surpassed that of other members of the national team. Now, Qin Feng evoked a similar feeling within him. The ability to shoot three-pointers was merely the tip of the iceberg of Qin Feng's capabilities on the court. In practice games, Qin Feng's talents extended far beyond just three-point shooting. Perhaps today is simply a day of good shooting touch. With a smile, Qin Feng glanced down at his palm, his heart surging with emotions. After the silence following his match against Angola, he was finally ready to shine on the court once more. This time, he aimed to demonstrate his prowess to the entire world. He wanted basketball enthusiasts globally to witness whether his performance against the Spanish team was merely a fleeting moment of brilliance. We must maintain our current offensive momentum and strive tirelessly to secure victory, Jonas declared, raising his fist in triumph, his face alight with joy. What he had initially perceived as an insurmountable obstacle had unexpectedly transformed into a hopeful opportunity. Following the announcement of the Olympic men's basketball group draw, domestic media lamented, as the Huaxia team found itself placed in a perilous group. Alongside Angola, the remaining teams were formidable forces in the basketball world, making advancement a daunting challenge. Consequently, the Huaxia team's objective was quite simple: to progress beyond the group stage. Having already accomplished this task ahead of schedule, every subsequent victory would be a historic achievement. This undoubtedly added a vibrant chapter to Jonas's coaching career. Much of this success could be attributed to Qin Feng, the prodigious basketball talent who had significantly enhanced the team's capabilities. Undeniably, Jonas had come to regard Qin Feng as a core player for Huaxia, second only to the legendary Yao Ming. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. Come on approached Qin Feng, unabashedly taunting him. Kid, if you have the guts, refrain from shooting threes from the perimeter and try breaking through to the inside. I'll be sure to deliver a resounding block. So you understand the intensity of NBA-level competition. In response to Come On's provocation, Qin Feng succinctly replied with 2 words. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! A provocation towards the host has been detected. Task initiated. Complete 3 offensive plays under Come On's defense. Task reward: 1,000 proficiency points. Power Slam skill card X2. A gleam of joy appeared on Qin Feng's face as he finally received a system task. Although a proficiency of 1,000 is not particularly substantial, every little bit adds up. When accumulated proficiency reaches a threshold that allows for the advancement to intermediate or advanced skills, his strength will undoubtedly experience a remarkable transformation. Since you have so earnestly provoked me, I shall graciously grant you this opportunity. Just be sure not to weep when I utterly dominate you in the paint. With a smile, Qin Feng remarked to Come On, finding the imposing figure of the white giant somewhat endearing. Perplexed, Come On snorted disdainfully and retorted, You think you can obliterate me? Don't flatter yourself. Frankly, I cannot abide your arrogant, dismissive demeanor. I stated in the pre-game interview that I would personally teach you a lesson, so do not disappoint me. With that, Come On turned and strode back into the restricted area. The first offensive play after the timeout was executed by the national team. After receiving an out-of-bounds pass, the point guard opted against any elaborate tactical maneuvers or movement, directly passing the basketball to Nowitzki. Jianlian adhered closely to him, denying Nowitzki any opportunity to penetrate. Transitioning from a face-up to a back-to-basket attack, Nowitzki backed in a few steps against E, then executed a spin and jump shot. Once again, he was unable to impede Nowitzki's shot, and Qin Feng failed to provide support. The basketball arced gracefully, finding its mark in the hoop, granting the national team another score. In the ensuing minutes, the national team, through Nowitzki's relentless isolation plays, gradually closed the gap in the score while simultaneously intensifying their defensive efforts, tightly guarding Qin Feng and limiting his chances to receive the ball, causing their offensive efficiency to wane. The situation appeared dire. The initial momentum of the Huaxia team had been completely stifled. What do you think is the reason for this? Sun Zhengping inquired. It's becoming increasingly challenging. The heightened intensity of the national team's defense has left the Huaxia team struggling. And most critically, Qin Feng is unable to receive the basketball. Zhang Weiping responded gravely, his demeanor reflecting a growing tension. What can we do to resolve this current predicament? Sun Zhengping pressed further, concern evident in his eyes. The offense cannot rely solely on Yao Ming and Qin Feng. Other players must step up. With only 2 offensive options, it becomes all too easy for the opponent to stifle us. Zhang Weiping asserted, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Feng on the court. For reasons unknown, when the Huaxia team found themselves in distress, he instinctively thought of Qin Feng, who had made a striking debut, as the one capable of rescuing the team, rather than Yao Ming. In the arena, the previously agitated fans had settled, their anxiety mounting as they observed the unfolding events. At this juncture, someone needed to rise and break the scoring drought for the team. Who among the Huaxia team could suddenly erupt to aid their cause? The fans' eyes converged on Qin Feng. Chapter 19. The miraculous layup that bewildered Come On Swish. As a national team scored again, the score stood at 16-14. They had taken the lead for the first time in the match. The players erupted in ecstatic roars, with Come On particularly vocal, directing his ire towards the Huaxia team's bench. Did you see that? This is the true power of our national team. Do you really think you can defeat us? You are far from it. Soon, I will leave you utterly vanquished. On the substitute bench of the Huaxia team, the atmosphere was tense, with Sun Yu and others wearing expressions of discontent. That Come On is truly insufferable. De gritted his teeth, wishing to take the court and teach him a lesson immediately. Don't be hasty. He will get what's coming to him soon enough. I am eager to witness the moment when Qin Feng teaches Come On a lesson, Sun Yu remarked. His eyes narrowed in anticipation as he focused on Qin Feng. On the court, the Huaxia team launched an offensive. After crossing half-court, Lu Wei's expression turned anxious, for he had failed to pass the ball to Yao Ming for several consecutive plays. The national team's defensive positioning was clear. They were determined to prevent Yao Ming from receiving the ball in the paint, always ready to double-team him. The high-intensity defense made it increasingly difficult for Lu Wei to make a pass. Give me the ball. At that moment, Qin Feng suddenly appeared at the top of the arc, calling for the ball from Lu Wei. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Wei passed the ball into Qin Feng's hands. Qin Feng, with the ball in hand, executed a daring breakthrough. The exquisite dribbling skills reminiscent of Chris Paul were put to use, effortlessly maneuvering past the defenders. This paint is my territory. Do not dare to wreak havoc here. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Come On exclaimed vehemently. Yet a glimmer of delight graced his face. He had emphasized in the pre-game interview his intent to teach Qin Feng a lesson, and at last, the opportunity had arrived. He relished the chance to impart wisdom to these young players, as chastising them brought an unparalleled thrill. However, on this occasion, he had miscalculated his opponent. As Qin Feng penetrated into the paint, Come On leapt into the air, his expression fierce. Yet, could Come On's leaping ability ever compare to that of Qin Feng? With an impressive jumping statistic of 90, Qin Feng's vertical leap had reached elite NBA levels, even standing among the greatest in history. Despite Come On's height advantage, he was unable to thwart Qin Feng's full-force jump. In his desperate attempt, Come On could merely graze Qin Feng's elbow. The two clashed in midair, the sound of their muscular collision resonating throughout the arena, raising concerns about Qin Feng's ability to withstand such intense physical confrontation. As predicted, he lost his balance in the air, revealing his deficiency in physical resilience at that critical moment. A smirk appeared at the corner of Come On's mouth as he could not suppress a hint of derision. Perhaps this time he would draw a foul. But Qin Feng would not easily score. Regardless, he had successfully thwarted the offensive attempt and made Qin Feng acutely aware of the intensity of NBA-level competition. System. Activate the go-step layup skill. Qin Feng recognized the formidable challenge of executing a complex layup, so he opted for the go-step layup instead. The system skill book merely indicated a 100% success rate for layups, without specifying at which juncture of the maneuver it should be employed. In an instant, Qin Feng felt a remarkable transformation within his body. He seemed to possess greater strength and enhanced stability while airborne, sufficient to support more intricate technical maneuvers. Just before he descended, he gently released the basketball. It soared as if endowed with its own vision, tracing a graceful arc before gracefully descending through the hoop. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the validity of the basket and awarding an additional free throw. Qin Feng lay sprawled on the floor, raising his arms in jubilant exultation. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers, their pent-up emotions finally unleashed. Come On stood frozen in place, his expression one of bewilderment and disbelief. How could this be? That shot should have been impossible. My layup skills may be lacking, yet your defense was as flimsy as paper, posing no threat whatsoever, allowing me to score with ease. Qin Feng shrugged and approached the free throw line. Rookie, remember your words. I shall make you question your very existence. Come On retorted angrily. Who can't boast? Perhaps the only skill you possess is this incessant chatter. Qin Feng retorted, stabilizing his breath as he launched the basketball. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. Qin Feng's expression revealed a hint of embarrassment. His free throw proficiency was indeed lacking. It appeared that he must acquire a skill related to free throws from the system to enhance his abilities in this area. Rebounding. With a thunderous shout, Qin Feng commanded attention. The players flanking the free throw line converged towards the basket, poised to seize the rebound. Yao Ming, his arms raised high, skillfully snatched the offensive rebound amidst the pressing defenses of Come and Dirk Nowitzki. Rather than opting for a personal attack, he chose to pass the ball to Qin Feng, who stood at the free throw line. Qin Feng swiftly dribbled back to beyond the three-point line. Then, seizing the moment, he charged towards the paint, taking advantage of the national team's unsteady defense. Come surged forward once more, his expression fierce, arms raised high. His gaze completely fixated not on the ball, but rather on his opponent. System. Activate the ghost step layup skill. Qin Feng, displaying no hesitation, activated the skill once more. If he was to impart a lesson to Come, he would ensure that the latter was stripped of any courage to resist. The two adversaries collided mid-air once again. This time, Come mustered all his strength and sent Qin Feng soaring away. Nevertheless, in that fleeting moment of descent, Qin Feng released the basketball. Initially, the trajectory seemed unlikely to even graze the hoop, yet miraculously, as it fell, the ball veered unexpectedly, entering the net at a remarkable angle. The players from the national team were left utterly bewildered. How could such a shot possibly score? And what was that uncanny curve in the air? Could it be that Qin Feng's throw had altered the ball's flight path akin to a soccer shot? This defied the laws of physics. The players exchanged glances, grappling with existential doubt. After years of playing basketball, this was the first time they had witnessed such a scoring method, utterly reshaping their understanding of the game. Especially Come, whose eyes brimmed with confusion as he stared at his hands, beginning to doubt himself. Suddenly, he struck his arm fiercely, leaving a red mark upon his skin. No doubt, my strength is intact. Otherwise, Qin Feng would not have been propelled away. But how could he have thrown the basketball with such precision while off balance? What incredible core strength must he possess? Come murmured to himself, glancing back at Qin Feng, who, despite his seemingly frail physique, did not appear to embody such formidable core power. Bewilderment engulfed him. The players from the Huaxia team, witnessing Come self-inflicted strike, couldn't help but chuckle. Had Come truly been rendered foolish by Qin Feng's two layups? To still dare speak arrogantly with sheer hubris. Chapter 20. A reassessment of Qin Feng. The players from the national team, observing Come's peculiar behavior, wore expressions of embarrassment, feeling a sense of disgrace. Had they truly been outmatched by Qin Feng's two layups? Was Come resorting to self-harm? Who would believe such a tale? A prominent NBA near all-star, reduced to questioning his own existence by a rookie just embarking on his professional journey. Such a scenario seemed only conceivable in a fantasy. Hey, buddy, what are you doing? Calm down. Don't let yourself appear as a failure. Dirk Nowitzki approached, patting Come on the shoulder. Boss, I am calm. I exerted my utmost strength to confront Qin Feng. He could not possibly have made that shot. Come anxiously explained, his tone conveying innocence. Impossible? Yet he has already scored. Why are you still fixated on that? Your focus should now be on how to defend against Qin Feng in the next play. He has executed two layups right over your head, amassing either 4 or even 5 points. Nowitzki spoke in a low voice, unabashedly expressing his dissatisfaction. Come momentarily taken aback, nodded in reluctant acceptance, and positioned himself at the free throw line, awaiting Qin Feng's shot. Indeed, Come had committed a clear foul during the recent confrontation, prompting the referee to call the foul once more. Qin Feng approached the free throw line, rhythmically dribbling the ball a few times before launching it high into the air. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net effortlessly. Although his free throw percentage was not particularly high, maintaining above 50 was well within his capabilities, securing 5 points in a single possession. The entire arena erupted in a thunderous roar, akin to the crashing of ocean waves. Qin Feng's performance in this round was truly astonishing, igniting the adrenaline of the spectators and heightening their excitement. At that moment, sporadic shouts of MVP echoed throughout the venue. The player wearing number 15 seemed to have become even more formidable. That recent layup was exceptionally challenging. I dare say, even in the NBA, few players could accomplish such a feat. Navarro furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious. Initially, he approached the game with a mindset of amusement. But Qin Feng's display had now piqued Navarro's vigilance. Hitting consecutive three-pointers might be attributed to luck. Yet to penetrate the defense and score while enduring contact from the opponent, thereby drawing a foul, requires exceptional skill. Navarro questioned himself, wondering if he could have converted those two layups against Kamon's defense. The answer was a resounding no. He lacked the confidence to do so. This comparison underscores just how remarkable Qin Feng's performance was. The national team found themselves in a predicament. They were about to pay the price for underestimating their opponent. What is more alarming is that Qin Feng had seemingly transformed into a powerhouse without anyone noticing. This was only his fourth match in international competition. Simply unbelievable, Gasol remarked, covering his forehead, his expression one of disbelief. How could this wretched player have suddenly become so formidable? The national team's defense was abysmal, allowing a mere benchwarmer to score at will. What an embarrassment. The head coach of the Spanish team, with a grim expression, expressed his frustration. Yet he could not deny Qin Feng's outstanding performance. Reflecting on his previous statements during interviews, he felt a burning shame. No opportunities on the court? Marginalized? A fleeting moment of brilliance? With a powerful performance, Qin Feng decisively countered the disparaging remarks directed at him, striking a resounding blow to his critics. However, such matters have now become trivial. The paramount concern lies in fully comprehending Qin Feng's true capabilities. Should the opportunity arise to face the Chinese team once more in subsequent matches, Qin Feng will undoubtedly emerge as a ticking time bomb, posing the most significant obstacle to the Spanish team's pursuit of victory. Reflecting on this, the coach of the Spanish team earnestly declared, "Everyone must pay close attention to this match and prepare an analytical report on Qin Feng post-game." The players of the Spanish team turned towards their coach, their eyes wide with astonishment. Hadn't they always dismissed Qin Feng? What had precipitated this sudden emphasis on him? The demand for an analytical report was unprecedented. Qin Feng's performance compels our attention. Perhaps it is time to re-evaluate this player who has transitioned from a substitute to a starter, the coach remarked, his tone growing serious. Pau Gasol, Navarro, and others nodded in agreement, their gazes upon the court now imbued with a newfound respect. On the court, Kamon approached the returning Qin Feng, a perplexed expression on his face. "How did you manage to make that shot?" "I struck your arm with all my might. You had no opportunity to aim at the basket." "It was quite simple," Qin Feng replied casually. "I merely tossed the basketball into the air, and it went in. To be honest, I didn't even glance at the hoop." Qin Feng spoke with an air of indifference. "What do others say? Is it so simple to toss it into the heavens and score?" This was utterly pretentious. Kamon's eyes widened, feeling like a mere jester being toyed with by Qin Feng. This accursed newcomer from Huaxia not only scored against my defense, but also insulted my intelligence. He thought bitterly, his disdain for Qin Feng growing ever more intense. "You young brat, don't get too smug. The match has only just begun. I have plenty of opportunities to teach you a lesson, and I will make you lose all confidence in basketball." Kamon bellowed, attempting to salvage some dignity. The match may have just commenced, but for you, it might be nearing its end. If I recall correctly, you should have already committed 3 fouls. Qin Feng reminded him with a hint of schadenfreude. Upon hearing this, Kamon's expression suddenly shifted. He had been so consumed by anger that he overlooked the fact that he had already committed 3 fouls. Just moments ago, Qin Feng had managed to draw 2 fouls in a single exchange. This was a predicament. "Come receive the ball." At that moment, Nowitzki shouted loudly and passed the basketball over. However, Kamon was so preoccupied with the thought of his 3 fouls that he had completely lost focus. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the basketball soared past him. Bang! The ball landed squarely in Yao Ming's hands. Yao, initially bewildered, quickly regained his composure, a smile spreading across his face as he forcefully threw the ball forward. Lu Wei and Qin Feng, the 2 guards, had already sprinted towards the front court. On the other side, there was only one defender from the opposing team, desperately trying to catch up. This set up a 2-on-1 situation in the front court, and Lu Wei made a bounce pass to Qin Feng, who effortlessly scored with a layup. Beep! The coach of the opposing team, exasperated, gestured to the referee for another timeout. Chapter 21. Does the Huaxia team lack a competent point guard? The coach of the opposing team could hardly believe that the Huaxia team had pushed him into such a corner, having called 2 timeouts within the first half of the opening quarter. What on earth are you doing? Are you sleepwalking on the court? Against a team as weak as Huaxia, you're being consistently overwhelmed on offense. Is your defense made of paper? You're bringing shame upon our nation. The coach roared, his frustration more palpable than during the previous timeout. The course of the game was spiraling beyond his expectations, a dangerously alarming signal. It was as if no one had anticipated that Qin Feng would emerge to dominate the match for the Huaxia team. Just 2 days ago, he had been a mere bench warmer against Angola. How had he suddenly transformed into such a formidable player? Unimaginable. Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the room. Even Dirk refrained from speaking. Having failed to fulfill the promise he made during the last timeout, he felt too embarrassed to utter another word. Come on hung his head low, recalling the arrogant statements he had made before the game, and thinking back to how Qin Feng had toyed with him on the court. He wished he could burrow into the ground. This was utterly humiliating. Come on, you're subbed out, the coach said, attempting to regain his composure. Coach, if I sit out, who will guard Yao Ming? Come on, protested with wide eyes, his face etched with reluctance. Do not forget you have already committed 3 fouls. 2 more, and you will be disqualified. Do you wish to be ejected in the first quarter? This is not the NBA. There are no chances for a 6th foul. The coach of the German national team spoke candidly, albeit with a sense of resignation. The excessive fouls committed by Come On directly hampered the team's rotation. And as Come On himself remarked, he was the only player capable of contending with Yao Ming. Without Come On, the German team lacked anyone to effectively restrain Yao Ming. However, do not fret. The first quarter is not yet over, and the match has only just begun. We still have ample opportunities. Your defense against Yao Ming will be crucial in the second half, the coach said, striving to calm his emotions and adopting a softer tone. Come on, draping a towel over his head, slumped onto the bench, feeling despondent. Although the game had only just commenced, his performance in those few minutes was nothing short of catastrophic. Particularly his fouls following 2 confrontations with Qin Feng, which were utterly juvenile in nature. All right, team, there are still 3 minutes left in the first quarter. Let us rally and close the gap in the score. The coach shouted. Yes. The players responded in unison, heading back onto the court. On the sidelines of the Huaxia team, Jonas had also completed a new tactical arrangement, with everyone poised to enter the game. Oh, Come On is not on the court. He has been forced to sit out due to foul trouble, Yi Jianlian remarked, relishing the situation as he saw Come On absent from the German lineup, feeling quite vindicated. Qin Feng, your 2 layups were truly remarkable. You've rendered Come On utterly speechless. I wonder what it feels like for him to be on the bench now. Sun Yu chuckled, having replaced Lu Wei on the court. I was hoping Come On would continue playing. That way, I can not only score under his defense, but also earn free throws. Qin Feng lamented slightly, leaving his teammates in a state of bewilderment. Was Come On's defense truly that inadequate? Undoubtedly not. After all, Come On was a player of NBA caliber, possessing remarkable physical attributes and basketball intellect that underscored his formidable capabilities. Yet, upon hearing Qin Feng's words, one could not help but feel as though Come On's skills were utterly lacking. This was indeed perplexing. Only Yao Ming, with his profound gaze, looked at Qin Feng with eyes full of astonishment. He understood that with Qin Feng's current prowess, he could secure a starting position on any NBA team, and might even evolve into a cornerstone of the franchise. Was the NBA on the brink of welcoming a star-level Chinese guard? This would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the Chinese basketball community. Nevertheless, it was essential to focus on completing the Olympic Games with diligence. Perhaps this very Olympic tournament would mark the dawn of Qin Feng's ascent to greatness. As the match progressed, the absence of Come On left the national team's interior defense vulnerable. Everyone recognized that Yao Ming could dominate the paint, but this was contingent upon Yao receiving the ball. This necessity would test the passing proficiency of the Chinese men's basketball team's backcourt. The players of the national team were clearly aware of this and were employing stringent defensive measures against Yao. Sun Yu, stepping in as the point guard for Lu Wei, failed to deliver the ball to Yao on 2 consecutive attempts, resulting in 2 turnovers. This left Jonas, seated on the bench, in a state of agitation. Pass the ball to Qin Feng. Let him orchestrate the offense, Jonas shouted, a gesture born of desperation. While Qin Feng had occasionally dazzled with his quick passes during practice games, Jonas valued his offensive capabilities even more. The dynamics of a game contrasted starkly with those of a practice match. Yet, in a moment of urgency, with Lu Wei resting, they had no choice but to rely on Qin Feng. As the Chinese team initiated their attack, Sun Yu passed the ball to Qin Feng and retreated to the corner. Qin Feng stood at the top of the arc, orchestrating his teammates' movements and organizing the offense. What does this signify? Is not Qin Feng a shooting guard? Why is he assuming the role of a point guard? Sun Zhengping expressed his confusion. It is perplexing. The way Jonas is directing the play is utterly incomprehensible. Although Qin Feng has executed quick passes before, orchestrating the entire team's offense is a vastly different endeavor from merely delivering a pass. With come on absent from a court, the Huaxia team should seize the opportunity to feed the ball to the interior. Yet lamentably, we lack even a competent guard. It truly is a squandering of Yao Ming's capabilities. Elder Zhang Weiping, visibly frustrated, remarked that he evidently harbored doubts regarding Qin Feng's abilities. While the offense is indeed formidable, the organization of the play may still require significant improvement. The spectators, listening to the commentary from the two analysts, felt their own anxiety mounting. If Qin Feng were to commit 2 consecutive errors, akin to Sun Yu, the national team could swiftly close the gap in the score. On the court, Qin Feng executed a series of rapid changes in direction, relentlessly attempting to break through, exhibiting no intention of passing. Meanwhile, the defender assigned to guard Yao Ming displayed signs of complacency. What was initially perceived as a masterful orchestrator revealed itself to be an attacker singularly fixated on the hoop. What was there to fear? Yao Ming's prowess in the paint remained unexploited. The national team's players, having relaxed their defense against Yao, were entirely focused on Qin Feng, poised to provide assistance and block at any moment. However, at that instant, Qin Feng sprang into action. He executed a sequence of feints and, almost inadvertently, flicked his wrist, sending the basketball soaring. With a resounding thud, the ball found its way into Yao's waiting hands, leaving the national team players utterly bewildered. How had the ball arrived there? Why was it in Yao's possession? Before they could react, Yao smoothly pivoted and executed a graceful hook shot, scoring effortlessly. The crowd erupted in exuberance. What a magnificent pass! I scarcely comprehended how the ball reached Yao's hands. Upon review, it was a bounce pass, yet it was executed with such subtlety that even the defenders failed to notice. Incredible. He is truly remarkable. This pass was nothing short of magical. Who would dare claim that we, the Huaxia, lack competent guards? Chapter 22, First Quarter Statistics, dominating the game. Fans buzzed with excitement. On the sidelines, Jonas leapt in exhilaration. Once more, the performance of Qin Feng left him utterly astonished and pleasantly surprised. The pass he executed was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary point guard, demanding an exceptional grasp of timing and space. Once again, Qin Feng achieved what seemed impossible with that exquisite pass. How remarkable it was! When did this number 15 acquire such extraordinary passing skills? Navarro exclaimed in disbelief. Let's not forget the exquisite pass he delivered to Yao Ming during overtime. At that moment, I was utterly stunned, completely unprepared for it, and powerless to thwart it. Gasol lamented, covering his head, reluctant to recall that moment. Wasn't that merely a fluke? I thought his previous pass was a stroke of luck, but it seems he truly possesses the art of passing, Navarro remarked, his expression darkening as he regarded Qin Feng with apprehension. He suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity with Qin Feng, as if the player he faced against the Spanish team was a completely different person. The national team is in trouble. They are utterly incapable of handling Qin Feng, whether in offense, passing, or defense. His performance is beyond reproach, leaving the national team at a loss. The coach of the Spanish team said gravely, beginning to feel grateful for having instructed his players to prepare analytical reports. Incredible. Qin Feng's passing is simply phenomenal. It turns out he excels not only in offense, but also in passing. He is truly a versatile player, Sun Zhengping exclaimed with excitement. Qin Feng's performance was entirely beyond his expectations. What a marvelous display. Whatever the Chinese men's basketball team lacked, he seemed to provide effortlessly. Such a versatile exhibition truly heralds a promising future. Zhang Weiping, the venerable elder, could hardly contain his joy. Having devoted his life to the sport of basketball, this was the first time he felt that Chinese basketball was genuinely on the rise. If Wang Zhizhi is the trailblazer for Chinese basketball, then Yao Ming is the foundation. And Qin Feng is destined to be the one who will elevate it to new heights. As the two discussed, their previous concerns completely dissipated. The match continued. The national team had an alarmingly scant number of players capable of mounting an offense. After the ball had traversed the court, it ultimately returned to Nowitzki's hands. The seasoned veteran once again employed his signature move, the Golden Rooster stands on one leg. Unfortunately, this time he failed to score. Yao Ming effortlessly secured the rebound and subsequently passed the ball to Qin Feng. The Chinese team launched a counterattack. After Qin Feng dribbled past half-court, he replicated his previous move, delivering a swift pass to Yao Ming, who effortlessly sank the shot. What a splendid play. Yao Ming raised his arms in jubilation. his face adorned with a radiant smile as he exchanged high fives with Qin Feng in celebration. Truly, the magical passing ability reminiscent of Magic Johnson is remarkable. The basketball in my hands seems to possess a mind of its own, consistently finding its way to my teammates with impeccable precision. As Qin Feng gazed at his palm, his confidence surged. Watching the scene from the sidelines, Carmen seethed with frustration, his teeth clenched. How audacious! If I were on the court, I would not allow you to exhibit such arrogance. I would ensure that you could not easily receive the ball. Carmen fumed, desperate to take the court, yet restrained by the weight of 3 fouls, suppressing his inner turmoil. It's all Qin Feng's fault. Were it not for him, I would not have accumulated 3 fouls. How infuriating! When I finally step onto the court, I shall make sure to teach him a harsh lesson. The more he thought this way, the more he loathed Qin Feng, his prideful heart refusing to regard Qin Feng with anything but disdain. Yet, it was precisely this Qin Feng, whom he underestimated, who altered the course of the game. In the final 2 minutes of the first quarter, Qin Feng seized control, delivering rapid passes that fully activated Yao Ming. The players from the opposing team found themselves powerless, merely hoping for the first quarter to conclude so they could regroup. At last, the first quarter ended with a score of 36-18, granting the Huaxia team a remarkable lead of 18 points. In just 10 minutes of play, he had shot 7 out of 11, made 4 out of 7 three-pointers, and successfully converted 4 free throws, amassing an impressive 22 points, 2 rebounds, and 4 assists. This was the stat line Qin Feng produced in his debut as a starter during the first quarter. A superstar, undoubtedly superstar statistics. Qin Feng's performance was nothing short of dazzling. He dominated the game. Sun Zhengping exclaimed, his tone increasingly animated. Well, this is extraordinary. This is without a doubt the strongest scorer from Huaxia I have ever witnessed. He is also the most formidable three-point shooter I have seen. Old Zhang Weiping succinctly remarked, his astonishment palpable. The opposing team would pay dearly for their underestimation, and overlooking Qin Feng was their gravest error. They wished to dominate us? It now appears that we shall be the ones to dominate them. I hope the young men maintain their momentum and extend the lead, Sun Zhengping declared, filled with pride. Watching the Huaxia men's basketball team triumph decisively over a formidable European team at Wuxang Arena was an exhilarating experience unlike any other. The immense strength displayed by the Huaxia team ignited fervor among all their fans. After this match, who would dare label the Huaxia men's basketball team as weak? The team's performance instilled pride in millions of fans. After the intermission, the second quarter commenced. Both teams fielded their bench players. After a stalemate lasting nearly half the quarter, the starting lineups were reintroduced. At this juncture, the opposing team still trailed by 18 points. The coach of the opposing team recognized that if they allowed Yao to continue scoring in the paint, the second half could devolve into garbage time. They absolutely could not permit the Huaxia team to further extend their lead. Thus, the coach took a gamble by substituting Carmen into the game, repeatedly reminding him to control his fouls before he took the court. Upon the appearance of Come On, Qin Feng's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. The system had assigned him the task of executing 3 offensive maneuvers under Come On's defense. Having already accomplished 2, he merely required 1 more to fulfill the mission. Time was of the essence. Otherwise, when the second half descended into garbage time, Come On might not make another appearance. Alas, who could blame his overwhelming offensive prowess for utterly dismantling the national team, leaving them devoid of any opportunity for resistance? During his first offensive play after the substitution, Qin Feng held the ball at the top of the arc, signaling Yao Ming to set a high pick. Confusion reigned among the spectators. Previously, Qin Feng had always opted to pass to Yao Ming, rarely engaging in pick-and-roll plays. But why was this offensive attempt different? The crowd's gaze shifted to Come On, standing beside Yao Ming, and they suddenly grasped the rationale. Qin Feng intended to utilize a pick-and-roll to initiate a switch, thus preparing to challenge Come On in a one-on-one confrontation. Come On had been sitting on the bench for nearly an entire quarter. Upon his return to the court, he found himself facing such an ignominious challenge from a rookie from Huaxia. It was indeed a pitiable situation. Clearly, Come On recognized this affront, and his indignation surged instantly. This was an egregious insult. How could a player of his caliber, a near all-star center in the NBA, be belittled in such a manner by a newcomer? Such disrespect was intolerable. Enraged, he followed Yao Ming to the top of the arc, positioning himself at the three-point line. Following the completion of the pick-and-roll, Come On became Qin Feng's defender. The crowd erupted with excitement, their fervor ignited. Another lesson was in store for Come On. What would the outcome be this time? Chapter 23. Luring a foul, achieving 3 goals with 1 arrow. Do you think I am easily bullied? This is a gross underestimation. I am determined to thwart you. At any cost. Come On roared with fervor, nearly losing his composure. He had never anticipated that he would be subjected to such disdain one day. The most intolerable aspect was that the one demeaning him was merely a benchwarmer, tasked with guarding the water cooler. Unforgivable. Despite being consumed by rage, Come On maintained his composure. Acutely aware that he had already committed 3 fouls, he could not afford another. Thus, his defense was to be executed with utmost caution, aiming to thwart Qin Feng's offensive efforts without fouling. Whether or not he could withstand my prowess was not a matter of mere words. Let your actions speak. For your flimsy defense will not contain me. Qin Feng countered with a series of deft dribbles beneath his legs, evoking a sense of playful mockery towards Come On. Witnessing this spectacle, Come On's fury surged to new heights, obliterating the last vestiges of his rationality. His mindset erupted, consumed by a singular thought, to thwart Qin Feng's every action with the utmost severity. Before Qin Feng could mount an offensive, Come On lunged forward recklessly. Calm yourself. The coach of the national team exclaimed in exasperation, pacing anxiously on the sidelines and vociferously admonishing the court. Yet it was too late. He had indeed taken a bait. Qin Feng revealed a subtle, enigmatic smile, exuding an air of triumph from a devious scheme. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's expression, Come On was struck with profound dread, his heart racing with panic as he sought to retract his actions, but it was already too late. Resolute, he decided to exert even greater force in his approach. Let the foul be a foul. As long as he prevented Qin Feng from scoring, it would suffice. Yet, Qin Feng had no intention of letting Come On off the hook so easily. He unleashed a skill of consumption, death shot. The description of this skill proclaimed a flawless shooting accuracy of 100 from every corner of the court, just once, regardless of Come On's desperate attempts. He could not thwart Qin Feng's shot, which was a 3-pointer to boot. Bang! The resounding clap of contact echoed throughout the arena as Come On's palm struck Qin Feng's arm with considerable force. In that fleeting moment, Qin Feng released the basketball, propelling himself forward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. The basketball, meanwhile, traced a graceful arc through the air, heading straight for the hoop. Come On turned to gaze at the ball, his expression morphing into one of sheer terror, a foreboding sense of doom washing over him like a relentless tide. Swish! The sound resonated like a haunting melody from the depths of hell, chilling Come On to the bone. The basketball, akin to a precision-guided missile, found its mark, swishing cleanly through the net, the sound igniting a sense of fervor within the very fabric of the netting. Beep! The referee's whistle pierced the air. Come On had committed a foul, marking his 4th infraction of the match. Qin Feng successfully made a 3-point shot and was awarded an additional free throw. Simultaneously, a chilling notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for accomplishing the task of executing 3 offensive plays under Come On's defense. A reward has been issued. Please check it. As the words faded, Qin Feng's system panel illuminated with an increase of 1,000 in attribute-free proficiency, alongside 2 skill cards for powerful dunks. Perfect. This was genuinely a case of achieving 3 objectives with a single action. Utilizing this death shot skill card proved to be exceptionally advantageous. Qin Feng waved his arms, unable to suppress the exhilaration on his face. Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, Sun Yu, and others gathered around, all reaching out to lift Qin Feng from the ground. What a splendid offensive display. Truly worthy of the man who took my place in the starting lineup. He is incredibly formidable, Sun Yu remarked with a smile, a hint of pride evident in his tone. That 3-pointer was utterly satisfying. How laughable that Carmen boasted he would teach you a lesson. Now he will likely find himself back on the bench. Yao Ming chuckled, wearing a look of schadenfreude. Despite his usual demeanor of humility and gentleness, he harbors a deep-seated grudge. He has meticulously remembered every taunt from the Spanish team and the pre-game comments from the national team players, and he is determined to seize any opportunity to settle the score. During the Olympics hosted in Huaxia, it is imperative that the basketball teams from other nations do not underestimate the Huaxia team. Qin Feng smiled, gesturing an okay sign to the crowd before stepping up to the free throw line. The fans were already in a frenzy, their cheers erupting even louder at the sight of Qin Feng preparing to shoot, chanting MVP in unison. What a spectacle! Qin Feng's 3-pointer descended like a meteor. embodying the spirit of our great nation. Sun Jinping exclaimed passionately, his words spilling forth in a torrent of praise for Qin Feng. It's over. Qin Feng's remarkable 3-1 play decisively determined the outcome of the match. The national team had no chance of catching up now. Zhang Weiping let out a long sigh of relief, his face beaming with joy. What was initially expected to be a fiercely contested match, one where the Huaxia team might struggle until the very end, had turned into a stunning display of dominance, as the Huaxia team dismantled the national team before halftime. What a superstar Novitsky. He too was subdued, as Qin Feng kept the national team pinned down. On the national team's bench, the head coach first erupted in fury and then succumbed to a weary sigh. He understood that the game had essentially concluded at this point. The Huaxia team's morale was soaring, currently leading by 21 points. Meanwhile, Kaman had already committed 4 fouls and had lost his chance to play, leaving no one to contain Yao Ming or the suddenly explosive Qin Feng. What a fool. He just jumped into the trap. It was evident that Qin Feng was coaxing him into a foul, yet he foolishly charged in, committing the infraction himself. How could he play in the NBA and still be so inexperienced? In comparison to Dirk, it was like night and day. The national team coach muttered to himself, feeling utterly drained. Swish! A crisp sound echoed through the arena as the net rippled. Qin Feng successfully made a free throw, extending the lead to 22 points. The coach of the national team promptly called for a timeout, substituting Kaman out of the game. He had barely been on the court for 20 seconds before accruing his 4th foul, which forced him to exit. Remarkably, 3 of those fouls were committed against Qin Feng. At this point, Kaman was thoroughly dejected, stripped of his earlier arrogance. As he left the court, he did not dare to glance at Qin Feng even once. He knew he'd been decisively defeated and simply wished to exit the arena swiftly. Each second spent on the court felt like an eternity of humiliation. How shameful! He had boasted about teaching Qin Feng a lesson, yet he was utterly dominated, without a single opportunity to retaliate. Uncontrollably, a question began to surface in Kaman's mind. Is Qin Feng truly just a player tasked with guarding the water cooler? If he has been a substitute until now, his performance in this match as a first-time starter is nothing short of astonishing. There can be but one explanation. The enigmatic Huaxia team is indeed a hidden gem. Chapter 24. A dreamy 3-game winning streak. The match continues. With the absence of Kaman, the national team's strategy has become more one-dimensional, relying heavily on Novitsky's exceptional individual prowess to drive the overall offense. In contrast, the Huaxia team, under Qin Feng's orchestrating influence, showcased a multifaceted approach, affording each player opportunities for open shots. Yao Ming, in particular, displayed an unrestrained offensive prowess beneath the basket. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 60-32, with Huaxia enjoying a commanding 28-point lead. On the international stage, aside from the illustrious Dream Team of the United States, few teams can establish such a substantial advantage. Moreover, to score 60 points in a mere 20 minutes of gameplay in a 40-minute international match is indeed remarkable. Huaxia has never achieved this feat before, yet here they are, accomplishing it effortlessly. This remarkable performance is attributable to Qin Feng's explosion of talent. In the first half alone, he scored 29 points, with a shooting record of 10 out of 16 from the field, 5 out of 9 from beyond the arc, and 4 out of 6 from the free throw line, alongside 4 rebounds and 9 assists. His scoring accounted for half of Huaxia's total, with nearly 50 points directly correlated to his contributions. Such a dazzling display rendered him the standout performer of the half, eclipsing even superstars like Novitsky. Novitsky managed 17 points, shooting 6 of 13 from the field, 2 of 5 from three-point range, and 3 of 3 from the free throw line. During the halftime break, both teams retreated to their locker rooms, while the cheerleaders took to the court for a lively performance. Each cheerleader radiated charm, showcasing their graceful figures and executing bold dance moves, captivating the audience in attendance. Let us proceed. This match has lost its suspense. The coach of the Spanish team rose, somewhat taken aback by the outcome. The current score was beyond his wildest expectations. Huaxia leading the national team by 28 points after merely 20 minutes of play was simply unbelievable. Coach, I wish to see the second half. I am eager to witness Qin Feng's performance in the latter half, Gasol stated earnestly, his tone laced with anticipation. With the match devoid of suspense, the only lingering expectation seemed to revolve around Qin Feng's performance. Coach, I am curious to see what statistics Qin Feng will amass by the end of the game. Frankly, his performance today has been astonishing. Navarro chimed in, his emotions a mix of complexity. Just days prior, he regarded Qin Feng as a naive rookie, utterly inexperienced. Yet, observing today's match, could a rookie truly score 29 points and provide 9 assists in a single half? This is utterly outrageous. What manner of player is Qin Feng? Navarro found himself bewildered. He could scarcely believe that someone could transform from a mere novice, tasked with guarding the water cooler, into the pivotal player commanding the court in just a few days. Yet, astonishingly, this is precisely what transpired. It is indeed a refreshing perspective. Indeed, it is not merely unexpected. Qin Feng has completely reshaped my understanding of basketball accumulated over decades. The coach of the Spanish team remarked, "Just observe his performance today. He is the caliber of an NBA superstar." Regardless of the circumstances, after tonight, Qin Feng is destined to soar to great heights and gain global renown. A basketball giant is rising, and it may not be long before we witness his presence on the NBA stage. After the coach of the Spanish team spoke, he cast a profound glance at Rubio. In contrast to Qin Feng, Rubio achieved fame at a young age, having garnered all possible accolades in European basketball, a true prodigy of the sport. His future lies not in Europe, but also on the NBA stage, as that is the pinnacle of competitive basketball, the aspiration of every athlete in the sport. What kind of performance will Rubio deliver in the NBA? And will he and Qin Feng become lifelong rivals? The coach of the Spanish team pondered, filled with anticipation and enthusiasm for the future. After imparting a few more instructions to the players, he hurriedly departed from the stands, making his way towards the arena exit. He needed to return to the tactical room to analyze the match between the Huaxia team and the theDe team today, seeking methods to contain Qin Feng. If they were to encounter the Huaxia team in future matches, Qin Feng would undoubtedly pose the greatest threat. After a brief intermission, the second half of the game commenced. Both teams retained their starting lineups from the first half, with Coman reappearing on the court. However, he appeared lackluster and devoid of confidence in his performance. Within less than 2 minutes, Coman had accumulated his 5th foul and was ejected by the referee. The performance of the theDe team mirrored Coman's dreamlike state, lacking any semblance of form. Under Qin Feng's leadership, the Huaxia team unleashed a barrage of offensive plays, achieving a stunning 10-2 run and extending their lead to 36 points. The outcome of the match became utterly inevitable. Midway through the third quarter, the theDe team's coach called for a timeout, substituting all the starting players with pure reserves, and declared his team a surrender in this contest. The head coach of the Huaxia team, Jonas, opted to substitute key players such as Yao Ming and Qin Feng during the dead ball segments, bringing in substitutes to complete the remainder of the match. As the final whistle blew, the score settled at 108-69, with Huaxia triumphing by an astounding 39 points, a result that took everyone by surprise. Consequently, Huaxia secured their 3rd consecutive victory, having only succumbed to the American team in the group stage. The players of the national team exited the court in disappointment. Their defeat rendered their chances of advancing in the group exceedingly bleak. The realm of sports is indeed merciless, dictated by scores and outcomes, necessitating the acceptance of failure and its repercussions. On the court, the Huaxia players embraced tightly, reveling in the joy of victory. Veteran players like Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi were visibly moved to tears. As the host team, they brought honor to Huaxia in front of millions of compatriots. Achieving 3 consecutive victories in the group stage is nothing short of a dreamlike accomplishment. The Huaxia men's basketball team at this Olympic Games has truly astonished all fans. An emotional Sun Jinping remarked, his voice choked with feeling, reflecting on the years that have passed since the establishment of the Huaxia men's basketball team. Generations of basketball practitioners have dedicated themselves to the rise of Huaxia basketball. Now, after decades of toil, the fruits of their labor have finally emerged. Though Huaxia may not be the strongest team in this Olympic Games and still faces considerable gaps compared to international powerhouses like Spain and the United States, they represent the pinnacle of Huaxia's basketball history. This realization brings solace to predecessors and fills millions of Huaxia fans with boundless hope for the future of their national team. In just 23 minutes of play, Qin Feng achieved a remarkable stat line: 24 attempts with 15 successful shots, 6 out of 12 from beyond the arc, 5 out of 8 from the free throw line, culminating in 41 points, 8 rebounds, 11 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. The venerable Zhang Weiping, upon reviewing the statistics, exclaimed in astonishment, "These are undeniably the numbers of a superstar." The standard of 40-10 statistics might seem ordinary, yet Qin Feng's performance would be considered that of a superstar even in the NBA. Notably, NBA superstar Dirk Nowitzki could not match Qin Feng's prowess. Having played 24 minutes with 19 attempts resulting in 8 successful shots, 2 out of 5 from three-point range, and 4 out of 4 from the free throw line, yielding only 22 points, 10 rebounds, and 3 assists. In this match, Qin Feng established numerous records in the annals of Huaxia men's basketball. He became the first player in the history of Huaxia basketball to score over 40 points in an international competition and also the first to achieve a 40-10 stat line. Remarkably, these stats were amassed in just 3.5 quarters, had Qin Feng participated in the fourth quarter. It is unfathomable to consider how high his numbers could have soared. Achieving 50 points would not be out of the realm of possibility. A prodigy, Qin Feng is a true basketball genius, heralding the resurgence of Huaxia basketball. Sun Zhengping, filled with fervor, spoke passionately, his words punctuated with fervent gestures, as if celebrating monumental achievements. The victory over the national team has assured a place in the top 8. The current Huaxia team holds the potential to secure an even more commendable ranking in this Olympic Games, as the rumors suggest, with the possibility of reaching the finals not being entirely out of reach. Zhang Weiping, the venerable elder, felt a swell of emotion, his eyes glistening. Once upon a time, when discussing Huaxia's sports endeavors, other nations were only aware of table tennis, while the mainstream sports of basketball, volleyball, and soccer elicited nothing but shaking heads in disbelief. Some foreigners were even oblivious to the fact that the Huaxia team qualified to compete in these events. Then, the Huaxia women's volleyball team rose to prominence, securing the nation's first Olympic gold medal in a major ball sport. However, the ascendance of soccer and basketball seemed a distant dream, often met with derision from other countries. At long last, basketball has the opportunity to bring glory to the nation. The match has concluded, yet the journey of the Huaxia team continues. We hope to witness Huaxia's athletes gracing grander stages, striving for national honor. Sun Zhengping reflected, his heart brimming with boundless imagination for the future. Meanwhile, the players of the Huaxia team have retreated to the locker room, and the fans began to exit in an orderly fashion. For them, this night is destined to become an unforgettable memory in their lives. The luminous moments of Qin Feng on the court will forever be etched in their memories, evoking boundless nostalgia in their future lives. Regardless of the passage of years, the mere recollection of Qin Feng's performances ignites fervor within them. In the locker room of the Wuxang Huaxia team, after showering and changing, Jonas, Yao Ming, and Qin Feng attended the post-match interview. Upon entering the interview room, every camera from the media was directed at Qin Feng. This time, the number of media representatives exceeded that of the post-match interview against the Spanish team, increasing by at least 50%. The spacious interview room was filled to capacity, with some journalists even standing outside the door. Undoubtedly, all the media were there for Qin Feng. After a brief silence, Qin Feng once again became the focal point of all media attention. Many journalists could not help but express their astonishment. They had presumed Qin Feng had become an obscure player, overlooked by the press, but in a single match, he had catapulted his visibility to unprecedented heights. Gazing at the multitude of cameras and faces before him, Qin Feng felt a profound sense of reflection. This is the reality. When you shine brilliantly, the media flock to you, eager to extract something of value from your brilliance. Conversely, in moments of obscurity, you become a mere afterthought, with the media reluctant even to mention your name in their reports. Had he continued to perform as he did against the Angola team, he would likely never have attracted such media attention or even had the opportunity to participate in an interview. However, everything has changed now. With the support of the system, he has undergone a metamorphosis, and in the future, he will not only stand in the spotlight, but also ascend to greater stages, becoming the focal point of the entire world. Qin Feng, you achieve an extraordinary stat line of 41 points, 11 assists, and 8 rebounds in this match. How did you manage that? It's worth noting that in your previous game, you only played during garbage time, making just 2 3-pointers. A reporter was the first to inquire. Extraordinary statistics? Qin Feng revealed a hint of disdainful smile. To me, this data is merely ordinary. I am confident that in the subsequent matches, I shall achieve far more impressive statistics. As for how I shall accomplish this, it is quite simple. I merely throw the basketball into the hoop. As soon as Qin Feng spoke, the journalists present were taken aback. Ordinary? To describe a performance of 41 points and 11 assists as ordinary? Is it not excessively audacious to demand even more extravagant statistics? It is surprising to witness such boldness from someone typically so humble. This audacity, however, is not off-putting. Rather, it captivates everyone in attendance, leaving them awestruck by Qin Feng's commanding presence. Is this the aura of a prodigious talent? In this match, you made 6 three-pointers, even sinking 3 consecutively at the outset. What inspires such unwavering confidence? I recall stating that I am the strongest three-point shooter in the world. If I am indeed the strongest, then making 6 three-pointers is merely a trivial feat. For me, it can only be described as simple. Qin Feng spoke softly, leaving the reporters in a state of bewilderment. In a moment of clarity, they recalled that during their first interview with him, he had exhibited the same audacious and commanding demeanor. Qin Feng indeed once proclaimed himself to be the world's most formidable shooter. At the time, many regarded it as a mere jest, yet now, no one dismisses his words as such. Even in the NBA, successfully sinking 6 three-pointers in a single game is considered an exceptionally high level of shooting skill. While hitting 6 three-pointers in one game might not seem extraordinary, facing Spain, Qin Feng managed to score 3 three-pointers within just 2 minutes. Could this be mere coincidence? Clearly, it is not. One might inquire why he appeared in garbage time during the match against Angola, yet started in this game. This is a question best directed to the coach. With a smile, Qin Feng gestured towards Yunus. The matter of roster rotation was not solely within the purview of a single player. Suddenly, numerous microphones were directed at Yunus. Taken aback, Yunus cleared his throat, adopting a profound expression as he proclaimed, "Qin Feng is an extraordinary player. He has demonstrated a dominating performance on the court, and I was the one who discovered his talent for the team. His rise has rendered our squad far more competitive." He did not address the reporter's inquiry directly. Instead, he lavished praise upon Qin Feng before subtly alluding to his own contributions. Indeed, the journalists were momentarily taken aback, seemingly unaware that Qin Feng's meteoric rise was accompanied by such a narrative. Instantly, the respect in the eyes of the reporters, particularly those from Huaxia, was palpable, radiating gratitude. Qin Feng cast a fleeting glance at Jonas, pondering that achieving the position of head coach indeed requires a certain audacity. Initially, he showered himself with compliments, presumably to highlight his own merits. What a master of media rhetoric he is, adept at maximizing his value before the press. This maneuver is certainly worth emulating. Upon garnering sufficient attention, Jonas began to respond to the reporters' inquiries. The match against Angola was purely a tactical necessity. I wish to preserve our strength, allowing Qin Feng to showcase his worth when the time calls for it. He can be regarded as our secret weapon. The reporters were enlightened. It turned out that Qin Feng was neither obscured among the crowd nor lacking in opportunities. Rather, Jonas intended to play the role of a cunning strategist, feigning weakness in the match against Angola. Thus, the external perceptions of Qin Feng were indeed misguided. Had Qin Feng started against Angola, he likely would have produced remarkably impressive statistics. Are you planning to elevate Qin Feng's tactical role or increase his playing time in the upcoming matches? A reporter inquired, demonstrating keen interest in the matter. Currently, it appears that Qin Feng's performance is not inconsistent. It is merely a question of playing time. 3 games do not provide a definitive assessment. Should Qin Feng stabilize his performance akin to tonight's display, then he will indeed prove his capabilities. Absolutely. Qin Feng is currently the team's core player, second only to Yao Ming, and his tactical position may even surpass that of Yao, Jonas declared, beaming with joy, his smile nearly stretching from ear to ear. The reporters were once again astonished. From a mere substitute relegated to guarding the water cooler to becoming the team's pivotal player next to Yao Ming, Qin Feng's ascent seems swifter than a rocket. While it is said that gold will inevitably shine, Qin Feng's brilliance is truly dazzling. Qin Feng, what is your perspective on Kaman's performance today? A reporter questioned, unable to suppress a smirk. At present, Kaman may well be regarded as a figure of ridicule among fans and media alike. How shall I articulate this? Perhaps he has yet to clarify his own position. Nevertheless, regardless of his circumstances, he has certainly paid the price for his ignorance. I hope he can glean some wisdom from this experience, for not everyone possesses my amiable disposition, merely administering a light reprimand during the match. Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and offered a few brief remarks, refraining from excessive commentary on Kaman. After all, everyone possesses their own unique style of play. If Kaman chooses to confront the challenge head-on, inviting the ridicule of others, that remains his prerogative. The reporters, upon hearing this, lifted their gazes towards Qin Feng. Was he amiable and approachable, or perhaps administering a slight reprimand? How has Qin Feng suddenly adopted a demeanor of humility? These two terms seem ill-suited to describe Qin Feng's treatment of Come On. Throughout the match, Come On played merely 10 minutes, managing a dismal score of 2 points and 3 rebounds from 4 attempts, alongside 5 fouls and 3 turnovers, ultimately being ejected from the game. Can this truly be termed as a mere reprimand? For a player of Come On's caliber, who hails from the NBA and is on the verge of all-star recognition, such a lackluster performance on the international stage is undeniably a disgrace to his career. The source of this humiliation is none other than Qin Feng. Reporters fervently noted Qin Feng's recent remarks. Should these be published, they would undoubtedly spark significant discussion. What is your response to the Spanish coach's assessment of you? A reporter inquired. What assessment? Came the reply. A fleeting impression. He may not even have the opportunity to face the national team. The reporter elucidated. Today's match provides the most eloquent response. The Spanish coach may be commendable, yet his judgment leaves much to be desired. Furthermore, he ought to pray that his team does not encounter the Huaxia team in the forthcoming matches, lest I make him aware of the repercussions of his ill-considered words. Just as Come On experienced today, Qin Feng declared, his aura suddenly shifting, a fierce combat spirit causing the reporters below to tense up visibly, their expressions betraying a hint of panic. This Qin Feng is not to be trifled with. Not only does he possess formidable basketball skills, but his confidence and audacity are also extraordinary. The reporters whispered among themselves, hastily concluding the post-match interview. In another interview room, the German team was also undergoing a post-match discussion. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. What is your perspective on this match? A reporter inquired of the German team's head coach. It was entirely unexpected. We are undoubtedly more capable than the Huaxia team. However, the players failed to perform adequately, particularly Come On, who fell into foul trouble early on, which hindered our capabilities. The coach of the German team retorted, his mind flashing with images of Qin Feng, gritting his teeth to conceal his fury. Under no circumstances could he concede that the German team's performance was lacking. After all, the team boasts the superstar Dirk Nowitzki and the NBA player Come On. In terms of roster strength, they should outmatch the Huaxia team. Even if Qin Feng overwhelmed the German team, he remains an obscure substitute player from Huaxia, lacking any significant notoriety. The reporters stifled their laughter. The truth was as clear as day. Why did Come On accumulate so many fouls? Was it not because he was utterly dominated by Qin Feng? Especially the fourth foul, where Qin Feng drew a foul from Come On and subsequently sank a three-pointer, achieving a 3-1 and essentially sealing the victory. Had Come On possessed any sense, he would not have lunged in to commit a foul. Hey, Come On, how do you view your performance in this match? Prior to the game, you mentioned in an interview your desire for Qin Feng to play more, hoping to teach him a lesson. However, based on the match's progression, it seems things did not unfold as you wished, a reporter asked, his demeanor exceedingly serious. Come On's face flushed with embarrassment, his anger boiling over. Was there truly a need to pose such a question? The outcome was evident. These reporters were insufferable. Being humiliated on the court by Qin Feng was one thing, but now they were subjecting him to social humiliation during the interview. It was utterly disgraceful. Come On felt as though someone was continuously slapping his face. If I ever get the chance to face him again, I shall return today's humiliation tenfold. After a prolonged silence, Come On managed to utter these words, though his voice lacked conviction. Could he truly exact such vengeance? He felt a twinge of insecurity. After all, he had played basketball his entire life without ever scoring 40 points in a single game. The thought brought a pang of sadness. The journalists, rather unkindly, erupted in soft laughter, posing a few cursory questions before concluding the interview. As the losing side, the national team's journey in the Olympic Games had come to a halt in the group stage. The next opportunity to compete against the Huaxia team might not arise until the World Championships in 2 years. By then, Qin Feng had already demonstrated his capability to achieve a 40-10 performance in a single game. What might he accomplish in 2 years? Perhaps only time could provide the answer. Undoubtedly, Qin Feng was poised to become the leading figure of the Huaxia men's basketball team. There was even a genuine possibility that he could enter the NBA, potentially becoming the 6th Huaxia player to make that leap. Chapter 27. The Storm of Fame. Enthralling discussions in Huaxia. Once again, he astonished the world. An enigmatic player whose brilliance is hard to fathom. Genius or mere ordinary talent. How formidable is Qin Feng's prowess? Especially when he eclipses superstars like Nowitzki. Does he have a future in the NBA? With a staggering 41-11 performance, he set a new personal scoring record for this Olympic Games. Aiming for the finals? the Huaxia team achieved a remarkable 3 consecutive victories, establishing their best record in Olympic participation. As the team's second-in-command, the head coach of the Huaxia team openly acknowledged that Qin Feng is the star of the team after Yao Ming. A dreamlike rise. What ranking can a Huaxia team achieve in this Olympic Games? A minimum of the top 4? The following day, a plethora of reports circulated wildly across various media platforms, including online channels and newspapers. Not only did domestic sports media in Huaxia cover Qin Feng, but even outlets from the United States and Spain reported on his extraordinary performance. Notably, several prominent American sports media outlets detailed Qin Feng's remarkable feats on the Olympic stage, asserting that if he could maintain such competitiveness, he would have a chance to enter the NBA. Conversely, Spanish media stubbornly claimed that Qin Feng's performance was purely a matter of luck, predicting that he would not replicate such success in the upcoming match against Greece, and might not even see playing time. In response to such reports, basketball enthusiasts scoffed. For Qin Feng, who had delivered such astonishing statistics, to return to the bench would be a folly on the part of the coach. Any coach with a modicum of intelligence would avoid such a decision. Not only would it tactically undermine the team, but fans would also vehemently oppose it. Following this match, Qin Feng had become a sensation throughout Huaxia. Millions of fans eagerly anticipated his future performances, and if Coach Jonas were to bench him, it would be akin to defying the entire nation's fervent supporters. While the coaching staff of the Huaxia team had yet to respond to the Spanish media's claims, the head coach of the Spanish team could not remain idle and proactively issued a lengthy statement acknowledging the error of his previous viewpoint, affirming that Qin Feng was indeed a formidable player. However, the lengthy article ultimately conveyed that no matter how formidable the Huaxia team might be, they remained no match for the Spanish squad. Upon the publication of this extensive piece, media outlets from various countries eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Spanish media, which had staunchly defended their team as coach, were taken aback when the coach unexpectedly reversed his stance and acknowledged his erroneous viewpoints, a revelation that undoubtedly struck a severe blow to the Spanish press. In response, the Spanish media chose silence, refraining from issuing further foolish statements that would bring them shame. Meanwhile, within the Huaxia online community, countless netizens engaged fervently in discussions regarding Huaxia basketball. Qin Feng is truly remarkable. Having watched the entire match, I was filled with fervor. His performance surpassed even that of NBA superstars, boasting an impressive 41 points and 11 rebounds. One might easily mistake these statistics for those from the NBA. Initially perceived as a fleeting brilliance, it turned out to be a case of deceptive modesty, soaring to unprecedented heights. After over a decade of following basketball, I have finally witnessed the rise of the Huaxia team. Go Qin Feng! Lead the Huaxia team onward. Carmen's audacious claims of teaching Qin Feng a lesson reveal a profound lack of self-awareness. Indeed, the match was immensely gratifying. Qin Feng rendered Carmen incapable of lifting his head, denying him even a chance to retaliate before being ejected from the game. The fervor surrounding Qin Feng transcended basketball enthusiasts. Even those indifferent to the sport became aware of his existence through the internet, as the search volume for his name skyrocketed to the top of Baidu's trending charts. Countless curious netizens clicked to uncover the reason behind Qin Feng's dominance in search rankings. After perusing related news articles, these individuals were stirred with excitement, prompting them to seek out more news about Qin Feng. Some, who had never followed basketball, sought out recordings to relive the match. Huaxia basketball has indeed risen. Qin Feng is extraordinarily powerful. As someone who has never been a basketball aficionado, I found myself invigorated after watching his game, my emotions running high. Although I'm not a basketball fan, I have begun to admire Qin Feng today. He resembles a mysterious hero from a martial arts novel, emerging triumphantly when all odds were against him, defeating foes and rescuing his nation from peril, thus becoming a hero. Having just returned from watching the match replay, I can only say that I have now developed a fondness for basketball. I, too, shall take up the sport. From now on, I intend to watch every game featuring Qin Feng. The online community is abuzz with excitement. Undoubtedly, Qin Feng has successfully transcended his previous boundaries, emerging overnight as a household name across China. An increasing number of internet users have begun to take an interest in basketball, to learn about the sport, and to develop a passion for it, all thanks to Qin Feng. This exemplifies the allure of sports, which enables individuals to discover their own fervent pursuits. Simultaneously, those associated with Qin Feng swiftly devised advantageous marketing strategies. For instance, His university promptly showcased the illustrious achievements of their distinguished alumnus in the school bulletin, while also disseminating numerous slogans online. Not only does this institution produce academic achievers, but also nurtures athletic talents. Welcome to Kyoto University, the alma mater of Qin Feng. Why hesitate in choosing your future? Come to Kyoto University and pay homage to the place where your senior once thrived. A paragon of excellence. Qin Feng is not only a remarkable athlete and a hero of Chinese basketball, but also an academic achiever, embodying the essence of a life well lived. These slogans rapidly gained popularity online, eliciting a plethora of comments from netizens. He admit I'm envious. Those who excel beyond you also strive harder. And he is handsome too, truly perfect. Inquiries about his relationship status flooded in, with various individuals sharing their own attributes. Kyoto University has successfully capitalized on Qin Feng's newfound fame, garnering significant attention online and yielding remarkable results. In response, the high school, middle school, and elementary school that Qin Feng attended have followed suit, launching a series of related slogans online that successfully captured public interest. Furthermore, the teachers who once instructed Qin Feng, particularly his physical education teachers, have joyously spread the news to neighbors, brimming with pride. Even in Qin Feng's hometown, a small county in the north, officials responsible for local promotion have released numerous slogans online. Discover the hometown of Qin Feng, the rising star of Chinese basketball. Visit to see how Qin Feng became a basketball player. These slogans have also resonated widely online, sparking fervent discussions. It is evident that everything associated with Qin Feng has experienced a surge in popularity, illustrating the monumental impact of his rise to fame across China. Chapter 28. The system unveils new features. The signature controversy. The online world is in a frenzy. Qin Feng remained blissfully unaware. After a night of rest, he arrived at the training facility early the next morning, determined to commence his practice. He was quite pleased with the overall performance against the national team, yet he found himself dissatisfied with his free throw statistics. 5 successful attempts out of 8. This meager success rate, slightly above 50%, was delivered without the aid of any system. Such a figure is undeniably inadequate for a professional basketball player whose primary focus is scoring. Although a system was now available, the acquisition of the free throw skill remained uncertain and elusive. Prior to mastering this essential skill, he was compelled to engage in rigorous practice to elevate his free throw accuracy. The thought of losing a crucial game decided by free throws was intolerable. A player who yearns for competition and victory is perpetually preoccupied with self-improvement. Swish. During his inaugural free throw practice, Qin Feng effortlessly swished the ball through the net. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking the system training feature. Completing training will enhance your proficiency without any attributes. Oh! Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had not anticipated that his unintended actions would inadvertently activate the system. What training could enhance his proficiency in the unclassified attributes? Completing any basketball-related training would suffice to elevate his unclassified proficiency. As Qin Feng listened to the voice of the system, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. Nevertheless, he endeavored to execute a free throw. Swish! The basketball once again soared through the net with perfect precision. Proficiency increased by 1. Qin Feng was utterly exhilarated. Enhancing proficiency through training was far more expedient than waiting for the system to assign tasks. With this newfound capability, he could swiftly elevate his proficiency in unassigned skills, thereby advancing his basketball talents and becoming stronger. Without hesitation, Qin Feng immersed himself wholly in his training. Free throws, three-pointers, layups, each practice contributed to his growing expertise. For an entire morning, he drenched himself in sweat, completing 1,000 shooting drills, successfully making 723 shots, barely stabilizing his free throw percentage above 70. This rigorous training garnered him an impressive increase of 900 in proficiency. Consequently, he now possessed a total of 1,900 proficiency points, making the upgrade of his system's skills an imminent reality. During his rest, the doors of the training facility swung open, and members of the Chinese national team filed in. Upon seeing Qin Feng drenched in perspiration, they were met with expressions of astonishment. "I was wondering where I could find you in the Olympic Village. Turns out you were here training," exclaimed Yao Ming, his eyes brimming with admiration. After achieving fame, he exhibited neither arrogance nor complacency, but rather an intensified dedication to training, tirelessly seeking ways to enhance his prowess, such as the hallmark of an exceptional athlete. Possessing the humility to remain grounded and a spirit of relentless endeavor naturally leads to unforeseen rewards. Impressive. I never anticipated you would be so diligent. I genuinely admire that. Sun Yu remarked, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect, his tone tinged with a hint of envy. Indeed, I wasn't particularly satisfied with my free throws yesterday, so I thought I would come here for some practice. Qin Feng shook his head, wiping the sweat from his brow. Do not overexert yourself. We have a match tomorrow. He cautioned. The Greek team is indeed formidable. Big Yao replied with a serious demeanor. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits. Besides, the Greek team is certainly not our match. We should focus on analyzing the opponents we may face in the quarterfinals or even the semifinals. Qin Feng spoke with an air of unwavering confidence. The players gazed at him with wide eyes, astonished by the sudden transformation of the previously humble Qin Feng into someone so commanding. Did he truly harbor such disdain for the Greek team? If the players from Greece were present and understood Qin Feng's words, they would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with emotion. All right, let's commence our training, announced Yao Ming. As a prominent figure in Chinese basketball, his authority within the team was immense. The players nodded in agreement, shedding their outer garments to begin their warm-up exercises. Zhu Fengyu occasionally cast glances at Qin Feng, as if grappling with something he wished to express, yet found himself at a loss for words. Qin Feng sensed the peculiar gaze directed at him and found it quite strange, yet he refrained from inquiring further, uncertain of its meaning. From what he knew of Zhu Fengyu, he was an exceptionally resolute man, having once engaged in physical altercations on the international court, delivering blows with remarkable speed, precision, and ferocity, each punch landing with palpable impact. Following that confrontation, fans affectionately dubbed him Zhu Eight Fists. Such a formidable man, surely, would harbor no detrimental vices. After completing their training, the players exited the gymnasium, only to be greeted by a throng of people crowding the small square outside, evoking an illusion that they were about to partake in a match. What was the reason for this multitude? Why were so many people here? This was merely a training facility, not Wuxong. A sense of confusion washed over Dayo. Surely, they hadn't come specifically to watch their practice. After triumphing over the national team, they had indeed achieved a record-breaking 3 consecutive victories, allowing the fans to revel in their glory. Sun Yu remarked, a smile breaking across his face. This feeling of being adored is truly delightful. This is quite extraordinary. After over a decade of playing basketball, this is the first time I have seen such a crowd of fans outside a training facility. There must be at least a few thousand here. Dayo exclaimed, equally bewildered. At that moment, the fans in the square spotted the players of the Huaxia team and erupted into excitement, rushing toward them in frenzy. Do you have any pens? Wait, we might need to sign autographs. Sun Yu called out, glancing at his teammates. Everyone shook their heads, yet their exhilaration was palpable. The team's popularity among the fans clearly indicated their recognition. The significance of this trio of victories in the Olympic group stage was immense. However, to everyone's astonishment, the fans surged past them, disregarding the other players entirely, and headed straight for Qin Feng, instantly encircling him in a throng so dense it was impenetrable. Aside from a few fans lingering near Dayo, the remaining players were left unnoticed. This left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Were they all here solely for Qin Feng? When did his popularity soar to such heights? Sun Yu, filled with bewilderment, asked, a faint sense of disappointment creeping in. This was absurd. Had Qin Feng's fame now eclipsed that of Dayo? Dayo observed the scant few fans by his side, and then the nearly 1,000-strong crowd surrounding Qin Feng. The contrast was stark. Are you all not aware? Qin Feng has truly become a sensation. The discussions surrounding him online have been fervent these past few days, with various humorous anecdotes going viral. Zhu Fengyu commented, casting a glance toward Qin Feng's direction, tightly gripping the pen hidden in his pocket. All of them were members of the Huaxia basketball national team. How could the disparity in popularity be so vast? It was inconceivable, difficult to comprehend. Sun Yu covered his face, a hint of melancholy in his expression. The other players merely shrugged, seemingly indifferent. Apart from the great Yao Ming, it had been far too long since China had witnessed the emergence of a world-class basketball player. Thus, when Qin Feng delivered statistics that rivaled those of superstars, his influence and fame surged throughout the nation. Millions of basketball enthusiasts yearned for the dawn of another global icon from China. Qin Feng stood as the most promising candidate to ascend to the heights of international recognition akin to Yao Ming. At that moment, he was besieged by fans, creating an impenetrable crowd. Security personnel swiftly intervened to ensure Qin Feng's safety, for without their presence, he might have been whisked away by a throng of female admirers. Fortunately, the male fans displayed remarkable composure, preventing any unfortunate incidents. Under the watchful protection of security, the Chinese team players boarded the bus, setting off towards the Olympic Village. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, finally finding solace. The enthusiastic fans left him somewhat disconcerted. At that moment, Zhu Fengyu clumsily rose from his seat and approached Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, could you please give me your autograph?" After uttering these words, Zhu Fengyu felt a twinge of shyness. All the members of the Huaxia team were taken aback, gazing at Zhu Fengyu with expressions of astonishment, confusion, and disbelief. Was this the same Zhu Baquan who fiercely battled opponents on the international stage? Has he now succumbed to the allure of celebrity? This world is utterly bewildering. Zhu Fengyu, you've started to idolize someone? You are the one I admire most in the Guangdong team. Yi Jianlian exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity. Is the world going mad, or is it just me? Zhu Fengyu idolizing someone? After all these years as teammates in Guangdong, I never heard of him being a fan. Wang Shipong remarked, his disbelief palpable. It's a misunderstanding. It's not me, Zhu Fengyu said, his face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly clarified. It's my dad. He saw some news on television and greatly admires Qin Feng. Knowing that Qin Feng is my teammate, he called me asking for an autograph. I see. Why didn't you say so earlier? You gave me quite a scare. But your father certainly has good taste. Qin Feng is the future star of Huaxia basketball. Getting an autograph now will undoubtedly hold great value in the future. The others began to chatter, praising Zhu Fengyu's father. Qin Feng let out a long sigh of relief, simultaneously experiencing a moment of enlightenment. No wonder Zhu Fengyu had been stealing glances at him during training today. It was all due to the matter of the autograph. Fortunately, it was merely an autograph request. Had there been any other demands, he might not have acquiesced. Without hesitation, Qin Feng took the pen, retrieved a jersey from his bag, and inscribed his name in the empty space beside the jersey number. Zhu Fengyu carefully accepted the jersey, his face lighting up with a smile akin to liberation. This was a directive from my grandfather that I had to fulfill. With this completed, I can finally breathe easy. Otherwise, he would incessantly call me, disturbing my focus. With that, he turned and returned to his seat. Laughter erupted from the others, and their gazes towards Qin Feng now brimmed with admiration and a hint of envy. Everyone understood that ever since Qin Feng had taken to the field against the national team, he had soared to unprecedented heights. Though they were all players of the Huaxia team now, their futures were destined to diverge. Qin Feng is destined to possess a more illustrious career and a brighter future. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that Zhu Fengyu would seek Qin Feng's autograph. Upon returning to the Olympic Village, the athletes retired to their accommodations for rest. The following afternoon, the basketball group stage of the Olympics continued, with the Huaxia team set to face Greece in their final group match. During a pre-match interview, both Jonas and Qin Feng were present. When asked about their perspective on the upcoming game, Jonas's response was straightforward. The objective is to secure victory and emerge as the second in the group. This strategy would maximize their chances of avoiding the formidable U.S. team prior to the finals, as the U.S. team had already completed their group matches, boasting an impeccable record of 5 wins and an average margin of victory exceeding 20 points. Such overwhelming strength instilled fear in all participating teams at the Olympics. There is no shame in evading the U.S. team before the finals. To compete against them on the grand stage is a testament to one's prowess. On the other side, during Greece's interview, players and coaches expressed their determination to win, having already secured a place in the top 8. Greece's strategy mirrored that of the Huaxia team. Regarding their perspective on the Huaxia team, Greece did not express as much as the U.S. team, but simply stated that regardless of their opponents, they aimed to perform well and strive for victory. As time passed, the match commenced without any controversy, with Qin Feng once again taking the court as the starting shooting guard for the Huaxia team. Right from the outset, Greece appeared somewhat overconfident, exhibiting lax defense on the perimeter while focusing their defensive efforts on the formidable Yao Ming. In their estimation, the ultimate weapon of the Huaxia team remained the Asian giant, Yao Ming. As for Qin Feng, while he possessed commendable skill, evidenced by his rapid rise in renown within Huaxia, he was deemed incomparable to Yao Ming, a superstar who had made his mark in the NBA, commanding respect from every team due to his three-point shooting prowess. Particularly, Yao Ming's dominance in the paint was unparalleled in this Olympic edition, even outshining U.S. players like Howard and Boozer. Faced with this relaxed defense, Qin Feng swiftly found his rhythm, ignited by the system's heavenly three-point boost, and began to rain down three-pointers from beyond the arc. When he sank his fourth three-pointer within the first half of the quarter, Greece finally adjusted their strategy, intensifying their defense against him. However, an on-fire Qin Feng proved impervious to their efforts. He unleashed all his permanent skills rewarded by the system, showcasing Curry's heavenly three, Durant's death jump shot, and Magic Johnson's magical pass, among others. Remarkably, he did not even resort to any energy-draining skills, leaving the Greek team bewildered. At the end of the first quarter, Qin Feng had played for 10 minutes, achieving 7 out of 10 shooting, with 3 out of 5 from three-point range and a perfect 4 out of 4 from the free throw line, amassing an impressive 21 points, 2 rebounds, and 4 assists in just one quarter. The performance once again matched that of the national team. Such explosive scoring enabled the Huaxia team to achieve a remarkable 34 points in a single quarter, while the Greek team managed only 20. By the end of the first quarter, Huaxia had established a 14-point lead. Subsequently, they maintained a firm grip on the game. Besides the outstanding play of Qin Feng, Yao Ming wreaked havoc in the opponent's paint, repeatedly dismantling the Greek team's defensive line. Ultimately, by halftime, Huaxia had built a 20-point lead. In the second half, after a few minutes of play and realizing that catching up was futile, the Greek team substituted in bench players and conceded the match. The final score stood at 86-103, with Huaxia triumphing over Greece by a decisive 17-point margin, advancing to the quarterfinals with a second-place finish in their group. In this match, Qin Feng once again excelled, dominating both offense and defense. He played for 28 minutes, shooting 15 of 21 from the field, 4 of 8 from beyond the arc, and making all 5 of his free throws, amassing an impressive 39 points, 6 rebounds, 9 assists, and 2 steals. His performance surpassed Yao Ming's 22 points, 14 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 blocks, earning him the title of the game's MVP. If one were to question such statistics from a single game, the consistent display of superstar-level performance across 2 consecutive matches leaves no room for doubt. Qin Feng has truly emerged as the second-in-command of the Huaxia team, second only to the illustrious Yao Ming, and there are even whispers of his potential to surpass him. Amidst the fervent cheers of fans, the players of the Huaxia team returned to the locker room. Half an hour later, the list of the top 8 teams in the Olympic men's basketball event was unveiled, accompanied by the matchups. Chapter 30. The quarterfinals commence, with Spain advancing. The basketball group stage comprised 2 pools. The top 4 teams from Group A are Lithuania, Argentina, Croatia, and Australia, while the top 4 from Group B are the United States, Huaxia, Spain, and Greece. Thus, the matchups are Lithuania versus Greece, Argentina versus Spain, Croatia versus Huaxia, and Australia versus the United States. Among these encounters, the most captivating are undoubtedly Croatia versus Huaxia and the United States versus Australia. There is no doubt that the Huaxia team has already showcased its dark horse potential in this Olympic tournament. Although the best historical performance for the Huaxia team in the Olympics has been reaching the top 8, this year they may very well advance further, breaking into the top 4, or even reaching the finals. Before Qin Feng's astounding emergence, few believed the Huaxia team could breach the top 4. After all, the Huaxia men's basketball team's own objective was merely to escape the group of death and reach the top 8. Many foreign media outlets and professional basketball analysts held a skeptical view of the Huaxia men's basketball team, given that their foundational lineup was evident, and the team's potential was clearly delineated. However, with Qin Feng's stunning rise, everything has shifted. Yet, in the official Olympic media's power rankings, the Huaxia team was placed a mere 6th. This position suggests a prediction that the Huaxia team would not surpass the quarterfinals, subsequently ranking 6th based on group stage results. Once this ranking was published, it ignited a fervent debate online, as it reflected the international officials' disdain for the Huaxia team. Countless Huaxia fans expressed their outrage through comments, denouncing the ranking as unjust and misleading. In response, the officials remained indifferent, a dismissive attitude that only fueled the fans' anger further. Many flocked to the Huaxia Olympic Basketball Forum to leave messages of support for their team. The quarterfinals have yet to commence, yet the entire internet is abuzz with excitement. Many who do not typically follow basketball have declared their intention to watch the Huaxia team's quarterfinal match, rallying behind them, not for any other reason, but to reclaim their pride. In this regard, the Huaxia team has chosen not to respond. as they are engaged in 2 days of closed training and preparation for the quarterfinals. 2 days hence, the quarterfinals commenced in earnest, featuring the match between the Australian team and the formidable American squad. Despite Australia boasting the NBA's top draft pick, Bogut, alongside the promising potential star Mills, they appeared woefully inadequate against the might of the American team. Within merely a single quarter, the Americans had established an overwhelming lead of nearly 20 points, rendering the match devoid of suspense. Ultimately, the American team triumphed with an impressive advantage of almost 30 points, advancing effortlessly to the semifinals. Just 2 hours later, another quarterfinal unfolded, pitting Lithuania against Greece. In a nail-biting conclusion, Lithuania clinched victory with a crucial three-pointer in the final moments, securing a 2-point lead. Thus, the first semifinal matchup was confirmed: Lithuania versus the United States. These initial matches garnered little attention, as the outcomes were largely anticipated. The true spotlight awaited on the subsequent day, as the Huaxia team endeavored to break through to the semifinals, aiming to forge a new chapter in the history of Chinese men's basketball. As time flowed on, the second day of the Olympic basketball quarterfinals commenced. The first encounter featured a riveting clash between the Spanish team and Argentina. This match was laden with intrigue, as Argentina was the champion of the 2004 Athens Olympics, while Spain held the title from the 2006 Men's Basketball World Championship. A duel of champions, it was a spectacle akin to a celestial collision. Each team showcased several players from the NBA, with Argentina's core including Billy and Scola, and Spain featuring the likes of Pau Gasol, Carlos Delfino, Marc Gasol, and Rubio among its star-studded roster. In terms of prowess, the teams were evenly matched. The contest unfolded with exhilarating intensity, as both sides exchanged leads in a fiercely contested battle. It was not until the fourth quarter that the dynamics shifted. Spain's deeper roster began to assert itself, launching a surge of offensive momentum that forced a timeout from Argentina. By the time Billy and the key players returned to the court, Spain had firmly seized control of the match. The Gasol brothers demonstrated their formidable dominance in the paint, consistently scoring and widening the gap. Ultimately, Argentina could not mount a comeback, succumbing to defeat as Spain advanced to the semifinals. In the stands, the members of the Chinese men's basketball team wore serious expressions, their eyes reflecting a sense of gravity. With a match against Croatia looming in just 2 hours, the entire team arrived early at the Wuxang Arena to observe the game between Spain and Argentina. The performance of the Spanish team cast a pall over their spirits. Spain, undeniably a powerhouse in the world of basketball, exhibited an impressive dominance, particularly in the fourth quarter, which was nothing short of terrifying. Yi Jianlian spoke with a heavy voice, deeply shaken by what he had witnessed. The other players remained silent, equally struck by the formidable strength of the Spanish team, which seemed to transcend the level they had displayed in the group stage. Spain represented an insurmountable obstacle for the Chinese team. Victory in the quarterfinals would lead them directly to a confrontation with Spain in the semifinals. The pressure was palpable. How could they possibly surmount this formidable challenge? The players found themselves lost in contemplation. Focus. The path must be traversed step by step. Progress must be made bite by bite. At this moment, the most critical task was the quarterfinals. Only by triumphing there could they hope to face Spain. Coach Jonas's voice echoed in their minds. Indeed, they must first secure victory in the quarterfinals and then turn their thoughts to the semifinals. Moreover, the current Chinese team is also exceptionally strong. They are more than capable of contending with Spain. Qin Feng offered words of comfort, expressing indifference towards the Spanish team, as their players posed no real threat to him. However, the confidence of his fellow teammates appeared somewhat lacking. This was hardly surprising. The Chinese men's basketball team had participated in international competitions for decades, yet their best achievement remained a mere spot in the top 8. In previous encounters with the Spanish team, they could only look up in awe. But the tides had changed. They now possessed the merit to challenge Spain. Yet, the team's mindset had yet to adapt to this new reality. As the Spanish team emerged from their locker room, it was time for them to take the court. "Let's proceed," said Jonas, rising first from the stands and making his way towards the players' tunnel, followed closely by the rest of the team. The spectators erupted in cheers upon spotting the Chinese team, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming match. Just as they reached the players' tunnel, they encountered the Spanish team exiting their locker room. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant, with both teams eyeing each other warily, hostility palpable in the air. "Congratulations on reaching the semifinals. It seems we shall face off again in this championship," Jonas remarked after a brief silence. "Thank you, and good luck to you as well." However, to compete with us, you must first reach the semifinals. After all, your historical best is merely the top 8. Achieving a breakthrough will not be an easy feat, the Spanish coach responded, his tone laced with a hint of pride and a touch of mockery. Hearing this, Yao, Ji, and others felt a surge of anger and indignation. Just as they were about to retort, Jonas intervened, offering a smile as he watched the Spanish team pass by. At the end of the line, Rubio turned back and earnestly stated, "Qin Feng, how disappointing. If you cannot even reach the semifinals, what qualifications do you have to compare with us? Should you manage to advance to the semifinals, it would reveal who truly belongs in the realm of basketball." With that, he turned and rejoined his team, vanishing around the corner of the players' tunnel. Qin Feng appeared utterly bewildered. What was going on with Rubio? It seemed he had done nothing to offend him. So why such intense hostility? "Ha, my friend, it seems you're being scrutinized," Sun Yu remarked, giving him a pat on the shoulder. It was perplexing. As for the Spanish team, aside from the long-standing grievances between Navarro and Gasol, neither of the veterans had uttered a word. Why the sudden commotion? Qin Feng remarked, "Indeed, there is truth in the adage that one fears the fame of the pig and the strength of the bull. Do we truly believe that fame brings only advantages? Surely, there are drawbacks as well." Rubio, the youngest basketball prodigy of the current Olympics, has burst onto the scene, shattering preconceived notions. The online discourse has become rife with comparisons regarding who possesses greater potential and who has a better chance of making a name for themselves in the NBA. Jillian shrugged, appearing deeply affected by the scrutiny. Since entering the NBA as the 6th overall pick, he has garnered immense attention and has been the subject of high expectations from fans, often finding himself in comparison with other talented contemporaries, which has become a source of considerable annoyance for him. Qin Feng suddenly realized why he had been provoked by Rubio. His brilliance had indeed become dazzling. Among the youthful competitors of this Olympic Games, the radiance of the younger generation shone the brightest, generating the most buzz. And then there was Rubio. With Qin Feng capturing Rubio's attention, it was only natural for the latter to feel a surge of envy, igniting a fervent desire to defeat Qin Feng and thereby validate his own status as the most promising basketball talent of this Olympic event. Qin Feng raised his hands in exasperation, wishing to maintain a low profile. Yet, his abilities permitted otherwise. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Strong hostility detected from the entire Spanish team. Mission issued. Defeat the Croatian team and meet the Spanish team in the semifinals. Rewards: 2 death shots, 2 phantom steals, and 1,000 points of attribute proficiency. What a revelation! How astonishing! Was this hostility directed solely at Rubio? Why then? Was the system detecting such intense hostility from the entire Spanish squad? Goodness, how ruthless! Qin Feng felt utterly speechless as he reflected on his decisive shot during the group match, which had left the entire Spanish team grappling with their disappointment. Nevertheless, let the storm intensify. Only those who bear greater burdens can endure more significant responsibilities. Perhaps, after the semifinals, Spain's animosity towards their adversaries will escalate to unprecedented levels, leaving them with a lifelong sense of regret for having shattered their dreams of Olympic glory. "Coach, why did you allow the counterattack just now?" Yao's furious voice interrupted Qin Feng's reverie. The Spanish team's audacity stemmed from their advancement to the semifinals, emboldening them to speak freely. However, until they secure a victory over Croatia, any words would be rendered meaningless. Only after reaching the semifinals can they engage in an equal dialogue with the Spanish team. Yunus spoke with a grave tone, expressing his satisfaction with Spain's attitude while being acutely aware of what the Chinese team should and must do. Yao fell silent, recognizing Yunus's wisdom. The harsh reality of competitive sports is that outcomes are always dichotomous. Winners ascend to greater heights, while losers remain in their place, where any verbal retort only signifies weakness. "All right, let's prepare for the match diligently. We must defeat Croatia," Yunus declared resolutely. The knockout stage differs from the group stage. One must continue winning. The players rallied, filled with determination. Once they arrived at the locker room, they changed into their uniforms and headed to the court to commence their warm-up. Finally, they saw the Chinese team in action. Their condition appeared promising, as observed from the commentary booth, where Yang Yi expressed his excitement. He had eagerly anticipated this match for quite some time, spending an entire night preparing his commentary materials. A strong premonition stirred within him that today could become a memorable day for Chinese basketball, as the team was poised to win and secure a spot in the semifinals, thereby making history. Of course, even if the Chinese team were to lose, it would still be acceptable, given that they had already achieved their goal of reaching the top 8. However, Who among them would willingly accept defeat? Everyone, remain calm and relaxed. Just play to the best of your abilities. We can accept the outcome, win or lose. The venerable Zhang Weiping advised. His words, ostensibly meant to alleviate pressure on the Chinese men's basketball team, belied a deeper desire to see them triumph. As professional commentators, Yang Yi and Zhang Weiping understood profoundly that tonight offered the Chinese team their best opportunity to break historical barriers. They had waited 4 long years for this moment. Even if Qin Feng emerged stronger in 4 years, there was no certainty that Yao Ming would still be able to compete in the next Olympics, especially given potential injuries. Relying solely on Qin Feng, what heights could the team truly aspire to? The key lay in seizing the moment. Regardless of the outcome, one could only hope that the Chinese players would embody the spirit of their nation and avoid disappointing their fans on home soil. Yang Yi gritted his teeth, feeling an overwhelming sense of tension within. After more than a decade of commentary, he had never experienced such anxiety. On the court, the players of the Huaxia team laughed and joked, seemingly oblivious to the mounting pressure. The warm-up concluded swiftly, and both teams returned to the bench for their final preparations before the starting players took to the court. The Croatian team lacked superstars, with not a single NBA player among them. Their roster comprised athletes who played across Europe. This led Croatia to adopt a cohesive, team-oriented style of basketball, as the skill levels of the starting players varied significantly. Their 2 most threatening guards posed a 3-point shooting threat, while their presence in the paint was relatively weak. Thus, the Croatian team emerged as one of the most scrutinized squads in the men's basketball event of the current Olympics. In contrast, Huaxia fans were more familiar with NBA players, having limited knowledge of European athletes. Despite this, Croatia's prowess should not be underestimated. Historically, they had secured a silver medal in the Olympics, second only to the legendary Dream Team of the United States. Predictions for the match tilted in Croatia's favor with a 65 chance of victory, while Huaxia was given only a 35 likelihood, an analysis indicative of Croatia's superior strength. The arena fell silent as the players took their positions. The referee blew the whistle and tossed the basketball high into the air. Yao Ming leapt alongside his opponent, but managed to touch the ball first, inadvertently tapping it to Lu Wei. Just as the audience prepared to cheer, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a violation against Yao for an illegal jump ball. The fans were left bewildered. How could Yao commit such a fundamental error? Chapter 32. The tense Yao, a flexible Qin Feng. Gasps filled the spectator stands, with players from a Spanish team expressing their confusion as well. Yao Ming, committing a jump ball violation? It was an elementary mistake. Pau Gasol could hardly believe it, having played numerous games with Yao in the NBA, never having witnessed such a blunder. Looks like he's nervous, Navarro whispered, equally astonished. The Yao Ming they knew, an NBA All-Star. The undeniable core of the Rockets, one of the league's finest forwards, was now faltering. Even the fans in the arena sensed something amiss with Yao's demeanor. On the court, he was drenched in cold sweat. His gaze was resolute, yet his movements appeared rigid, as if frozen in place. Yao, take it easy. Your emotions will affect the team. Qin Feng approached Yao with a grave demeanor. Aren't you the least bit anxious? If we lose this match, our Olympic journey will come to an abrupt end. We would be failing the expectations of fans across the nation. Yao replied, the psychological burden is immense. Naturally, I am tense. The Croatian team should be the ones feeling the pressure. It's unfortunate to face them in the quarterfinals. With a confident smile, Qin Feng pondered. What is there to be anxious about? His mind was equipped with an array of skills, having mastered the enchanting passing of Magic Johnson, the lethal jump shot of Kevin Durant, among many other consumable skill cards. Furthermore, his vertical leap boasted an impressive score of 90, surpassing even that of Michael Jordan. Such abilities were more than sufficient to dominate the players of the Croatian team. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Yao displayed a look of astonishment, realizing the immense psychological fortitude Qin Feng possessed. If memory served him right, this was only the 3rd game of the starting lineup. Truly, what a prodigy in basketball, Yao reflected, considering himself a talent in the realm of basketball. Yet in comparison to Qin Feng, he felt he still fell short. Perhaps it was indeed possible for Qin Feng to shine in the NBA. The Olympics loomed ahead as the ultimate challenge. Regaining his focus, Yao dashed back to his defensive position, commencing earnest defense. The Croatian team launched their offense, with their point guard dribbling past half-court before making a direct pass. Each player executed intricate movements, weaving and positioning themselves to create offensive opportunities. The cohesive teamwork of the Croatian squad was astonishing. After a series of passes, they finally found an opening and executed a jump shot successfully. The Huaxia team began their offense. Yao received the ball inside, but faced a double team, subsequently passing to the unmarked Yi Jianlian. Yi Jianlian took a high long-range jump shot from the top of the arc, a staple move in the NBA, renowned for its reliability. However, this shot failed to find the mark. The ball ricocheted off the rim, and the Croatian team seized the rebound, quickly initiating a fast break to create a 3-on-2 situation, culminating in a successful basket. The score was now 4-0, and the Huaxia team found themselves caught off guard right from the outset. The players seemed to struggle to find their rhythm, committing numerous turnovers or missing shots, allowing the Croatian team to capitalize with frequent fast breaks. Halfway through the first quarter, the Croatian team had already established a 10-point lead, while the Huaxia team was still struggling to find their footing, except for Qin Feng. Throughout the first half, Qin Feng had primarily focused on passing, hoping to assist his teammates in regaining their confidence and rhythm. The once vibrant atmosphere of the arena gradually dimmed as the score gap widened, with anxious fans silently observing the court, eagerly awaiting a counterattack from the Huaxia team. The mood became increasingly oppressive. A foreboding feeling settled in. If the point disparity continued to grow, recovery would become exceedingly difficult. This would signify the elimination of the Huaxia team, halting their journey at the quarterfinals. Clearly, there was a chance to reach the semifinals. If they faltered today, they would have to wait another 4 years. What the Huaxia men's basketball team would look like then was anyone's guess. What was happening to the Huaxia team? Why could they not make a single shot? It felt as if they were completely devoid of competitive spirit. What was Qin Feng doing? Why was he not attacking? Merely watching as his team faltered? Perhaps Qin Feng was struggling as well. Though he had dazzled in previous games, the intensity of the quarterfinals was on par with the group stage. Oh Lord, please bless the Huaxia team. Let us strive to make that ball soar into the hoop. Otherwise, if we continue to miss, victory will slip from our grasp. The fans are abuzz with diverse sentiments, their emotions a tangled web. Although merely half a quarter has elapsed, concerns for the Huaxia team loom large. Alas, worry breeds confusion. The fans fervently desire a triumph for the Huaxia team, and thus, trailing in points ignites a profound anxiety. On the court, the players of Huaxia exhibit vacant stares and rigid bodies, still ensnared in a state of tension. Qin Feng calls out Jonas from the sidelines, directing his voice toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng hurried to his coach's side, leaning in to listen intently. Listen, my friend. I understand the desire to encourage our teammates to pursue more aggressive plays in search of their rhythm. However, it is imperative that we also shoulder a greater share of the offensive responsibilities. A dynamic offense will invigorate our teammates, and once our attacking flow is established, the team's morale will soar. At that point, we could devote our full energy to the game, rather than succumbing to hesitation and anxiety. Yunus spoke swiftly, hoping his words would resonate with Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded, suddenly enlightened. His teammates, by persistently attempting to shoot, would merely regain their rhythm, yet ultimately lose their confidence in scoring. Just moments ago, Zhu Fengyu and Yi Jianlian had opportunities to take shots, but they hesitated and opted to pass instead, all due to a lack of self-assurance. Given this realization, it was time to activate the scoring mode. As Qin Feng returned to the court, he took his defensive position. The Croatian team launched an offensive, executing a series of precise passes that swiftly dismantled the Huaxia team's defensive formation. A player lurking in the corners successfully sank a 3-point shot, widening the gap to 13 points. As Huaxia initiated their offense, Lu Wei had just dribbled past half-court when Qin Feng sprinted to the top of the arc, signaling for his teammates to spread out and allow for a one-on-one play. The audience held their breath, all eyes fixated on Qin Feng. With bated anticipation, he made his move. The calming influence of Paul's ball-handling skills made him feel as if he were one with the basketball, moving with effortless grace. The potential of his dribbling ability, once perfected, would be nothing short of terrifying. Though he lacked breakthrough skills, his stable dribbling was more than sufficient. After a series of deft changes in direction, he suddenly stepped back, creating space between himself and the defender before launching a jump shot from beyond the arc. The basketball glided from his fingertips. As the inner voice of focus faded, the ball followed suit, gliding smoothly through the air. The motion was fluid and seamless. Chapter 33. The Emergence of Leadership Qualities. A powerful dunk over adversity. A step-back three. The difficulty of the maneuver was exceedingly high. Even in the NBA, 80% of players would struggle to execute such a challenging shot. A true talent on the court. Yang restrained his exclamation. Despite the high difficulty, the choice to shoot in that moment seemed rash. The defense had not yet fully collapsed, making it a questionable offensive decision. Old Master Zhang Weiping remarked gravely. No sooner had he spoken than the basketball, released from Qin Feng's step-back three, soared through the air like a meteor, finding its mark in the hoop. Thud! It swished through the net. Elegant and effortless. The once quiet arena erupted with fervor. He scored. Qin Feng had finally made a basket. Was this the rallying cry for a Huaxia comeback? Yang exclaimed, rising from his seat. That three-pointer felt as if a meteor had plunged into the ocean, sending forth 1,000 waves. The fans stood in unison, cheering wildly. It was Huaxia's first successful three-pointer of the match, having previously attempted 4 without success. While his shot selection was indeed questionable, what mattered was that it went in. This was a remarkable display of Qin Feng's extraordinary talent. Old Master Zhang Weiping's eyes narrowed with excitement. Yang shot a glance at Zhang Weiping, feeling a tinge of guilt for his commentary, his tone shifting seamlessly. There is always more to learn from the elders. Brother, well done, Yao shouted, racing to Qin Feng's side to deliver a hearty high five. Having been pressured by Croatia for nearly half a quarter, he had been simmering with frustration, unable to find his offensive rhythm. Now, with Qin Feng's three-pointer igniting the crowd, Yao's emotions exploded. Qin Feng, excellent work, brother. It's about time you took charge as the second core of the team's offense. The remaining teammates gathered around, exuberantly exchanging high fives with Qin Feng. Defending the ball, they pursued point by point. With a commanding roar, Qin Feng's presence surged, radiating an irresistible charisma that compelled obedience. Good. His teammates echoed in unison, dispelling any lingering despondency. Yao, witnessing this scene, was utterly astonished. Such leadership qualities. In merely his third game as a starter, Qin Feng had already showcased his capacity for leadership, truly remarkable. A true basketball prodigy. Yao felt a profound sense of admiration, his heart racing with excitement. While basketball skills and physical prowess are tangible attributes, the essence of leadership and basketball intelligence remains elusive. Some players may ascend to superstardom, yet lack the qualities of a leader. They might produce impressive statistics on the court, but fail to uplift their teammates, hindering the team's potential for greatness. However, Qin Feng's recent offensive play and his inspiring words had already begun to influence and elevate the morale of his teammates. He truly embodied the hope of the Chinese national basketball team. Yao's gaze intensified, his emotions reaching a crescendo. He understood deeply the invaluable treasure that a player of such caliber represented. He could undoubtedly rejuvenate the Chinese team, enhancing their overall strength. The Chinese squad should aspire to stand on a grander stage, rising among the world's elite. With this thought, excitement coursed through him, banishing the previous tension and replacing it with boundless confidence. The Croatian team passed the ball inside, preparing for Yao's defensive shot. Calmly, Yao leaped gently, his massive frame overshadowing the attacker like a mountain. With a resounding slap, he swatted the basketball away, unleashing a mighty roar. Block! Yao bellowed, each word resonating like a bombshell, igniting the arena and rallying the fans to a fervent cheer. Such was Yao's commanding presence. Such was the spirit of the Chinese team. As the captain, he staunchly defended the honor of his homeland, yielding not an inch. The basketball, sent flying, was seized by Qin Feng, who launched a fast break. Despite a modest vertical leap of only 79, his speed was commendable. The Croatian players quickly regrouped defensively, bracing for the onslaught. Yet undeterred, Qin Feng dribbled fiercely toward the basket. Within, he summoned his inner strength. System, activate the powerful slam dunk skill. In an instant, he felt an extraordinary connection to his body, dribbling to just inside the free throw line, soaring high into the air. It was as if a rocket had launched. Piercing the clouds, the entire audience was left in awe, their minds fixated on one thought: how high he leaped. Qin Feng's elevation was astonishing. Bolstered by a vertical leap value of 90, his head soared above the rim. Even the Croatian defenders, stationed at the basket, gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide as saucers. They attempted to leap and thwart Qin Feng, but their legs felt as heavy as lead, rendering them immobile. With a fierce roar, he leapt up, attempting to disrupt Qin Feng. Qin Feng glided across the court, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the defending player. With a powerful grip on his opponent's head, he forcefully slammed the basketball into the hoop. The crowd erupted in a thunderous roar, as if the very rim itself was lamenting. The referee's whistle pierced the silence, declaring a defensive foul against the player, granting Qin Feng the basket and an additional free throw. The arena once again erupted in fervor, the deafening cheers drowning out all else. A spectacular dunk. Qin Feng had executed a breathtaking slam over the Croatian defender. Yang he exclaimed with exhilaration, his usually composed heart racing as if struck by a hammer, igniting a fervor within him. One extraordinary feat. It was astonishing to witness a Chinese guard dunking over a European player. Zhang Weiping, too, stood in stunned disbelief. Moreover, this electrifying dunk had invigorated the spirit of the Chinese team. The player's demeanor had transformed entirely from the start of the match. Dunking inherently serves as a morale-boosting offensive strategy in basketball, and Qin Feng's audacious slam only intensified that impact. Zhang Weiping, who typically wore a serious expression, could no longer contain his smile. In the stands, the Spanish team members were left utterly speechless, their eyes wide with profound shock. Was that dunk not overwhelmingly dominant? Qin Feng was simply phenomenal, Navarro murmured, his tone growing increasingly grave. He had watched Qin Feng's journey unfold step by step, from the breathtaking clutch shots in overtime to the brief struggles against Angola, culminating in his resounding fame from the match against the national team. The performance of Qin Feng can only be described as miraculous. Navarro, who once believed that basketball could elevate a player to legendary status, quickly became a star himself. However, after witnessing Qin Feng's display, he has come to believe otherwise. Indeed, it seems that Qin Feng has completely overturned conventional wisdom. In Chapter 34, the team advances to the semifinals, making history for the Huaxia team. I am awestruck. It is not just the formidable strength Qin Feng exhibits, but also the rapidity of his growth. Each match leaves an indelible shock. Gasol shakes his head, his astonishment evident. With such immense talent in basketball, Qin Feng's achievements are bound to be extraordinary. The momentum of the Huaxia team surged with each dunk. Qin Feng not only secured points, but also invigorated the morale of his teammates. Gasol, filled with a palpable sense of trepidation, concurs. With that dunk alone, Qin Feng has already demonstrated ample leadership qualities. The recent dunk has entirely altered the course of the game. The Spanish coach speaks solemnly, his face lined with wrinkles and his gaze deep and inscrutable. The crowd falls silent, casting their eyes upon the youthful figure on the court, each person contemplating their own sentiments. Rubio clenches his jaw, fists tightly balled, brimming with fighting spirit. Perform well, the better the performance, the greater the accolades that will follow the inevitable victory. Everything currently undertaken is merely a prelude to achieving triumph. Rubio muses, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, eagerly anticipating the moment he can vanquish Qin Feng. When he finally defeats Qin Feng, a tidal wave of admiration will come rushing forth. Yet, when the world speaks of Qin Feng again, it will only utter the name of the vanquished. Titles such as Young Prodigy or Savior will belong to the past. Meanwhile, on the court, the players of the Huaxia team encircle Qin Feng, celebrating fervently with wild excitement. Qin Feng gazed at the excitement of home, a faint smile gracing his lips. He understood that his teammates had fully regained their normalcy. Thus, the Huaxia team prepared to launch their counterattack. Qin Feng stood at the free throw line, confidently sinking the shot to secure another point for the Huaxia team. As the head coach of the Spanish team remarked, following Qin Feng's second dunk, the entire Huaxia squad transformed. The morale surged, and both their offensive and defensive plays exhibited remarkable tenacity, forcing the Croatian team into a series of uncharacteristic errors. Seizing the opportunity, Huaxia launched a fervent counterattack. By the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 20-28, with Huaxia not only closing the gap of 10 points, but also surging ahead by 8. In the second quarter, the Croatian team attempted to ignite a comeback, but Qin Feng extinguished their hopes with 2 consecutive three-pointers, firmly establishing Huaxia's dominance in the game. As halftime approached, Croatia made several attempts to narrow the score, but ultimately, they fell short. The final whistle blew, sealing the score at 78-90, with Huaxia triumphing by a 12-point margin and advancing to the semifinals. In that electrifying moment when the final buzzer sounded, the arena erupted in jubilant cheers, a wave of ecstatic shouts reverberating throughout the venue. Fans watching the match from their homes also succumbed to their excitement, celebrating the momentous victory that resonated across Huaxia. They had won. That night, the Huaxia men's basketball team not only reached the semifinals, but etched their names in history. Who could have imagined that in this Olympic Games, The Huaxia team would not only emerge from the so-called group of death to reach the quarterfinals, but also triumph over the formidable Croatian team to secure a place in the Final Four. Such a feat is nothing short of miraculous. As Yang passionately exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes, how many years had it been since Huaxia's men's basketball team began competing internationally? They had been laden with immense expectations. For years, their best achievement had only been reaching the quarterfinals. Year after year of anticipation, year after year of disappointment. Now, Huaxia had finally broken through once more, successfully entering the semifinals, and to do so on home soil, in front of millions of Huaxia fans. What could be more moving, more tear-jerking than this story? Yang, he felt his blood surge with fervor, his heart racing like a stampede, all of his emotions welling up in his chest, and despite the flood of words threatening to spill from his throat, he could only shed tears of joy. This victory belonged to the Huaxia men's basketball team, but even more so, it belonged to the millions of Huaxia fans. They had made it to the Final Four. The journey had been fraught with challenges, but every moment had been worthwhile. They eagerly anticipated Huaxia's continued efforts in the semifinals, hoping for yet another miracle. The venerable Zhang Weiping expressed his delight, his own eyes glistening. Yang, he was momentarily taken aback. Another miracle? Could it be that they would win against the Spanish team to reach the finals? Such thoughts seemed almost too audacious to entertain. Yet now it felt within reach. Entirely plausible. What the Spanish team? What being world champions? The basketball court is indeed a place where miracles are born. They had come this far, breaking into the Final Four. What more could they achieve? With boundless ambition and fervent spirit, the gaze was fixed upon Qin Feng. Deeply aware that the key to advancing to the finals rested upon Qin Feng, the extraordinary talent in basketball had repeatedly rescued the Huaxia team from dire straits. The quarterfinal match against Croatia was no exception. Had it not been for Qin Feng's thunderous dunk, reminiscent of a mighty axe cleaving through a mountain, which awakened the Huaxia team and ignited the players' passion in the first quarter, the outcome of the game would have remained uncertain. Qin Feng's formidable rise infused the Huaxia team with limitless energy, instilling confidence not only in the team, but also in Qin Feng himself. Zhang Weiping spoke with a tone brimming with pride. In this match, Qin Feng played for 28 minutes, achieving an impressive 14 out of 22 field goals, 5 out of 9 from three-point range, and 4 out of 7 from the free throw line, totaling 37 points, 5 rebounds, and 7 assists, completely dominating the game. Yang, he gazed at the statistics in astonishment. This marked the third consecutive game in which Qin Feng scored over 30 points, a remarkable feat in this Olympic tournament. Undoubtedly, Qin Feng has surpassed Yao Ming, establishing himself as the strongest player in the Huaxia men's basketball team. On the court, the players of the Huaxia team embraced one another, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Each player understood that they had achieved the best result in the history of Huaxia men's basketball in the world competition, regardless of the future. This moment would be etched in history and forever remembered by fans. This professional career, thus far, has been profoundly glorious. Yao was exceedingly excited, bouncing around like a child. He had fulfilled his promise, becoming a pillar for the Huaxia men's basketball team and realizing his aspiration to bring glory to his country. Now, standing before the fans, he felt no shame, but rather immense pride, fully aware that all these accomplishments were made possible because of Qin Feng. Qin Feng has rendered immense assistance to the Chinese men's basketball team, akin to the significance of Kobe to the Lakers and LeBron to the Cavaliers. As if sensing Yao's fervent gaze, Qin Feng turned to look at Yao, offering a radiant smile, before shifting his attention to the Spanish team still present in the stands. The Final Four awaits. The Spanish team must not let us down. Chapter 35. The expectations of millions of fans overcome the Spanish team. Qin Feng's gaze was piercing, radiating a fierce battle intent, and his profound eyes seemed to blaze like an inferno. The players of the Spanish team felt this fervent spirit, turning their attention towards Qin Feng. Among them, Rubio, with his handsome visage exuding hostility, clenched his fists, the joints cracking ominously. It was perplexing to comprehend why a mere substitute, tasked with guarding the water cooler, would suddenly erupt with such formidable prowess on the Olympic stage. The accolades and spotlight that rightfully belonged to him had been snatched away, an affront he found intolerable. Regardless, he was determined to emerge as the ultimate victor, ensuring the world recognized that there was but one true basketball champion at the Olympics, and that was Rubio. Let us proceed to meticulously analyze the strategies of the Chinese team. Their performance in the group stage had already demonstrated their formidable strength. The head coach of the Spanish team sighed deeply and stood up. As the evening's match was about to commence, many believed Croatia would advance to the semifinals. However, the unfolding of the game was unforeseen. Beyond the initial suppression of the Chinese team, the remaining time saw the Chinese team seizing control of the court. Following Qin Feng's dunk, everything transformed. He truly was a player to be reckoned with. How could they possibly contain Qin Feng's influence? This had become the paramount concern for the Spanish team. Upon seeing their coach depart, the players rose in unison. The semifinal was poised to be a clash of vengeance. They were determined to decisively retaliate for the loss they had suffered in the group stage. Navarro spoke solemnly, his spirit undeterred. While they were astonished by Qin Feng's performance, basketball remained fundamentally a team sport. The collective strength of the Spanish team far surpassed that of the Chinese team. With 4 NBA players and 2 more on the brink of joining, their lineup was undoubtedly more robust than that of any other team at the Olympics, save for the United States. Thus, Navarro harbored absolute confidence in their ability to eliminate the Chinese team in the semifinals and advance to the finals. Certainly, our goal is to defeat the United States and secure the gold medal at this Olympic Games. How could a mere Chinese team obstruct our path to advancement? Gasol asserted decisively. As for the semifinals, there was no room for concern. Perhaps the Chinese team was the most surprising underdog of the Olympics, but what of it? An underdog Chinese team could only hope to triumph over ordinary strong teams. Against a powerhouse like the Spanish Dream Team, the prospect of victory would be laughable. Such a scenario would only serve to render the underdog a source of amusement. Qin Feng gazed at the Spanish players as they departed from the stands, sensing the arrogance emanating from them and their palpable disdain for the Huaxia team. They shall undoubtedly pay a price for their hubris. Qin Feng murmured softly, retracting his battle intent, and turned towards the changing room. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received rewards, 2 death shots, 2 phantom steals, and a proficiency boost of 1,000 in non-attribute skills. Well done. You have acquired 2 consumable skills of death shot, allowing you to navigate the court with ease. The key lies in the precise execution of these 2 skills. Qin Feng felt a surge of joy within. Among the rewards for the secondary mission, he valued the skills related to the death shot consumption the most, as they proved to be exceptionally useful. With the acquisition of the death shot skill, he also gained 2 additional ghost hand steal abilities, thereby expanding his repertoire of consumption-type skills. After employing the forceful dunk skill during the match, his inventory still held 1 forceful dunk card, 2 iron wall defense cards, and a newly acquired death shot and ghost hand steal, totaling 7 consumption-type skill cards. These cards would be more than sufficient for the upcoming match against the Spanish team. If these skills could lead to victory over Spain, he would also earn a peak experience card for the basketball deity, Michael Jordan. The peak experience card of Michael Jordan, once utilized, would allow him to dominate the game, scoring with effortless ease. When the time came, Qin Feng intended to deploy these skill cards, especially as he would soon face the even stronger American team in the finals. In addition to these skill cards, his attribute proficiency had reached 4,100. With a couple more intense training sessions, this value should increase to 5,000, allowing him to upgrade one of his skills and further enhance his abilities. The thought of facing the Spanish team with an even greater strength brought Qin Feng a sense of reassurance. After all, formidable strength is the foundation of everything. Without it, one could only be trampled upon. After returning to the locker room for a shower, Qin Feng joined Yao for an interview in the press room. The scale of this interview was grander than ever, with numerous media outlets present. Following the historic advancement of the Chinese men's basketball team into the semifinals, various media rushed to report the breaking news. The interview lasted significantly longer than anticipated, as the reporters had an abundance of questions, far exceeding the allotted time. Ultimately, it was the officials who had to intervene to bring the interview to a close, much to the reluctance of the journalists. Consequently, news of the Chinese team's advancement to the semifinals ignited a sensation across the internet. Qin Feng once again becomes the absolute focal point, particularly with that spectacular dunk, which has now become the most breathtaking basketball maneuver of this Olympic Games. The video compilation of this moment garnered millions of views within a brief period, surpassing all other videos to become the most viewed official Olympic video. As discussions regarding the quarterfinals ensue, the attention of fans inevitably shifts toward the impending semifinals, brimming with anticipation. After all, this marks the first time the Huaxia team has reached this stage. Their formidable opponent, the Spanish team, seems to be scripted with dramatic flair and narrative depth, akin to a fateful cycle. Within this Olympic context, the deepest rivalry undoubtedly lies between the Huaxia team and the Spanish squad. In the group stage, the Huaxia team triumphed over Spain thanks to Qin Feng's last-minute shot, igniting a feud that led to mutual critiques during interviews. Notably, the Spanish coach audaciously claimed that the Huaxia team was a third-rate squad unworthy of being their adversary, insinuating that Qin Feng's clutch shot was merely a stroke of luck. Such remarks sparked a significant backlash online, inciting countless fans to vehemently defend the Huaxia team against Spain. Even though the Spanish coach later attempted to amend his statements, it could not quell the anger that had already been provoked among the fans. As the semifinals approach, all supporters eagerly await the match, hoping the Huaxia team can deliver a resounding lesson to the arrogant Spanish team, demonstrating that their earlier victory was merely fortuitous. Can they replicate that luck a second time? With the semifinals yet to commence, the anticipation among fans has reached a fever pitch. Defeat Spain has become the rallying cry among millions of Huaxia fans online. The much-anticipated match is finally upon us. Chapter 36. Let the world witness the strength of Huaxia basketball. The day of the semifinals begins with the match between Lithuania and the United States, which unfolds without suspense. The United States established a 20-point lead by halftime, rendering the outcome predictable. Ultimately, the score was 90-68, with the United States claiming victory by a margin of 22 points, advancing to the finals. Following the match, the entire American team occupied seats in the stands, awaiting the commencement of the semi-final showdown. Coach Old K had long issued orders for the players to observe the upcoming game, for it would determine which team, Huaxia or Spain, would face them in the finals. The coach pondered the value of watching such a matchup. Regardless of who advanced, neither posed a genuine threat. The championship undoubtedly belongs to us, Anthony remarked with a shrug, expressing his disdain for what he deemed a technically uninspiring game. Who do you think will win and become our opponent? Kobe inquired, while James, sitting beside him, responded with a hint of playful sarcasm. After Qin Feng's stunning victory over the Spanish team, Kobe unequivocally expressed his admiration for Qin Feng as a player. Subsequently, Qin Feng's performance validated Kobe's astute judgment. Furthermore, the Spanish team included Kobe's closest teammate, Gasol, which piqued LeBron's curiosity regarding Kobe's preference between the two teams. It remains a challenging conclusion. Since Qin Feng emerged onto the scene, the performance of the Huaxia team has been consistently predictable. It is evident that any team capable of reaching the semifinals cannot be deemed weak. The Spanish team undoubtedly possesses greater strength, having lost 2 matches in the group stage. Yet that does not accurately reflect their true capabilities. The forthcoming match may reveal more about their prowess. After a moment of contemplation, Kobe offered his perspective. It is a common tendency to underestimate any opponent once one becomes accustomed to winning. Yet the desire to triumph could dramatically alter in the face of diverse challengers. LeBron nodded in agreement, somewhat skeptical, believing Kobe's assertions to be exaggerated. While the Spanish team is indeed formidable, he felt the Huaxia team still lacked a certain refinement. The fact that Huaxia is regarded as a dark horse suggests an element of chance in their victories, indicating they may not possess overwhelming strength. Dark horses are often eventually exposed, and luck can run out, leading LeBron to conclude that the Huaxia team's true nature would be revealed in the semifinals. His implication was clear. He favored the Spanish team to win the match. Agreeing with LeBron's perspective, it is undeniable that absolute strength outweighs mere fortune. The Spanish team boasts numerous NBA players, contributing to their formidable roster. Wade interjected, not underestimating Huaxia, but simply believing their strength to be lacking. He expressed a favorable impression of Huaxia. After exchanging a few words, the group lapsed into silence, as there was little more to discuss. As Anthony remarked, it seems anyone could be a rival to the Dream Team. This year's Olympic Dream Team has fielded its strongest lineup with the aim of redemption, to reclaim the gold medal and re-establish dominance in global basketball. Thus, no team can thwart the Dream Team's quest for victory. Meanwhile, the Spanish and Huaxia teams were engaged in interviews. Jonas was asked whether they anticipated facing the Spanish team again in the semifinals. After their previous encounters in the group stage, did they feel confident about this match? The reporters, intrigued, continued to inquire, marveling at the whims of fate. Of course, the Spanish team is exceptionally strong, and if we continue to advance, we will inevitably meet them again. So we are always prepared. Jonas shrugged, his tone imbued with confidence. Having come this far, why not take another step forward? After all, the Spanish team has already triumphed, having won at least once in the group stage. Hey, Qin Feng, What are your thoughts on the Spanish coach's remarks? The reporter asked, unreservedly steering the conversation. Regarding what the journalist stated, it is indeed the topics that captivate attention that hold the utmost significance. As for inciting animosities between parties, there is concern. The onlookers are perpetually more interested in the conflicts themselves rather than who instigated them. I recall the Spanish national team's coach once remarked that for the Huaxia team to encounter the Spanish team again, they must first possess the capability to reach the semifinals. Now that the Huaxia team has advanced to the semifinals, one wonders if the Spanish team is adequately prepared. Should they suffer defeat again, numerous excuses may be concocted. However, should they truly face defeat, it would lack the hallmark of a formidable team. As Qin Feng began to speak, his expression was marked by utmost seriousness. Even though the Spanish coach had corrected his remarks, Qin Feng was still able to extend forgiveness. He harbored lingering resentment over the aggressively provocative comments made. Yet he directed his derision solely towards the Spanish team. A third-rate weak team? Today, he would lead the Huaxia team to shatter such doubts and showcase to the world the true caliber of the Huaxia men's basketball team. It would also make the Spanish team aware of the formidable opponent they had provoked. As an ancient saying from Huaxia goes, those who offend Huaxia shall be punished, no matter how distant. Although we may not be in the era of ancient warfare, this sentiment remains applicable. The Olympic Games are a battlefield. Athletes must exert every ounce of their strength to defend the honor of their nation. They will undoubtedly earn the respect of the world. The journalists were left astounded by Qin Feng's commanding presence. Some reporters from Huaxia clenched their fists in excitement, feeling a swell of pride for the Huaxia men's basketball team. For them, this Olympic Games was not merely about breaking records, but represented a transformative opportunity, a chance for the world to reevaluate the Huaxia men's basketball team. After a few more questions from the reporters, the interview concluded. Simultaneously, the Spanish team was also undergoing interviews. What do you think about Huaxia's advance to the semifinals? A journalist asked, showing keen interest. To be honest, I truly did not expect Huaxia to reach the semifinals. It's simply unbelievable. We are thrilled that Huaxia has made it this far, as it allows us to avenge the heartbreak from the group stage. Huaxia's victory over Spain marked the beginning of their resurgence, so let Spain bring this to a close. Regardless of Huaxia's impressive capabilities, they will always remain our opponents. For our ultimate goal is the gold medal. What does the semifinals mean to us? The Spanish team nonchalantly remarked, yet every word was laden with significance. Chapter 37. The new OK combination? The potential of Yao Ming and Qin Feng's partnership even before the match commenced. Both teams had already begun the psychological warfare during the interview phase. Each side exchanged fierce rhetoric, aiming to influence the emotional state of their opponents while simultaneously rallying their own spirits. In this arena, no one could afford to show weakness, as it would only grant an advantage to the rival. Following the interviews, the teams proceeded to their warm-up sessions. The venue was already buzzing with energy. Countless fans had flocked from all corners of Huaxia to support their team, eager to exhibit their enthusiasm for the Huaxia men's basketball players to witness. The arena was filled to capacity, while thousands stood outside in the plaza. Beyond the plaza, even more fans gathered in the streets. In essence, the entire vicinity was enveloped by the fervent Huaxia supporters, extending their presence for 2 blocks. Such a magnificent scene had captured the attention of numerous media outlets. As the Olympic Games approached their conclusion, no event or match had attracted such an overwhelming display of live support from fans. Only the Chinese men's basketball team, in a dark horse fashion, has created miracles, brought glory to the nation, and ignited the fervor of fans. Within the arena, nearly 20,000 spectators buzzed with excitement, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the match. Flags waved vigorously, transforming the entire venue into a sea of red. Many fervent supporters adorned their faces with national colors and the numbers of their favorite players. On the court, both teams engaged in warm-up exercises, and the air was thick with tension, the atmosphere palpably oppressive. Everyone understood the stakes of this critical match, and thus every player bore a serious expression, their eyes radiating unwavering determination and spirited resolve. Even commentator Yang was swept up in emotion. After a long wait, the momentous game was finally upon them. Having participated in international competition for decades, this marked the first time the Chinese men's basketball team had reached the semifinals, a source of immense pride. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The semifinals seemed scripted, as the Chinese team faced the Spanish squad once again. The Spanish team had repeatedly mocked the Chinese players and Qin Feng. Regardless of the outcome, the spirit of China could not be defeated. Yang Yi expressed passionately, filled with animosity toward the Spanish team. The audacity of the Spanish squad was undeniable. To be frank, the overall strength of the Chinese team was comparable to that of Spain, yet they lacked strategies or the power to contend. Veteran Zhang Weiping remarked that he was intentionally teasing the fans. "Oh, how so?" Yang Yi inquired with curiosity. Having endured sleepless nights preparing for the commentary and researching countless materials, he still felt uncertain. As the reigning champions of the World Championship, Spain was known for their balanced offense and defense. With two NBA players, including the pivotal Pau Gasol, they were indeed a formidable force. Their perimeter shooters, such as Navarro, Fernandez, and Calderon, were also known for their tenacious defense. In all honesty, Spain was second only to the United States in strength. The Chinese team's hopes rested on the duo of Yao and Qin Feng. They were likened to the iconic Lakers-Showtime combination. If both performed excellently, victory against Spain was plausible. Zhang Weiping spoke with a hint of mischief. Yang, he nearly spat out his drink in surprise. What was the strategy? Need it be said? It felt as if Zhang's words held truth, yet revealed little. The commentator, a luminary in his field, learned once more. The Showtime combination? Yang, he murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with inspiration. If they could indeed exhibit the dominance of the Showtime era, bolstered by the talents of players like Yi Jianlian, Zhu Fengyu, and others, victory might truly be within reach. As the warm-up concluded, the cacophony of fans swelled as the starting players for both teams took the court. The starting lineup for the Chinese team included Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, Zhu Fengyu, Sun Yu, and Qin Feng. The Spanish team's starters were Pau Gasol, Marc Gasol, Navarro, Fernandez, and Rubio. Both teams made adjustments to their lineups. The Spanish team relegated NBA player Carlos Delon to the bench, entrusting the role of starting point guard to the European prodigy Ricky Rubio. In a similar vein, Coach Jonas opted to position Qin Feng as his team's starting point guard. Thus, the two players found themselves directly matched against each other. The European prodigy and Qin Feng, both basketball talents, who would ultimately prevail. Yang Yi exclaimed with palpable excitement. Undoubtedly, Qin Feng possesses greater prowess than Rubio. I predict that during this match, Qin Feng will decisively outshine Rubio. Coach Zhang asserted with unwavering confidence. Yang Yi dared to interject, expressing that he was somewhat perplexed, wondering if the old master had genuinely made this prediction solely to support Qin Feng. After all, Rubio has been renowned for years, whereas Qin Feng's fame is still burgeoning. As the players took their positions on the court, Rubio, upon spotting Qin Feng, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile imbued with lethal intent. Excellent. The coach is indeed considerate. With this setup, he would dominate from the outset until the final whistle. Let the world witness how to secure victory. Let everyone understand what kind of player truly embodies basketball talent. How laughable, Rubio said with enthusiasm, as his competitive spirit surged within him. This battle would not only tarnish Qin Feng's reputation, but also elevate his own status as a golden child. Could he become a lifelong rival in the NBA? Such thoughts were merely fanciful illusions. He believed he deserved to be among the elite in the NBA, while Qin Feng was only fit to struggle in lower-tier leagues. It was as if he had yet to awaken. Qin Feng shrugged, wearing an expression of indifference. What golden boy? He had no interest whatsoever. Rubio seemed to misunderstand Qin Feng's words. Still dreaming, are we? Still lost in a daydream? Qin Feng chuckled softly. My friend, you still fail to grasp the gravity of the situation, yet you have successfully provoked my ire. Rubio, aware that he had been played for a fool, seethed with anger. I hope the power of hope proves as formidable as it sounds. Otherwise, it merely serves as a source of amusement. Qin Feng's expression shifted dramatically, and his entire demeanor changed. The competition had officially commenced. The referee elevated the basketball high into the air, and with his height advantage, Yao effortlessly swatted the ball. As Qin Feng seized the basketball and had just dribbled past the half-court line, Rubio swiftly applied pressure. Hey, is this a joke? He remarked, his tone laced with sarcasm. Rubio continued the earlier conversation, his deep blue eyes still reflecting a simmering anger. Qin Feng skillfully dribbled the ball, his mind wandering. Rubio's keen eyes spotted the numerous flaws in Qin Feng's ball handling. With a sense of disdain, he made a direct attempt to steal the ball. Little did he know, Qin Feng had intentionally left that opening. Chapter 38, an explosive start, dunking over Gasol. Just at the moment Rubio reached for the steal, Qin Feng suddenly pivoted, skillfully shifting Rubio's center of gravity and advanced directly towards the penalty area. His speed was not overwhelming, yet he maintained his own rhythm, exuding an effortless elegance. The finesse of Qin Feng is aimed at enhancing the success rate of breakthroughs. After all, there is currently no skill specifically designed for breakthroughs. One can only rely on certain techniques to amplify their lethality. The players of the Spanish team seemed unprepared for how easily Rubio could be surpassed, momentarily stunned. By the time they regained their composure, Qin Feng had already surged into the paint, leaping high into the air, his head soaring above the rim. The audience was once again left in awe. With each display of his vertical leap, astonishment ensued anew. Gasol abandoned his defense on Yao and turned to confront Qin Feng. Witnessing Qin Feng's leaping ability for the first time, he too was taken aback. Yet, he did not forget his purpose and leapt with both hands raised, attempting to intercept Qin Feng. The path was clear. There was no barrier to prevent his advance. The system activated the powerful slam dunk skill card. Upon witnessing this moment, Qin Feng's expression twisted into a fierce grimace, his inner voice shouting. He felt that strange energy coursing through his body, instantly making him feel significantly stronger, as if he had gained complete control over his physique, suspended in midair. As Gasol descended, he pressed down on him, forcefully smashing the basketball through the hoop. A thunderous roar echoed. The rim emitted a painful cry. Gasol hit the ground, the tremendous impact causing him to stagger backward, ultimately losing his balance and crashing to the floor. As Qin Feng descended to the ground, he unleashed a furious roar towards the audience. Gasol, utterly bewildered, found himself relegated to the status of a mere backdrop just as the match commenced. The narrative felt utterly absurd. To be posterized like that was nothing short of humiliation. Filled with a mix of sorrow and rage, Gasol awaited assistance from his teammates, only to discover they were all frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, the entire arena erupted with a thunderous cheer akin to a tidal wave. What an astonishing moment. Qin Feng had truly dunked over Gasol. Was this not an explosive start? Dunking on Gasol? Surely, this was no mere illusion. Qin Feng had just dunked over the NBA All-Star forward, Gasol. Although Qin Feng had previously dunked on his opponents in the quarterfinals, this moment was entirely different. That was Gasol. It felt like a dream. A swift slap of reality reminded him it was no dream. Such an explosive dunk at the outset had undoubtedly elevated the morale of the Chinese national basketball team. Fans buzzed with excitement, as if a pot had boiled over, creating an atmosphere of sheer exhilaration. The game was proving to be unexpectedly thrilling. Players from the American team, watching from the stands, collectively gasped in astonishment. Such a jaw-dropping dunk was rarely seen in NBA games. There were few players capable of executing such a feat. How could a Chinese player leap so high? It was extraordinary. LeBron, filled with disbelief, expressed his astonishment. For even those with extraordinary physical gifts seldom possessed such remarkable leaping ability. Previous tests had shown that the maximum vertical leap barely reached the rim. Yet Qin Feng had just soared nearly 20 centimeters above it. His hang time was simply phenomenal. Kobe similarly marveled, noting how Qin Feng had seemingly hovered for at least a second in midair. Although Gasol had leapt first, Qin Feng managed to remain airborne even as Gasol began his descent, truly astonishing. Upon hearing Kobe's remarks, others turned to observe the replay on the screen, their astonishment only deepening. What an extraordinary display of physical prowess. Is that really basketball talent? Wade pondered, slightly skeptical. He felt it was a tad exaggerated. The intensity of the recent confrontation had merely provided Qin Feng with an opportunity to dunk. Anthony, with a hint of disdain, remarked that as an NBA superstar, pride naturally accompanied such stature. Kobe, however, remained silent, fully aware of Gasol's capabilities. He focused intently on the court, seemingly peering into Qin Feng's very essence. One explosive opening. Dunking over Gasol. It was likely only Qin Feng among all of China who could execute such a technical maneuver. Right at the start, Qin Feng had delivered an incredible surprise. Yang Yi, brimming with excitement, repeatedly exclaimed, his emotions ignited by the dunk. Not only that, Qin Feng's breakthrough over Rubio was equally spectacular. In just the first round of the match, Qin Feng had already asserted dominance over two key players from the Spanish team. Zhang Weiping, filled with pride, exclaimed with a tone that radiated his satisfaction. On the court, Yao passionately pounded his chest, more exhilarated than when he scores a goal himself. The other players eagerly gathered around Qin Feng, exchanging high fives. The remarkable improvement in their dunking skills has significantly boosted the team's morale. Defense. Qin Feng let out a commanding shout, exuding an aura of authority that was palpable. Even Yao was moved, echoing his call in response. The entire Huaxia team swiftly fell back into defensive formation. Observing this scene from the sidelines, Jonas couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. The growth of Qin Feng has accelerated remarkably. In just his 4th game as a starter, he has subtly surpassed Yao, emerging as the leader of the team. It is indeed a source of concern. The Spanish team is on the offensive. Moments ago, Gasol suffered an embarrassing dunk against him. So as he positioned himself in the paint, he reached out for the ball, eager to reclaim his pride. Rubio, dribbling at the top of the arc, sought to lob the ball to Gasol. Qin Feng discerned Rubio's intentions and internally urged himself to employ a formidable defensive skill card. In an instant, his defensive prowess surged exponentially, instilling a profound sense of pressure upon Rubio. Rubio felt as if a mountain loomed before him, obstructing his passing sight. Nevertheless, he stubbornly relied on instinct and attempted to throw the ball in the direction of Gasol. However, the might of the impenetrable defense rendered his pass unsuccessful. It was slightly off target and was swiftly intercepted by Yi Jinlian. Subsequently, Yi Jinlian launched the ball towards the court, as Qin Feng had already initiated a rapid counterattack. Upon receiving the basketball, the court lay barren before him. Qin Feng did not charge towards the basket. Instead, he came to a sudden halt beyond the three-point line. Lo and behold, Qin Feng's dazzling maneuver once again astounded the audience. Chapter 39. Infuriating Gasol. A system task has been issued. What dazzling maneuver! The fans who had not witnessed Qin Feng's game were left perplexed. How could they not know? True and false fans alike. A fast break three-pointer, of course. One fan replied, "What? A fast break three-pointer?" In an unguarded situation, the success rate of shots from the arc is significantly higher. Doesn't that make it more assured? Although met with disdain, the fan remained curious. Perhaps Qin Feng possesses an extraordinary knack for three-point shooting. The fan fell silent, fixated intently on the court, seemingly eager to witness whether Qin Feng could indeed sink another three-pointer. There stood Qin Feng at the arc's apex, slightly adjusting his rhythm before launching a wide-open three-point shot. The basketball danced off his fingertips, spinning gracefully, resembling a burning fireball. The astonished gazes of the entire audience were directed towards the ball as it swished effortlessly through the net. Goodness! Unbelievable! It truly went in. Qin Feng must be brimming with confidence in his three-point shooting abilities. After all, he had once proclaimed himself the world's strongest three-point shooter. A fast-break three-pointer is indeed a spectacle worth marveling at. The audience erupted once more, filled with both surprise and pride at Qin Feng's impressive performance. In stark contrast, the players of the Spanish team wore grim expressions. Having observed the Chinese team's games, they knew of Qin Feng's prowess and recognized him as the offensive cornerstone of the Chinese men's basketball team. Yet they had not anticipated how formidable he would prove to be. This was proving to be quite a challenge. Glancing up at the scoreboard, it read 0-5. As Qin Feng commenced the game with a swift 5-point lead, he effectively established an advantage for the Huaxia team. Although a mere 5-point margin may seem trivial, the momentum of the Spanish team had already been stifled by Huaxia's assertive start. "Hey, Rubio, pull yourself together. You must contain Qin Feng," Navarro exclaimed anxiously. A foreboding sense filled the air. If the match continued under the complete control of the opposing team, allowing Qin Feng to perform freely would surely lead the Spanish squad into a fierce struggle. How could a team, crowned champions of the Basketball World Championship, be subdued by a seemingly mediocre opponent? "Rest assured, we will restrain Qin Feng. He shall not score again," Rubio declared emphatically, his gaze toward Qin Feng brimming with animosity and disdain. It was solely due to the Huaxia player that he found himself under scrutiny, burdening his teammates. How infuriating! He resolutely vowed to provide impenetrable defense, determined to earn the respect of his comrades. As the Spanish team launched their offense, Rubio dribbled past half-court. Faced with Qin Feng's defense, he opted not to attempt a personal breakthrough, but instead executed a pick-and-roll with Gasol. With a solid screen from Gasol, Rubio easily penetrated the paint and lofted the ball high, skillfully utilizing the backboard to score. "Well done. That's the true caliber of our player," Navarro exclaimed, exhilarated. "Did you see that? Scoring is a breeze for him. We underestimated them earlier. We shall not repeat such foolish mistakes in the remaining match," Rubio shouted towards Qin Feng, his handsome visage tinged with arrogance. Qin Feng listened attentively, shaking his head in disbelief. It seemed Liu had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Could he truly defend against it? Having experienced 2 lifetimes, Qin Feng understood that although Rubio was currently hailed as the European Golden Boy in the NBA, he was merely a competent starting player, burdened by the significant flaw of a subpar three-point shooting ability. This shortcoming was indeed fatal, rendering his path in the NBA exceedingly arduous. With the assistance of the system, Qin Feng had mastered the three-point shooting finesse of Curry, the stable ball handling of Paul, the magical passing of Magic Johnson, and the lethal jump shots of Durant, among other skills. With an amalgamation of talents from numerous superstars, what NBA starting player could rival him? To speak candidly, even at the pinnacle of his career, Rubio would struggle against the current Qin Feng, let alone the 18-year-old novice he was at present. Youthful exuberance was one thing. However, encountering Qin Feng was a grave misstep, and to dare provoke him was an even more ludicrous error. As Qin Feng dribbled the ball across half-court, he engaged in a pick-and-roll with Yao. Utilizing the screen, Qin Feng penetrated into the key, where he was met with a double team from Gasol and Rubio, intent on forcing a turnover. With a flick of his wrist, Qin Feng deftly maneuvered the basketball through the defensive gaps created by Gasol and Rubio. Yao Ming received the ball, effortlessly leaping to execute a magnificent dunk. What a splendid pass! Truly a masterful display of playmaking, surpassing even the likes of Nash and Paul in the NBA. The synergy between Qin Feng and Yao has grown increasingly refined. Such passing prowess allows Yao to unleash his full potential in the paint. Yang expressed his astonishment, his gaze towards Qin Feng brimming with admiration. Undoubtedly, without Qin Feng, the Huaxia team would resemble 2 separate squads. Their offensive strategies are remarkably stable, solely due to Qin Feng's formidable scoring ability and exceptional playmaking skills, which invigorate his teammates. The pick-and-roll between Qin Feng and Yao has become the Huaxia team's signature move. Virtually indefensible. How on earth did the ball end up in Yao's hands? Gasol exclaimed in frustration, utterly perplexed. Just moments ago, he had nearly forced a turnover from Qin Feng, yet he skillfully maneuvered through the double team to deliver an exquisite assist. This left Gasol with an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Why is it that every time he feels he is Qin Feng cornered, the latter manages to turn the tide? How could such a new player exhibit such seasoned experience? It is utterly absurd. Gasol, growing increasingly anxious, attempted to assert his dominance in the paint as soon as the offense settled. Rubio obediently passed the ball to Gasol. With his back to Yao, Gasol executed a series of feints before suddenly pivoting to shake Yao off, completing a full turn for a hook shot. The basketball soared from his fingertips. Just as it was about to descend, a red blur leaped into action, resembling a rocket in flight, intercepting the ball's trajectory. It was none other than Qin Feng, who had sprinted in from the corner for a defensive play. With a single hand, he intercepted the ball and, upon landing, initiated a fast break. How did Qin Feng find himself in the paint? And what on earth is that astonishing vertical leap? How can he jump so high? Gasol uttered in disbelief, his voice laced with shock. Barely recovering from his turn, he witnessed Qin Feng dribbling down the court, passing to the advancing Zhu Fengyu. Zhu penetrated the paint, drawing defenders before distributing the ball to Qin Feng, who stood poised at the left side of the three-point arc at a 45-degree angle. Qin Feng unleashed a stunning three-pointer. Swish! The ball effortlessly swished through the net once more. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Qin Feng's mind. Ding dong! The system detected a surge of fury from Gasol and has issued a task. Chapter 40. Activate Hidden Task, Encirclement Strategy, Targeting Qin Feng. Upon hearing this announcement, Qin Feng's expression brightened with joy. At last, another task had emerged. After all, in such a crucial match, the absence of a system task would be quite disheartening. Task issued. Throughout the game, impose sanctions on Gasol 5 times. Task progress, 25. Task rewards. Ghostly step shot 2. Super variable breakthrough 2. 2000 non-attribute proficiency. To sanction Gasol 5 times? This task seemed remarkably easy to accomplish. Qin Feng felt utterly unburdened, effortlessly acquiring several consumption-based skills. The newly discovered super directional breakthrough heightened his anticipation even further. The description of the super directional breakthrough skill stated, when confronting a defense. The success rate for a directional breakthrough is 100. With this skill, he had gained yet another lethal technique. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for activating a hidden mission. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed once more. A hidden mission, indeed? Qin Feng was overwhelmed with excitement. During the competition, The host would trigger certain conditions that would activate hidden tasks. Hidden task: defeat the Spanish team and secure a place in the semifinals. Task rewards: 2 death shots, 2 spectral steps, a permanent skill Lord Russell's super defense, level 8 unallocated attribute points, and 3,000 unallocated proficiency points. Qin Feng gazed in astonishment at the rewards presented by the system. The bounty was indeed lavish. In particular, the permanent skill, super defense of the legendary Russell, held immense value. Acquiring this skill would propel him to the pinnacle of defensive prowess, endowing him with a formidable dominance on both offensive and defensive fronts. The legendary NBA icon, Bill Russell, boasted an impressive collection of 11 championship rings, including an extraordinary streak of 8 consecutive titles, all achieved through the foundation of his unparalleled defense. Russell's defensive capabilities are heralded as the strongest in NBA history. Even basketball royalty, such as Wilt Chamberlain and Jerry West, the iconic logo man, fell victim to the relentless enforcement of Russell's defensive mastery. No matter the circumstances, victory in the impending match was imperative. Qin Feng's fighting spirit burned with an intensity akin to fierce flames, his eyes ablaze with determination. Suddenly, the referee's whistle pierced the air. The head coach of the Spanish team rose to call a timeout, thoroughly pleased with his team's performance thus far. "Gentlemen, can anyone enlighten me about the current score? It looks as though we've forgotten to eat." Despite the significant improvement of the Huaxia team, largely attributed to Qin Feng, they still remained a second-rate team, while the reigning world champions struggled against them. Was it not humiliating to be suppressed by a team of such caliber? The Spanish coach growled softly, acknowledging that the Huaxia team had been elevated from a third-rate squad to a second-rate one. The bench fell into a heavy silence. "Rubio, what on earth is happening? Where's your fighting spirit? You claimed you would defeat Qin Feng to prove your worth," exclaimed the coach, frustration evident in his tone. "Look, while Qin Feng may be a basketball prodigy, Rubio is no slouch either. At merely 18 years of age, he has already graced the Olympic stage as a starter, earning accolades and showcasing undeniable skill. Yet, on the court, he seems utterly overmatched by Qin Feng, as if lacking any capacity for resistance." "Indeed, coach, I have failed to fulfill my duties," Rubio admitted, guilt weighing heavily on him, his mind consumed with images of Qin Feng, as if entranced. The entire team was fixated on finding ways to contain Qin Feng, planning to employ a double-team strategy. The Spanish coach spoke gravely, his tone serious. A double-team strategy? The players were taken aback, their expressions reflecting astonishment, especially Rubio, who found it hard to believe his coach's words. Double-teaming Qin Feng? The mere thought seemed absurd. He is just a 20-year-old rookie, who on the court receives such treatment. Usually, only a team star player or a superstar enjoys the privilege of being double-teamed. "Coach, are we truly going to double-team this newcomer?" Navarro asked incredulously, struggling to grasp the idea. A rookie? Has he truly earned that title? Can a newcomer consistently score over 30 points in 3 consecutive games? Can he command a team's offense? Perhaps he was merely a rookie when he made that game-winning shot. But now, without a doubt, he has become the most crucial player for the Huaxia team, surpassing even Yao. The Spanish coach stated solemnly. Though reluctant to admit it, the truth was undeniable. In an exceedingly brief span, Qin Feng has evolved into an exceptional core player. A hush fell over the crowd, their subconscious minds reluctantly accepting the reality, while they diligently processed the coach's recent insights. As the timeout concluded, the Spanish team initiated their offensive play. Rubio, stationed at the top of the arc, attempted to penetrate Qin Feng's defense, but found no success on several occasions, ultimately opting to pass the ball. Navarro received it in the corner, where Zhu Fengyu closed in to defend, yet still afforded Navarro a chance to shoot. Whoosh! The basketball soared through the air, but its trajectory appeared slightly off. Clearly, Navarro recognized this and quickly shouted for the rebound. In the paint, players jostled for position, and Yao secured an advantageous spot, effortlessly claiming the rebound. Qin Feng dribbled the ball with remarkable speed. Upon recognizing the opportunity for a fast break, he decided to stabilize the rhythm and engage in a set offense. Before he could direct his teammates on tactical positioning, he noticed Rubio and Fernandez advancing towards him. Were they attempting to double-team Qin Feng? He speculated on the intentions of the Spanish team, somewhat astonished. How cautious they are. The game had only just begun, and within 3 minutes they resorted to a double-team strategy, which seemed rather hasty. "Quite reasonable," remarked the elder Zhang Weiping with a disdainful snort. Indeed, while it was understandable to double-team Yao, to do the same with Qin Feng was unexpected. Clearly, They were intimidated by Qin Feng's prowess. Yang Yi felt a sense of pride for Qin Feng, yet a hint of concern lingered. Would Qin Feng be able to maintain composure and orchestrate the offense in the face of a double team? After all, this was the first time in his professional career he encountered such a situation. Would he panic or feel anxious? Yang Yi's gaze was fixed intently on Qin Feng, eager to see how he would navigate the double team. On the court, Qin Feng observed the two defenders closing in and couldn't help but smile faintly. Did they truly believe that a double team could limit him? He mused quietly, taking up a shooting stance. What? Qin Feng is attempting a three-pointer? How absurd. He was standing over a meter beyond the logo, while outside the three-point line, and under a double team. Was he really going to shoot? Indeed, faced with the double team, Qin Feng seemed unfazed, even appearing to know exactly how to handle the offense. Yang Yi spoke rapidly in disbelief. Even Coach Zhang shook his head repeatedly. That was indeed a reasonable choice. Qin Feng's attempt at a logo three-pointer was something even NBA players would hesitate to try. He squandered a clear scoring opportunity. How audacious! Did he really believe he could make a shot from such a distance? Fernandez shouted as he lunged towards Qin Feng. Even if he knew that Qin Feng could make the shot, he aimed to shatter his confidence with an aggressive defense. The audience collectively held their breath, uncertain if Qin Feng could make such a daring shot from beyond the arc, a display of confidence that was, to say the least, audacious. Ignorance. Qin Feng chuckled lightly as Rubio Fernandez lunged forward, launching the basketball high into the air. Simultaneously, he silently commanded within, System, activate the death shot skill. Chapter 41. A dazzling long-range three-pointer stuns the Spanish team. Indeed, confronted with a double team, near the line Qin Feng lacked the confidence to sink an exceptionally long three-pointer. Although he had acquired the shooting skills of the illustrious Curry, his accuracy was merely 50%, leaving him with a 50-50 chance of missing the shot. Consequently, he resolutely employed a skill that consumed energy for a lethal shot, which fueled his confidence. Having already subdued the Spanish team with successive skillful displays at the onset, he aimed to instill lasting fear and undermine their confidence throughout the match. Among the various offensive strategies available to him, Qin Feng opted for the most direct, aggressive, and exhilarating approach, a pull-up three-pointer from an astounding distance. This was the only way to completely intimidate the Spanish team. The utilization of consumption skills at the beginning of the game would yield greater rewards. Presently, the system featured 7 consumption skills, and within the first 3 minutes, he had already employed 3, reflecting his audacity. The audience held their breath, their eyes fixated on the basketball as it arced gracefully towards the hoop. Many fans stood in anxious anticipation, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their throats. Fernandez and Rubio turned to look, their expressions contorting with growing intensity, mouths agape, and eyes widening in disbelief. Images of Qin Feng's confident smile and disdainful gaze flashed through their minds. Were they fools to think it wouldn't go in? It absolutely would. Please, let it go in. They fervently cheered internally, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Based on their observations over several games, Qin Feng's performances were consistently unpredictable. Swish! The crisp sound of the net echoed throughout the arena, instantly silencing the crowd. The only noise that followed was the thud of the basketball hitting the floor. After what felt like an eternity, the arena erupted in a roar. He made it. He made the long-range three-pointer. Unbelievable. Was this truly the caliber of the world's greatest three-point shooter? A shot from beyond the arc. How could he maintain such composure and poise in making that shot? It was something they had never witnessed, not even in the NBA. Qin Feng's long-range three-pointer undeniably bolstered the team's morale. What did it matter if they double-teamed him? Could they truly contain him? The crowd erupted in fervor, chanting Qin Feng's name in adoration. He had actually done it. What kind of player was Qin Feng? To convert such a three-pointer was to redefine their understanding of the shot. Yang Yi exclaimed. His earlier concerns evaporated, replaced by boundless astonishment and admiration. His respect for Qin Feng was profound. No matter how reasonable Qin Feng's choices were in the future, he would face no further scrutiny. Hey, the choice made during that offensive play was indeed sensible, but what Qin Feng opted for was exceptionally rational, Coach Zhang elaborated, justifying his earlier commentary. The American players in the stands exhibited expressions of surprise, some astonished by the audacity of the shot. Wait, are you serious? A three-pointer from that distance? And he made it so effortlessly? Wade shook his head and remarked that for those proficient in three-point shooting, Qin Feng's recent maneuver was nothing short of astounding. Even if one could manage to fend off a double team and sink a long-distance three-pointer, the difficulty was significantly heightened. Anthony added, with a touch of confidence, that while a standard three-pointer might still be feasible, a shot from beyond the arc offered little assurance. After all, who would willingly add such complexity to their practice routine? One must acknowledge that Qin Feng's extraordinary long-range three-pointer was indeed electrifying. Observing Qin Feng's confident smile as he prepared for a shot, it was as though he was certain the ball would find its mark, which instilled a sense of trepidation in his opponents. Kobe's tone grew serious as he began to notice certain nuanced details. The more he observed, the simpler Qin Feng's prowess seemed to become. LeBron, Anthony, and others listened intently, their expressions turning grave. How could they allow Qin Feng to score with such ease? The coach of the Spanish team was fervently shouting from the sidelines, expressing his satisfaction with Rubio's defense. They should have been quicker to close in, denying Qin Feng even a moment to shoot. Rubio was already feeling the pressure, standing frozen in disbelief, grappling with a sense of frustration. In that instant, self-doubt crept into his mind. Could a double team truly contain Qin Feng? What a remarkable shot. Qin Feng's basket was executed beautifully. Yao, filled with fervor, rushed to Qin Feng, delivering a resounding high five. This remarkable long-range three-pointer not only secured 3 points for the team, but also bolstered their morale, leaving the Spanish team rattled and altering their mindset. Indeed, it appeared as though the Spanish team had been momentarily stunned by Qin Feng's consecutive brilliant shots, their composure evaporating as they committed several errors. The Huaxia team seized the opportunity to score repeatedly, further widening the gap. Although the Spanish team continued to employ a double team against Qin Feng, which did limit his offensive maneuvers to some extent, it failed to impede his passing. With the aid of his system skill, Magic Pass, Qin Feng delivered rapid assists, allowing his teammates to score effortlessly. Ultimately, the coach of the Spanish team was compelled to abandon the double team strategy, as Qin Feng's ability to elevate his teammates proved to be even more formidable. What was most gratifying to witness was the collective performance of the Huaxia team, with all players in exceptional form. As the first quarter concluded, the score stood at 18-32, with the Huaxia men's basketball team leading by 14 points. In a remarkable performance, Qin Feng achieved an impressive record of 6 successful shots out of 9 attempts in a single quarter, including 4 out of 5 three-point attempts and 2 successful free throws, amassing a total of 18 points. He also secured 3 rebounds and delivered 4 assists, effectively energizing the entire team while balancing his offensive contributions. This was undoubtedly the finest quarter displayed by the Huaxia team in the current Olympic Games, all thanks to Qin Feng, who completely dominated the court from the outset, stifling the Spanish team and preventing them from finding their rhythm. Yang Yi remarked on the unexpected turn of events in the match. Who could have anticipated such a development? The Huaxia team thoroughly overwhelmed the reigning world champion Spanish team. Who would have thought? It is ironic to see those who labeled the Huaxia team as second-rate now witnessing the Spanish team being so comprehensively outplayed. Coach Zhang, beaming with pride, expressed a feeling of vindication. Regardless of the match's outcome, simply witnessing the Spanish team falter has been immensely satisfying. During the intermission, the audience continued to erupt in waves of enthusiasm, rallying in support of the national team. On the Spanish bench, players such as Gasol and Navarro appeared visibly distressed, grappling with immense pressure. The raucous cheers from the crowd, contrasting sharply with their team's struggling performance, began to undermine their previously unwavering belief in victory. "We need to mount some counterattacks in the second quarter and sink a few three-pointers to close the gap," exclaimed the Spanish coach, his emotions running high and his eyes reflecting a hint of frustration. They could only hope to contain Qin Feng, as their double-team strategy had not yielded significant results. They were eager to devise a better defensive approach to limit his influence, but they were also left wondering if such opportunities would arise again in the match. The players nodded in agreement, their resolve firm, though Rubio felt a twinge of disappointment, never expecting his performance to pale in comparison to Qin Feng's. His confidence took a significant hit. Could he truly measure up to Qin Feng? In an instant, a sense of bewilderment enveloped the atmosphere. The intermission concluded, and the second half of the match commenced. The Huaxia team fielded a formidable lineup featuring Liu Wei, Sun Yu, Wang Shipeng, Li Nan, and Wang Zhizhi, one of the most elite combinations in the nation. Meanwhile, the Spanish team presented a bench led by NBA star Carlos Delfino. The Spanish team initiated the offense. Delfino, utilizing a screen, penetrated the key and executed a high bank shot. On the other side, Liu Wei and Wang Zhizhi executed a pick and roll. with the latter successfully making a jump shot from near the free throw line. As a pioneer of Chinese basketball, Wang Zhizhi, once the wind chaser of Asia, became the first Chinese player to enter the NBA, his prowess beyond question. In the group match against Spain, he single-handedly scored consecutively, aiding the Huaxia team in maintaining their lead until the final moments. His presence in the lineup served as a stabilizing force akin to an anchor. The offensive versatility allowed them to navigate any defensive setup with ease. In this current roster, he rightfully stood as the offensive linchpin. Following his successful shot, the fans erupted in jubilant cheers, bestowing the utmost respect upon their veteran player. For fans who have followed the game for over a decade, memories of the youthful exuberance of Wang Zhizhi resonate vividly. In the 2002 finals, he dazzled with three-point shots and butterfly-like footwork, leaving Yao Ming in a daze. His aspirations soaring high. That same year, Yao became the first overall pick in the NBA draft, marking him as the second Chinese player to reach the NBA after Wang. At that time, fans dreamed of the duo representing Chinese basketball on the grand stage of the NBA. Yet, fate has a penchant for irony. Their professional trajectories diverged drastically. Yao smoothly ascended to stardom, becoming a symbol of Chinese basketball, while Wang faced numerous setbacks, ultimately fading into obscurity. Now, both players found themselves as teammates on the national team. Once, weathered by life's trials, Wang willingly accepted a role as a substitute. The fervor of his youth had long since dimmed, yet his passion for basketball remained unwavering. Wang Zhizhi. Today, he experiences a renaissance in his career. After returning to the team, he led them to another championship in 2007, dominating the domestic scene. At the pinnacle of his abilities, he willingly took on the role of a substitute for the sake of the Olympics and his country. In a fleeting moment, Wang sank another three-pointer from beyond the arc, scoring 5 consecutive points to solidify Huaxia's lead. The arena erupted, fans cheered and shouted, paying the highest tribute to their veteran. Wang too felt a surge of adrenaline, his heart racing as if a stampede of wild horses surged within him. He raised his hand, letting out a fierce roar, as if transported back to his youthful, reckless days. Indeed, Wang Zhizhi had truly found his stride. As the most seasoned veteran of the Huaxia team, he led by example, embodying the indomitable spirit of his nation. An explosive performance, entirely unexpected and fervently ignited. Yang, he exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears, sitting on the bench. Qin Feng observed the radiant performance of Xi and was deeply moved. Xi's indomitable spirit ignites the passion of countless generations of basketball players, standing as a benchmark for those who aspire to follow in his footsteps. As a lifelong fan of the sport, Qin Feng has always understood why Xi had so few opportunities in the Olympics. Having become a player himself, he has come to grasp some of the underlying reasons. The primary factor lies with Coach Jonas, who harbors a preference for defensive strategies and has never truly placed his trust in Xi since taking the helm of the national team. Despite Xi's extraordinary talents on the offensive end, he has been afforded scant opportunities to shine. Consequently, Xi cherishes every minute and second spent on the court, pouring his heart and soul into the game, determined to leave no stone unturned. He strives relentlessly to score, to ensure that his final Olympic appearance is not marred by regrets, and to express the emotions born from years of misunderstanding by fans. Even when faced with a lack of trust from his coach, he continues to burn with passion, fighting for glory on behalf of his country, embodying the unity of word and action. Just as Qin Feng reflects on this, Xi lands yet another three-pointer, reigniting the arena. Oh, Wang Xi, what a remarkable performance. He erupted again in the match against Spain, reminiscent of his unparalleled state in the earlier group stages. What could be more glorious than this moment? Wang Xi has truly arrived. Yang Yi, filled with fervor, feels a surge of emotion. Victory. Xi's presence conveys that even if everything is at stake, one can still triumph. Coach Zhang also expressed his excitement, proclaiming the spirit of the Chinese men's basketball team. This spirit is palpable, enduring, and continually influences the players. Even if the opposing team boasts 1,000 warriors, they cannot contend against the might of the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade. A true hero stands resolute. Chapter 43. What qualification does Qin Feng's opponent possess? Rubio's reluctance. Damn it, what are you doing? Defend. The Spanish coach, frenzied on the sidelines, roared in satisfaction with his player's performance. It's one thing to be outmaneuvered by Qin Feng, but now Xi has emerged from the bench. What a predicament. The plan was to close the gap while Qin Feng was on the court, but unexpectedly, the deficit widened instead. How can the game continue? Whether it's the starting lineup or the substitutes, they are entirely suppressed by the Chinese team. Double team Wang Ji. Can he score once more? The coach of the Spanish team bellowed in anger, a palpable urge to hurl the tactical board. In a mere 3 minutes, Ji scored 11 points through a combination of shots and free throws. Although the offensive strategy was formidable, defensive issues persisted as the Spanish players managed to sink 2 3-pointers. Consequently, the lead of the Huaxia team only expanded from 14 to 19 points. Following the coach's instructions, the Spanish team began to frequently double-team Ji, successfully curtailing his explosive offensive performance. With no opportunities to score, Ji was left to pass the ball, yet his teammates rose to the occasion. Wang Shipeng and the veteran Li Nan, despite lacking form, managed to make consecutive shots. Unfortunately, Wang Shipeng had received minimal playing time in this Olympic Games, leaving him with little chance to find his rhythm. Meanwhile, Li Nan, emblematic of the golden generation, clearly showed signs of age and injury, leading to a significant decline in his competitive level. The sorrow in Li Nan's eyes was palpable. He recognized his diminishing capabilities, feeling as if his confidence had been methodically stripped away, leaving him devoid of the courage to attack. The dynamics of the game shifted dramatically. After the Spanish team altered their defensive strategy, the effect was immediate, effectively limiting Ji's scoring. They regained their offensive touch, scoring consecutively. The Huaxia team fell into a scoring drought as the Spanish team unleashed an 8-2 run over a mere 2 minutes, narrowing the gap to 13 points. Observing this, Coach Jonas rose to call a timeout. Indeed, we have tried our best, Ji lamented, feeling a sense of self-reproach. It's all right. You have performed admirably. Yao reassured him with unwavering conviction, his inner fire igniting. With a heavy nod, Ji sank onto the bench, fatigue already setting in after just 5 minutes on the court, his focus waning. All right, after the timeout, Yao, Qin Feng, Zhu Fengyu, and Yi Jinlian entered the fray, while Lu Wei remained on the court. Qin Feng transitioned to shooting guard, seizing every opportunity to score. Coach Jonas swiftly sketched out a new strategy. Although the Huaxia team led by 13 points, the game was still in the second quarter, with an entire half remaining. Any scenario could unfold. Thus, it was imperative to capitalize on every opportunity to extend their lead and solidify their position. As the timeout concluded, the match resumed, with the Spanish team also rotating in their starting players. Both teams had made substitutions, and it was essential for Qin Feng to maintain the offensive momentum established in the first quarter. The offense is crucial for Huaxia, Yang Yi remarked, filled with anticipation. The Huaxia team initiated the offense first. Lu Wei controlled the ball at the top of the arc, orchestrating the team's play, while Qin Feng utilized Yao and Yi Jinlian screens, executing a backdoor cut. After 2 successive cuts, he managed to shake off Rubio, finding an open shot opportunity from the corner. Lu Wei was poised to deliver the pass. Upon receiving the basketball, Qin Feng raised his hand and executed a flawless shot. The ball traced a high arc and swished effortlessly through the net. Another 3-pointer. He has now successfully made 5 3-pointers in this match. Truly a sharpshooter from beyond the arc. The Spanish team stands no chance against Qin Feng. As for Rubio, who had boasted in the news about overpowering Qin Feng, he is now the one being outplayed. Frankly, in comparison to Qin Feng, Rubio appears utterly inconsequential on the court. To think he dared to declare he would defeat Qin Feng? Such arrogance is misplaced. Fans are buzzing with commentary, expressing their disdain. Rubio, visibly frustrated, exhibits his dejection through his body language. The coach of the Spanish team, observing Rubio's state, can only sigh in resignation. In this Olympic basketball competition, Rubio has been thoroughly defeated, utterly powerless against Qin Feng. The disparity in their performances is glaringly apparent. This match must have been a significant blow to Rubio. The coach knows that substituting Rubio would further undermine his confidence. Yet there is no choice but to bring in a player more adept at defense. Following a dead ball, the coach substitutes Rubio. With his head bowed, Rubio walks off the court, despondent, taking a seat on the bench in silence, his gaze filled with bitterness. He acknowledges that in this contest against Qin Feng, he has utterly failed. He could not even manage to contain Qin Feng. It feels as if Qin Feng never considered him a true adversary. From the initial provocation to the contest itself, it was merely Rubio's one-sided wishful thinking. Does he even deserve to be considered a rival? Such frustration. He is determined to find a way to defeat Qin Feng and prove his worth. Clenching his fists, he seethes with anger. Observing Rubio's substitution, Qin Feng feels no particular emotion. After all, he never regarded Rubio as his opponent. The disparity in their abilities is clear, and Rubio lacks the qualifications to compete. Qin Feng's true objective was to eliminate Gasol, as it was essential for the completion of his system mission. He had already sanctioned Gasol twice and needed to impose sanctions on him 3 more times without delay. During one offensive possession of the Chinese team, Qin Feng received the ball at the arc, signaling his teammates to spread out and indicating for Yao to set a screen. With the screen executed, Qin Feng surged into the paint. The Spanish team employed a strategy of switching on screens, with Gasol's towering figure looming large. Qin Feng, somewhat vague, abruptly leaped into the air, poised for a jump shot. Did he truly believe he could execute such a shot? It was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Observe how he is blocked. Gasol let out a furious shout, soaring towards Qin Feng with determination. Qin Feng, undaunted, skillfully launched the basketball. Durant, with a shooting accuracy of 50%, took a gamble with his jump shot. In that fleeting moment, Gasol's hand swooped in, striking Qin Feng's hand, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net. Beep! The referee's whistle pierced the air, ruling that Gasol had committed a foul, granting Qin Feng a successful basket and an additional free throw. As Gasol landed and turned around, disbelief washed over him. How could this be? He had clearly blocked the shot right in front of Qin Feng's face, even seeing the rim. How could it possibly go in? Chapter 44. Effortless Gains. Foolish Gasol. How could one assume that simply seeing the rim guarantees a successful shot? His shooting ability had been underestimated. With a confident smile, Qin Feng positioned himself at the free throw line. A reminder flashed in his mind, indicating that he had successfully completed the task of restraining Gasol 3 times, with just 2 more required to fulfill his objective. Shooting at the hoop? Did he consider himself akin to Michael Jordan? How amusing! Gasol scoffed, relishing Qin Feng's previous remarks, as if mocking his naivety. After all, he was a seasoned veteran with over a decade of basketball experience, while Qin Feng was merely an inexperienced youth. What right did he have to mock? Perhaps he was even more formidable than Michael Jordan. Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly as he took a deep breath and launched the basketball. With a resounding clang, the ball ricocheted off the rim. Qin Feng's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment as he realized that his free throw skills left much to be desired. Was he really comparing himself to Michael Jordan in terms of free throw technique? It was a laughable notion indeed. As Gasol spoke, he charged into the paint to contest for the rebound. The players stationed on either side of the free throw line jostled for position, all vying for the rebound. Qin Feng also rushed into the key, eager to seize the opportunity, yet his lack of understanding of rebounding techniques left him poorly positioned. Fortunately, Yao stood out among the crowd, raising his arms high and overpowering the Gasol brothers to secure the rebound. Qin Feng, he shouted, passing the basketball into Qin Feng's hands. As Qin Feng dribbled to the top of the arc, he gestured urgently to his teammates, signaling for a steady execution of their strategy. Just as his teammates began to position themselves, he unleashed a sudden strike, launching a contested jump shot from beyond the arc. Swish. The crisp sound of the net echoed, undoubtedly one of the most delightful sounds in the world. Alas, another 3-pointer, with the first half of the game not yet concluded. Qin Feng had already sunk 6 3-point shots. One could only wonder, if Qin Feng were to proclaim himself the world's greatest 3-point shooter, who would dare to argue? Yang, he exclaimed with fervor. Indeed, Qin Feng's performance improves with each game, a rare and extraordinary feat. The venerable Zhang Weiping echoed, his tone equally filled with astonishment. It brought to mind a passage from Jin Yong. Strength arises from strength, as the gentle breeze sweeps the mountain ridge. Let the mighty roam freely, while the bright moon illuminates the river. Qin Feng has reached such a realm where the stronger the opponent, the better he performs. Yang Yi remarked, filled with admiration. If the Chinese team could extend their lead to 20 points by halftime, their chances of winning the game would significantly increase. Coach Zhang said, his mood tightening. The fervent hope of such an outcome was on the verge of realization. What could be more exhilarating? Yang Yi nodded emphatically, his gaze fixed on Qin Feng. If Qin Feng continued to exhibit such formidable prowess, anything was possible. Meanwhile, Spain initiated their offensive possession. Gasol, visibly irate, gestured to his teammates, signaling for a designated play. This strategy entailed a pick-and-roll maneuver that forced the opposing team to switch defenders, allowing the ball handler to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. Gasol's intent was clear, to isolate Qin Feng. In a moment of defiance, he knew he had to assertively challenge Qin Feng to quell his audacious spirit. Yet, The rhythm of the game remained firmly in Qin Feng's control, causing discomfort among the Spanish players. Calder dribbled at the top of the arc, with Qin Feng defending him. Gasol set a screen, resulting in a switch. Now, Qin Feng found himself defending Gasol. As Gasol advanced into the paint, Calder passed the ball to him. Are we going to play one-on-one? One could only deem this a most foolish decision. Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement. It truly required considerable effort. He had been pondering how to accomplish his task when unexpectedly, Gasol presented him with an opportunity. Currently, he possessed consumption-type skills: Iron Wall Defense 1, Phantom Steal 2, and Death Shot 1. Among these 4 skills, aside from the offensive skill of Death Shot, the remainder were defensive in nature. The Death Shot would undoubtedly be put to use. This skill was Qin Feng's ace in the hole, and he intended to reserve it for the most critical moment, perhaps even for a decisive blow. Thus, only the defensive consumption-type skills were employed. Yet the crux of the matter was that Qin Feng played as a shooting guard, while Gasol was a forward, placing them in the same position on the court, which afforded them few direct confrontations. However, Gasol, in the midst of his offensive maneuvering, opted for a designated play, aiming to take Qin Feng one-on-one. This fortuitously provided Qin Feng with a golden opportunity. System: activate the skill Phantom Steal. Without any hesitation, Qin Feng called out internally. In an instant, his hand seemed enchanted, swiftly cutting the ball from Gasol's grasp. Quick, precise, and fierce, Gasol intended to dribble and back down against Qin Feng, only to be astonished when he realized the basketball had vanished from his hands. Looking up, he found Qin Feng already in motion, initiating a fast break. Qin Feng, without hesitation, penetrated into the key area and scored, adding another 2 points for the Huaxia team. How could Huaxia's player intercept the ball like that? Gasol understood all too well. The more he comprehended, the angrier he became. It was clear to him how the situation had unfolded, pushing Gasol's mindset to the brink of collapse. Why was this new player from Huaxia, who had just started, consistently delivering such miraculous performances on the court? Each time the Spanish team sought to rally their spirits and close the gap, Qin Feng always managed to suppress their momentum with his anticipated plays. Strangely, the Spanish team found themselves utterly helpless against him. It was absurd. It was infuriating. Hey, Gasol, steady your emotions. If the team's star player loses composure, it will undoubtedly affect the teammates. The Spanish coach, standing on the sidelines, reminded him. He harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Qin Feng, but knew that showing anger would yield no results. Extreme fury would only send a signal of weakness to the players, without tactical restrictions on Qin Feng. How could the players muster the confidence to engage him? Suddenly enlightened, Gasol gestured an okay to his coach, calming himself. After Calder dribbled past half-court, he lofted the ball to Gasol. This time, with regained composure, Gasol refrained from forcing a play against Qin Feng and instead prepared to back down against Yao Ming. He realized that the immediate priority was to score, not to engage in a futile dispute with Qin Feng. Winning the game was paramount. No matter how well Qin Feng performed, it wouldn't change the outcome of the match. However, Qin Feng was not about to let Gasol off easily, as he still had a task to accomplish, to thwart Gasol once more. Observing Gasol's movements closely, he positioned himself to defend vigorously as Gasol prepared to make his move. Upon noticing Qin Feng's imminent approach, Gasol felt a rush of apprehension. Damn it, not again. Was he a dog, haunting him like this? How audacious. Chapter 45, Continuous Frustration for Gasol. Mindset explodes. Gasol's eyes widened in fury as his recently calm demeanor shattered once more. This rookie from Huaxia, how dare he? Despite his rage, the moment to act had arrived. The preparatory actions were complete, and all that remained was to release the basketball. It was already too late for a pass. He could only force a shot. Yet he remained wary of Qin Feng's impending defense, especially after experiencing firsthand the astonishing leaping ability that posed a constant threat on the court. The basketball soared from his fingertips, filled with anticipation. Please, do not be obstructed. Should the Spanish team score again, the deficit would surge to 20 points, a scenario they would undoubtedly relish. However, what caught Pau Gasol's eye was the soaring figure of Qin Feng, resembling a mountain that obstructed his entire line of sight and the trajectory of the basketball. Damn, how could he jump so high? In that fleeting moment, despair engulfed Gasol, but a singular thought persisted. Simultaneously, as Qin Feng ascended, he fervently called upon his skill of iron wall defense. Truth be told, his confidence in the success rate of this secondary defense was tenuous at best. After all, Without the systematic rewards of specialized defensive skills, he could only rely on his innate defensive capabilities. Yet, considering his defensive instincts, blocking prowess, and judgment of his opponent's moves, he felt considerably lacking. Thus, at the moment of his leap to contest the shot, he activated his iron wall defense skill. This was indeed a risky endeavor. He had never utilized this skill in a supplementary defense situation before. Smack! The basketball was forcefully swatted away by Qin Feng, soaring over Gasol's head and flying toward the hoop. It worked. The iron wall defense skill proved equally effective in this context. Oh, by the heavens! Qin Feng blocked Gasol's shot. In consecutive possessions, Qin Feng had thwarted Gasol, first with a steal, then with a block. What a sensational display. One can only imagine the bitterness that must have coursed through Gasol's mind. Yang, he exclaimed with fervor, leaping from his seat, his eyes reflecting an indescribable shock. Who is Gasol? He is the star partner of a legendary Kobe Bryant, an NBA All-Star caliber player, and the irreplaceable core of the Spanish team. To witness such a formidable player repeatedly bested by Qin Feng's defense is simply astounding. In those two defensive plays, Qin Feng not only thwarted Gasol's shot, but also drew a foul. Such a performance is nothing short of miraculous. As the game progressed, Qin Feng's display could only be described as flawless. Hey, my friends, he has limited Rubio, causing him to lose his coach's trust, and now he has consecutively subdued Gasol, shattering the opponent's mentality. This turn of events has tilted the entire match in favor of the Huaxia team, exclaimed the venerable Zhang Weiping with excitement. Indeed, the momentum had been shifted back to the Spanish team, but once Qin Feng took the court, he swiftly widened the score gap with his impeccable performance, thoroughly suppressing the spirit of the Spanish squad. Yang, brimming with enthusiasm, continued, "If we maintain this momentum, victory is not far off." On the court, the basketball was snatched by Zhu Fengyu, who quickly dribbled for a fast break. As Qin Feng landed, he was the first to follow up swiftly. Gasol stood frozen in place, once again staring in disbelief. Blocked. He had been denied yet again. Damn it. Why was his shooting so easily thwarted? He glanced back at Yao, sinking into profound self-doubt. Even Yao, who towered nearly 10 centimeters taller, found it challenging to be blocked. What was the reason that Qin Feng, at a mere 198 meters, had managed to block him twice? Was it some sort of extraordinary vertical leap? While Gasol remained in a daze, the Chinese team had already executed a fast break. Zhu Fengyu surged into the paint, forcing his way past defenders before throwing the ball with a lack of stability. The basketball ricocheted off the rim, and suddenly, a red figure soared upward, seizing the ball and emphatically dunking it into the hoop. It was Qin Feng, who had followed up for another successful putback. Consequently, in the second quarter, he had amassed 9 consecutive points and thwarted Gasol's offensive attempts in 2 successive plays, leaving the Spanish team scoreless. In the blink of an eye, the lead had expanded to 21 points. Just then, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in Qin Feng's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and earned rewards. Go step layup X2, super crossover X2, and 2,000 proficiency points." Qin Feng's expression brightened with joy as a sudden flash illuminated his mind, making him feel as though he had gained a plethora of new abilities. He had successfully obtained the task rewards. In order to accomplish the mission of sanctioning Gasol and to instill fear in the Spanish team, Qin Feng had already expended 5 consumable skills. Aside from the peak experience card of the basketball deity Michael Jordan, only the death shot and the phantom steal skills remained. Now, with the addition of the ghostly steps super evasive breakthrough, he possessed a total of 4 consumable skills, significantly enhancing his prowess. At this point, only one mission remained: to secure victory in the semifinals. Contemplating the rewards of this task filled Qin Feng with exhilaration, as it signified a true upgrade. He then checked his attribute-less proficiency within the system. Aside from the proficiency gained from completing tasks, he had accumulated a total of 900 points through the training system. This proficiency value was already sufficient to elevate one of his skills to a higher level. Qin Feng plans to utilize this at present. Upon the completion of the task, he will acquire 3,000 points of unassigned proficiency. At that time, he will further train to accumulate a few more points, reaching a total of 10,000 proficiency. This will enable him to directly upgrade a high-level skill to its perfect level, undoubtedly resulting in a qualitative enhancement. Qin Feng has begun to eagerly anticipate and impatiently desire victory in this match. The coach of the Spanish team, unable to endure any longer, is compelled to call for yet another timeout. The entire team seems bewildered by the prowess of the Huaxia team, or more precisely, by Qin Feng's exceptional performance. A necessary adjustment must be made. But how should they adjust? The head coach of the Spanish team is equally troubled, feeling powerless against Qin Feng. Nevertheless, they must find a way to contain him. How can a team that has won the world championship falter at the semifinals? Especially at the hands of an underdog like Huaxia, how can they maintain their honor after being defeated by a second-tier team? What about the pride of the players? Chapter 46, the final quarter, the battle begins. After the timeout, only 3 minutes remain until halftime. The Spanish coach sets a goal for the players to narrow the gap to within 10 points by halftime. This means they must score at least 11 points in just over 2 minutes. In their first offensive possession, the Spanish team executes a series of passes, eventually delivering the ball to Navarro. Navarro, positioned at the corner, attempts a three-pointer. Clang! The ball ricochets off the rim. Navarro shakes his head in frustration, his expression clouded with disappointment. Throughout the game, he has struggled to find his rhythm, and now, understandably, he is lacking in form. Moreover, the entire Spanish offensive strategy has been dismantled by Qin Feng. None of the players have been able to find their footing. Curse you, Qin Feng. How can he be so formidable? What once were reckless yet offensively skilled starters have now evolved into a player capable of controlling the game. The speed of his growth is truly alarming. Without further thought, Navarro hastens back for defense. Yao secures the rebound and promptly passes the ball to Qin Feng. This time, Qin Feng refrains from a fast break. Instead, he slows the tempo and takes control of the game's pace. The sight sends shivers down the spines of the Spanish players. So, he knows how to play the game at this pace. If he continues to manage the tempo, consuming the entire 24 seconds on each possession, the Spanish team will have no chance to catch up. They initially planned to exploit Huaxia's speed and chaos to induce mistakes and create scoring opportunities. But now hope seems lost. Everyone is acutely aware that if Qin Feng continues to waste time, Huaxia will comfortably maintain a 20-point lead heading into halftime. This would be exceedingly detrimental for the Spanish team. The coach is not the only one feeling anxious. The players on the court are also filled with trepidation. If they are to slow the pace, they must defend fiercely. They cannot allow Huaxia to score easily. Gasol, with a calm demeanor, called out. After a brief pause for adjustments, he regained his composure. After all, no matter how favorable one's emotions may be, they cannot alter the current situation. One must stabilize their mindset and devise a strategy to close the score gap. With only 8 seconds remaining on the 24-second shot clock, Qin Feng made his move. Utilizing Yao's screen, he penetrated into the paint and once again employed the magic of passing. The basketball glided effortlessly behind his back, landing in Yao's hands as he followed up. Yao executed a flawless dunk, extending the lead to 23 points. What a remarkable play. The synergy between Qin Feng and Yao's screen is truly formidable. It is indeed the secret weapon of the Huaxia team, one that no other team has managed to unravel. Yang exclaimed excitedly, marveling at the advantage of having 2 star players, one inside and one outside on the team. The formidable presence of Qin Feng has not only captivated the attention of the defenders, but also alleviated the pressure on Yao during the game, allowing him to perform with remarkable ease. Had it not been for Qin Feng, one could surmise that the Spanish team would have had no qualms about double-teaming Yao. To effectively restrict Yao would be to seize the very lifeblood of the Huaxia team, rendering them utterly powerless to resist. However, now everything has changed. The significance of the Qin Feng court has transcended expectations, as all defensive focus has converged upon him, placing immense pressure on Yao, who consequently finds opportunities to score with relative ease. In this match, Yao dedicated all his efforts to the defensive end, resulting in a rather mediocre performance offensively. Surprisingly, there were indeed hints of the OK combination that resonated throughout the game, as noted by the venerable Zhang Weiping, who expressed both delight and astonishment. As the game progressed, the Spanish team attempted to mount an offense once more, while the Huaxia team continued to dictate the rhythm of the match. During the second quarter, Qin Feng experienced a passing error. Despite employing his magical passing skills, the ball was misdirected out of bounds. After all, the magic passing technique is only at a basic level, which inherently carries a certain probability of error. This misstep did not significantly alter the course of the game, as the Huaxia team maintained their dominance until the end of the half, concluding with a score of 41-64. The Spanish team's south efforts to close the gap proved fruitless, leaving Huaxia with a commanding 23-point lead as they enter halftime. Following a brief intermission, the second half commenced. After adjustments made during the break, the Spanish team gradually began to regain their competitive prowess, frequently scoring on the offensive end. Nevertheless, the Huaxia team continued to uphold their fervent momentum from the first half. Qin Feng and Zhu Fengyu frequently unleashed their long-range shots, aiding the team in stabilizing the situation. Throughout the entirety of the third quarter, both teams found themselves embroiled in a stalemate, showcasing formidable offensive prowess. The Spanish team struggled to close the gap, while the Huaxia team faced challenges in extending their lead. With a commanding 20-point advantage, the game transitioned into the fourth quarter. Guys, if we harness the momentum from the third quarter, we can narrow the deficit to 10 points within 5 minutes, opening up a chance for a comeback. During the intermission, the Spanish coach spoke earnestly, his expression turning gravely serious. He had not anticipated that the Huaxia team could push the Spanish squad to such a precipice, nearly to the brink of despair. As the match progressed, it became evident that the Huaxia team was indeed the most formidable opponent the Spanish team had encountered in this Olympic tournament, having long set aside any underestimation. Even though the Huaxia team emerged as a dark horse, their success was rooted not merely in fortune, but in their undeniable strength. Players like Gasol nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with determination. They did not succumb to despair despite the scoreline, but were instead filled with fighting spirit. Perhaps it was the legacy of their championship pedigree. They understood all too well the arduous path to victory, laden with countless challenges. Each trial served as a catalyst for transformation. As the game reached its climax, all that remained was to give their utmost effort. On the Huaxia bench, Jonas rallied the troops for one final push. The opportunity to create history was at hand. If they could withstand the final 10 minutes, they would emerge as a truly great team. The chronicles of world basketball would forever inscribe the Huaxia team, positioning them among the elite in the sport. What could be more exhilarating than achieving such remarkable feats at the Olympics? Jonas fervently proclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. As a coach, he had never experienced the finals of the Olympic Games. This moment represented a pinnacle in his professional career, a chance to forge new glories. Having come this far, why not strive relentlessly for one more step? Qin Feng smiled, yet his gaze was icy, exuding a piercing aura of lethal intent. He would not allow victory to slip through his fingers. When the match, "Bring glory to our nation," Yao bellowed. The other players echoed his fervor, their spirits high. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the commencement of the fourth quarter. The starting players from both teams took to the court for the ultimate showdown. Chapter 47, Exhaustion Among All. The great trouble of the Huaxia team. The Spanish team launched the first offense. Navarro, positioned at a 45-degree angle on the left, unleashed a three-point shot, narrowing the gap to 17 points. Steady. A calculated play led to a successful basket. As Qin Feng dribbled the ball, he lifted his hand and called out loudly, directing his teammates to execute their tactical movements before passing the ball to Zhu Fengyu. Positioned at the left corner, Zhu, a sharpshooter, attempted a three-pointer. Alas, the basketball rattled off the rim. Frustrated, he shook his head and hurried back on defense, yet his speed lagged considerably. The match had progressed for 26 minutes, with only a mere 4-minute respite during the third quarter. Consequently, Zhu Fengyu appeared visibly fatigued. This exhaustion was not only his burden, but a common plight faced by all players on the Huaxia team. As the fourth quarter approached, signs of physical fatigue inevitably emerged. Even the great Yao could not escape this reality. With the Huaxia team's roster seemingly strong, the number of players capable of enduring a prolonged battle was limited, leaving some to languish on the bench. The Spanish team launched their offensive. Gasol executed a masterful isolation play, drawing defenders and before deftly passing the ball to Navarro, who promptly sank another three-pointer. Magnificent work, my friend. That is true skill. This revelation of Huaxia's actual prowess ignited Gasol, who roared in exhilaration. Navarro, tearing at his jersey, passionately pounded his chest, finally releasing the pin-up emotions of the entire game. Was Huaxia truly formidable? Had they been suppressing the Spanish team all along? Now that the tide was turning, one could only wonder if they were now in a state of panic. When the team displayed their true capabilities, there was little that could be done. Navarro thought to himself, his confidence swelling, convinced that the team would ultimately close the gap and orchestrate a comeback victory. This was the narrative that belonged to the Spanish team. At that moment, not only Navarro but the entire Spanish squad soared in morale. Their competitive spirit elevated to new heights. Steady, brothers, we must remain composed, Yao urged, his eyes betraying a hint of urgency. In previous matches, Huaxia had once held a lead of nearly 20 points, only to be relentlessly pursued by the Spanish team, ultimately forcing overtime. If Qin Feng had not emerged at that critical juncture to deliver a decisive blow against Spain, that game could have easily slipped away. Would the same scenario unfold again? The hope for another overtime flickered in Yao's mind, anxiety gnawing at him as he positioned himself in the paint, reaching out for the ball. They needed a stable offensive strategy to narrow the score. Upon receiving the pass, he turned his back to Gasol, feigned a move, and then suddenly spun around to take a shot. Clang! The basketball struck the rim, and Yao, filled with frustration, watched the ball soar away. Feeling a deep sense of loss, it was evident that he was fatigued, his shooting form noticeably altered. The relentless matches had taken a toll on his stamina. Although merely 2 minutes had elapsed in the fourth quarter, Yao had not rested since the third quarter. For an injured player, this was an exceptionally arduous endeavor. Yet, Yao persevered on the court, dedicating everything to the game, even wagering his career. He could not afford to falter tonight. Failure was not an option. The rebound was seized by Gasol, and the Spanish team launched another swift counterattack. Calder surged into the paint, and Yao, attempting to safeguard the situation, failed to block the shot. The point gap widened to 12. The audience grew increasingly anxious, their hearts racing. Just 2 minutes into the fourth quarter, Spain executed an 8-0 run. The game was slipping away. It felt as if the Chinese team was on the brink of collapse. In this final quarter, their touch was gone, and fatigue had become a significant issue. They were truly in dire straits. Despite still holding a 12-point lead, if they continued at this pace, the lead could vanish rapidly. Yang Yi expressed his concern, his commentary devoid of enthusiasm, wishing he could transform into Michael Jordan to assist the Chinese national basketball team on the court. The scenario mirrored their previous group match against Spain, and he hoped fervently that the Chinese team could withstand the mounting pressure. With only a few minutes left, they needed to score a few more baskets. The venerable Zhang Weiping, anxious, said, "Let us see if Qin Feng can step up. I believe in his ability to turn the tide." Yang Yi's gaze was fixed intently on Qin Feng, brimming with anticipation. Just as the Chinese team was about to initiate their offense, Dov called a timeout. Returning to the bench, Yao and the others hurriedly drank water to replenish their energy, though their heavy and labored breaths indicated that their stamina was nearing its limit. "Listen, I know you're exhausted, but we must endure. We can only persist. If we hold on, we can win the game," Zdovk urged fervently. At this stage of the match, tactics could no longer resolve the issues. It was a battle of wills. The team that yearned for victory the most would have the upper hand and unleash greater potential. Everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes fixated on Qin Feng. They all fervently hoped he could replicate his earlier performance in the game, dominating the Spanish team with unmatched strength. With a single utterance, Qin Feng began to contemplate deeply. He had already resolved that, should circumstances demand it, he would have no choice but to employ the pinnacle experience card of the basketball deity, Michael Jordan. Originally intended for the dream team of the United States, it would all be for naught if they could not even reach the finals. As the timeout concluded, the Huaxia team initiated their offensive. Qin Feng orchestrated the offense with his dribbling at the arc, skillfully maneuvering through a series of direction changes before executing a step-back jump shot from beyond the three-point line. However, despite Calderon's relentless defense, the shot failed to find its mark, even grazing the rim before soaring out of bounds. Qin Feng hung his head in resignation, shaking it slightly. Curry's three-point shooting skills were at an advanced level, boasting a success rate of 50, which meant he had an equal chance of missing the shot. Ironically, it was during the crucial fourth quarter that this probability manifested itself. Did he dare to call himself the world's greatest shooter after missing 3 consecutive shots? It was truly laughable. Calderon scoffed, slowly sinking into mockery. He had been thoroughly dominated by Qin Feng in the first half, left with no face to engage in trash talk. However, the tides had now turned, and closing the score gap was merely a matter of time. After holding back for an entire game, Calderon finally succumbed to the urge to hurl insults at Qin Feng, seeking to release his pent-up frustration and disrupt Qin Feng's mental state. Will this provoke him? If he erupts, it could lead to regret for a lifetime. Qin Feng spoke softly. In an instant, Calderon's expression changed, genuinely startled. Remembering Qin Feng's indomitable performance in the first half, he felt a lingering apprehension. Chapter 48. The fans erupt. The sentiment of Huaxia. Erupt? Do they believe another eruption is possible? They are already exhausted. One must understand that in sports, physical stamina underpins all actions. Without stamina, no matter how refined the technique, it is of little consequence. Calder quickly realized that Qin Feng was merely a paper tiger, all bluster and no substance. Thus, he felt a swell of confidence. The thought of his team achieving a comeback while the Huaxia team could only watch helplessly was truly exhilarating. Qin Feng refrained from further speech, offering only a smile that, though subtle, was impossible to overlook. Indeed, fatigue had set in, yet it did not preclude the possibility of a resurgence. His earlier threats bore the potential for an explosive comeback, especially since the system had yet to deplete any of its consumable skills. Should those abilities be unleashed, it would be sufficient to challenge the Spanish team significantly. For now, however, they awaited their moment. The Spanish team launched another attack, executing a splendid combination that resulted in a goal, earning them 2 points and narrowing the deficit to 10. A profound silence enveloped the arena. As the audience held their breath, fists clenched, palms sweaty, eyes fixed on the court. The anxiety was almost indescribable. Outside the arena, the square was teeming with thousands. Voices raised in anger. What on earth is the Huaxia team doing? Why have they suddenly faltered? If they win this match, why instill hope only to dash it? Disappointment washed over the crowd, who felt their fervor had been squandered after traveling such a distance, only to witness a lackluster performance. Particularly, they questioned Qin Feng's prowess. Why was he unable to score? The sight of Spain gradually closing the gap was truly disheartening. Some fans continued to vent their frustration, lamenting their team's underperformance. Don't despair, there's still a chance. We are still ahead, they urged, maintaining faith in the Huaxia team. Regardless, we will stand with Huaxia until the end, celebrating victories together and enduring losses side by side. We believe Huaxia will make us proud. After all, this was the home ground of Huaxia. How could they allow European teams to run rampant? More fans consoled each other, their hearts resolute as they continued to watch the match. In the stands, American players shook their heads in disbelief. Indeed, the disparity in strength was evident. The Huaxia team had a long journey ahead. The final adversary was none other than the Spanish team. To defeat Spain in the finals would truly reflect the caliber required to attain a gold medal. Truth be told, if Huaxia reached the finals, the desire to compete would be diminished. Defeating Huaxia would be a straightforward task, as discussed by James, Anthony, and others. Only Kobe remained silent, his gaze fixed on Qin Feng. The situation appeared one-sided, with the Huaxia team in dire straits. Could this remarkable player possibly turn the tide and deliver surprise? Kobe pondered, an uncharacteristic glimmer of hope illuminating his eyes. Great players often endure numerous trials before reaching their zenith. This match hinged on Qin Feng's prowess. Should he transcend his current abilities, his status and energy would elevate to a whole new echelon. Conversely, should he falter, he would be relegated to the ranks of an ordinary star. How many opportunities like this does a professional athlete encounter in their career? On the court, Qin Feng once again attempted a forceful three-point jump shot. The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Spain executed a swift counterattack, extending their lead to 8 points. Although Jonas was filled with urgency, he did not place blame on Qin Feng. Having chosen to place his trust, he resolved to stand by it unwaveringly. The offensive strategy of the Huaxia team was quite rational, yet if Qin Feng faltered, it was a trivial matter. As the core of the team, he possessed the authority and exhibited extraordinary performances, having missed only twice. The venerable Zhang Weiping firmly declared his continued support for Qin Feng. The fans in attendance refrained from booing, instead observing quietly, their eyes still brimming with anticipation. "Go Qin Feng!" someone shouted. It seemed to resonate, prompting the entire audience to erupt in a fervent cheer. "Go Qin Feng!" This simple yet profound phrase reverberated throughout the arena, infused with power. Outside in the square, tens of thousands of fans joined in the chant. Even those who had previously expressed discontent and disappointment were now compelled to shout, eager to vent their emotions, truly believing that Qin Feng could create a miracle. The sheer volume of their unified voices was astonishing, akin to crashing waves, each surge stronger than the last, echoing for miles around, clearly audible within the stadium. The players from both teams were taken aback. What was happening? How could they maintain such momentum while on the verge of defeat? Did some spectators genuinely comprehend the situation? Navarro frowned, expressing his frustration. It was as if they were grasping at the last desperate struggle. Yet, such struggles were futile, no matter how grand the rallying cry. They had completely seized control of the game. Gasol remarked that he could almost envision the moment of victory. With just 5 minutes remaining in the match, narrowing the score seemed an effortless task. A weak team remained weak. Any struggle would ultimately be in vain. Calder displayed a hint of disdain, dismissing the fans' calls with contempt. The Huaxia players were bewildered, unable to fathom the sudden eruption of support from the fans. Despite Qin Feng missing 3 consecutive shots, the fans did not cast blame. Instead, they fervently cheered him on. It was perplexing. The Huaxia team's performance had likely ignited the fans' passion. Suddenly, Qin Feng burst into laughter, drawing everyone's attention. How could we lose with such devoted fans? He mused. Laughter may be ignorant, but sincere encouragement bestows strength. Some foreigners might never understand this sentiment. In dire circumstances, while foreigners might think of Noah's Ark, the spirit of Huaxia embodies the perseverance of the foolish old man who moves mountains and the myth of Jingwei filling the sea. They have never known fear nor sought to evade challenges. They unite as one to overcome adversity. Such is the essence of athletic competition. Behind every team in a match stand countless fervent basketball enthusiasts. As Qin Feng spoke, his pace quickened and his tone grew increasingly urgent, his presence erupting like a shout. What was the point of saying so much? We would still lose the game. Calderon scoffed, remaining dismissive. With a hint of murderous intent in his smile, Qin Feng gazed at the scene before him, a sense of trepidation washing over him. Let's give a try then. Chapter 49. The gun erupts like a dragon. Qin Feng unleashes his fury. Upon hearing the fervent cheers of the fans, Qin Feng understood that the moment for counterattack had arrived. The reason for his previous 3 missed 3-point attempts was to calibrate the accuracy of his skills. Now, with Curry's 3-point prowess sufficiently balanced, his subsequent shots would surely find their mark. Additionally, he had 6 consumable skills at his disposal. Triumphing over the Spanish team would be more than enough. Let us give it a shot. What is there to fear, even in the face of adversity? What strength could be displayed? The Chinese team would undoubtedly suffer a defeat. Calder continued to taunt Qin Feng relentlessly, while Gasol and others wore expressions of disdain. Rubio, sitting on the bench, was exhilarated at the prospect of witnessing Qin Feng's downfall. The thought of seeing him in pain following the Chinese team's loss brought him immense satisfaction. The Chinese team launched their attack. Qin Feng, gripping the basketball, stood at the arc's pinnacle and executed a retreating step for a 3-point shot. Having missed consecutively on 3 attempts, Calderon's defense had become lax, merely extending his hand in a perfunctory gesture. Such a lackluster defense posed no hindrance to Qin Feng. With effortless grace, he released the basketball. It soared in a majestic arc, and amidst the anticipatory gazes, it swished through the net with a satisfying sound. It's in. Qin Feng has finally scored a 3-pointer. Yang exclaimed with fervor. The crowd erupted with a cacophony of cheers, reminiscent of a roaring tempest. The fans rallied with even greater enthusiasm, transforming all their support into jubilant applause for the Chinese team. The score had reached 11 points. They needed to capitalize on this momentum, for the margin could widen even further. With an air of complete nonchalance, Qin Feng addressed Calder displaying an expression of profound helplessness. He wished to remain inconspicuous, yet his prowess simply would not permit it. After all, he had successfully landed a 3-pointer. Damned if he hadn't been shown up again. Calder, seething with anger, felt a sense of humiliation. Just moments ago, he had derided Qin Feng, only to be swiftly countered, a most unpleasant sensation indeed. Come on, focus. Even though we've managed to shift the momentum, we are still trailing behind. So we must not become complacent. Gasol stated with gravity, clearly dissatisfied with Calder's defensive efforts. Observe. Qin Feng's successful shot was entirely due to Calder's defensive lapse. The Spanish team launched their offensive. Calder, ball in hand, faced Qin Feng. He needed to act quickly, as steal was imminent. Qin Feng spoke in a calm tone. Calder was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. Are you joking? Can you even play basketball? Do you really think you can just steal the ball without any warning? Who do you think you are? I will undoubtedly make the steal. Just passing the ball isn't enough. You must also break through. You're absolutely right. Let us see it. As Qin Feng concluded his statement, he felt an exhilarating rush within. System. Activate the ghost hand steal skill. The moment the command was uttered, his hands moved with an almost magical precision, striking the basketball and dislodging it from Calder's grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng launched into a fast break, leaving Calder astonished and rooted to the spot. How could this be? He seethed internally, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. Calder, what are you doing? Get back on defense. Gasol's voice boomed, snapping Calder out of his stupor as he turned to rejoin his teammates in pursuit. However, Qin Feng had already crossed half-court, halting at the three-point line to take another open shot. Swish! Once again, Qin Feng nailed a three-pointer, showcasing his exceptional skill in fast-break situations. Please, let go in. The fans collectively held their breath, their eyes fixed on the soaring basketball. The most delightful sound reverberated throughout the arena as the ball swished through the net, igniting a wave of euphoria among the spectators. Incredible! He did it again. Qin Feng is extraordinary. The crowd erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable. As Qin Feng's determination surged, it became evident that he embodied the prowess of the world's greatest three-point shooter. Why does this make me want to cry? A fan exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. Brother, I'm holding back tears. Others shared similar sentiments, their voices choked with emotion, some even shedding tears of joy. Qin Feng's shot selection remained astute, and despite the odds, he was unstoppable. What a performance! Zhang Weiping declared, exhaling deeply, confident that the tide of the game had shifted. Remarkable. Qin Feng is truly a phenomenal player. 2 three-pointers had completely transformed the dynamics of the game, reducing the deficit to 14 points and placing the Spanish team in a precarious position. What a thrill! It feels as if Qin Feng is the Zhao Zilong of the Three Kingdoms, single-handedly turning the tide against a million foes. A true hero. Yang Yi exclaimed, his heart racing with excitement. From the stands, the American team watched in awe. It's unbelievable. This player named Qin Feng is indeed extraordinary. Did he miss 3 consecutive three-pointers just to find his rhythm? Wade mused, shaking his head as he took a sip of water. He is turning the tide, James remarked, recognizing the potential of this superstar in the making. Although Qin Feng still had many flaws, his performance tonight was undeniably stellar, reaching the level of a true superstar. He has truly ascended to a new realm. Kobe reflected, realizing that from this moment forward, Qin Feng would be regarded as a player of a higher caliber than those on the court. Stay sharp, everyone. If our final opponent is indeed the Huaxia team, then Qin Feng will undoubtedly be a formidable adversary. After a prolonged silence, Coach K spoke earnestly, his wise gaze betraying a hint of concern. Qin Feng, exhibiting a formidable potential, instills a sense of trepidation, as one can never predict the performance that a single second on the court may yield. It is the unpredictable adversary that instills the greatest fear. The referee's whistle pierces the air. The coach of the Spanish team has called for a timeout. With only 3 minutes remaining in the match and trailing by 14 points, the situation appears dire. Gasol returns to the bench, his countenance devoid of expression, seemingly still caught in the throes of fluctuating emotions. They are merely 8 points away. If they manage to score just 2 more baskets, the deficit could dwindle to 4, or even 3. The players of the Huaxia team are utterly exhausted, making a comeback seem an insurmountable task. Just moments ago, the tides of fortune shifted dramatically. Suddenly, Qin Feng erupted, catching everyone off guard. It was truly uncomfortable and stifling. How could it have flared up again so unexpectedly? It truly defied all logic. However, what has happened cannot be undone, and dwelling on it serves no purpose. The immediate priority is to find a way to bridge the gap in points. Time is of the essence. Chapter 50, a distant three-pointer that seals the game. Upon resuming, the Spanish team evidently accelerated their offensive tempo. As Calder North dribbled past half-court, he swiftly passed the ball to the team's sharpshooter, Navarro. The Spanish coach had meticulously crafted a strategy specifically for Navarro, allowing him to receive the ball completely unmarked. Without hesitation, he took the shot. With that attempt, Navarro had already sunk 3 consecutive three-pointers, showcasing an extraordinary rhythm. However, on this occasion, fate did not favor him. The angle of the basketball was slightly off, ricocheting off the rim. Yao's expression twisted in agony. Despite being utterly exhausted, he fought fiercely to secure the defensive rebound, and his first instinct was to seek out Qin Feng. At this juncture in the game, he placed his unwavering trust solely in Qin Feng. Upon receiving the basketball, Qin Feng dribbled past the half-court, establishing a steady rhythm to control the flow of the game. Damn it, the half-court looks identical. Calder in, apply pressure, force the pass, shouted the coach of the Spanish team. Currently, what the Spanish team lacks the most is time. Calder in, lunge forward. With the remarkable ball-handling skills reminiscent of the legendary Chris Paul, Qin Feng exhibited an advanced level of dribbling. Characterized by exceptional stability, could Calder in possibly disrupt it? With a subtle pivot, he evaded Calder in's attempt to steal the ball and proceeded to dribble near the free throw line, unguarded, before leaping to take a shot. The basketball swished through the net with certainty, although the shooting percentage stood at a mere 50. The absence of defense rendered the execution effortless. How foolish. Let them press, let them attempt steals. The Spanish coach lamented helplessly, his composure beginning to fray. Calder, too, was filled with regret. His mind had momentarily faltered, leaving him momentarily bewildered, and he instinctively lunged forward. This miscalculation resulted in a defensive lapse. The score was now 16 points. With only 3 minutes remaining in the game, urgency was paramount. As Qin Feng approached Calderon, he expressed his disdain and then strode away triumphantly. What insufferable fool! Calderon fumed, his anger nearly overwhelming him. Yet, he forgot that the Spanish team had also begun to mock and provoke Qin Feng when they narrowed the score. The current Qin Feng was merely retaliating against their taunts. Stay composed, maintain your focus, and let us secure a goal, Gasol advised, his deep tone resonating with an almost magical influence over his teammates, showcasing his leadership prowess. After dribbling past half-court, Calderon executed a pick-and-roll with Gasol. Upon receiving the ball, Gasol, despite Yao's defensive efforts, took a contested shot. Unfortunately, Yao's stamina had reached its limits. He could only continue to run on sheer willpower. I'm sorry, I couldn't defend better, Yao exclaimed, frustration and regret evident in his voice. His teammates were taken aback. Yao was apologizing, much like Qin Feng would. It was rather perplexing. Yao was a superstar in the NBA, while Qin Feng merely served as the core of the Chinese team. However, the teammates quickly grasped the shift in Yao's mindset, recognizing Qin Feng as the team's ace. No worries. We can claw our way back, they reassured each other, acknowledging the challenge ahead. Qin Feng smiled, and the system's consumption-type skills were sufficient to dominate the competition. The Huaxia team launched an offensive. As Qin Feng dribbled past the half-court, Calder, and Navarro unexpectedly initiated another double team. The Spanish team was acutely aware that the current Huaxia team relied heavily on Qin Feng, whose combat prowess remained intact, while the stamina of the other players had been severely depleted, reaching a point of exhaustion where even standing on the court had become a challenge. The spectators grew increasingly tense, fully comprehending that the entire Huaxia team was dependent on Qin Feng. If he were to be contained by the double team, how could they possibly score? A double team? It seemed that only Qin Feng was momentarily flustered. He flashed a faint smile and inwardly commanded system. Activate the hyperdirectional breakthrough skill. Could they truly limit him with just 2 defenders? Absolutely not. Within Qin Feng's heart, a roar of fury resounded as the transformative power of his skill surged through him. In an instant, he sensed a remarkable enhancement in his ability to change direction, along with a substantial increase in the range of movements his body could endure. Calder, and Navarro lunged. Qin Feng did not pass the ball. Instead, he changed direction with an impressive feint. With a resounding thud, Calder lost his balance and fell to the ground. On the other side, Navarro fared little better, stumbling backward several steps but managing to stay upright. Despite standing several paces beyond the three-point line, Qin Feng found himself unguarded, and he seamlessly assumed a shooting posture. The onlookers were awash with expressions of dread, for they knew he was capable of sinking a three-pointer from exceptional distance. Would such a scenario unfold once more? Once. It marked the beginning of the match, and now it transpired at a critical juncture just before the game concluded. What audacity! The players of the Spanish team were left to ponder this. Yet regardless of the circumstances, the mere act of Qin Feng preparing to shoot was sufficiently intimidating. They charged desperately towards him, determined to prevent an easy shot. Activating the skill of the death shot, Qin Feng's expression remained serene, akin to an assassin poised to strike, embodying unwavering determination. With a gentle leap, he launched the basketball. The eyes of the Spanish team were fixated on the offensive play, while the Huaxia team and the entire audience awaited with bated breath. The basketball traced a lofty arc through the air. Swish! The sound of it sinking flawlessly into the net resonated throughout the entire arena. Qin Feng has once again made a remarkable long-range three-pointer. With just 2 minutes remaining in the game, he executed an astonishing shot from beyond the arc. Oh my goodness! Unbelievable! Qin Feng, the hero who has come to the rescue of the Huaxia team. Not only did he make the three-pointer, but he also skillfully maneuvered to outsmart a Spanish player. How impressive! While being double-teamed, he managed to deceive one opponent and create space, showcasing an extraordinary play that I have never witnessed in over a decade of watching basketball. Watching Qin Feng's shot ignited a fiery passion within me. I yearn to play basketball as well. The fans in the arena erupted into fervent discussions and cheers. Overwhelmed by their excitement, struggling to articulate their emotions, yet doing their utmost to express their elation. Commentator Yang Yi, equally exhilarated, flushed with enthusiasm, shouted into the microphone. Incredible! Qin Feng has truly turned the tide in this offensive round. His performance is nothing short of divine. Furthermore, following that three-pointer, the score gap widened to 19 points. The Spanish team is surely left without the strength to retaliate. Qin Feng has once again delivered a decisive blow, sealing the fate of the game. Chapter 51. The game concludes, and Qin Feng has achieved extraordinary statistics. Just as Yang Yi had noted, with a decisive three-pointer, Qin Feng sealed the fate of the match, rendering the outcome unequivocal. With merely 2.5 minutes remaining, the Spanish team found themselves trailing by 19 points. The prospect of overcoming such a deficit in just 2 minutes appeared insurmountable, save for a miraculous repeat of McGrady's legendary 13 points in 35 seconds, which might offer a glimmer of hope. Following his remarkable shot, Qin Feng let out a triumphant roar, brimming with confidence. Once again, he personally extinguished Spain's resurgence, shattering their aspirations of victory. If the previous group stage's last-second triumph over Spain had earned the respect of players like Gasol and Navarro, who would still show deference after this, Qin Feng's gaze was sharp as he scanned the players of the Spanish team, eventually resting his eyes on Calderon. "We won the match. Do you believe it now?" he exclaimed. Calderon remained silent, his expression revealing a hint of awkwardness and discomfort. Soon after, a look of anguish crossed his face, and his eyes became rimmed with red. He understood that the dream of the Olympics had come to an end. Qin Feng cast a stern glance towards Gasol and the others, exclaiming, "Who dares to claim that the Chinese team is merely a second-rate squad?" His voice resonated clearly throughout the arena. Yao Ming, Yi Jinlian, and others clenched their fists in excitement, a profound sense of honor swelling within them. Had the match not yet concluded, they might have already commenced the celebration of their advancement to the finals. The fans erupted in jubilant cheers, their fervor igniting the entire arena. In stark contrast, Gasol, Navarro, and their teammates appeared despondent, devoid of fighting spirit, their minds preoccupied with Qin Feng's challenging words. If they could be defeated by a team deemed second-rate, what then could be said of the Spanish team? They had lost. While it could be argued that Spain's earlier defeat in the group stage was a matter of luck, their dismal performance in the semifinals was utterly inexcusable, marking a complete and unequivocal failure. The final eruption of Qin Feng was indeed beyond expectations. In such an intensely competitive match, his ability to score consecutively in the closing moments showcases his remarkable talent. Undoubtedly, this performance has elevated his status as a superstar to an even higher echelon. In the audience, players from the Dream Team of the United States were equally astonished. It must be said that the number 15 player of the Huaxia team exhibited extraordinary prowess in three-point shooting, managing to break free from a double team and daring to attempt a long-range shot, which he successfully made. The complexity of his technical maneuvers speaks volumes about his mental fortitude. Wade marveled at Qin Feng, acknowledging his potential. The Huaxia team is indeed a force to be reckoned with. It is truly surprising that the Spanish team succumbed to Huaxia, a result that likely caught many off guard. James shrugged, expressing a sense of astonishment, yet recognizing the significance of the event. After all, any team that reaches the finals becomes an opponent of the Dream Team. This year, the Dream Team has assembled one of the strongest rosters in over a decade, yet they only managed to secure a silver medal. The finals promised to be an enthralling contest, and Kobe expressed his anticipation for Qin Feng's performance. Although he felt regret for his brother Gasol's elimination, he acknowledged the allure of competitive sports. Who would have predicted that the underdog Huaxia team would emerge as a dark horse, advancing all the way to the finals? Previously, Huaxia's best record over the decades was merely reaching the quarterfinals. Now they have achieved a remarkable 2 consecutive leaps, truly a dark horse. Beep. The coach of the Spanish team called for a timeout, his brow furrowed. Though reluctant, he had to accept the bitter fruit of defeat. Gentlemen, at this point in the game, we must acknowledge that the Huaxia team is no longer a weak opponent. After Qin Feng's divine intervention, Huaxia has transformed into a formidable team. To be honest, losing to Huaxia is a matter of pride. Even if there is hostility towards them, they have undeniably earned respect through their victory. The coach of the Spanish team spoke with a softened tone, shedding some of his earlier sharpness. Gasol and Navarro remained silent, grappling with the difficult reality that they could not overcome Huaxia. There would be no more excuses. "All right, let us return to the court and complete the final 2 minutes of the game," the Spanish coach said. Upon resuming, the Spanish team retained their starting lineup. refusing to give up as they desperately tried to accelerate their offensive pace, attempting three-point shots in hopes of closing the gap. They did manage to score 2 3-pointers, but it was evidently futile. Beep! With the referee's final whistle, the match came to an end. The score froze at 86-99, with the Huaxia team triumphing by a 13-point margin over Spain, forcefully advancing to the finals. They have defeated the world champion team. It felt like a dream, as Yao Ming shook his head in disbelief, then excitedly embraced Qin Feng. Was this a dream? No, it was an event that truly transpired. Yao was overjoyed, more so than when he led the Shanghai team to victory in the CBA championship or when he entered the NBA as the first overall pick. Serving the nation and bringing glory to it, he had truly achieved that. Players from the Huaxia team, including Yi Jinlian, Ji, and Zhu Fengyu, gathered together, celebrating with exuberant cheers. Dear audience, raise your hands and cheer with abandon. After making history by reaching the semifinals, the Huaxia team has once again etched its name in history by advancing to the finals. This is undoubtedly the most glorious Olympic performance for the Huaxia team, achieving a breakthrough on home soil and instilling pride in millions of fans. They did not bring shame upon Huaxia. Rather, they illuminated its spirit and honor. Yang Yi spoke with deep emotion, struggling to hold back tears. Well done. The Huaxia players showed remarkable resilience against Spain's counterattacks, holding on until the very end. Especially Qin Feng's performance. He is indeed a hero of the Huaxia team. Today, the outcome of the match is indeed commendable, exclaimed the excited Zhang Weiping. In the final minutes, as the Huaxia players were exhausted, the offensive efforts relied solely on Qin Feng, who scored 11 points in a row with a shooting record of 4 out of 7 and 3 out of 6 from beyond the arc. His performance was reminiscent of a true superstar, possessing an indomitable spirit and leading the team to turn the tide. Throughout the match, Qin Feng delivered numerous classic moments. Yang Yi continued, his admiration for Qin Feng unparalleled. Reviewing the statistics, he remarked, in 34 minutes of play, Qin Feng shot 18 out of 28, 9 out of 18 from three-point range, and 3 out of 5 from the free throw line, amassing an astonishing 48 points, 5 rebounds, 9 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks. His performance was truly extraordinary. He elevated his own statistics to a new echelon while setting numerous Olympic records. Undoubtedly, he is the most radiant basketball player of these Olympics and a hero in the eyes of millions of fans. Chapter 52. In a narrow encounter, the brave prevail. Qin Feng is determined. The gymnasium has transformed into a sea of cheers. Outside, nearly 10,000 fans are equally jubilant, dancing and celebrating. The exhilarating sensation of victory, after enduring a prolonged struggle, envelopes every fan present. The more anxious they were while watching the game, the happier they are now. Qin Feng has truly dominated the entire match. Just look at the statistics. Who else can compare to his performance on the Olympic stage? Even superstars like Kobe and LeBron did not deliver such explosive displays. It can be said that Qin Feng single-handedly defeated the entire Spanish team. Let us see if the Spanish team will dare to be as arrogant again, to claim they're a second-tier team. Despite being world championship winners, the Huaxia team played like champions. With arrogance and boastful claims, what does it matter if they lost? Fans engaged in animated discussions, all wearing expressions of pride. When the topic of the Chinese men's basketball team arose, both foreigners and compatriots alike would scoff in derision. Much like the national football team, they had become the subject of ridicule. However, now millions of basketball enthusiasts in China could finally hold their heads high, proudly showcasing their identity as basketball fans to their peers in the field. Within the arena, the Spanish players appeared dejected, yet they graciously extended their hands in greeting to the players of the Chinese team. Gasol approached Qin Feng, wearing a wry smile that hinted at resignation. I must admit, you are indeed formidable. This match has truly humbled us, and I look forward to seeing your presence on the NBA stage in the future. That is certain. With unwavering confidence, Qin Feng greeted Gasol with a handshake and an embrace. Having already won Gasol over, and with the latter extending a gesture of goodwill, there was no need for Qin Feng to maintain an air of arrogance to mock him. The traditional culture of the Huaxia team emphasizes unity and embraces a broad-mindedness that welcomes all. After Gasol departed, Navarro approached Qin Feng, offering his respects. Buddy, as much as I wish to admit it, I must say you are truly formidable. Once again, you have earned my respect, he exclaimed, with a hint of humility as he gave Qin Feng a thumbs up. Ha! Witnessing such performance has indeed transformed my perception. Qin Feng smiled. Of course, Scoring 48 points is no mere stroke of luck. Navarro shrugged, having completely changed his perspective on Qin Feng. A formidable opponent deserves respect. Subsequently, the Spanish players greeted Qin Feng one by one, while Rubio silently turned away from the group. For a player of his caliber, tonight's setback was significant. The vivid images of being outplayed by Qin Feng would linger for a long time, perhaps becoming the most memorable recollections of his entire career. After exchanging pleasantries, the Spanish team exited the court, and the players of the Huaxia team returned to the locker room. In the locker room, they celebrated their momentous achievement. When Qin Feng mentioned advancing to the finals, some could hardly believe it, yet it was indeed happening. It was astonishing. Never in their wildest dreams did they anticipate reaching the finals. This was truly a glorious occasion, one worth celebrating for a lifetime. The Huaxia men's basketball team, having been established for decades, had never achieved such remarkable success on the world stage. Undoubtedly, this achievement would be eternally etched in history, especially with the upcoming Olympics being hosted in their own backyard. The significance of this accomplishment was magnified. The players were filled with excitement, exchanging thoughts and opinions. Why does Qin Feng look so delighted? Sun Yu curiously inquired, glancing at Qin Feng sitting in the corner. It's evident that he should be the happiest tonight. His performance on the court was impeccable. This match had laid a solid foundation for his future career. Even if he never enters the NBA, he will undoubtedly be among the elite in the CBA. They all turned their gazes towards Qin Feng, their eyes reflecting a shared understanding. The work is not yet complete. There is little to celebrate. Qin Feng spoke lightly, shrugging his shoulders. Upon hearing his words, the crowd stood in stunned silence. Has one's perspective truly elevated? Of course. They understood that when Qin Feng referred to unfinished work, he meant their current status. The Huaxia team had merely reached the finals. They had yet to secure the championship and earn the gold medal. Thus their task remained incomplete. Is merely reaching the finals worthy of celebration? What a narrow scope of ambition. In that moment, the family felt their own horizons constricting. Furthermore, can the task truly be accomplished? They were to face the dream team in the finals, a squad that boasts an assembly of numerous NBA superstars, a team that has displayed an undeniable dominance during the Olympics. Is victory against the dream team even conceivable? The players of the Huaxia team lacked confidence. Even Yao found himself engulfed in silence, his morale dwindling. Yet a moment later, his eyes brightened as he gazed appreciatively at Qin Feng, reflecting on the scene of Qin Feng diligently practicing free throws alone. He could not help but feel a deep sense of respect. Qin Feng realized the essential qualities required to become a remarkable player. This young man is truly talented, a pillar of Chinese basketball. Can he truly compete against the dream team? After a lengthy pause, Sun Yu solemnly reflected on the painful memories of being trampled in the group matches. How could one know without trying? Having already reached the finals and emerging as a dark horse, why not continue to defy expectations? In a narrow confrontation, the brave shall prevail, since they have crossed paths, regardless of the strength of the opponent. Even if one finds themselves in the jaws of a tiger, they shall wrest away a couple of its teeth. Qin Feng spoke with a calm, yet powerful voice, exuding an intense aura, as if radiating a blinding light. The team was profoundly inspired by his words, igniting a fervor within them. Damn it, it felt as if they were about to compete against the American team. Regardless of the outcome, the only thing that mattered was to give their all. The Spanish team was also a world champion. How long had the dream team gone without a title? With such conviction, he declared that if Spain could triumph, then why fear the dream team? Why dwell on unnecessary details? Let us just act decisively. The atmosphere was charged with enthusiasm, and emotions ran high. The thought of defeating the Spanish team had already faded into the background. Now, all they could think about was the impending match against the Americans, aiming to astonish the world once more. Yao observed the reactions of his teammates and then looked at Qin Feng, whose eyes were filled with astonishment. In just a few sentences, he had stirred their fighting spirit, setting the tone for the forthcoming final. Truly remarkable. Simultaneously, Yao's gaze grew resolute, and he clenched his fists tightly. Having envisioned countless scenarios of facing the dream team in the finals, the moment was finally at hand. This was it. He was willing to stake his career on defeating the dream team, propelling the Chinese men's basketball team to the pinnacle of the world. Chapter 53, Abundant System Rewards. Power Upgrades. After inspiring his teammates in the locker room, Qin Feng, along with Yao and Yi, participated in the post-match interview. In the game against the Spanish team, aside from Qin Feng's outstanding performance, scoring 48 points, Yao and Yi also shone brightly, contributing 18 and 14 points respectively. The interview comprised typical questions: thoughts on the Spanish team, reflections on his 48-point achievement, how the Chinese team emerged as dark horses, and perspectives on the upcoming final, among others. In a courteous exchange, Qin Feng and Yao, among others, provided some responses. Notably, during the post-match interview with the Spanish team, when asked about their views on Qin Feng, their answers echoed a similar sentiment regarding the misunderstandings surrounding Qin Feng, particularly the notion that his last-minute victory was merely a stroke of luck. They seemed to overlook the fact that he was once merely a substitute player guarding the water cooler. However, this perspective is fundamentally flawed. It must be acknowledged that Qin Feng is one of the most gifted basketball players I have encountered in my decades of coaching. His growth was vividly illustrated throughout the Olympic Games, beginning with his last-minute victory in the group stage and showcasing remarkable improvement in every subsequent match. An examination of the match statistics reveals a consistent upward trajectory, which is truly astonishing. The Spanish coach expressed profound admiration, acknowledging that they were unequivocally defeated by Qin Feng, a player of exceptional uniqueness whose performance in tonight's game was nothing short of impressive. Each offensive and defensive play he executed exuded dominance. One could only imagine the sensation of being blocked twice and having to steal against Qin Feng in a single match. It's a feeling that is undeniably gratifying. Gasol shrugged, expressing a mix of helplessness and acceptance of the reality. Qin Feng executed several remarkable shots tonight, displaying an ability to turn the tide of the game. Although there was animosity on the court, even now, it does not hinder the respect for Qin Feng. His performance is truly commendable. Navarro, holding his head, appeared pained and somewhat disheartened. The numerous reporters interviewing the Spanish team were left bewildered. After the match, both the coach and players of the Spanish team made a complete turnaround in their attitude towards Qin Feng. It is evident that they were genuinely impressed by his prowess. It is hardly surprising, considering his extraordinary statistics of 48 points, 5 rebounds, 9 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks in a single game. One could argue that Qin Feng single-handedly dismantled the Spanish team. Following the interview, the players departed the arena, returning to the Olympic Village for rest. The Chinese team will advance to the finals, while the Spanish team will compete against Lithuania for the bronze medal. Upon returning to his room, Qin Feng did not take a moment's respite, but instead summoned the system. After a night of diligent effort, he finally delved into the intricacies of the system. Once the competition concluded, the system notified him that he had successfully completed the task of winning the semifinals and subsequently dispensed the rewards. He received 2 death shots, 2 phantom steps, the permanent skill Russell's super defense level, 8 attribute points unassigned, and 3,000 proficiency points unassigned. The entirety of this task's rewards can only be described as bountiful, a veritable harvest. With these rewards, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. This further augmented his capability to confront the Dream Team. System, I wish to learn the permanent skill Russell's super defense. In Qin Feng's mind, he commanded the system. A chime resonated, and the cold voice of the system echoed. Congratulations, host. You have mastered the super defense skill, which is now at level 1. The system will facilitate upgrades through the allocation of attribute points without any specific attributes. In Qin Feng's mind, the attributes he possessed materialized vividly. Stamina, 67, strength, 69, agility, 74, speed, 79, jumping ability, 90, overall capability, 76. After contemplating for a while, Qin Feng ultimately resolved to address the system, stating, System, allocate the unassigned attribute points to strength and stamina, distributing 4 points to each attribute. Ding dong, allocation complete. Qin Feng nodded, feeling somewhat helpless. After the allocation, the values still seemed rather low. He wished the system would reward him with dozens of points in one go, elevating all assigned attributes to a remarkable 90, thus rendering his physique the strongest in the world. However, such fanciful thoughts were merely daydreams. To enhance his abilities, he needed to gradually accumulate points through completing tasks. As for the 8 points he had just received, he thoughtfully distributed them between strength and stamina. The most crucial match awaited him against the American Dream Team, whose primary advantages lay in their formidable physicality, robust physiques, and abundant stamina, attributes where Qin Feng felt particularly disadvantaged. During the semifinal against the Spanish team, if he relied solely on system skills, he feared he would encounter issues with stamina depletion. Hence, he allocated 4 points to his stamina attribute. Believing this would sufficiently enhance his endurance, especially as the game progressed into the fourth quarter, where fatigue often became a factor. Even so, he aimed to allocate his energy judiciously. In terms of vertical leap statistics, Qin Feng estimated that the American players possessed a minimum stamina value of 75, while superstars like Kobe and LeBron boasted figures ranging between 80 and 85. When compared to the Dream Team athletes, he recognized a significant gap. The remaining 4 points were allocated to strength, enabling him to match the intensity of the competition. With that, he activated his personal system interface. As Qin Feng spoke, a vast interface immediately materialized in his mind. System, basketball superstar name, Qin Feng height, 1. 9M position, shooting guard stamina, 71 strength, 73 agility, 74 speed, 79 jump, 90 overall ability, 77 skills. Curry's high-level three-point shot, Durant's deathly jumper, Paul's stable dribbling, Magic Johnson's enchanting pass, Russell's super defense items, basketball god Jordan's peak experience card X1, death shot X2, ghostly step layup X4, super change of direction breakthrough X1, ghostly hand steal X1, attribute proficiency, 9900. Just 100 more proficiency points are needed to reach 10,000. With diligent training, I should be able to accumulate the necessary proficiency. Then I will be able to upgrade to another advanced skill. Qin Feng could not contain his excitement. Observing his advanced skill set, he noted Curry's exceptional three-point shooting and Paul's steady ball handling. Thus, the choice for skill enhancement was undoubtedly clear: Curry's three-point shooting. In an era where three-point shots are of paramount importance, Qin Feng's remarkable shooting accuracy would undoubtedly pose a significant threat on the court. As Qin Feng contemplated the various skills before him, a perplexing question arose. In Chapter 54, the notion that Qin Feng was diligently striving was indeed a significant misunderstanding. The proficiency of Curry's three-point shooting stood at an advanced level, yet his accuracy was merely 50. In contrast, Durant's death-defying jump shot was classified as only average. It boasted the same accuracy of 50. This posed a dilemma. Should he directly enhance Curry's three-point skill, the accuracy could ascend to 70. However, if he were to invest 5,000 proficiency points to elevate Durant's jump shot, the accuracy might rise even higher, potentially reaching 80. Moreover, this would leave him with an additional 5,000 proficiency points for further skill enhancement. Crucially, the jump shot is regarded as a decisive weapon in basketball competitions. Even in NBA a decade hence, where three-point shooting reigns supreme, the teams that clinch the championship are invariably those endowed with exceptional shooting precision. Players like Durant and Leonard, for instance, wield their three-point prowess to dismantle adversaries with pinpoint accuracy, becoming formidable offensive assets in their quest for victory. Which skill should he ultimately choose to upgrade? Qin Feng fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable time, he finally resolved to upgrade his skills in three-point shooting, deeming it a more advantageous choice. After all, a three-pointer not only facilitates a rapid accumulation of points for the team, but also invigorates his teammates' adrenaline, uplifting their morale akin to a spectacular slam dunk. Moreover, he possessed a peak experience card of the basketball deity, Michael Jordan. In his prime, the legendary Jordan dominated the league with his unparalleled fadeaway jump shot, utilizing merely this experience card, which would undoubtedly elevate his shooting range to an extraordinary level. At the very least, in the contest against the illustrious Dream Team of the United States, Qin Feng need not fret over the distance of his shots. With the sole use of Jordan's peak experience card, the entire arena would reverberate with the exaltation of the basketball god. Having made up his mind, he now awaited the proficiency upgrade with bated breath. How significantly would his three-point shooting percentage increase? Qin Feng eagerly anticipated the arrival of dawn after a long and arduous night. Qin Feng had long departed from the Olympic Village, making his way to the training facility alone. By the time his teammates arrived at the training center, Qin Feng was already drenched in sweat. They gazed at him in astonishment, unanimously giving him a thumbs up. Witnessing Qin Feng's relentless dedication to training, they chose not to disturb him. After all, Qin Feng had just scored an astonishing 48 points in the previous match, and here he was, training early the very next day. Truly, he exemplified the perfect blend of talent and hard work. Sun Yu suppressed his admiration, a hint of inexplicable emotion coloring his tone. If Qin Feng could exert such effort, what excuse did they have to falter? It was time to intensify their training and ensure that tomorrow's match would leave no regrets. Yao, deeply moved by Qin Feng's commitment, echoed this sentiment. The other players nodded in agreement, their spirits ignited with boundless determination. vowing to take Qin Feng as their role model. They quickly changed into their training gear, immersing themselves fervently in their practice. Qin Feng stood in astonishment, observing the frenzied dedication of his training. What had happened to home? Was it necessary to exert such effort in daily training? As he pondered, Yi Jian returned to his side, giving a thumbs up while running and exclaiming, "Qin Feng, thank you for igniting our fighting spirit." On the other side of the court, Sun Yu shouted, "Brother, well done. We are proud of you." Zhu Fanyu called out, "Qin Feng, though younger, I must admit my own shortcomings. You will be our model moving forward." Qin Feng wore a bewildered expression, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. How had he, in just a single night, become the paragon of his family? His endeavors had inspired them. Yao gently patted Qin Feng on the shoulder and remarked. Qin Feng suddenly realized, revealing an innocent smile. He genuinely sought to enhance his proficiency in unassigned attributes through diligent training, and indeed, he was putting in significant effort. Without explanation, Qin Feng chose to let the misunderstanding linger, as the ultimate outcome proved satisfactory. After a brief respite, he resumed his training. It was not until the approach of lunchtime that Qin Feng's proficiency in the attribute-less skill finally increased by 100. Consequently, his overall attribute-less proficiency within the system reached a remarkable total of 10,000. System, enhance my three-point shooting ability. Within Qin Feng's heart, emotions shifted from tension to exhilaration. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully upgraded your skill. The three-point shooting proficiency of the legendary player Curry has reached perfection, and this level boasts a remarkable shooting accuracy of 75. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Qin Feng was instantly overcome with joy. The increase in accuracy was astounding, a direct enhancement of 25 in three-point shooting accuracy. Unbelievable. Indeed, advancing from high level to perfection yields a qualitative leap. An accuracy of 75 in three-point shooting is simply unimaginable. In the annals of history, NBA superstar Curry's three-point shooting ability is already considered extraordinary, yet even at his peak, his accuracy hovers around 45. This places him among the greatest three-point shooters in NBA history. Now, if Qin Feng were to enter the NBA with a 75 three-point shooting accuracy, what kind of sensation would that create? One can only dare to imagine. One thing is certain. Qin Feng has become the world's most formidable three-point shooter. Once, such claims were met with ridicule and skepticism. Now, he stands ready to counter those doubts and showcase what it truly means to be the world's strongest three-point shooter. With this newfound accuracy, the prospects for tomorrow's victory have gained an additional edge. Qin Feng enthusiastically waved his arms, brimming with confidence for the upcoming match. Having already upgraded his three-point shooting skills, there was no further need for additional training. As Qin Feng turned and called out to his teammates, "Let us take a break. Recharge for the battle ahead," he promptly exited the gymnasium. The others, including Yao, were left in a state of bewilderment. Wasn't he the emphasis on diligent training? How had the atmosphere shifted so suddenly? Meanwhile, at another training facility, the American team was fervently preparing for the finals. All the players were intensely engaged in training, except for Kobe, who sat contemplatively, deep in thought. After a prolonged silence, he rose abruptly and dialed his close friend, Gasol. "Hey, buddy, what prompted you to call? Shouldn't we be focused on preparing for the finals?" Gasol's surprised voice came through the line, quickly followed by a moment of silence. For Gasol, not making it to the finals and competing alongside Kobe on the Olympic stage was a source of regret. "Brother, I have a question I'd like to consult you about," Kobe stated directly. "What's on your mind?" Gasol inquired, already anticipating the nature of Kobe's question. "Is it about Qin Feng?" "Indeed, you're perceptive," Kobe replied with a smile, acknowledging Gasol's insight. Understanding the strong desire for victory, Kobe was determined to learn about every opponent, and Qin Feng was no exception. Gasol continued, his demeanor calm, yet tinged with gravity. "Having watched the game footage of the Chinese team and researched extensively about Qin Feng, I must say he is an extraordinary player. His raw power doesn't seem formidable at first glance, yet he consistently unleashes astonishing energy in matches, dominating the game with sheer tenacity." Kobe expressed his curiosity. "If there is doubt, then I shall seek your counsel," adhering to his usual principle. Just recently, during the finals, he had reached out to Wade for insights on breaking through the Celtics' defense. This aspect of Kobe's personality is one of the reasons countless fans idolize him. He is perpetually striving for improvement and strength. Gasol fell silent, lost in painful memories of their defeat. The Spanish team had suffered a crushing loss, thoroughly outmatched by Qin Feng, with no resistance whatsoever. He himself had delivered one of the most disheartening performances of his career, although he had mentioned in post-match interviews that he looked forward to facing the Chinese team again. He truly wished for future international encounters with the team led by Qin Feng. The unpredictability and complexity of Qin Feng's playing style were both exasperating and daunting. After a lengthy pause, Gasol finally spoke. "Brother, we cannot afford to underestimate tomorrow's match. Qin Feng is indeed a player who defies predictions. But one thing is indisputable. He is exceptionally strong, so strong that it borders on the incredible. Have you had a tangible sense of his offensive and defensive capabilities?" Kobe inquired further. "Unpredictable," Gasol replied. "It is forever impossible to predict the performance of Qin Feng's offense and defense. Much like a bomb. The power of his explosive growth astonishes all. Each game he plays displays his dominance, albeit in varying manners. One must acknowledge his exceptional proficiency in three-point shooting. His leaping ability is truly extraordinary." As Gasol spoke, each word regarding Qin Feng's characteristics pierced through his heart like a dagger. Kobe listened in silence. Never having witnessed Gasol express such a grave and earnest appraisal of a player, laden with such profound admiration. One can only imagine the profound impact Qin Feng has had on Gasol on the court. From Gasol's remarks, a revelation emerged: the unpredictability of Qin Feng's attributes. Regardless of how many tapes one might review, the insights gleaned are invariably insufficient for accurate predictions. After ending the call, Kobe returned to the training facility, ignited with a fervor that coursed through his veins. It is indeed rare for a superstar to encounter an equally matched opponent. Competing against a rival of comparable skill not only brings a sense of achievement when one prevails, but also facilitates personal growth, elevating one to new heights. This is why players of Kobe and LeBron's caliber share a mutual respect. They have exhausted all competition, leaving only each other as worthy adversaries. Great athletes invariably recognize one another's prowess. Although the extent of Qin Feng's strength remains uncertain, his performances in recent games have undoubtedly earned him Kobe's respect. One can only hope that the finals tomorrow will bring forth some surprises. Disappointment must be avoided, Kobe murmured, his competitive spirit fully ignited. Time flew by, and soon night fell. On a fateful day, the Olympics would witness the concluding battles of various events, with basketball set to host the final showdown. Early in the morning, the sky was shrouded in dense clouds, casting a somber atmosphere over the city, evoking a sense of impending storm. The anticipation of the impending clash infused the entire city with a palpable tension. Both fans and non-fans alike were aware that today would feature an exceptionally significant basketball match. The Chinese team would face the illustrious Dream Team of the United States in a contest for the gold medal. The performance of the Chinese team has indeed broken barriers, garnering attention from countless individuals within the same sphere. Even those who do not fully grasp the intricacies of basketball eagerly awaited the commencement of this match. The Chinese team has achieved a miraculous feat, fostering an inherent sense of expectation. At the onset of the Olympics, many had underestimated the Chinese men's basketball team, considering their lack of success on the international stage and their placement in a formidable group. Merely reaching the quarterfinals was regarded as luck. Yet, the Chinese team not only advanced to the quarterfinals, but also triumphed through each round to reach the finals. Faced with the extraordinarily powerful roster of the Dream Team, can the miracle continue? The answer remains uncertain. However, the entire nation hopes that the miracle will persist. The most discussed topic on the internet is the final match of the Chinese men's basketball Dream Team. Countless fans, in an effort to cheer on the Chinese team, have resorted to humorous reverse jinxes, making outrageous promises. If the Chinese team triumphs over the American team and secures the gold medal, they will perform headstands while washing their hair. If they win, they'll run naked. Thus, the Chinese team must prevail to grant them this opportunity. Furthermore, should the Chinese team emerge victorious, they have vowed to broadcast themselves doing something utterly outrageous. The fervor is palpable. To ensure the Chinese team's victory, fans are willing to go to great lengths. These whimsical declarations, while amusing, also reflect the profound anticipation and fervent desire for the Chinese team to clinch the gold medal. Previously, the Chinese team was merely the subject of jokes regarding their status as the strongest in Asia. Now, they have the opportunity to transcend and become the world's best. After a long wait, the match is finally approaching. Outside the stadium, fans who have secured tickets are beginning to enter, while those without tickets stand in the square. quietly awaiting the commencement of the game. The atmosphere today is even more intense than during the semifinals, with fans spilling out of the stadium and extending into several surrounding blocks, creating an overwhelming scene. All expressions are calm, yet as the match draws nearer, the tension among the fans intensifies, as if the very air is thick with anticipation. If one were to ask the fans how they feel about the match, the answer would be succinct: anxious, anxious, anxious. Chapter 56. Stepping onto the court, we surrender everything to our motherland. In the interview room of the stadium, the Chinese men's basketball team is undergoing an interview. The atmosphere in the room is somewhat serious, with Yao Ming, Jonas, and others displaying signs of tension. Even Qin Feng appears slightly nervous. Faced with such a significant match, it is only natural to feel apprehensive. Although Qin Feng does not fear the dream team of the United States, he still experiences a sense of tension, a primal instinct that he wishes to master. "Hey, buddy, why the nerves?" a reporter inquires. Nervousness is perfectly normal, but it does not stem from a lack of confidence. Rather, it arises from the fact that it is my first time advancing to the finals. Qin Feng spoke, his tone somewhat stiff. "So, may I inquire about the confidence in defeating the dream team?" The reporter continued to ask. In this highly anticipated showdown, what mindset would the players of the Huaxia team adopt in their battle? This is a question of great interest to reporters and a narrative that fans are eager to witness. Of course, regarding the prospect of winning the match, there remains an air of confidence. Qin Feng replied, his expression grave. Some reporters stifled their laughter, perceiving Qin Feng as merely putting on a brave face. As his voice trembled with tension, it was evident that he was apprehensive. Observing the core players of the Huaxia team in such a state of anxiety, it seemed the final match would lack suspense, potentially resulting in a one-sided annihilation, much like the first match of the group stage, where the Huaxia team was utterly crushed by the dream team, leaving no room for resistance. The reporters from Huaxia felt a sense of disappointment, while their foreign counterparts appeared exhilarated, even reveling in the misfortune of others. The notion of an underdog continued dreaming. Reaching the finals was already a stroke of luck, but to expect victory against the likes of Kobe, LeBron, and Anthony of the Dream Team was sheer folly. The visibly tense demeanor of players like Yao and Qin Feng was precisely what the foreign reporters had anticipated. Even an underdog would tremble before the formidable Dream Team. Despite Qin Feng's bravado, the emotional manifestations of his physique were undeniably authentic. The reporters posed a few more questions, but Yao and Qin Feng were disinterested in responding, hastily concluding the post-match interview. In another interview room, the Dream Team was also being questioned. Unlike the Huaxia team, Kobe, LeBron, and the others exhibited no signs of tension. Instead, they radiated confidence with every gesture. "Hey, LeBron, what are your thoughts on Huaxia reaching the finals?" A reporter inquired. "Oh, it's quite unexpected. We were prepared for Spain to compete in the finals, but I never anticipated that the Huaxia men's basketball team would defeat Spain and advance as an underdog. It's truly astonishing." LeBron shrugged, still taken aback by the turn of events. "So, do you think you can defeat Huaxia and secure the gold medal at this Olympics?" Another reporter asked. "Are you joking? First of all, I have no intention of underestimating the Huaxia team. Their progression to the finals, whether due to luck or unforeseen circumstances, has already proven them to be a formidable squad. However, for the Dream Team, it doesn't matter which team reaches the finals, as the gold medal is undoubtedly ours." Without any doubt, LeBron shook his head, amused by the reporter's inquiry. Could the world possibly doubt the Dream Team's ability to triumph over Huaxia? It's simply inconceivable. The reporters nodded in agreement, finding no reason to question LeBron's assertions. Just as LeBron articulated, the world held a favorable view of the Huaxia team. Even the millions of fans in Huaxia merely hoped for a remarkable game, but had little confidence in securing victory. All they could do was wish for a miracle. But how many miracles can one expect? The very fact that the Huaxia team reached the finals was miraculous. "Hey, Kobe, what are your thoughts on Qin Feng's performance? Will there be any special defensive strategies for him in tonight's game?" The journalist, filled with curiosity, inquired about the most captivating aspect of the finals, to which the answer perhaps lay in the confrontation between Qin Feng and Kobe. Qin Feng is a remarkably promising basketball player, and his performance on the court has undeniably demonstrated his potential, garnering admiration and a fervent desire to compete. Regardless of the outcome, he is determined to prevail. Kobe, his demeanor stoic and serious, responded with high praise for Qin Feng, leaving the journalist astonished. It is indeed a remarkable feat for Qin Feng to receive such recognition from Kobe, a challenging accomplishment. Subsequently, the journalist posed a few more questions before concluding the interview. In contrast to the fierce exchanges witnessed during the semifinals between the Huaxia team and the Spanish team, the atmosphere during the finals interview seemed somewhat subdued. The Dream Team did not exhibit any hostility, perhaps believing that the Huaxia team did not merit being their opponents in the finals. After completing the interview, both teams returned to their locker rooms, donned their jerseys, and prepared to make their formal entrance through the player tunnel. Within the tunnel, amidst the thunderous cheers echoing from the arena, every player on the Huaxia team wore a grave expression. Each athlete silently encouraged themselves, vowing to deliver their utmost performance, regardless of victory or defeat, to honor the hopes of millions of fans. Yao, standing at the forefront, felt a surge of emotions akin to a tempest. Vivid memories of the Olympic Games flashing through his mind, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia that words could scarcely encapsulate. His teammates observe him intently, awaiting his words. Regardless of Qin Feng's explosive performance, Yao remains the unwavering pillar of spirit for the Huaxia team. Now, as the final battle in Olympic basketball approaches, the Huaxia team shoulders the immense expectations of the nation, contending against the Dream Team for the coveted gold medal. At this critical juncture, as their leader, Yao must impart some words of inspiration, not only for himself, but also for his teammates. The Kyoto Olympics, a centennial endeavor. The dreams of generations within Huaxia are set to be unleashed. Standing upon this grand stage, the emotions tied to their achievements have been magnified infinitely. Thus, the weight of expectation is equally magnified. Having reached the finals, they are now poised to face the formidable American Dream Team. Are they afraid? Indeed, there's fear, for the strength of the Dream Team is undeniable, almost absurdly powerful. Yet, as Qin Feng aptly stated, in a narrow path, the brave shall prevail. There remains a chance to win. They must fight fiercely, seizing every opportunity in both offense and defense, believing that they can indeed create another miracle. Regardless of the outcome, they shall leave everything on the court for their beloved homeland. Chapter 57. The Dream Team's dunking pressure. Qin Feng responds. Yao's voice, calm yet resonant with strength, reached deep into the hearts of his teammates, intertwining with the very soul of the team. The hosting of the Olympics in Huaxia embodies the dreams and aspirations of generations. Retired athletes, who once yearned for the opportunity to represent their nation on home soil, must now place their hopes in the emerging talents who grace the Olympic stage. To compete in the Olympics at one's own doorstep is a stroke of unparalleled fortune. Such emotions are bound to be unleashed, fueled by sentiments of duty, affection, and patriotism that invigorate the athletes of Huaxia during this grand event. Although the term patriotism may seem somewhat rigid, within the context of the Olympics, no other word can capture its essence. This is also why basketball has stirred such fervor domestically, becoming the focal point of attention at the Olympics. The Huaxia men's basketball team has achieved unprecedented feats on their home turf, realizing accomplishments that were once deemed impossible, thus igniting a profound sense of national pride among millions in Huaxia. The entire nation beams with pride for the Huaxia men's basketball team. Now, everyone eagerly anticipates that the Huaxia team will advance further, seize gold, and ascend to the pinnacle of the world. On the court, with a resolute expression and fierce determination, Yao let out a commanding shout, leading the charge as he raced ahead of his teammates. Following Qin Feng, after a brief moment of darkness, the players of the Huaxia team emerged under the spotlight. The arena was ablaze with dazzling lights, and the thunderous cheers of the fans reverberated throughout. Virtually every supporter waved a national flag, transforming the venue into a sea of crimson. Sensing the fervor of the fans, the emotions of the Huaxia players surged even higher. For the Huaxia athletes, what was there to fear? Having reached the finals, they were determined to soar high like a majestic bird, wielding their metaphorical swords to achieve greatness. The players were charged with excitement. Their previous tension dissipated as adrenaline coursed through their veins, their minds singularly focused on overcoming the Dream Team. If they could defeat the Spanish team, they could certainly triumph over the Dream Team as well. After completing the entrance ceremony, the players began their warm-up routines. The anxious wait of 2 long minutes was finally over, and the match was about to commence. The anticipation was palpable. The fans could hardly contain their excitement, the waves of their cheers almost overwhelming. Yang Yi, responsible for the commentary of this match, appeared invigorated. To provide commentary on the Huaxia team, facing off against the Dream Team was indeed an honor. After many years in the commentary profession, this was the pinnacle of his career. The atmosphere in the arena was electrifying, especially being the home ground, where the enthusiasm of the fans could uplift the players' spirits. Old Zhang Weiping chuckled, remarking that a match of such significance deserved a seasoned commentator. The arena was filled to capacity, and the square outside was teeming with spectators. A sight that evoked memories of the women's volleyball team winning the first gold medal in the history of Chinese volleyball at the Olympics. Yang Yi reflected with deep emotion, never imagining that the Huaxia men's basketball team would garner such national attention, truly a source of pride for all involved in the sport. Back in those days, while playing for the national team, he had hoped to witness the basketball equivalent of the women's volleyball victory, and now, that dream had finally come to fruition. No regrets in this life. Old Zhang Weiping's eyes glistened with unshed tears as memories surged through his mind like a tidal wave. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening roars from the court captured the attention of the two commentators. They beheld the players of the American Dream Team executing spectacular dunks, shaking the rim with explosive power. Their warm-up routines showcased their extraordinary athleticism, windmill dunks, reverse slams, and ferocious axe dunks, providing the crowd with a visual feast, yet also inducing a sense of tension. With such a formidable dream team, how could they possibly secure victory? The Huaxia players warming up on the other side turned to witness the awe-inspiring dunks by LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and others, left in astonishment. With such physical prowess, executing such high-difficulty dunks seemed nearly impossible. Yet, Yao Ming remained unfazed. Having played in the NBA for many years, he had grown accustomed to athletes with extraordinary physical gifts. What did the Dream Team signify? A display of physical prowess? Qin Feng, with his remarkable leaping ability, was determined to show that the Huaxia team could also deliver breathtaking dunks. Yao remarked, "It feels wonderful." The Dream Team is evidently exerting pressure on the Huaxia team. Playing against such formidable opponents can undoubtedly instill a sense of apprehension in the players. Even before the match commences, it can certainly provide the Dream Team with a significant advantage. Excellent. Qin Feng nodded, picking up a basketball as he approached the line. His teammates stepped aside, eagerly watching his figure with anticipation. Even in the warm-up phase, the Dream Team exuded an overwhelming presence. Each dunk struck the hearts of the Huaxia team like a heavy hammer, amplifying their pressure. Yang Yi, with a serious demeanor, expressed his concern for the Huaxia team. Such flamboyance. The Dream Team has no necessity for such excessive dunks. What a waste of energy. While dunks are indeed the most invigorating offensive maneuvers in basketball, they're not the most practical means of scoring. Is it realistic for the Dream Team to rely solely on dunks throughout the entire match? Quite so. Reasonable. The Dream Team's warm-up was entirely justified. Elder Zhang Weiping candidly expressed his admiration. Qin Feng approached the line, seemingly preparing to dunk as well. Yang Yi, observing the situation on the court, exclaimed in surprise, "I never expected Qin Feng to stand up and respond to the Dream Team. What youthful audacity!" Although Qin Feng's jumping ability is extraordinary, successfully executing a dunk requires not just vertical leap, but also strength, body coordination, and other essential attributes. Can Qin Feng truly execute such intricate slam dunks? Should he succeed, it would undoubtedly invigorate his teammates' spirits, yet a failure might undermine their confidence. Yang Yi expressed his concerns. It is indeed a perilous gamble. Conversely, the venerable Zhang Weiping appeared less apprehensive. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he remarked, "Qin Feng, dunking? Quite reasonable. It is an exceedingly rational choice, not only to respond to the Dream Team, but also to elevate the morale of the entire squad." Yang Yi cast a bewildered glance at Zhang Weiping, utterly astonished. My goodness, what a revelation. The old gentleman has truly displayed a double standard. A dunk by the Dream Team is deemed reasonable. Is it reasonable for Qin Feng to perform a slam dunk? As a veteran in the commentary realm, one must adhere to the principle of eloquence. Truly audacious. Chapter 58, a slam dunk initiated from the free throw line, electrifying the entire audience. Qin Feng stood alone at the free throw line, captivating the attention of the entire arena and drawing the focus of the cameras. In an instant, the crowd erupted with excitement. Everyone knew what Qin Feng intended to do, and anticipation filled the air. Qin Feng, Qin Feng. The audience began to chant his name, cheering him on. Members of the USA Dream Team paused their warm-ups, intrigued by the unfolding scene. The young man possessed a formidable competitive spirit, responding with a slam dunk. How amusing! Anthony adjusted his headband, somewhat surprised. Oomph. Do you know the two dunkings on the team? Truly, he is full of himself. Howard maintained a serious expression, slightly amused. He found players like Qin Feng, who relished the spotlight, rather irksome, as he himself also enjoyed the limelight. Yet, he was curious to see what kind of dunk Qin Feng would execute. If it were merely a simplistic folding slam dunk meant to show off, it would be quite embarrassing. James remarked dismissively, his tone laced with disdain. Despite being a dunk champion, he felt his own dunking prowess needed no such validation. As one of the most physically gifted players in NBA history, James's dunks exuded a combination of power and aesthetic brutality, frequently providing fans with spectacular displays on the court. Kobe remained silent, observing the scene with keen interest. Chinese dunking? That sounds rather amusing. Qin Feng took a deep breath, disregarding the gazes of the crowd. Immersing himself entirely in the distant hoop, he loosened his shoulders, dribbled the ball twice, and then, cradling the basketball, sprinted towards the hoop like a shooting star. As he approached the free throw line, the muscles in his legs suddenly tensed, and with the force of a spring, he leaped high into the air on one foot. It was as if he had defied the pull of gravity. Qin Feng soared, gliding through the air, and could even feel the rush of wind whistling past his ears. After gliding for what felt like an eternity, in the moment just before his descent, Qin Feng grasped the ball with one hand and, with tremendous force, slammed it into the hoop. The rim let out a mournful cry of anguish. As Qin Feng descended, his hands tingled from the exertion of the dunk. Yet a smile crept across his face. Success. He pondered that if he did not expend any skill points, his chances of successfully executing a dunk would be quite dismal, leading to inevitable failure. Given that intricate dunking maneuvers often result in failure, he resolved to accomplish the simplest one, which would most vividly showcase his leaping ability. Thus, the idea of a free throw line dunk came to mind. While it may not seem daunting to some, for one blessed with a vertical leap rated at 90, it would be a mere trifle. In an instant, the entire arena fell into a pin-drop silence. Then, the fans erupted into a fervent cheer, drowning the venue in their exuberance. How astonishing! Qin Feng had successfully executed a dunk leaping from the free throw line, mirroring the iconic slam performed by basketball legend Michael Jordan in his dunk contest. Young, he was left utterly speechless, his adrenaline surging. Who would dare say that players from Huaxia cannot dunk? One might ask, could any member of the Dream Team replicate the dunk executed by Qin Feng just moments ago? Elder Zhang Weiping beamed with pride, his expression radiating arrogance. The morale was soaring. The Huaxia team's opening momentum was undeniably superior to that of the Dream Team. Although the stakes were high, the players from Huaxia managed to swiftly adjust their mindset, shaking off any lingering nerves. Yang expressed increased confidence in the Huaxia team's performance for this match. What on earth had Huaxia accomplished? A dunk from the free throw line? This was beyond exaggeration. Howard shook his head in disbelief. As the reigning dunk champion, he had previously attempted a dunk from the free throw line but had never succeeded. Fully aware of the exceptional physical prowess required to achieve such a feat now, witnessing a Huaxia player accomplish a dunk from the free throw line was nothing short of astonishing. The other players displayed expressions of shock, their minds racing with the realization of the extraordinary athleticism required. It was unexpected. Huaxia had once again delivered a delightful surprise at the onset of the match. Perhaps only LeBron could execute a dunk from the free throw line, Wade commented, turning his gaze toward James. James's physical attributes were universally recognized as elite within the NBA, making him the best athlete on the Dream Team. Thus, when comparing the leaping ability of any player on the Dream Team to Qin Feng, only James could stand toe-to-toe. To be candid, James had never attempted a dunk from the free throw line, but he believed it was within his capabilities. Nevertheless, he spoke gravely. The group fell silent, acknowledging the profound impact of Qin Feng's dunk. Continue warming up, as we may face a fierce battle ahead. Be prepared, Kobe instructed, turning to resume his shooting warm-up, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Meanwhile, the players from Huaxia gathered around Qin Feng, expressing their awe at witnessing the most impressive dunk of their lives. Zhu Fengyu exclaimed with excitement. Perhaps influenced by his father, he now somewhat admires Qin Feng. Will he leap just now? He felt as though he was soaring through the air. Zhi enthusiastically patted Qin Feng on the head, exclaiming, "How high can you jump? Unbelievable!" Yao expressed his admiration. The crowd turned to Yao, puzzled. "What do you mean? Are you hinting at Qin Feng?" Realizing his words may have caused confusion, Yao quickly clarified, "Qin Feng can." Laughter erupted among the players, and the atmosphere grew even more relaxed. Qin Feng revealed a smile, fully aware that his objective had been accomplished. The exertion of energy to complete the dunk was not merely a response to the Dream Team. It also served to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere. The warm-up period was swift. The players from both teams returned to the court, where the coaches delivered their final instructions. The offensive prowess of the Huaxia team relied entirely on Qin Feng. Restricting his offensive capabilities would equate to winning half the battle. Therefore, the initial defensive intensity would be directed towards Qin Feng. Coach Old K of the Dream Team appeared confident, exuding an air of certainty. All eyes turned towards him, eagerly anticipating his remarks, as the key focus was how to defend against Qin Feng effectively. Let's double-team Qin Feng from the outset, Coach Old K declared, startling those present. What? A double team right from the start? ISNT that showing excessive caution towards Qin Feng? The players were taken aback, voicing their concerns and questioning the coach's strategy, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. After all, at this juncture, Qin Feng had not yet reached a level necessitating a double team. Although he had showcased many brilliant performances in numerous matches, consistently scoring 30 or even 40 points, the defensive intensity he faced had been nowhere near that of the Dream Team. The Dream Team had dominated the world basketball scene for years, relying on their collective physicality to overpower opponents on defense and exerting immense pressure that forced errors, creating counterattack opportunities. Coach K had not previously employed a double-team strategy, opting instead for one-on-one confrontations to defeat Qin Feng. Guys, we're just one step away from securing the gold medal in the finals. Although formidable, let us not forget the painful defeats of the 2006 World Championship and the 2004 Athens Olympics. Nothing is absolute in this world. This year, we have assembled the strongest roster. Failure to secure the gold would be utterly disgraceful. Thus, the game's process was inconsequential. Only the outcome mattered. The hope was to use the double team to limit Qin Feng, decisively concluding the battle by halftime and widening the score gap to over 30 points, transforming the second half into a mere formality. Such was the expectation of the Dream Team against the Huaxia team. Coach Old K stated, his voice calm and steady, yet tinged with a subtle disdain for the Huaxia team. Kobe, LeBron, and others nodded in agreement, their expressions turning decidedly serious. Since Coach Old K had spoken, the target was set to widen the score gap to 30 points by halftime. Meanwhile, on the Huaxia team's bench, Jonas was urgently finalizing his strategies. Listen up, gentlemen. We must control our turnovers. Allowing the Dream Team to execute fast breaks will be exceedingly difficult to counter once they start sprinting across the court. Qin Feng remained the starting point guard. The team's offensive rhythm depended on his command. Jonas spoke earnestly, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded earnestly, assuring the coach that he would manage his mistakes with care. Reaching this stage was already an extraordinary achievement, so he would release the pressure and maintain a calm mindset. Regardless of the outcome, he would focus solely on delivering the performance expected of him. Coach Yunus continued to speak, clapping his hands to encourage the team. With a sharp whistle from the referee, the players from both sides took to the court. The starting lineup for the Huaxia team remained unchanged. Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, Zhu Fanyu, Sun Yu, and Qin Feng. The starting lineup for the American Dream Team featured superstars: Dwight Howard, Carmelo Anthony, LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, and Jason Kidd. The sheer presence of these superstars alone commanded immense respect. As both teams took their positions, Howard and Yao prepared for the jump ball. "Hey Yao, I never expected to face you in the finals," Howard remarked with a smirk, his lips curling slightly in a teasing manner. "There are many unexpected things, my friend. Not only did we reach the finals, but we are also aiming for the gold medal," Yao replied coldly, showing no sign of camaraderie. Despite their familiarity in the NBA, they were now adversaries. "Huh, you really dare to dream. The coach just said we should be leading Huaxia by at least 30 points by halftime. Just so you know, the reason we only won by 30 points in the group stage was that we didn't exert our full strength," Howard continued, a proud expression evident on his face. One must admit, the youthful Howard could be rather insufferable at times. Upon hearing his words, Yao's anger flared instantly. Winning by 30 points at halftime? That was a lofty ambition. He retorted fiercely, his gaze sharp and blood-boiling, yearning to retaliate and strike back at the Dream Team. The referee tossed the basketball high into the air. Yao leaped with all his might, contesting the jump ball with Howard. Howard also sprang into action, every muscle in his body taut, showcasing his extraordinary physical prowess. However, a successful jump ball required not only strength and leaping ability, but also height and technique. Ultimately, Yao's skill prevailed, and he tapped the basketball away. Come on, you're joking. Is Howard's physicality really superior to Shaquille O'Neal's? Even O'Neal has often struggled against Yao in their confrontations. After winning the jump ball, Yao had successfully dominated the jump ball in several matches, proving himself as the finest forward of this Olympic Games. The basketball soared into Qin Feng's hands. He swiftly advanced across half court, determined to catch the Dream Team off guard. Just moments into the game, Jason Kidd and Kobe Bryant double-teamed him. The fans watching the match were left in disbelief. Two superstars teaming up to trap Qin Feng? Unthinkable. After all, both Kidd and Bryant had long been recognized as perennial members of the NBA's all-defensive first team. The selection of the best defensive team signifies the pinnacle of defensive prowess in the NBA. The mere presence of a top-tier defensive player can instill a sense of pressure. Yet now, two formidable defenders are double-teaming Qin Feng. Is he capable of withstanding such an onslaught? Fans are understandably anxious, pondering whether Qin Feng can endure this challenge. In the stands, the entirety of the Spanish team is left in shock. After their match against Lithuania for the bronze medal, they settled into their seats, eagerly awaiting the finals. To their astonishment, the game commenced with such a thrilling spectacle. Kobe and Kidd, collaborating to double-team a new player from China? What is Team USA attempting to accomplish? Do they wish to eliminate Qin Feng from the game entirely? Navarro stammered, utterly stunned by the scene before him. Even more astonishing is the fact that Qin Feng has matured to such an extent that even the Dream Team holds him in high regard. It is indeed alarming. From a mere bench warmer relegated to guarding the water cooler to a player that commands the respect of the Dream Team, Qin Feng has achieved this remarkable transformation in just half a month. What a prodigy. Chapter 60, A Lack of Sportsmanship. Qin Feng encounters a series of errors. A deadlock ensues. Right from the start, the Dream Team has forced the Chinese team into a corner. This predicament adds an intriguing layer to the match. Since the Dream Team has opted for a double-team strategy to save face, the focal point of the game now revolves around Qin Feng. If he can break free from the grasp of these two elite defenders, not only will he resolve the deadlock, but he will also inspire his teammates and uplift the morale of the Chinese team, allowing the game to continue. Conversely, if Qin Feng fails to overcome the double team, the outcome of the match will be a foregone conclusion, and undoubtedly, the Chinese team will face defeat. After the initial shock, Gasol managed a faint smile and began to analyze the situation, finding it increasingly intriguing. He was certain Kobe had devised a method to limit Qin Feng's impact. However, in a match that would determine the fate of the gold medal, the stakes are paramount. Can Qin Feng break through? Rubio asked nervously, his heart in turmoil, torn between conflicting emotions. He both hoped for Qin Feng's success and feared for his inability to break through. Even he was perplexed by his own inner conflict. Despite his evident disdain for Qin Feng, he couldn't help but harbor a flicker of hope. Indeed, Gasol stated directly, he had not even relished the experience of being double-teamed by two of the league's best defenders. Everyone present was visibly concerned for Qin Feng. To be psychologically shattered from the very beginning is truly unfortunate. To commence the match with Qin Feng under such intense double coverage, and to have defensive titans like Kobe and Kidd involved, the Dream Team is lacking in sportsmanship. They are indeed bullying a mere 20-year-old. Yang Yi expressed his shock and indignation, feeling compelled to voice his frustration towards the Dream Team. Yet he restrained himself, knowing the match was being broadcast to millions of viewers. How disgraceful. Meanwhile, contemplating how to retract his words, the coach Zhang Weiping beside him bluntly remarked, "What a disgrace indeed." As the match unfolded, it became evident that Qin Feng was performing exceptionally well. In response, the Dream Team opted for a double-team strategy, a decision that was entirely understandable. The game had scarcely commenced when the Huaxia team's first offensive round was met with a direct double-team on Qin Feng, a tactic that could potentially destabilize Huaxia's morale. Elder Zhang Weiping expressed his indignation, unreservedly voicing his thoughts despite the grandeur of the Olympic basketball finals and the millions of Huaxia viewers. Yang Yi, from the commentary booth, raised his thumb in approval, sharing a moment of camaraderie with the elder. However, soon after, a heavy silence enveloped them. Though filled with frustration, they both recognized the soundness of the Dream Team's strategy, which was, in fact, quite astute. Yang Yi was the first to break the silence, pondering what the Huaxia team should do next. Alas, it seems they must rely on Qin Feng to rise to the occasion. Accepting such challenges at a young age is indeed a daunting task, Zhang Weiping lamented, filled with concern. Qin Feng felt somewhat bewildered, and by the time he reacted, It was too late. Kobe executed a swift hand steal, successfully intercepting the ball. The Dream Team instantly unleashed a tidal wave of fast breaks. The players of the Huaxia team desperately chased after them, but they were utterly outpaced by the Dream Team. Kobe led the charge, dribbling into the paint before soaring for a thunderous dunk. The arena fell into a profound silence. Not a single Huaxia fan cheered for Kobe, with only a handful of American fans applauding. Although many in Huaxia admired Kobe, they remained silent. They might marvel at Kobe's prowess, yet their support lay firmly with their own. This was a match between the Huaxia men's basketball Dream Team and their American counterparts, and Huaxia resolutely chose loyalty. What a play! Howard did not join the fast break. Instead, he stood beside Yao, excitedly waving his arms. Yao wore a solemn expression, his heart weighed down. Qin Feng, do you have a solution to break through that damn double-team defense? Yao asked earnestly. Qin Feng shook his head, lacking confidence as he felt the overwhelming pressure of Kobe and Kid's defensive prowess, which made it difficult for him to adapt. Yao remained silent, a profound sense of helplessness washing over him. Qin Feng, the most formidable offensive asset of the Huaxia team, poses a significant challenge if effectively neutralized. Regardless of the circumstances, one must devise strategies to evade double-team defenses and assist the team in unlocking their offensive potential. Yao earnestly expressed, his gaze filled with hope. Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully, contemplating how to break the deadlock. Within the system, the only consumable skill at his disposal was a transformative one, intended to counter encirclement tactics. However, possessing only a singular skill rendered its use precarious. Perhaps the pinnacle experience card of the basketball deity Michael Jordan could offer a solution. Yet such a hidden technique was best reserved for critical moments. Thus, he was left to seek alternatives. Upon reflection, the sole viable strategy was to pass the ball amidst the encirclement. The Huaxia team began their offensive. As Qin Feng received a pass from his teammate and prepared to dribble across half-court, he was suddenly met with a double team. The entire arena was left in disbelief. Are they really double-teaming him right here? Not even allowing him to cross half-court? This is ruthless. How can the game proceed under such circumstances? Qin Feng, feeling frustrated, thought to himself, what the heck? Do they even grant me the opportunity to pass? Just then, Sun Yu rushed back from the other end of the court to provide swift assistance to Qin Feng. Although he was originally matched up against Kobe, with Kobe now engaged in the double team, Sun Yu found himself completely unmarked. The vision of Qin Feng was entirely obstructed, leaving him with no choice but to leap high and pass the ball. Just as Sun Yu received the basketball, James swiftly surged from behind, snatching the ball with remarkable speed. In an instant, a thunderous, fast break ensued. James executed a powerful dunk, securing an additional 2 points. At that moment, the prowess of the Dream Team was undeniably evident. Although Sun Yu managed to catch Qin Feng's pass, James astutely anticipated Qin Feng's intentions and prepared for the steal, utilizing his remarkable athleticism to execute the interception with incredible speed and force, causing the Huaxia team to falter once more. Another mistake, what a vexation, Qin Feng muttered in frustration, his eyes nearly bursting with intensity. The Dream Team offered not a single opportunity to the Huaxia team. The more this transpired, the more Qin Feng felt compelled to fight back. How could Huaxia tolerate such rampant dominance? Ding! Sensing the host's fury, the system issued a task. Task: break through the double-team defense and score 30 points in this match. Task reward: 1 clutch jump shot, 2 powerful dunks, and 2,000 proficiency points without attributes. Upon hearing the task, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. The rewards were enticing, yet the challenge was undeniably steep. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have activated a hidden task. Chapter 61. Breaking the double team without the ball. Only a passer is missing. Upon hearing the announcement, Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement. He had anticipated that the system would issue tasks during the match, including hidden ones, just as the system had revealed a hidden task for the semi-final against the Spanish team. It was only logical that a similarly significant match like the finals would also feature hidden challenges. Hidden task: defeat the Dream Team and win the gold medal. Task reward: 3 death shots, 3 impenetrable defenses, 10 attribute points without specification, and the permanent skill answer. Allen Iverson's crossover breakthrough level, along with 10,000 proficiency points without attributes. Qin Feng was utterly astonished. The rewards far surpassed those of the hidden tasks from the semifinals, particularly the coveted skill of Iverson's signature crossover. It was a technique he had longed for. Moreover, Achieving a proficiency of 10,000 would elevate a skill to the next advanced level. Although the rewards were substantial, the challenge to attain them had also escalated. Nevertheless, he resolved to exert every ounce of effort to triumph over the dream team. As Qin Feng's mind raced with excitement, he quickly regained his composure. The pressing matter at hand was to devise a strategy to counter the dream team's double-team tactics. If the game continued in its current state, the Huaxia team would inevitably find themselves at an insurmountable disadvantage. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Qin Feng's eyes. The reason he was being double-teamed was due to his ball-handling skills. If he were to take on the responsibility of controlling the ball, what purpose would the dream team's double team serve? By playing without the ball and creating movement, it would become exceedingly difficult for the dream team to contain him. In a moment of exhilaration, Qin Feng gave his head a firm slap. How had he not thought of this sooner? The surprise of the dream team's double team tactics at the onset had momentarily short-circuited his thoughts. The spectators watched Qin Feng bewildered. Was he truly considering playing solo? What kind of strategy was that? Even in a state of urgency, self-sabotage seemed a possibility. What was Qin Feng thinking? Had the pressure from the dream team shattered his mindset? Yang Yi expressed his concern, acutely aware that if Qin Feng's mental state faltered, all hope for the Huaxia team would be extinguished. That shouldn't be the case. His psychological resilience is quite formidable. A minor setback shouldn't lead to a collapse, remarked the seasoned Zhang Weiping, though his eyes betrayed a sense of worry. Yang Yi nodded in agreement. Concern often breeds confusion, and indeed, the situation felt precarious. Although he understood the significant disparity in strength between the Huaxia team and the Dream team, he felt an urge to fight back. Currently, the Huaxia team was being relentlessly pressured by the Dream team, leaving them without the capacity to retaliate. If the match continued in this manner, it would undoubtedly lead to widespread disappointment. After striving so hard to reach the finals, would they really conclude in such a manner? Absolutely not. Huaxia team, rally yourselves. Yang Yi silently implored, filled with anxiety. On the court, the Huaxia team initiated their offensive. Sun Yu advanced with the ball into the half-court, only to be met once again with a double team. Qin Feng spoke in the Huaxia language. Sun Yu nodded, dashed to the backcourt to receive the serve, struggled to maneuver the ball across the court, and then passed it into Qin Feng's hands. As Qin Feng received the ball, Kobe swiftly encircled him once more. Although Zai possesses a formidable three-point shooting ability, he can be easily contained. Every three-point attempt has been successful thus far. Jason Kidd, brimming with arrogance, proclaimed with a smug expression, "Do not revel in your triumph. Should the opportunity arise, one might unleash a lethal three-pointer." Qin Feng exclaimed furiously, an instant surge of anger igniting within him. Damn it, is this supposed to be defense? Clearly, it's a double team. I wanted a one-on-one. This is utterly humiliating. Despite his thoughts, Qin Feng still managed to pass the ball back to Sun Yu. There was no choice, even though he longed for a personal duel. The Dream Team offered no such opportunity. Sun Yu received the basketball and, noticing the lack of defenders, prepared to take a three-point shot. However, LeBron James quickly moved to cover him. The physical prowess of the Dream Team allowed for an exceptionally swift defensive rotation, effectively double-teaming Qin Feng. Upon seeing James approach, Sun Yu felt a flicker of panic, and in a moment of haste, his shot faltered. With a clang, the ball struck the rim and ricocheted away. Qin Feng shook his head in resignation. Even though he managed to counter the double team with his skills, the lack of teammates capable of passing the ball severely hindered their offensive efforts, and his companion's shooting touch was frigid. Howard aggressively secured a rebound and promptly passed the ball to James. The Dream Team launched another swift counterattack. James delivered a long bounce pass to Anthony, who effortlessly sank a three-pointer from the open position. 7-0. The Dream Team exerted comprehensive dominance over the Huaxia team, rendering their shooting attempts exceedingly difficult. The arena fell into a profound silence, with the audience harboring a singular thought. The Dream Team was astonishingly formidable. In comparison to the legendary Dream Team, how could the Huaxia team possibly emerge victorious? Their previous two offensive plays had yielded little, relying on mere luck to advance halfway up the court, while their shooting opportunities dwindled. Yang Yi furrowed his brow, struggling to articulate the dismal performance of the Huaxia team. It was truly a painful spectacle. The Huaxia team's standard level of play was utterly subdued by the Dream Team's aggressive start. They needed to break through the impasse, where the gap in points would only widen. The expression of the venerable Zhang Weiping became increasingly grave. No sooner had he spoken than the Huaxia team missed another shot. leading to another swift counter from the Dream Team. Anthony, from the same spot, nailed his second three-pointer. After making the shot, he arrogantly shook his head, as if to suggest that the game posed no challenge, and that victory was a foregone conclusion. 10-0. 3 minutes into the first quarter. The Huaxia team had yet to score. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Jonas called for a timeout. He did not chastise his players, but swiftly devised a tactical plan. Recognizing where the issues lay, it was imperative to unleash Qin Feng's offensive capabilities. Sun Yu and Yi Jinlian took their positions, while Qin Feng transitioned to shooting guard. Lu Wei orchestrated the team's offense, striving to pass the ball to the moving Qin Feng. Yao and Yi provided screens outside the three-point line, determined to create shooting opportunities for Qin Feng. If the ball could not reach Qin Feng, it would be passed to Yao to initiate an attack from the paint. No matter what, they needed to score a basket and break the scoring drought. Jonas spoke rapidly, drawing 2 screens on the tactical board, all in an effort to provide Qin Feng with an open shot. The players nodded in agreement, placing all their hopes on Qin Feng. Brothers, it's time to launch our counterattack. Let the Dream Team understand exactly what it takes to reach the finals. Qin Feng proclaimed with determination that, irrespective of the circumstances, they must launch an offensive and secure points, even if it meant resorting to consumption-type skills to alter the tide. Chapter 62. The counterattack begins. The 3 formidable stars encircled Qin Feng. The players were filled with fervor, each eager to shatter their current passive stance. In the highly anticipated finals, under the gaze of countless Chinese fans, they were resolute in their desire to perform admirably. As Yao Ming aptly articulated, the dreams of generations for the Olympics, a century in the making, could not be easily surrendered. As the timeout concluded, the Chinese team initiated the attack, with Lu Wei providing a stable ball-handling presence. Their offensive strategy in half-court ceased to resemble a state of stagnation. Lu Wei's leadership facilitated smoother movements among his teammates. Despite the previous critiques regarding Lu Wei's technical limitations and numerous shortcomings, he remained the finest point guard in the nation and the most adept player at passing to Yao Ming on the court. Now, Lu Wei's significance was unmistakably evident. In a situation where Qin Feng was completely double-teamed and unable to orchestrate an attack, Lu Wei took it upon himself to lead the team's offensive efforts. His teammates continuously moved, and with the cover provided by them, Qin Feng finally found an open space at a 45-degree angle on the left side. Lu Wei's pass flew towards Qin Feng like a sharp beam of light, reaching him perfectly. Kid maneuvered around Zhu Fengyu's screen and desperately lunged towards Qin Feng. But it was too late. Without any hesitation, the moment he received the ball, Qin Feng leaped and launched the basketball with a stunningly difficult shot. After the release, his entire body twisted in midair like a pretzel, and upon landing, he fell directly to the ground. His eyes, filled with anticipation, were fixed on the soaring basketball. This shot did not utilize any energy-consuming skills. Instead, he employed the Curry-style three-point skill, as his current three-point shooting accuracy soared to an impressive 75. It was his first shot of the game, nearly an open attempt, and thus had a high probability of success. His shooting speed was astonishing, akin to a flash of lightning. Admittedly, the shot was somewhat rushed. However, there was no alternative, as Qin Feng was tightly guarded. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, he decided to shoot regardless. Let it go in. The priority was to attempt the shot, for he had been thoroughly restricted throughout the match. The fans were abuzz with discussions, feeling a mix of frustration. The best offensive player of the Huaxia team was struggling to even take a shot, and the Dream Team's defense was relentless. Prepare to secure the rebound, Lu Wei shouted. Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi fought fiercely against Howard for position, eager to claim the rebound. To be honest, there was little confidence in Qin Feng's three-pointer. After all, his shooting form appeared somewhat flawed. And considering it was his first attempt in this match, a cautious approach seemed wise. "It's in," Old Kid exclaimed with a sneer. Young players are prone to making mistakes. Even if he found a moment of space, the defense was already in place, perfectly timing his opportunity. He was too anxious. The more anxious one is, the less likely the shot will succeed. Hence, Kid was convinced that the three-pointer would miss. However, amidst the skepticism, the basketball traced a high arc and swished through the net, creating ripples in the hoop as if a bomb had detonated in water. The arena erupted into an uproar, followed by a thunderous cheer. Incredible! He actually made it. Qin Feng is astonishing. This is truly the prowess of the world's top three-point shooter. A player like Wei cannot be contained. With a stunning three-pointer, Qin Feng fiercely responded to the Dream Team. Counterattack. Let South charge ahead. and closed the gap. The fans were ecstatic, their emotions fully ignited. The frustration of being suppressed by the Dream Team erupted in an instant. Ultimately, it was Qin Feng who opened up the game, and the strategic adjustments made by Jonas proved to be crucial. Elder Zhang Weiping finally praised Jonas for his tactical decisions. How could such a difficult three-pointer possibly go in? Kid's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly incredulous at the scene before him, yet unable to dismiss its reality. How could this be? He was utterly oblivious to the essence of a true three-point shot. Let us behold the world's foremost three-point shooter. Qin Feng coldly remarked, Zhang Quan. Can merely scoring a three-pointer truly alter the course of the game? As a young player, you must learn the virtue of humility. Kid, having received the baseline pass from James, prepared to dribble across half-court. The Qin wind lunged forth like a fierce tiger, pressing the entire court. Confronted by this relentless pressure, Kid remained resolute. As an NBA point guard, Kid possessed unwavering confidence in his dribbling prowess. He executed a series of deft changes in direction, seeking to penetrate Qin Wind's defenses from the side. However, Qin Wind employed Russell's exceptional defensive skills, accurately anticipating Kid's intentions. He maintained a close watch, denying any opportunity for advancement. Observing this, LeBron and Kobe sprinted back to the court, quickly returning to support Kid. The system activated the phantom hand-stealing skill. In the depths of Qin Feng's heart, a surge of determination surged forth as he reached out to intercept. His hand moved with an almost magical precision, effortlessly cutting through the air to snatch the basketball from Kid's grasp. Without hesitation, he darted towards the hoop, intent on scoring. Kid pursued him relentlessly, while, simultaneously, James and Kobe sprinted back to the defensive end, converging upon Qin Feng. The three of them formed a formidable barrier against him. James fixated on the basketball in Qin Feng's possession, his face radiating absolute confidence, poised to execute a spectacular chase-down block, a signature move in the NBA. Steady yourself. Don't get carried away, Lu Wei shouted anxiously, his voice laced with urgency. Did he truly believe that scoring against the combined defense of James and Kobe was a mere trifle? These were two of the most formidable superstars in the NBA, the crown jewels of the Dream Team. However, in that moment, Qin Feng's gaze was solely fixed upon the hoop. He paid no heed to Lu Wei's words. His mind was consumed by a singular thought, to score. With an overwhelming drive, he leapt high into the air, ready to shoot. He sensed the imposing presence of the three defenders closing in on him, yet he felt no fear. The ball would find its way in. Even if the entire Dream Team surrounded him, he was resolute in his belief that the shot would land. System, activate the phantom step layup skill, he whispered internally. Seeing Qin Feng leap, James's expression turned predatory as he followed suit, soaring into the air with arms outstretched, ready to deliver a ferocious block from the side. Kobe, radiating intensity, also jumped, arms raised high to confront Qin Feng directly. Meanwhile, Kid sprang up from behind, aiming to snatch the basketball as Qin Feng attempted his shot. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking, leaving the entire arena in stunned silence. Eyes widened in anticipation. The crowd watched with bated breath. Many fans rose from their seats, silently praying for Qin Feng's success, while others shielded their eyes, unable to bear the tension. The prospect of scoring against the combined might of James, Kobe, and Kid seemed almost insurmountable. Even Michael Jordan might have found such a feat challenging. Fans held their breath, hoping for a miraculous basket, yearning to witness an extraordinary moment that would alter the course of the game. In their minds, facing the onslaught of three superstars without flinching was a testament to sheer courage. Chapter 63. The Birth of the Best Shot. This is what they call basketball talent. In the arena, photographers on the sidelines captured the airborne spectacle of Qin Feng with fervor, their cameras clicking madly. The moment was nothing short of magnificent. Even if countless rolls of film were wasted, they were determined to immortalize this breathtaking scene. In the air, amidst the defensive encirclement of three superstars, Qin Feng exhibited notre pédation. Instead, he wore a resolute expression, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination, as if two flames were ignited within him. The basketball was elevated high, yet instead of making a direct pass, it was brought back down to waist level. Subsequently, cradling the ball with both hands, a circular motion was executed in the air. As it descended, the ball was deftly flicked from beneath James and Kobe's armpits. The basketball ascended almost vertically against Kobe's back, reaching its zenith, before curiously spinning through an arc, striking the backboard, and subsequently swishing through the net. As the ball nestled into the hoop, the atmosphere shifted. James's pupils contracted, his expression one of incredulity. Kobe swiftly turned around, and upon seeing the rippling net, he comprehended the outcome, mirroring the shock on James's face. Kid shook his head repeatedly, his eyes betraying a sense of dread. In that moment, a singular thought surged in the minds of the three. How could this be? How could the ball possibly go in? To begin with, Qin Feng's astonishing leap and remarkable hang time were evident, as the intricate motion of the pull-up shot demanded formidable core strength. Yet, the trajectory of the ball was most extraordinary. James observed with clarity, hence his profound astonishment. The ball ascended directly from Kobe's back and then, as if influenced by an external force, executed a peculiar arc. A straight rise should result in a straight fall. How could it curve like a parabola? It was utterly absurd. For a moment, James felt a compelling urge to revisit high school physics. The ball's entry adhered flawlessly to the principles of physics. The players not involved in the play were rendered motionless, mirroring the same action, all gazing up at the screen, eager to discern how the ball had entered the hoop. The entire audience shared this sentiment. After a brief silence, the crowd, having witnessed the replay, erupted without warning. It was as though a bomb had been detonated within the arena, sending shockwaves of excitement throughout. The cheers crescendoed, drowning out all other sounds. The fans, akin to a frenzy, seemed intent on ensuring the world heard their ecstatic roars. It went in. Qin Feng executed a steal and managed to score against the formidable trio of James, Kobe, and Kid. It was extraordinary, the most remarkable basket I have ever witnessed. Yang, he exclaimed, his voice trembling, utterly captivated by Qin Feng's feat. If it were any other player, that triple-team basket would have been a sensible choice. But Qin Feng transformed the rational into the extraordinary. This is what we call basketball genius, a truly unparalleled prodigy. Old Master Zhang Weiping declared proudly, his tone replete with satisfaction. Not merely a basketball savant, Qin Feng exhibited an audacity in the face of three superstars, akin to a saint breaking free from constraints, shattering the confines of the Dream Team's defense. What a triple team! Qin Feng still found a way to score. Yang Yi proclaimed excitedly, his spirits soaring. As Yang Yi's words resonated, the fans across the nation watching the game on television were ignited with fervor and immense pride. In the stands, the expressions of the Spanish team members were utterly uncontrolled. Remarkable! Qin Feng's spectacular goal in this Olympic Games has left everyone in awe. Navarro exclaimed in astonishment, utterly shocked. Witnessing that moment, one couldn't help but recall the bizarrely extraordinary shots made by Qin Feng during his defensive plays, evoking a flood of memories. Gasol, covering his face, shook his head repeatedly. Is this still the same Qin Feng who played in the semifinals? How has he become even more formidable? Calder pondered, his confusion evident. The others remained silent. Whether Qin Feng has made progress remains uncertain. Yet his ability to execute joint defensive strategies akin to those of James and Kobe undoubtedly places him a cut above the rest. Rubio clenched his fists, initially intent on matching Qin Feng's pace, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the chasm in their abilities was widening. On the court, Yao's gaze was deep and resolute as he fixated on Qin Feng's silhouette, his emotions swirling within him. How fortunate it is to have the savior of Chinese men's basketball in their midst. The team is truly blessed to possess Qin Feng. A stroke of luck not only for the team, but for the entirety of China as well. Just moments ago, Qin Feng's remarkable basket had elevated the match to a legendary status. With a solid defensive play, they surged ahead to reclaim the lead. Yao shouted to his teammates, his spirit fully ignited. Good, came the resounding reply from the other players, their momentum palpable. With an air of haughty confidence, Qin Feng turned and brushed past James and Kobe, his presence formidable and unwavering. The players of the Dream Team wore frowns, their expressions tinged with gravity. The course of the match seemed to deviate from expectations, signifying a diminishing control of the game by the Dream Team. All of this was orchestrated by Qin Feng. Despite being double-teamed from the onset, he managed to score 2 spectacular baskets, thus altering the trajectory of the entire contest. Could they still achieve the goal of leading the Huaxia team by 30 points in the first quarter? Doubts began to creep into the minds of the players. Coupled with a fear of defeat and a sense of disappointment at potentially failing coach, KS set objectives. Come on guys, focus. Intensify the game. Let's widen the score gap. Coach KS' voice resonated from the sidelines, exuding an air of calm. In a game lasting 40 minutes, a single brilliant basket could potentially uplift morale and even shift the balance of the match. Yet, when the Dream Team focused, they could still effortlessly command the game. After all, The players of a dream team were among the finest basketball athletes in the world. This was the foundation of Coach K's confidence, and the very essence of the dream team's dominance in the global basketball arena. Hey, brother, let us execute this offensive play. We must respond to Qin Feng, James exclaimed to Kobe, feeling his muscles quiver with excitement. He understood Kobe's sentiments, but was eager to retaliate. Encountering such a formidable opponent on the international stage was enough to exhilarate even the most seasoned superstars. All right, let us get that ball in. If Qin Feng defends, we'll lose, Kobe replied, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. If Qin Feng could make James falter, he would surely be considered the greatest of all time. Don't worry, my friend. I will show the Huaxia players what NBA-level intensity truly entails, James said, a confident smile gracing his lips as his gaze locked onto Qin Feng. So far in this Olympic tournament, he had yet to face any real challenges. Not only on the international stage, but even in the NBA, it was rare for players to escape the clutches of a deathly block. Yet, Qin Feng had evaded it. Even against the combined efforts of Kobe's defense, it was simply intolerable. The competitive spirit within him demanded retribution. James dribbled at the top of the arc, employing a pick-and-roll strategy with Kid. After the switch, it was Qin Feng who found himself defending against James. I must admit, that last basket was exquisite. But in this next possession, I will crush you and make you face humiliation in front of all the fans, James declared fiercely, charging towards Qin Feng like a tank on a rampage. With a sudden change in expression, Qin Feng activated his unparalleled defensive skills with full force. As his energy-consuming abilities had already been exhausted, he could solely rely on his exceptional defense. Fearlessly, he faced the challenge. The moment he engaged with James, it felt as though a powerful bull had collided with him. The immense force nearly sent him flying. Yet he exerted every ounce of strength to maintain his balance and did not lose his position. Utilizing the same extraordinary defensive skill, he anticipated James's path of attack, positioning himself strategically to obstruct the advance before James could react. James, taken aback by Qin Feng's astute judgment of his offensive trajectory, grew impatient and, in a moment of desperation, pushed against Qin Feng in an attempt to break free. The impact resonated through the air. Qin Feng fell to the ground in response. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling an offensive foul against James. What? James exclaimed, raising his hands in disbelief, eager to contest the referee's decision, but was restrained by his teammates. Yao Ming, along with other teammates, rushed to Qin Feng's side, helping him to his feet. Brother, are you all right? Yao inquired with concern, fully aware of the immense strength possessed by James. I'm fine, just a little pain in my chest, Qin Feng reassured them. Qin Feng clutched his chest, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Had James not been so hasty moments ago and varied his dribbling rhythm, he would have been entirely contained. Perhaps only by elevating his defensive prowess to perfection could he hope to adequately guard a player of James's caliber. The offensive possession belonged to the Huaxia team. Lu Wei advanced the ball across half-court. Once again, Huaxia employed a screening tactic for Qin Feng. The dream team, failing to navigate the screens effectively, opted to switch on every pick. After 2 consecutive screening plays, the defender assigned to Qin Feng transitioned from Kid to Kobe. As Qin Feng received the pass, Kid was poised to initiate a double team. However, Kobe subtly gestured for Kid to refrain from this action. Reluctantly, Kid retreated to his designated defensive position. Aware of Kobe's intentions, he chose not to enforce the coach's strategy, thereby granting Kobe the chance to teach Qin Feng a lesson. Surely, they will defend against the next offensive move, Kobe declared with unwavering confidence, his gaze sharp and his presence exuding formidable intensity. Is that so? Then let me make it clear. During the next offensive play, I shall attempt a three-pointer, and we shall see if they can defend against it. Qin Feng spoke with an air of unwavering confidence. Kobe furrowed his brow, a flicker of irritation crossing his features. Was he disdainful of his own defensive prowess? How audacious indeed. Let us see how he induces a mistake. Kobe launched into a relentless press, fierce and unyielding, leaving no room for defensive lapses. Qin Feng executed a direct maneuver, dribbling backward a step to create distance from Kobe. With a seamless change of direction, he then performed a step back, launching a three-point jump shot. System. Activate the death shot skill. Without any hesitation, Qin Feng once again employed a consumable skill. Although the match had only just commenced, the initial segments were of utmost significance to the Huaxia team. At this moment, with the morale of the team soaring, If they could capitalize on this momentum to close the gap in scores, it would greatly bolster the players' confidence. Conversely, should such a fervent counterattack fail to narrow the score, and if the Dream Team managed to retaliate, the game could swiftly slip out of reach. No way. Do not even think about shooting, Kobe bellowed furiously, leaping high in an attempt to block Qin Feng's shot. Yet he was a fraction too late. He could only watch helplessly as the basketball soared from his fingertips towards the hoop, with a sharp sound echoing throughout the arena. Kobe's fierce defense faltered as he lost control of his body's balance and inadvertently struck Qin Feng's arm. A troubling premonition flickered in Kobe's mind. Once he landed, he hastily turned around, only to witness the basketball swish through the net. In that instant, his expression morphed into one of utter astonishment. It actually went in. His suffocating defense had been breached, and yet Qin Feng had audaciously made the three-point shot. It was almost unbelievable. Kobe was taken aback, even beginning to doubt his own defensive prowess. Even when facing Ray Allen, who stood resolutely, such a formidable defense would typically deter most players from taking a three-point shot so casually. Yet, Qin Feng had done just that, and he had succeeded. Suddenly, memories of his conversation with Gasol resurfaced, along with his assessment of Qin Feng's playing style. It was truly unpredictable. Kobe abruptly realized the gravity of the situation. What he had presumed to be mere sleight of hand was, in fact, an unanticipated approach. Typically, few players dare to shoot a three-pointer directly under such defensive pressure. Thus, Kobe had anticipated that Qin Feng would feign a shot to make a pass or drive into the paint for a score. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng had indeed taken the three-point shot. Inverting the expected behavior rendered it impossible to predict. Just as Kobe was grappling with his astonishment, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul against Kobe for hitting Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng executed a remarkable three-point shot, followed by a successful free throw. How infuriating! In that fleeting moment, Kobe was utterly taken aback, having failed to defend against Qin Feng's advance, allowing him to score a staggering 31 points while committing a foul. The exchange of offense and defense ended in a resounding defeat. This has undoubtedly dampened their spirits. The members of the Dream Team were left in shock, completely unprepared for the outcome, as their star player, Kobe Bryant, was outmaneuvered by a newcomer from Huaxia. Look, they said he would make a three-pointer, and they believed it. Now they are convinced. A free throw was graciously gifted to them. Our heartfelt thanks. Qin Feng spoke softly as he stood at the free throw line. Chapter 65, The Tide of Counterattack, Stopping the Dream Team. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the players of the Huaxia team were left in a state of bewilderment, even feeling a pang of anxiety. One after another, he provoked Kobe, truly audacious. It was as if he were the legendary son Wukong, instilling fear in all. Did he not comprehend the potential repercussions of angering Kobe? The entire world knows the wrath that Kobe can unleash on the court. Otherwise, one would face a thunderous retaliation. He would attack the rim with fervor, mercilessly tormenting his opponents until they were vanquished. Indeed, there are numerous anecdotes within the NBA. To provoke Kobe only invites embarrassment. Yao had experienced this firsthand. In a previous regular season game, a player from the Rockets angered Kobe, resulting in Kobe scoring over 50 points, overwhelming his adversaries with sheer dominance. That game remained vivid in Yao's memory. It was the first time he witnessed Kobe's fury and understood the consequences of provoking him. Now, Qin Feng had the audacity to challenge Kobe, which truly made Yao break into a cold sweat. Yao glanced at Kobe, who stood near the line, his face darkened, bearing an expression as cold as eternal ice, exuding an ominous aura. This was bad. Kobe was genuinely angry. Qin Feng, you rascal, truly worry-free. Yao could only manage a wry smile, internally lamenting but not truly blaming Qin Feng. He understood that the Huaxia team was on the verge of a counterattack and needed to maintain their composure. As for Kobe's anger, let him be angry. Goodness. The game had reached a point of no return. Why fear the opponent's wrath? Impressive. Qin Feng had managed to score against Kobe's defense with a remarkable three-pointer, showcasing his bravery. First, he outmaneuvered the combined efforts of James, Kobe, and Kid, drawing a defensive foul from James and subsequently another foul from Kobe. In a span of 2 minutes, Qin Feng had completely unleashed his potential, leaving both superstars at a loss. Yang exclaimed with excitement. Incredible. After the timeout, Qin Feng's performance has been truly remarkable. He has returned to form and seems even more formidable than before. To put it bluntly, Qin Feng's explosion of talent had rescued the Huaxia team from the brink of collapse. Let us hope that the remaining athletes can also regain their normalcy to compete with the Dream Team. Mr. Zhang Weiping expressed his satisfaction. Qin Feng expertly dismantled the double-team defense of the Dream Team, launching a powerful counterattack that left them bewildered. The excitement in the arena was palpable as the crowd erupted into fervent cheers. The call for MVP resounded throughout the venue, a tidal wave of sound that enveloped the entire stadium, elevating the atmosphere of the match to its zenith. As Qin Feng stood at the free throw line, he took a deep breath and sank the shot with unwavering precision. The score was now 10-9. Within a mere 2 minutes, Qin Feng had scored an impressive 9 consecutive points, narrowing the gap to a mere single point. On the sidelines, the Dream Team's coach, Old K, paced back and forth, ultimately finding himself seated. There was no alternative. Qin Feng's performance had surpassed expectations. Despite Old K's thorough preparations, he had not anticipated yet another evolution in Qin Feng's game. In just a few offensive possessions, it was evident that his prowess had intensified. It was indeed a source of frustration. Although astonished by Qin Feng's display, Coach Old K refrained from calling a timeout. He observed that the Chinese team relied solely on Qin Feng for their scoring, which was not particularly daunting. Furthermore, he had faith in the Dream Team's ability to self-regulate and control the game. Thus, he resolved to assess the unfolding situation further. Meanwhile, Kobe, stationed at the top of the arc, initiated an offensive maneuver. Confronted by Qin Feng's defense, he signaled his teammates to spread out for a one-on-one confrontation. With Qin Feng now playing as a shooting guard, this round pitted him directly against Kobe. "Buddy, do you understand the consequences of inciting my wrath?" Kobe's voice was low and commanding, laced with a sense of lethal intent. "Oh, then you surely comprehend the repercussions of provoking my anger." Qin Feng displayed remarkable resilience, engaging in banter with a player as illustrious as Kobe, a truly entertaining affair. Despite Kobe's eloquence, he let his prowess on the court speak volumes. He launched a direct offensive, executing a series of rapid directional changes, his shoulders subtly swaying as he feigned movements, making it exceedingly difficult to discern his true intentions in the attack. Qin Feng once again employed his extraordinary defensive skills, yet his level completely restricted Kobe. Soon, Kobe found himself without an opportunity for a shot. With a sudden stop, he executed a fadeaway jumper. Clang! Fortune was not in his favor. As the ball ricocheted off the rim, Yao Ming secured the defensive rebound. The Huaxia team initiated a counterattack. After advancing past half-court, Lu Wei passed the ball to Qin Feng's hands. Kid once again applied pressure through double-teaming. As Qin Feng initiated his magical passing skill, Kid lunged forward, only to be met with a behind-the-back pass that found its way into Lu Wei's hands. Kid turned to defend, yet his age hindered him, leaving him fatigued. Watching helplessly as Lu Wei launched a three-pointer from the arc, the ball swished through the net. Following Qin Feng's lead, Lu Wei found his rhythm, scoring a three-pointer. The score was now 10-12, as the Huaxia team unleashed a 12-0 scoring spree, taking the lead. In the face of a counterattack, Qin Feng contributed 9 points, 1 steal, and 1 assist, while also forcing 2 fouls from the opponents, successfully defending against them on 2 occasions. Truly a remarkable performance. In the ensuing minutes, the entire Huaxia team regained their form. Yao seized an opportunity in the paint, executing a turnaround jump shot with finesse. Ji found space on the perimeter and effortlessly sank a three-pointer. Despite the Dream Team's persistent double-teaming of Qin Feng, he consistently managed to distribute the ball, creating effortless scoring opportunities for his teammates. Following the initial 12-0 surge, the Huaxia team struck again with an 8-2 run, extending their lead to 8 points. The arena erupted in a chorus of cheers. Millions of Huaxia fans could hardly believe that, after starting in dire straits, the team, under Qin Feng's leadership, had ignited a collective explosion of talent, reversing the situation and firmly suppressing the Dream Team. The sight was exhilarating for loyal fans. At this point, Coach K could no longer contain himself and rose to call a timeout. Regardless of how Qin Feng erupts, if his performance can galvanize the entire Huaxia team, then success is undoubtedly within reach. Astonishingly, the Dream Team appears to have been thrown into disarray, losing their initial fluidity and resorting to isolated plays. This is a promising signal. A timeout is necessary for adjustments. Gentlemen, can anyone elucidate what transpired? It is utterly unacceptable that the Huaxia team has taken the lead. Wasn't it promised that the first quarter would see us ahead by 30 points? Chapter 66. If Qin Feng had not been born, the basketball realm would remain in eternal darkness. Silence. The only response to Coach K's concerns was silence. Even he could not have anticipated that the Huaxia team would seize control of the match, extending their lead to 8 points. At this stage of the Olympics, the Dream Team has never trailed by such a margin. How infuriating it is that the Huaxia team seems like an entirely different squad compared to the group stages. How could they have developed so remarkably in just half a month? LeBron furrowed his brows, deeply perplexed. All changes within the Huaxia team stem from Qin Feng, elevating the entire squad's caliber. Kobe remarked, his anger still simmering. The vivid memories of the recent plays flashed through his mind, igniting his competitive spirit even further. Following the timeout, the double team on Qin Feng was lifted, allowing his passing threats to create numerous scoring opportunities for his teammates. Moreover, a greater emphasis on passing would diminish the reliance on isolation plays. Coach K swiftly addressed the issues at hand and made adjustments, substituting Anthony and Kidd for Wade and Paul, thus adding another point of penetration and playmaking. Wade, nicknamed Flash, is renowned for having the quickest first step in the league, with rumors suggesting that even cameras struggle to capture his initial burst. Despite being a substitute in this Olympic tournament, Wade has emerged as the team's leading scorer, showcasing a significant threat to opponents on the court. Replacing Kidd with Paul also bolstered the defensive capabilities of the backcourt. After all, Kidd, at the age of 35, finds high-level defensive efforts increasingly taxing, and his ability to recover has diminished. Meanwhile, on the Huaxia team's bench, Jonas made adjustments as well, allowing Yao to rest and bringing back Yi Jianlian. Upon returning from the timeout, the Dream Team's adjustments had an immediate impact. Wade, ball in hand, swiftly penetrated the interior, forcing a basket past Yi Jianlian's defense with sheer dominance. Pay attention, the counterattack has commenced. A subtle grin crept onto Wade's lips, revealing his exhilaration. Having observed Qin Feng, LeBron, and Kobe in action, Wade had been eagerly awaiting his opportunity to retaliate against the Huaxia team. Now, the moment had finally arrived, and he felt like a caged beast unleashed, brimming with vitality. Let us focus on narrowing the gap first, Zhu Fengyu exclaimed, a hint of frustration in his tone. Having grown accustomed to Wade's brazen demeanor, no need to rush. For him, closing the gap is merely a matter of one swift surge, Wade confidently declared, turning to return to defense. The Huaxia team initiated their offensive play. Lu Wei, after advancing past half-court, passed the ball to Qin Feng, who orchestrated the team's attack. On one occasion, the Dream Team did not employ double coverage, with only Kobe defending. Was there a double team? How could that be? Were they wary of his passing prowess? Qin Feng spoke with a calm voice, yet his heart brimmed with delight. At last, he was free from the encirclement, allowing his offensive prowess to be fully unleashed. Defense alone sufficed. The child would come to regret his matchup. Kobe, with a serious demeanor, resembled a hawk fixated on its prey, exuding an air of palpable intimidation. Qin Feng's expression grew serious. Although he was not double-teamed, he still felt the formidable pressure of Kobe's defense. He swiftly executed a change of direction, dribbled between his legs, took a lateral step to the left, and performed a step-back jump shot from beyond the arc. Qin Feng's movements flowed seamlessly, exuding an undeniable elegance. Despite Kobe's fervent attempts to defend, his efforts proved futile. With a vertical leap rated at 90 and the enhancement of Curry's three-point prowess, Qin Feng soared higher and executed his shots with remarkable speed, rendering him exceedingly difficult to guard. The basketball traced a majestic arc in the air. Swish! It found its way through the net. Another three-pointer. This marked Qin Feng's third successful three-point shot of the match, showcasing the true prowess of the world's most formidable sharpshooter. Was it not a foolish decision for the Dream Team to resort to double-teaming? Just behold Qin Feng's unanswerable three-point shots. One might wonder, who could stop his offensive onslaught? The fans buzzed with excitement, their spirits lifted by Qin Feng's remarkable performance, igniting a glimmer of hope for victory. If they maintained this rhythm, defeating the Dream Team seemed within reach. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the United States, nearly 10 million fans tuned in to watch the live broadcast of the match. At the onset, American fans were filled with exhilaration, confident that the Dream Team would effortlessly reclaim their spot at the pinnacle of the world. However, as the game unfolded, the fans grew anxious and irate, casting doubts upon the Dream Team's performance. What was the Dream Team doing? Would they face elimination in this Olympic Games? Much like the previous two World Championships, Kobe's skills were on full display, tasked with restraining the formidable number 15 from China. Why was the Dream Team trailing? The Chinese team was undeniably the underdog. Oh heavens! grant the Dream Team victory. They had fielded their strongest lineup. A loss would mean the Dream Team's dominance on the international stage would be irrevocably compromised. Not only in the United States, but fans from around the globe were left astounded. The Dream Team, comprised of the world's finest basketball talents, was being stifled by the Chinese team, an inconceivable scenario. Particularly in the neighboring island nation of South Korea, despair washed over fans who had long hoped for a chance to triumph over China in basketball and assert their dominance in Asia. Yet, it appeared entirely unattainable. In light of their animosity towards the Chinese team, many fans from these countries rallied in support of the Dream Team, fervently cheering for them to overcome the Chinese squad. Within the arena, the Dream Team launched a counterattack. Kobe positioned himself in the low post, executing a back-to-the-basket move before pivoting for a smooth fadeaway jumper. The action was a work of art. The basketball dropped neatly through the hoop. Although the defense had contained the Chinese team, following a timeout, the Dream Team's offense regained its rhythm, scoring consecutively and preventing the point gap from widening further. In the subsequent minutes, both sides found themselves in a deadlock. The Dream Team's Kobe, Wade, and LeBron erupted, sinking shot after shot. Meanwhile, Qin Feng showed no signs of weakness, relentlessly firing three-pointers. Each successful shot ignited fervent cheers from the crowd. The atmosphere was charged with astonishment and awe. What kind of basketball is it that allows for such an abundance of precise three-point shots? Commentator Yang E, filled with excitement, uttered a profound statement that resonated deeply. In the realm of basketball, the eternal night stretches long. Chapter 67. An unexpected turn, Big Yao injured. The first quarter concludes with a score of 24-35. Qin Feng unleashed a relentless barrage of three-pointers, allowing the Huaxia team to maintain a steady 11-point lead. At the outset, the Dream Team opted for a double-team strategy against Qin Feng, plunging the entire Huaxia squad into a state of despair, leading many to believe that the Huaxia team was doomed to suffer a crushing defeat. However, with Jonas's proactive adjustments, Qin Feng suddenly erupted, turning the tide of the match in an instant. The Huaxia team managed to complete a remarkable turnaround within half a quarter, firmly securing their lead. Without a doubt, Qin Feng emerged as the pivotal factor in reversing the score. Once the Dream Team abandoned their double-team strategy, Qin Feng's offensive prowess was liberally unleashed. He astonishingly launched 9 three-point attempts in a single quarter, successfully landing 6 of them, amassing a total of 21 points. The sheer volume of his three-point shots was awe-inspiring, while his accuracy sent waves of exhilaration through the fans and despair into the hearts of his opponents. Coach Old K furrowed his brow, his mind racing to devise a counter-strategy. He had anticipated that Qin Feng would prove to be a formidable adversary. Having analyzed several game tapes that revealed the entirety of the Huaxia team's offense relied heavily upon him. Thus, they commenced with a double-team approach from the outset, aiming to stifle Qin Feng's scoring and swiftly widen the gap to render the game devoid of suspense. However, to their astonishment, the Huaxia team rose from the ashes like a phoenix, not only recovering the score, but also pushing ahead against the Dream Team with unbridled fervor. Although they retained confidence in their ability to win the match, they did not expect the Huaxia team to be so tenacious. It was evident that Huaxia was more than qualified to compete at this level. The team needed to refocus and not grant Huaxia any further opportunities. Failing to achieve their initial goal of leading by 30 points in the first quarter, they instead found themselves trailing by 11, a humiliation in itself. As the halftime whistle blew, decisive action was imperative. Coach Old K declared, his expression gravely serious. There was no room for delay. For fans across the globe, the Dream Team's victory seemed a foregone conclusion. With such a formidable roster, the myth of the Dream Team's invincibility had led fans to take their victories for granted. Perhaps every competing team felt the weight of pressure. Yet, for the Dream Team, the burden of potential failure was incomparably heavier. As a coach, Old K bore an even greater weight. If he could not lead a team hailed as the strongest in history to gold, he would truly have no face to show to his fellow Americans. Kobe, LeBron, Wade, and other superstar athletes nodded in agreement. The temporary setback did not dent their confidence. As superstars, they had witnessed every conceivable scenario. They believed that the Dream Team would elevate the intensity of the game to another level, leading to the inevitable downfall of the Huaxia team. The second quarter of the match commenced, with both sides fielding their reserve lineups. However, the Dream Team's substitutes were formidable, featuring stalwarts such as Wade, Paul, Michael Redd, and Boozer. Within merely 2 minutes, the Dream Team executed an impressive 6-0 run, narrowing the deficit to 5 points. Observing this, Coach Jonas grew anxious and had no choice but to reintroduce his main players. Yao, Qin Feng, Zhu Fengyu, and Yi Jianlian returned to the court. Jonas appeared to have an epiphany. In a contest of his caliber, the defensive efforts of the Huaxia team seemed as flimsy as paper against the Dream Team. Rather than squandering energy on defense, he resolved to shift the focus to offense, thereby allowing the offensively gifted Ji more opportunities on the floor. In a matter of moments, order was restored. Yao erupted with vigor, actively attacking the paint and scoring consecutively. Ji and Alien seized the moment, frequently launching successful shots from beyond the arc. Qin Feng orchestrated the offense, showcasing formidable firepower. Coach K, noting the developments, began to substitute in superstars like Kobe and LeBron. Both teams found themselves in a deadlock, with the match becoming increasingly tense. As the clock wound down to the final minute of the second quarter, an unexpected incident occurred. During a rebounding tussle with Howard, Yao inadvertently landed on Howard's foot, twisting his ankle. He collapsed to the floor, a pained expression etched on his face, clutching his ankle and breaking into a cold sweat. The entire arena fell silent, with fans rising anxiously, hands clasped in prayer for Yao as recovery. The Huaxia men's basketball team had already endured the blow of losing Yao. Witnessing his agony was heart-wrenching. One could only hope he was unscathed. Having led the Huaxia team to this critical juncture, every second counted. He spoke nervously, his breath becoming measured, as if afraid to disturb Yao. Yao was clearly exhausted. He had returned to compete in the Olympics without fully recovering from his NBA injuries, and the relentless intensity of recent matches had pushed his physical limits to the brink, making him susceptible to injury. Zhang Weiping's expression grew serious, his eyes filled with concern. The worst fears had materialized. Yao had entered the Olympics already nursing an injury, and now it had finally manifested. On the court, teammates quickly surrounded Yao, yet none dared to assist him until he spoke, fearing that any hasty action might exacerbate his condition. "Brother, how are you?" Ji inquired with genuine concern. "I can't feel my foot at all," Yao replied, his voice trembling, his face a portrait of despair, his eyes reddening. "Damn it, why did this have to happen now? There's still over 20 minutes left in the game. Can I hold on for just 20 more minutes? How can we continue without him?" The entire nation watched the match, all eagerly anticipating victory. How could he possibly fall? Yao's heart screamed fervently, his face exhibiting a resolute expression as he attempted to rise. Surely he was injured. He was determined to accompany the Chinese men's basketball team until the very end. Regardless of the outcome, he would finish the game. His conviction burned like fire, igniting an inexhaustible strength within his body. His teammates sought to assist him, but he declined their help. "I must stand up." The Asian giant would not succumb. Gradually gathering his strength, his towering figure began to move, akin to a mountain. After several seconds, Yao struggled to his feet. Merely standing had him drenched in sweat. The agony of those fleeting seconds was unbearable for Yao. He devoted everything to his homeland. "I can still play." Yao gritted his teeth, his voice resonating with determination. Witnessing this scene, millions of fans across China were instantly moved to tears. Chapter 68. The indomitable spirit of Yao, the pillar of the Chinese men's basketball team. Yao's unwavering resolve inspired every Chinese citizen watching the match. Many wept openly. In the arenas and before televisions, viewers could not suppress their tears, allowing them to flow freely, for they cared deeply as Yao battled against his injuries. Whether he could continue the game remained uncertain. As the spiritual backbone of the Chinese team and the sole world-class superstar, Yao represented something beyond mere presence on the court. He symbolized an intangible encouragement for his teammates. Without Yao on the court, the faith of the Chinese men's basketball team would falter, and they would fight relentlessly. This spiritual strength was a gift only Yao could provide, irreplaceable by anyone else. Countless anxious yet hopeful gazes were fixed upon Yao, awaiting the gesture of approval or a more relaxed expression. However, that did not happen. After attempting to take a few steps, a sharp pain in his ankle coursed through his body like poison, causing him to tremble. His face reflected profound agony. Ultimately, he could not hold on and collapsed to the ground. The Chinese team players on the court looked up in despair, struggling to contain their tears. Substitutes Sun Yu, Wang Shipong, and others rushed to his side, laboriously helping Yao to his feet, preparing to assist him back to the locker room for further examination and treatment. "Hang in there, brother. You will definitely return to the court," Yao declared resolutely, then turned his gaze to Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, you must hold the fort. You can absolutely help the dream team close the gap. Qin Feng nodded earnestly, his fists clenched tightly. Is there still a chance for Yao to return? In Qin Feng's mind, a relentless question echoed, filled with concern. Would Yao Ming be able to return? The match continued, and so did the battle. All that could be done was to invest everything, to leave his all on the court. No matter the outcome, he would not allow Yao to be disappointed in him. After conveying his thoughts, Yao, along with Wang Shipong and Li Nan, made their way toward the players' tunnel. Suddenly, the arena erupted with an unprecedented roar. Fans chanted Yao's name, cheering him on, even as some lost their voices in the process. In that moment, hearts beat in unison with Yao. The situation was peculiar. Observing the circumstances, it seemed unlikely that Yao would return to the game. He expressed his concerns, feeling a deep despair. It was the sense of loss that weighed heavier on him. The fear of a recurrence of old injuries loomed large. Over the past 4 years, Yao had endured 3 serious injuries, all affecting his feet. The most recent injury had yet to heal properly, and he had rushed back to compete in the Olympics. If an old injury were to resurface, it would spell real trouble, potentially jeopardizing his career. Zhang Weiping, the elder statesman, voiced his worries, feeling even more anxious for Yao's future. Listening to the commentary, countless fans felt a pang of sympathy. Yao had truly given everything for the Chinese men's basketball team. Deep down, they understood that Yao's chances of returning to the game were slim. It all rested on Qin Feng now. In an instant, all hopeful gazes turned to him. They yearned for Qin Feng to unleash his prowess, hoping he could embody Yao's spirit and lead the Chinese team onward. The situation had turned precarious. Gasol's expression was grave. Yao's injury had come as a shock, delivering a lethal blow to the Chinese squad. It was unlikely that they could secure victory in this match. Navarro lamented, acknowledging the unfortunate turn of events. What was meant to be a thrilling final could turn into a rout for the Chinese team due to Yao's injury. On the sidelines, Coach Old K wore an impassive, even somewhat cold demeanor. With Yao's exit, the Chinese team's interior defense was weakened, and their players concentrated all their efforts on storming the paint. He issued commands to the players, while he felt regret for Yao's injury. The harsh reality of competitive sports dictated that one could not overlook an opponent's weaknesses out of respect. The only objective was to win, and the opponent's vulnerabilities were there to be exploited. The Dream Team players nodded in agreement, launching a relentless assault on the Chinese team's paint. Wade, Kobe LeBron, and Paul, all adept at penetrating, repeatedly breached the defense with ease, scoring effortlessly. Without Yao in the paint, it was as if the Dream Team were in a realm of their own. Jianlian's defensive capabilities paled in comparison to Yao's impact. Fortunately, Qin Feng maintained a formidable offensive prowess. Even as the Dream Team continued to score in the paint, Qin Feng responded in kind. With Curry's shooting effectiveness waning, he employed 2 skill cards for his signature hesitation move, penetrating the paint to score 4 consecutive points, prolonging the life of the Chinese team. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 56-59. The Huaxia team still leads by 3 points. Regardless of the circumstances, Qin Feng's explosive performance ensured that the Huaxia team did not collapse and allow the Dream Team to catch up by the end of the first half. As for the halftime, they could only leave it to fate. During the intermission, all the players of the Huaxia team hurried back to the locker room, eager to learn about Yao's condition. There, they found Yao sitting in a corner with 2 team doctors stabilizing his ankle. How is the game progressing? Yao asked anxiously upon seeing the others. Qin Feng has exploded on the court and has helped maintain our lead. We are still ahead by 3 points, Jianlian replied, before falling into silence once more. Good. Excellent. We'll be back on the court soon. There's still a chance, Yao exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fists tightly. However, the strain caused him to wince in pain, drawing a sharp breath. To be honest, it is highly advisable not to continue playing if the injury worsens, as it would undoubtedly impact his future career. One cannot jeopardize an entire professional career for a single game, the team doctor urged sympathetically. As a member of Huaxia, there is hope that Yao can play and bring glory to the nation. Yet, as a doctor, one must fulfill their responsibilities. They also do not wish for Yao's future career to be adversely affected. Upon hearing the doctor's words, everyone suddenly understood. Yao was fighting through the pain. Even at the risk of his career, he was determined to compete. The mission was paramount. The match had reached halftime, and they were already in the finals, just a step away from clinching the gold medal. Leading the Huaxia team to victory in an international competition was a lifelong aspiration. They absolutely could not let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 69. The Dream Team Strikes Back. Huaxia Team in dire straits. Everyone fell silent. They could empathize with Yao's feelings. The Olympics, hosted in their own homeland, was a historic moment, and they had led the Huaxia team into the finals. Now, there was still a chance to contend for the gold. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Miss it, and there would be no hope for a lifetime. Consider when Huaxia would host the Olympics again. Yao's peak years were already dwindling. Furthermore, who could guarantee that the Huaxia men's basketball team would achieve similar success in future Olympic Games? In any case, Huaxia was in a favorable position, with everything at stake, waiting for a single victory to perfectly conclude this Olympic journey. Have you truly made up your mind? The team doctor asked sternly, equally moved by Yao's words. I have made my decision. I know better than ever what must be done, Yao resolutely declared, his tone imbued with a compelling determination. The team physician continued to attend to Yao's injury, securing it with utmost care. Since Yao had made the decision to return to the court, it was imperative to stabilize his wound promptly, thereby enhancing the hopes of victory for the Chinese team. The other players remained silent, for they understood that once Yao had resolved upon a course of action, it was unlikely to be altered. Swiftly, time passed, and the match reached a tumultuous midpoint. The third quarter commenced, yet Yao had not yet returned. Both teams fielded their starting lineups. The Dream Team altered their roster, introducing Howard into the starting position, complemented by the more agile and versatile Chris Bosh, who possessed a remarkable three-point shooting range. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense. Observers of this Olympic tournament were well aware that the third quarter often showcased the Dream Team's most formidable performance. Typically, following this period, the key players would ease into a more relaxed play style. Thus, the critical question arose. Could the Chinese team withstand the relentless onslaught of the Dream Team? The hearts of millions of Chinese fans hung precariously, filled with both anxiety and anticipation. The Dream Team initiated the offense. Anthony received the ball at the left corner, skillfully navigating the defense of Yi Jianlian, and launched a three-point shot. The basketball arced gracefully through the air, resembling a beautiful rainbow. Swish! It found nothing but net. 59-59. The Dream Team had leveled the score for the first time since being overtaken by the Chinese team in the first quarter. The Chinese team prepared to inbound the ball. As Qin Feng received the ball, Kobe and Kid once again closed in, applying relentless pressure throughout the court. Despite being prepared, the formidable defense from these two superstars led to a turnover by Qin Feng. Seizing the opportunity, Kobe intercepted the ball and scored effortlessly. The score now stood at 61-59, with the Dream Team taking the lead. In that moment, the audience seemed to hold their breath. The Dream Team's performance on both offense and defense had escalated significantly compared to the first half, showcasing an elevated level of competitiveness. On one occasion, Qin Feng failed to catch the ball, leading to an inbounds pass to Lu Wei. However, as Lu Wei crossed half court, LeBron lunged forward, forcing another turnover. LeBron swiftly passed the ball to a sprinting Anthony beyond the three-point line. With no defender in sight, Anthony launched another three-pointer. Swish! The score now read 64-59. The Dream Team commenced the second half with a dominant display, compelling the Huaxia team into two consecutive mistakes, thus dampening their morale. He shook his head repeatedly, a foreboding sense creeping over him. The Dream Team was poised to seize the victory. This is the true prowess of a Dream Team. Their abundant stamina, fierce defensive pressure, rapid counterattacks, and precise shooting. Whether in offense or defense, the Dream Team operates at a world-class level. Elder Zhang Weiping let out a heavy sigh, scanning the players' bench, yet there was still no sign of Yao. This match might have already lost its suspense. On the sidelines, Coach K of the American Dream Team wore a confident smile, shouting towards the court. Let us resolve this against the Huaxia team within the first 3 minutes. His commanding declaration echoed throughout the arena, further igniting the players' fervor. Once again, they intercepted the Huaxia team, scoring with ease. The Huaxia team finally managed to bring the ball past half court, attempting to pass it to Qin Feng, only to find him tightly guarded by Kobe and Kid. Lacking Yao's imposing presence in the paint, the Dream Team executed their double team on Qin Feng with abandon. Left with no choice, Lu Wei passed the ball to Ji. Ji's shot clanged off the rim. After securing the rebound, Bosh initiated a rapid offensive surge for the Dream Team. The Huaxia team scrambled back on defense. As Yi Jianlian positioned himself in the key, Bosh received a pass from LeBron, leapt high, and emphatically slammed the ball into the basket. A thunderous dunk. Effortless. Bosh shook his head, exhilarated. The Dream Team is indeed the strongest team in the world. Let us eliminate the suspense of this match. LeBron shouted. The sting of their loss at the 2006 World Championship still lingered, and they were determined not to leave any regrets this Olympic season. The Dream Team surged with momentum, relentlessly pursuing victory. Within 2 minutes, they executed a staggering 12-0 scoring spree. The spectacle continued to unfold. 3 minutes into the third quarter, the score stood at 74-59, with the Dream Team extending their lead to 15 points, while the Huaxia team had yet to score in the half. The millions of Huaxia fans were left in a state of despair, helplessly witnessing the unfolding events. Ultimately, there was no miracle to be found. The fully committed Dream Team faced no resistance from the Huaxia team. Even Qin Feng was rendered ineffective, his brilliance stifled. Meanwhile, the players of Huaxia were consumed by doubt. Could such a formidable Dream Team truly be defeated? Defend and attack. The overwhelming defense of the Dream Team left Huaxia utterly bewildered. The group stage mirrored this scenario, as the Huaxia team was swept away by the Dream Team's relentless assault. Was this tragic narrative destined to repeat itself? Yang lamented, unable to bear the sight of the court. It was clear that the mindset of the Huaxia players teetered on the brink of collapse. They were completely intimidated by the Dream Team's might. The immediate priority was to score. Breaking the scoring drought was essential to rejuvenate the players. Now, all hope rested on Qin Feng. The venerable Zhang Weiping spoke with a tone filled with anticipation. Qin Feng, Qin Feng. The crowd erupted in fervent chants for Qin Feng's name. Outside the arena, thousands of fans echoed the call. Everyone yearned for Qin Feng to channel the spirit of a heroic champion, reminiscent of his explosive performance against the Spanish team, to rescue Huaxia from the brink of despair. On the court, Qin Feng's expression was grave, his eyes resolute, as if he had made a momentous decision. In his mind, the peak experience card of the basketball deity, Michael Jordan, lingered silently. The effect of this skill card lasted only 10 minutes. Initially intended for use in the fourth quarter, it seemed the moment had come to deploy it now. Chapter 70, The King Returns. Yao Ming dedicates himself entirely. Across the ocean in America, witnessing the Dream Team's dazzling performance, countless American fans erupted in jubilation. With just over 3 minutes, they unleashed an 18-0 scoring barrage, revealing the true prowess of the Dream Team. They were playing exactly as they should. The feeble Huaxia team had no right to contest the match until the very end. It was time for Huaxia to awaken to the reality of the Dream Team's strength. Aspiring for the gold medal was a mere pipe dream. The Dream Team relentlessly dominated Huaxia, showcasing their supremacy. Let the world recognize the unassailable position of the Dream Team in the realm of basketball. American fans felt an immense sense of pride, finally satisfied with the Dream Team's performance. In the arena, the spectators witnessed the Spanish team shaking their heads. It was over. The match had concluded. What a display of the Dream Team's absolute dominance once again. Gasol shook his head, a look of despondency crossing his face, as if he had lost all interest in continuing to watch the match. Alas, there was a time when one believed that the Huaxia team could hold their ground against the Dream Team until the very end. Who would have thought that they would be so thoroughly outmatched right at the outset of the second half? Ultimately, the dark horse remains just that. Their absolute prowess is merely a shadow of what is required. Navarro also shook his head, his expression a mixture of anger and complexity. If only the Spanish team had advanced to the finals, their performance would undoubtedly have surpassed that of Huaxia. In hindsight, Huaxia does not seem as formidable as initially perceived. How did the Spanish team falter in the semifinals? Not being able to help his team reach the Olympic final stage remains one of Navarro's greatest regrets in his career. What a shame, to be defeated and then to perform in the finals. Truly disappointing. Rubio, visibly irritated, turned his gaze towards Qin Feng. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Qin Feng managed a faint smile and proclaimed, "Everyone focus. The match is far from over. There are still opportunities." Upon hearing this, the players of a Dream Team exchanged derisive smiles. More opportunities? It seemed the Huaxia team had yet to grasp the current situation of the game. Such a bizarre notion. Kobe cast a curious glance at Qin Feng, questioning how, in such dire circumstances, he could still utter such words. It would be better to concede. Yet, his words seemed to evoke a feigned amusement. The players of Huaxia did not react vehemently. They merely nodded before immersing themselves back into the match. Qin Feng took a deep breath, ready to employ his ultimate trump card. However, before he could utter a word, the fans suddenly began to chant name, erupting in cheers. For reasons unknown, why were they celebrating? In a moment of bewilderment, Qin Feng suddenly grasped an idea. He swiftly turned around to behold a formidable figure emerging slowly from the shadows, his face resolute and his deep-set eyes seemingly imbued with an indomitable spirit. Yao has returned. Witnessing Yao's steadfast strides towards the bench, a smile broke across Qin Feng's face as he decided to postpone the use of his Michael Jordan Peak experience card, reserving it as a trump card in the quest for the gold medal. The crowd erupted into a frenzy upon Yao's return to the court, igniting hopes for the Chinese team once more. Yang Yi, brimming with excitement, felt as though the entire world had transformed into a realm of brightness and optimism. The king has returned. Yao's majestic resurgence was nothing short of miraculous, especially considering the severity of his previous injury that had rendered him unable to walk moments ago. Such is the spirit of our nation. Never yielding, never surrendering. Zhang Weiping's eyes glimmered with tears. He understood the potential consequences of Yao's decision to return to the court, knowing it could jeopardize his career. Yet, Yao returned with unwavering resolve. This was the true essence of dedication. On the court, even the Dream Team players were taken aback. How could someone return after such a grievous injury? Remarkable. Yao was truly giving his all, seemingly disregarding his own well-being. Anthony expressed his astonishment, pondering the worth of such sacrifice. Victory in the match surely belonged to them. What significance did Yao's return hold amidst such peril? Moreover, such reckless behavior could jeopardize one's career, an inconceivable notion. LeBron admitted he could not fathom Yao's actions. In his worldview, as the foremost athlete, should he sustain an injury, he would undoubtedly serve his country. Kobe, due to his injuries, had only participated in the Olympics after 12 years in the league, representing the United States. While Yao's return might ignite the fighting spirit of the Chinese team, it ultimately seemed futile. The outcome appeared predetermined, and victory belonged to them. Kobe, resolute in his determination, declared that he would dismantle the confidence of the Chinese players with an even more aggressive offensive strategy, ensuring the match would lack any suspense. The referee's whistle pierced the air as the Chinese team called for a substitution. "Ji Yao, buddy, you've returned. It's time to launch our counterattack," Yao said to Qin Feng. Filled with hope, aware of his purpose, he decided to channel his energy solely into defense, entrusting the offensive efforts to Qin Feng. "All right," Qin Feng nodded earnestly, his gaze piercing and intense. He glanced at the score before swiftly turning to sprint back to the defensive position. The Dream Team launched their offensive. Anthony seized an opportunity from the perimeter, executing a direct three-point shot. Having already netted 2 3-pointers in the third quarter, his confidence was palpable. However, the subsequent shot failed to find the mark, ricocheting off the rim. With a fierce roar, Yao leaped to secure the defensive rebound and subsequently passed the ball to Liu Wei. The Huaxia team initiated their counterattack. As Qin Feng received the ball at the arc, he surveyed the situation. Due to Yao's presence, the Dream Team opted not to double-team. Yao's offensive prowess in the paint instilled a sense of apprehension in the Dream Team. Who dares to utter his name? As Qin Feng addressed Kobe in English, a look of confusion washed over Kobe's face, unsure of what madness had overtaken Qin Feng. Ignoring Kobe's suffocating defense, Qin Feng leaped into the air for a pull-up jump shot, confident in his shooting prowess akin to Curry's three-point skill. With a success rate of 75, it was time to showcase true technique. At the moment he released the basketball, he declared, "I am Qin Feng, a man who never gives up. Now, let the counterattack begin." Chapter 71. The Surge to Catch Up. Qin Feng's explosive return. As Qin Feng's voice echoed, the basketball arced gracefully like a rainbow, landing securely in the net. The score read 74-62. After a scoring drought that lasted half a quarter, the Huaxia team finally registered points for the first time in the half. The crowd erupted in cheers. "They've scored. They've finally scored." Is this the beginning of Huaxia's counterattack initiated by Qin Feng's three-pointer? Yang Yi exclaimed with excitement. He believed that once Yao returned, the overall offensive and defensive capabilities of the Huaxia team would ascend to another level, hoping they could close the gap by the end of the third quarter. The venerable Zhang Weiping expressed his anticipation. On the offensive front for the Dream Team, Paul dribbled past half-court and executed a brilliant pass to James, who was cutting into the paint. Without hesitation, James received the ball and soared for a dunk. "No dunking here," Yao thundered, leaping with all his might to deliver a thunderous block. The basketball was sent flying away. Qin Feng, swift of hand and keen of eye, seized the rebound and swiftly launched a fast break. The words of Yao echoed in his mind. "Leave the defense to me. The offense is in your hands." Faced with Yao's expectations, How could he allow disappointment to arise? As Qin Feng dribbled past the half-court line, he executed a swift and decisive pull-up three-pointer. Curry's extraordinary three-point prowess manifested once more, and with a swish, the basketball sailed through the net, reducing the deficit to a mere 9 points. Stay composed, maintain the rhythm, and secure another basket, Kobe stated gravely, recognizing the opportunity for a counterattack for the Huaxia team. Qin Feng's consecutive three-pointers instilled a sense of urgency among the Dream Team players. At one point, the Dream Team opted for a measured approach rather than accelerating their offensive tempo. Hall, ever observant, executed a pick-and-roll with Bosch, delivering a swift pass into Bosch's hands. With a fierce expression, Bosch went for a dunk. Throughout this quarter, the Huaxia team had already endured 2 dunks, unable to halt the onslaught. Yet Yao, who was assigned to guard the perimeter, sprinted back with remarkable determination, executing a stunning block on Bosch. How could Yao possibly recover so quickly? His foot was clearly injured, and every step seemed laborious. Bosch's pupils dilated in astonishment. It is always astonishing to witness the extraordinary strength that athletes committed to their nation can unleash on the court. Gasping for breath, Yao was drenched in a mix of cold and hot sweat, the pain in his ankle causing him to grimace. Yet, a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, for he had once again succeeded in defense, creating an opportunity for a counterattack for the Huaxia team. On the court, Qin Feng was dribbling furiously. Kobe and James were relentlessly pursuing him. Soon, the 2 superstars positioned themselves before Qin Feng, blocking his path to the basket. There was again the sight of James and Kobe collaboratively trapping Qin Feng. In a moment of magic, Qin Feng managed to score amidst the double team, leaving both superstars momentarily overshadowed. Young, he shouted in excitement, rising to his feet instinctively. With the entire audience's attention focused on him, Qin Feng leaped high, defying the defense at the rim. Employing his ghostly step skill, he launched the basketball into the air with a fervent shout. James and Kobe jumped in pursuit, but were unable to block the shot. The ball soared in a near-straight line, spinning gracefully over their heads before swooshing through the net. Another spectacular shot. It was utterly impossible to block. James roared in frustration, having been outmaneuvered by Qin Feng's dazzling play twice in succession, a phenomenon unprecedented in his career. The Dream Team players wore expressions of grave concern, astonished beyond measure. In just 1 minute, Qin Feng had scored 8 points consecutively. Such explosive scoring power was indeed terrifying. Although superstars like Wade, Kobe, and James possessed the capabilities to achieve similar feats, the intensity of Qin Feng's performance was extraordinary. At merely 20 years of age, Qin Feng shines as a nascent basketball prodigy. Remarkably, he scores again and again, leaving both LeBron James and Kobe Bryant in his wake. Although this match boasts a constellation of stars, it is unequivocally Qin Feng who emerges as the most radiant player. Young, he expresses that a flicker of hope ignites within him once more. The deficit is now a mere 7 points, just 7 points away from equalizing the score for the Huaxia team. With over 3 minutes remaining in the third quarter, there is ample time to turn the tide. Yao's return plays a monumental role, as he consistently thwarts the Dream Team's offensive attempts, thereby granting Qin Feng opportunities to shine. As the commentators note, the synergy of Huaxia's dynamic duo is indispensable. Zhang Weiping steals a glance at Yao, silently offering a prayer for his success. What an exhilarating display. Qin Feng's performance is truly unmatched. It is evident that he is not easily subdued. Navarro clenches his fists, a hint of excitement in his voice as he reflects on the moment. Just moments ago, he believed Huaxia had lost their chance. Yet Qin Feng's sudden surge of brilliance has ignited a rush of adrenaline, rekindling anticipation for the match. What is Kobe doing? Is he still standing by for points? Gasol furrows his brow, confident that Kobe will certainly rise to respond to the challenge posed by their opponents on the court. As Qin Feng completed the basketball play and was about to turn to defend, a voice from the system suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have earned 31 points, completing the task at hand. Rewards are now being issued. Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement as he considered the rewards of the task at hand. The consumable skills had been utilized extensively, leaving only the death shot and the extraordinary directional breakthrough at his disposal. Upon completing the task, he would be granted a lethal jumper and a powerful dunk, enhancing their prospects against the Dream Team. On the backcourt baseline, the Dream Team was poised to initiate their offensive play. Kobe, with utmost seriousness, addressed LeBron, saying, "Hey, buddy, it's time to take control of the game." LeBron, upon hearing this, quickly composed himself and nodded. despite the collective prowess of the Dream Team. The true capability to alter the course of the game resided in the hands of two superstars, Kobe and LeBron. As LeBron dribbled past half-court, he passed the ball to Kobe, who positioned himself in the low post. With a series of deceptive moves, Kobe executed his signature turnaround jumper. Swish! The ball sailed through the net effortlessly. Kobe flashed a fierce grin, exuding an aura of dominance. Want to close the gap? Just see if you can withstand this offense. Chapter 72, The Final Showdown. Utilizing the experience card of the basketball god. Listening to Kobe's words, the players of the Huaxia team wore expressions of grave concern. They did not perceive Kobe as boasting. Rather, they were acutely aware of his extraordinary skills. As one of the premier scorers in NBA history, his offensive prowess was beyond question. When he entered scoring mode, the world found it nearly impossible to defend against him. Throughout the current Olympic Games, Kobe had yet to activate his offensive mode, having focused on team play. Now, however, Qin Feng's provocation had awakened that very mode. For several consecutive plays, Kobe showcased an exquisite blend of inside and outside shooting, elevating his offensive skills to an extraordinary level. He scored 10 points in quick succession, stabilizing the situation for the Dream Team and extending their lead. Had Qin Feng managed to sink 2 shots, the deficit would have swelled to 15 points. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 87-74, with Huaxia trailing by 13 points. The fourth quarter would usher both teams into a true battleground. Fans around the globe felt the tension rise as the outcome remained uncertain. Buddy, the Huaxia team's stamina issues are already a pressing concern, compounded by Yao's injury. Before the fourth quarter even begins, Huaxia finds itself in a precarious position. Coach Old K remarked, sensing the mounting pressure. During the group stages, the Dream Team had built a significant lead after 3 quarters, rendering the final period a mere formality. Now in the finals, the Dream Team had expended every effort to maintain a 13-point advantage. The Huaxia team proved to be a formidable opponent, especially playing on their home turf, where the audience's fervor could unleash an unimaginable energy. Thus, a swift resolution was imperative to prevent any prolonged uncertainty. Meanwhile, on the Huaxia team's bench, Jonas was rallying his players for one final motivational push. As a foreign coach, I must extend my heartfelt tribute to the Huaxia team, who have unveiled a miracle, demonstrating the potential of a champion's spirit capable of explosive prowess. Initially, the team was underestimated, regarded as a weak contender with little chance of advancement. Yet here they stand, gracing the finals and persevering into the fourth quarter. A dark horse indeed. They have created an astonishing spectacle. Now let us sustain this miracle, Coach Jonas passionately declared, igniting a fervor among the players. Yao's gaze was resolute. For the sake of this match, they had already paid an exorbitant price, no matter what. They would see it through to the final second. With every ounce of strength, they would unleash their last bullet. Yao bellowed, leading the charge onto the court, with his teammates following closely behind. There were no substitutions. The Huaxia team remained steadfast with their full roster. Jonas was prepared to battle through the quarter, regardless of fatigue. As long as they could stand, they must remain on the court. The whistle blew. The fourth quarter commenced. The Huaxia team launched the first offense. Lu Wei dribbled and set a screen for Yao. Upon breaking into the paint, he faced Howard's defense and had no choice but to pass the ball to Yao. Standing at the free throw line, Yao, upon seeing Chris Paul defending him, did not hesitate to take the shot. The height disparity was undeniable. Paul barely reached Yao's chest. Not only could he not block the shot, but he could hardly even touch Yao's hand. Reluctantly, Paul fouled him. The sharp sound of the slap disrupted Yao's shot. The referee's whistle echoed. Yao stood at the free throw line, the entire audience holding their breath. This was a golden opportunity to close the gap. It is well known that Yao boasts nearly a 90 free throw success rate in the NBA. Granting Yao free throws was tantamount to handing over points. However, unexpectedly, Yao missed both attempts. The injury had taken a significant toll. Youngie exclaimed anxiously. Since returning in the third quarter, Yao had not participated in the offense, focusing solely on defense. Zhang Weiping sighed repeatedly. Every point was crucial. Missing 2 free throws equated to squandering an offensive opportunity. On the court, the Dream Team launched a counterattack. Anthony seized an opportunity from the corner, sinking another 3-pointer. The deficit ballooned to 16 points. Huaxia, it seemed, was done for. When taking the match seriously, they appeared to have no chance. The gold medal belonged to the Dream Team. They were only worthy of a silver. Anthony shouted triumphantly, finally releasing the pin-up frustration. It was utterly unacceptable that a supposedly weak team like Huaxia had pushed the game into the fourth quarter. The Dream Team should have concluded the battle by halftime, only deserving of a silver medal. Oomph. The match had only just begun. Qin Feng let out a cold snort, and a surge of fury filled his chest. The competition had only just begun, as it was now time for a counterattack. Finally, they had reached the fourth quarter, and he was now audaciously utilizing the peak experience card of Michael Jordan. Without any hesitation, Qin Feng internally exclaimed, "System. Activate the peak experience card of basketball god Michael Jordan. This is my ultimate trump card." With only 10 minutes remaining in a match, he made the decision to utilize it. Ding! Activation successful. The host will gain the peak prowess of Michael Jordan for a duration of 10 minutes, encompassing physical skills as well. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Immediately, Qin Feng sensed a remarkable transformation within his body. His muscles felt more taut, his strength intensified, and his waning stamina experienced a rejuvenation. With a mere thought, the attribute panel materialized in his mind. Stamina, 71 current, 87 strength, 73 current, 86 agility, 74 current, 87 speed, 79 current, 85 jump, 90 overall ability, 76 as he observed these fluctuations in values. Qin Feng was instantly filled with exhilaration. These were the attribute scores of the legendary Michael Jordan, truly formidable, with all values surpassing 85. He found himself lacking only in the jumping statistic, which exceeded Jordan's. In addition to physical attributes, Qin Feng also acquired the skills that Jordan possessed. Coupled with Curry's exceptional three-point shooting, Durant's lethal jump shots, and Russell's extraordinary defense, Qin Feng confidently proclaimed that he was even more formidable than Jordan himself. Come on, let's rally. This is the moment for a counterattack. 16 points? In the blink of an eye, we can reclaim that lead. With a confident smile, Qin Feng spoke, leaving his teammates in a state of bewilderment. His words bore an uncanny resemblance to boastfulness. Was a 16-point deficit insignificant? It was the largest margin of the match. How could they possibly catch up? Chapter 73. A stunning fadeaway jumper captivated the entire audience. Had Qin Feng made yet another leap in his skills? Though his teammates were filled with uncertainty, they were resolute in their determination not to surrender. Since Qin Feng had spoken, they could only place their hopes upon him. After all, in this Olympic Games, Qin Feng had once again delivered a miraculous performance that saved the Huaxia team. Everyone understood, well, that without Qin Feng, the Huaxia team would not have had the slightest chance of reaching the finals. They fervently hoped that in this match, Qin Feng could conjure yet another miracle. The Huaxia team initiated their offense. Lu Wei painstakingly dribbled across half the court. At one moment, when Qin Feng failed to run to the arc for support, he positioned himself with his back against Kobe, expertly securing a spot before reaching out for Lu Wei's pass. Witnessing this scene, the entire audience was left in astonishment. Qin Feng, executing a back-to-the-basket move? The audience was left bewildered, and even Lu Wei was taken aback, yet he managed to pass the basketball first. Qin Feng attempting a back-to-the-basket maneuver akin to Kobe? That seems plausible, but in all the matches he has participated in, I have never witnessed such a post-up offensive strategy, nor have I seen him employ a back-to-the-basket technique. Yang Yi expressed his confusion and urgency. At such a critical moment, what was Qin Feng thinking? It's a reasonable choice. Qin Feng's decision is indeed quite rational. Yet now, we can only hope that this reasonableness transforms into tangible results. Zhang Weiping remarked, his gaze intently fixed on the court, deeply curious about the offensive strategy Qin Feng would adopt. My friend, this is truly chaotic. A back-to-the-basket move is a specialty of his. Kobe, closely shadowing Qin Feng, couldn't help but chuckle. Having studied the footage of Qin Feng's games, I have never observed him perform a post-up attack. Thus, I conclude that Qin Feng's apparent offensive ploy surely conceals a deeper intention. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile slightly. What is Michael Jordan's most formidable skill, if not the iconic fadeaway jump shot? Qin Feng leaned against Kobe, dribbling continuously, and then, with a deft movement, he faked a shoulder shrug, executing a remarkably realistic feint. In that fleeting moment, he shifted Kobe's center of gravity. Qin Feng turned, leaped, suspended in the air, and executed a backward jump shot. The basketball soared high, spinning brilliantly like flames. Swish! It went through the net without touching the rim. In that instant, the entire arena was left in astonishment. Kobe was utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? The proficiency with which he executed the back-to-the-basket turnaround jump shot was astonishing. The sheer completion of his movements was unparalleled. It was simply outrageous. Suddenly, Kobe recalled those 4 words, utterly unpredictable. Indeed, it was beyond comprehension. Who could have anticipated that Qin Feng would also master the backward jump shot? In just a second, Qin Feng's shot ignited the crowd. A backward jump shot. Qin Feng had the audacity to use a back-to-the-basket backward jump shot against Kobe. Reminiscent of Michael Jordan himself, Yang Yi shouted in exhilaration, completely astounded. It was strikingly similar. Qin Feng's backward jump shot bore an even greater resemblance to Jordan's than Kobe's. If one were in China, they might truly believe Michael Jordan was playing. The venerable Zhang Weiping exclaimed, his tone filled with astonishment. It was beyond imagination. The players from the Spanish team in the audience were equally bewildered. Qin Feng had made yet another leap in progress. Had he just mastered this basketball technique? Gasol marveled, feeling as though his worldview was being profoundly challenged. How could one learn such a complex maneuver, the back-to-the-basket backward jump shot, in merely 2 seconds? As a signature skill of Jordan, perfected over the decades since his era. Only Kobe Bryant had truly grasped its essence and elevated it. This alone attests to the difficulty of mastering such a technique. Yet, Qin Feng had accomplished it in mere moments. It was simply astounding. To everyone's surprise, Qin Feng had unveiled a new move, enriching his arsenal. He had evolved. Compared to the match before, Qin Feng had undeniably reached a new level of prowess. Navarro gasped, his hair standing on end. How could such a miraculous athlete exist in the world? It defied all logic. It all made sense now. On the court, Kobe revealed a smile. What a delightful surprise. Time and again, he brought joy. This is the kind of game that is truly engaging. I'm eager to see what other surprises await. Kobe mused, feeling a surge of excitement coursing through every cell in his body. The stronger the opponent, the more invigorated he became. There would be many more surprises in store. Qin Feng commanded, turn around and defend. Yao, filled with excitement, waved his arms fervently. Even though the game had already commenced, his passion ignited with even greater fervor. The Dream Team launched their offensive. Paul dribbled past half court and passed to Kobe. At the arc, Kobe held the ball, facing Qin Feng, only to be astonished to find there were no defensive gaps. He was taken aback. What on earth was this relentless defensive pressure? The defensive capabilities of Qin Feng can only be deemed average. How did he suddenly become so formidable? Kobe searched for an extended period, yet failed to uncover any vulnerabilities in Qin Feng's defense. He was left with no choice but to pass the ball to LeBron. It is no jest. Michael Jordan was also one of the NBA's elite perimeter defenders, having once earned the accolade of best defensive player, a feat that is not easily matched. Upon receiving the ball, LeBron utilized his robust physique to carve a path and force his way to the basket. Lu Wei initiated the play from the backcourt, delivering the ball to Qin Feng. As Qin Feng skillfully employed his signature fadeaway jump shot once more, he executed it flawlessly. Throughout several exchanges, Qin Feng effortlessly identified opportunities and consistently made his shots. His repertoire included the fadeaway, the quick-stop jump shot, and the three-point pull-up, all of which he utilized with ease. The Dream Team found themselves utterly incapable of halting Qin Feng's relentless offensive onslaught. With just 4 minutes gone, Qin Feng had propelled his team to close the gap to 6 points. Coach K, visibly perturbed, called for another timeout. The worst fears had indeed materialized. No matter how the Dream Team adjusted, they could not contain Qin Feng, which only exacerbated the widening score gap as he continued to narrow it. An adjustment was imperative. Qin Feng once again disrupted the Dream Team, having already amassed an impressive 46 points, with 11 of those in the fourth quarter alone. He had elevated his offensive and defensive prowess to an entirely new level. His offensive capabilities had reached a sublime peak. Yang Yi expressed his astonishment repeatedly. Who could have anticipated that Qin Feng would elevate his game to rival that of superstars like Kobe and LeBron, perhaps even surpassing their performances, with only a 6-point deficit? Given Qin Feng's fiery form, catching up was entirely within reach. Let us eagerly await the final 6 minutes of this match, which promises to be among the most thrilling moments in Olympic basketball history. Chapter 74, The Final Showdown, Overcoming the Double Team. On the Dream Team's bench, the atmosphere was tense. Guys, we must take this seriously, Coach K stated gravely. To be honest, the game had unfolded in a manner beyond all expectations. The Huaxia team had managed to hold their own for an extended period, which was nothing short of astonishing. Initially, they had underestimated the Huaxia team, but it was now undeniable that they were a formidable squad. We must bring out every ounce of our strength to secure victory, Coach K declared, his demeanor intensely serious. He proceeded to devise an ultimate lineup, substituting in Chris Paul and Dwayne Wade. Thus, the Dream Team's roster featured Howard, Anthony, James, Kobe, and Wade, arguably the strongest combination they could field. Each player was undoubtedly a superstar. Although there was no traditional point guard, James would orchestrate the offense, alleviating any concerns regarding the team's offensive organization. After the timeout, the game resumed. The Dream Team launched their attack. James initiated the offense, dribbling the ball. Kobe maneuvered around a screen, received the pass, and drove to the basket before executing another quick stop jump shot. Swish! It was a picture-perfect shot. In crucial moments, a hero's true character shines. Kobe's killer instinct was on full display as he scored consecutively. Known for his indomitable spirit, Kobe had often been the lone savior for his team in the NBA, leading them to victory single-handedly on numerous occasions. The other superstars were equally capable. For these extraordinary players, the spotlight was theirs. Meanwhile, the Huaxia team's offensive possession saw Lu Wei struggling to bring the ball across half-court. Qin Feng provided support to prevent his teammates from making mistakes. The physical condition of the Huaxia team was once again deteriorating. In such a high-intensity match, their stamina had long been exhausted, and they were now relying solely on willpower to sustain their performance. If Michael Jordan's peak experience card were in play, it is likely that Qin Feng would also be running on empty. On the offensive end, the Huaxia team could only rely entirely on Qin Feng. Qin Feng, defying expectations, exhibited an extraordinary offensive prowess, relentlessly narrowing the score gap. With a deft dribble, he executed a sudden stop followed by a graceful fadeaway jumper. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net with perfect precision. Remarkably, Qin Feng's sudden stop and fadeaway had reached a transcendent level, reminiscent of Kobe Bryant. Young Yi Gaspet, his palms slick with perspiration. As the match progressed, each possession became pivotal, with both offense and defense bearing immense significance. It was akin to witnessing Michael Jordan in his prime, bravely challenging 5 superstars of the 21st century. Old Master Zhang Weiping remarked, utterly astonished. On the court, Dwayne Wade penetrated the paint, employing his signature hesitation dribble to effortlessly score over Yao Ming. At this point, Yao could only extend his hand in a futile attempt to interfere, having already leaped. The point differential swelled to 8 once more. Subsequently, the Dream Team abruptly altered their defensive strategy, applying relentless full-court pressure and double-teaming Qin Feng. Double team, and yet another double team. The Dream Team's defensive adjustments were relentless. Despite the full stamina of the Huaxia team, they were now aggressively converging on Qin Feng. Yang lamented. The double team on Qin Feng undoubtedly stifled Huaxia's offense. The entire audience held their breath, tension palpable in the air. Reflecting on the suffocating double team the Dream Team employed against Qin Feng at the game's onset, anxiety surged. If they succeeded in limiting Qin Feng with such a strategy now, the match would be over. On the court, observing the two defenders closing in, Qin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, as though he had anticipated this moment. Even if he were to confront the legendary Michael Jordan, facing superstars of Kobe Bryant and LeBron James caliber in a double team would undoubtedly pose a formidable challenge. Thus, Qin Feng had reserved several stamina-draining skill cards, specifically for critical moments. He activated his skill for a super-quick change of direction to break through. With a resolute thought, Qin Feng sprang into action. Executing an extraordinary change of direction accompanied by a graceful bow, he deftly evaded James's defense. Following this, he performed a complete spin, shaking off Kobe in the process. He then sprinted towards the paint, ascending with great height in preparation for a slam dunk. What audacity to challenge the defense! There was no way he would score. Howard bellowed fiercely, his muscles bulging as if they were about to explode. Summoning all his strength, he leaped into the air, arms raised high, ready to intercept Qin Feng's assault. System, activate the powerful dunking skill. Once again, Qin Feng employed a skill card. As the match reached its climax, he resolved to seize the moment. In an instant, he felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through his body, and with a powerful grip on Howard's shoulder, he forcefully slammed the basketball into the hoop. The reverberation of the rim echoed throughout the arena. Howard was sent flying, crashing to the ground, while Qin Feng elegantly hung from the rim before gracefully descending. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a blocking foul by Howard, confirming Qin Feng's successful basket, along with an additional free throw. A hush fell over the crowd, but in an instant, The fans erupted in a chorus of cheers that seemed to lift the very roof of the stadium. Oh, what a soaring, acrobatic dunk. Qin Feng had spectacularly dunked over Howard. It was utterly unbelievable. Qin Feng's prowess was astounding. Even at this stage of the game, he executed such a magnificent dunk. Poor Howard had become nothing more than a backdrop. Ruthlessly, Qin Feng dominated a single offensive play against three superstars of the Dream Team. Who would have thought that even the double team from Kobe and LeBron could not contain Qin Feng's sharp breakthrough? The spectators were abuzz, utterly captivated by Qin Feng's astounding performance. The Dream Team players appeared bewildered, completely unprepared for such an explosive display from Qin Feng. The double team was ineffective? Paul, sitting on the bench, exclaimed in astonishment. What a shocking revelation. The performance of this newcomer from Huaxia is truly extraordinary. Kid marveled incessantly. Even his opponents, they could not help but be awed by Qin Feng's display. Simultaneously, a potent sense of urgency surged within them. A singular question loomed in their minds. Could they truly win this match? The Dream Team's unwavering confidence began to waver. Damn it! How can this newcomer from Huaxia be so formidable? Even the double team was thwarted. LeBron vented, his emotions flaring up. He suddenly realized that Qin Feng's strength was nearing his own level, perhaps even surpassing it. This was clearly unacceptable for LeBron. Calm down. The game is not over yet. We will maintain our lead. Kobe replied coldly, his expression predatory, akin to a mamba snake, cold and composed, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, Qin Feng stood at the free throw line, bolstered by Jordan's technique, confidently sinking the shot. The deficit was now reduced to 5 points. Chapter 75, Dunking on Three Superstars. Who dares to challenge? Brothers, defend well, and we have a chance to equal the score. Qin Feng called out to his teammates, glancing at the clock. There were still 3 minutes left in the game, ample time indeed. Yao, Yi, Zhu Fangyu, and Lu Wei shouted in unison. Despite their fervent spirit, their bodies betrayed them. The four had exhausted all their energy. With each step, they gasped for breath, their defensive efforts becoming increasingly strained, and their technical movements severely distorted. At this moment, the fortunes of the Huaxia team rested entirely on Qin Feng. No matter how formidable Qin Feng may be, even if he were to utilize Jordan's peak experience card, could he truly triumph over the Dream Team? The spectators present were filled with apprehension, observing the players from Huaxia, who were valiantly yet slowly trudging across the court. One couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. They had indeed exerted every ounce of their strength. In stark contrast, the athletes of the Dream Team exhibited no signs of frustration, even as Huaxia relentlessly closed the gap in points. They remained confident in their ability to control the dynamics of the game. As the match progressed, the comprehensive physical prowess of the Dream Team became increasingly evident. Although the game was nearing its conclusion, they still exhibited an abundance of stamina. After all, an NBA game lasts for 48 minutes, whereas an Olympic match is only 40 minutes long. The Dream Team initiated their offense. Kobe, with the ball in hand, made a penetrating move before passing to LeBron, who sliced in from the side. LeBron, facing Yao, was undeterred. Though Yao had fully committed, he remained a formidable barrier in the paint. With a resounding clang, the basketball ricocheted off the rim. Yi Jianlian seized the rebound and swiftly passed it to Qin Feng. With remarkable swiftness, Qin Feng dribbled the ball. Realizing that to provide the Dream Team with an opportunity to double team, the pace of the offense must be escalated. LeBron, Kobe, and Wei pursued relentlessly, swiftly encircling Qin Feng. There was no doubt they would thwart his attempt to score. LeBron roared furiously, akin to a frenzied lion, exuding an air of sovereign authority as he charged directly at Qin Feng. Ignoring all distractions, Qin Feng charged into the penalty area and leaped once more, employing his powerful dunking technique. Once again, he utilized a skill that consumed energy. As he took off, both Wade and Kobe, positioned on either side, sprang into action, desperately outstretching their hands in an attempt to block him. Meanwhile, LeBron, standing directly in front, awaited his moment, a sinister smile creeping across his lips as he soared high with an imposing presence. What a striking resemblance this scene bore. Countless spectators and media members instantly recalled the opening sequence where Qin Feng had deftly maneuvered through a double team, facing a trio of defenders and executing a reverse layup. Following that basket, the Chinese team unleashed a wave of counterattacks. Now, this familiar tableau was being reenacted, albeit with Wade replacing Kidd, a defender of even greater caliber. It is well known that Wade holds the record for the most blocks by a guard in NBA history, showcasing his intimidating prowess on the defensive end. Yet, Qin Feng remained unfazed. The combined defense of three superstars elicited no panic from him. He maintained his composure, delaying his dunk to evade their attempts at blocking. In the moment that they descended, Qin Feng emphatically slammed the basketball into the hoop. The rim quaked with a resounding thud. Viewers around the globe watching the match were left in utter disbelief. To have successfully scored against a trio of defenders at the outset was remarkable enough. But now he had done so again with a thunderous dunk. Qin Feng truly regards superstars as mere celebrities. Today, both LeBron James and Kobe Bryant have repeatedly found themselves overshadowed by Qin Feng, diminishing their illustrious status as superstars. Moreover, he executed 2 consecutive dunks. The first was a formidable alley-oop over Howard, and the second was a direct dunk over 3 superstars. In the final minutes of the fourth quarter, Qin Feng's performance was nothing short of spectacular. With unwavering determination, he seemed invincible. On the court, only Carmelo Anthony remained unscathed, not relegated to a mere background figure. As the ball descended, even LeBron James and Kobe Bryant were left exasperated, shouting in disbelief. How is this possible? How can a player succeed in a dunk while being triple-teamed? James and Wade were visibly shaken, repeatedly shaking their heads in astonishment. They understood why. What seemed improbable became a vivid reality, evoking a surreal sensation, particularly for James, who appeared utterly disconcerted. Such humiliation is a rarity even in the NBA. In this Olympic final, Qin Feng had already faced setbacks, a truly frustrating ordeal. Kobe's expression darkened as he turned to Qin Feng, his icy gaze brimming with intent to conquer. The audacity of that shot was staggering. Initially, it seemed Qin Feng's 3 defensive maneuvers were the pinnacle of his prowess. Yet he surpassed expectations with his relentless vigor. He had just dunked over 3 superstars, undoubtedly destined to become one of the most iconic moments in Olympic basketball history. Yang Yi, filled with fervor, exclaimed, "Who else can achieve this? Who else can dunk over Kobe, LeBron, and Wade? There has been no one like this before." The beauty of the shot was undeniable. Regardless of the defender, no one could thwart Qin Feng's dunk. Such dominance over the court was evident. Veteran commentator Zhang Weiping remarked that his breath quickened. With the game in its final stages, victory or defeat hinged on just a couple of plays. Even though the Chinese team was formidable, they had pushed the Dream Team to the brink. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Coach K called a timeout. With only 2 minutes remaining, the Dream Team held a mere 3-point lead. A tactical reassessment was imperative. Should they lose this match, it would be a historical disgrace for the American Dream Team. Across the ocean in America, countless fans watched in fury as Qin Feng executed consecutive dunks over Howard, James, and Kobe, gnashing their teeth and throwing objects in frustration. Some fans were so enraged they even smashed their televisions. They could hardly believe that the Dream Team's performance could be so lackluster, let alone that a player from China could shine so brilliantly. It must be real. Everything seen on television felt like a fabrication. The Dream Team had already claimed the gold medal. Fans clasped their hands in prayer, resolutely believing what their eyes beheld. The notion that the Chinese team could contend with the Dream Team until the very end seemed implausible. A team that had merely stumbled into the finals was hardly worthy of such resilience. Fans were also numbing themselves to the reality. Could it be? A Chinese player dunking over 2 giants like Kobe and LeBron? The best basketball player in history, Michael Jordan, couldn't even accomplish that. It had to be an illusion, a mere figment of the imagination. What on earth had the Chinese team done to conjure such a deceptive broadcast? What kind of sorcery has the mysterious East unleashed? American fans muttered to themselves in an attempt to soothe their simmering anger. It must be said that some behaviors exhibited by these American fans are indeed quite peculiar. Those who smashed their televisions hurriedly rushed to their neighbors' homes to catch the game, only to be taken aback to discover that their neighbors' televisions were also broken. It is certain that after tonight, there will be a surge in television sales across America. Chapter 76, The Celestial Being Descends. At the Huaxia Arena, the timeout concluded, and the match resumed. The Dream Team launched an offensive. Kobe, utilizing a screen, penetrated the interior and then passed the ball to the cutting LeBron. LeBron leaped high, disregarding the defense, his body fully extended in midair, and completed a magnificent gliding tomahawk dunk. Upon landing, he let out a roar of triumph, releasing the pent-up frustration he had felt moments before. Meanwhile, Yao shook his head in dismay, vigorously slapping his own face in anger at his own foolishness. The foul he committed was nothing short of a gift of points to the opposing team. Qin Feng hurriedly rushed over to offer comfort. Hey, brother, stay calm. There's still a chance. Yao nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow, and positioned himself by the free throw line, preparing to seize the rebound. LeBron stood at the free throw line, taking a moment to gather himself before releasing the ball. Swish! It went in effortlessly. The entire arena held its breath, with only the sound of the basketball echoing throughout. With just 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining in the match, could the Huaxia team close the gap? Qin Feng swiftly provided an answer. After a rapid dribble across half-court, with the double team yet to materialize, he executed a long-range jump shot for a three-pointer. In this critical moment, it was imperative to accelerate the pace of the offense. However, the basketball failed to find its mark, ricocheting off the rim and soaring away. Witnessing this scene, countless fans of the Chinese basketball community were engulfed in despair. Had the shot succeeded, the Dream Team would have scored another basket, extending the lead to 8 points, rendering the match utterly hopeless. In that moment, Yao desperately leaped with all his might to swat the basketball away. Having exhausted every ounce of his strength, he lacked the energy even to grasp the ball, resorting only to a deflection. After completing his effort, he collapsed onto the ground. The pain from his wounds and the depletion of his stamina left him with a sensation of being utterly drained. It felt as if his chest was about to burst. A heart-wrenching experience. Fortunately, Yao's luck was not entirely forsaken. The basketball soared beyond the three-point line and landed in Lu Wei's hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Wei passed it back to Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes widened with intensity, his heart racing furiously as he fixated on the hoop, oblivious to everything else. He noticed Yao's fall, witnessed the double team from James and Kobe, and heard the roar of the crowd. It was as if the entire world faded into the distance. The only thing that remained was the hoop, vividly and unmistakably etched in his vision. System, activate the death shot skill. With a fierce roar, Qin Feng defiantly relied on Curry's three-point prowess once more. Although the skill boasted an impressive shooting percentage of 75, the remaining 25 still held the potential for misses. Yet he dared to gamble. In that fleeting moment, Kobe and LeBron's defensive efforts converged. With a couple of swift claps, they brought Qin Feng crashing to the ground. Swish! Almost simultaneously, the sound of the basketball swishing through the net echoed. It was a perfect shot. Beep! The referee's whistle signaled a basket and a free throw. LeBron raised his hands in disbelief, his expression seemingly questioning. What on earth? Meanwhile, the entire arena erupted into a cacophony of cheers, akin to a bomb being dropped into a lake, creating monumental ripples. It's in! It's in! Qin Feng had once again achieved an astounding 31 points. Oh my! It's hard to find the words to describe Qin Feng. Marvelous! His performance was truly extraordinary. Yang Yi remarked that his chest swelled with countless emotions, yet ultimately, they condensed into just a few words. The game was paused by the referee as Yao had become utterly exhausted, his ankle injury preventing him from standing. Teammates rushed to his aid, and with the support of Li Nan and Du Feng, he painstakingly made his way off the court. Before departing, Yao turned to Qin Feng and offered commendation. Well done. The rest is up to you. The entire audience rose to their feet, showering Yao with applause. Tonight, Yao exemplified the harmony of words and actions, truly dedicating himself to the court and his homeland. A pride of Huaxia, with the will of Yao Ming. Qin Feng stood at the free throw line and effortlessly made the shot. 104, 102. Only a 2-point deficit remains. The Dream Team is on the offense. Kobe, at the top of the arc, controls the tempo of the game and signals his teammates to spread out. He is poised to decide the outcome of the match. Regardless of the number of superstars on the Dream Team, there is no doubt that each player carries the mantle of leadership. Win or lose, they bear the responsibility. He changes direction, dribbles between his legs, shifts again, breaks through, halts abruptly, and takes a jump shot. Kobe employs his signature move, one he has executed countless times. Swish! The basketball sails through the net. The gap widens to 4 points. Kobe's performance in this critical moment is steadfast, such is the prowess of a true superstar. There are still 43 seconds remaining in the game. Qin Feng dribbles the ball across half-court, while Kobe and LeBron once again converge to double-team him. Qin Feng desired to pass the ball, yet a fleeting glance at his teammates instilled a sense of foreboding within him. The players of the Huaxia team were all panting heavily, their movements gradually losing their vigor. Even if he succeeded in passing the ball to a teammate, their waning stamina would likely distort their shooting form, making it exceedingly difficult to score. Relying solely on Qin Feng's fervent drive amidst the formidable Dream Team, He found himself devoid of any genuine confidence in victory. Yet he bore the weight of immense expectations for Huaxia basketball. Qin Feng was acutely aware that he had no retreat. Resolutely, he decided to rely solely on himself, shouldering the burden of victory and defeat. With the formidable defense of both James and Kobe bearing down on him, he attempted a daring three-point shot. The basketball soared through an exaggerated arc, almost absurd in its trajectory. Thud! It ricocheted off the rim. Meanwhile, Curry's three-point prowess had also diminished. The Dream Team's defensive intensity had escalated. With no other option, as the crucial moment of the match approached, the Dream Team unleashed their extraordinary strength. Their collective prowess was nothing short of remarkable. In his heart, Qin Feng silently shook his head. With a swift move, Anthony seized the rebound. The Dream Team launched another fast break. LeBron, taking the lead, penetrated the paint and executed a thunderous dunk. The deficit narrowed to 6 points. At this pivotal moment, each superstar of the Dream Team demonstrated their formidable control over the game. After all, icons like Kobe, LeBron, and Anthony possess the extraordinary ability to turn the tide. Furthermore, the overall basketball prowess of their nation stands unparalleled, truly on a different echelon. With just 28 seconds remaining in the match, the Huaxia team prepared for their final offensive. To close the 6-point gap, they would need to score at least 2 or 3 three-pointers. An arduous task indeed. A look of despair flickered in Yao's eyes. The strength of the Dream Team was overwhelming. Even with relentless effort, they fell just short. The entire audience fell into a hushed silence, awed by the Dream Team's dominance and beginning to empathize with the players of the Huaxia team. The ball was in play. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and declared, "I can give up. As long as the game isn't over, I can relinquish my efforts." He dribbled the ball across half-court with the combined defensive prowess of Wade, Kobe, and LeBron focused entirely on him. Reluctantly, he passed the ball to Zhu Fengyu. Positioned in an open spot, Zhu attempted a three-pointer, but alas, it clanged off the rim, lacking the necessary force. However, the basketball fortuitously ricocheted into the hands of Xi, who quickly sought out Qin Feng. Qin Feng received the basketball and, with unwavering determination, executed a game-winning jump shot. If he hesitated any longer, the opportunity would surely vanish. System. Activate the game-winning jump shot skill. In the depths of his heart, Qin Feng roared with fury as he read the description of the skill card. It was to be utilized in the final minute of the match, guaranteeing a 100 shooting success rate for any form of shot within his team's offensive zone. However, the time for a decisive strike had not yet arrived. Nonetheless, it was imperative to deploy it. Swish! The basketball sailed through the net with a perfect arc. 108-105. The Dream Team still held a 3-point lead. Only 17 seconds remained in the game. In an instant, the entire arena erupted, akin to a volcano in full eruption. The echoes of MVP resonated throughout the venue. Fans nationwide, glued to their screens, erupted in jubilant cheers. Qin Feng was extraordinary. He was nothing short of divine. Qin Feng, once again, Qin Feng. Truly the hero of the Chinese team. What more could be said? 1,000 words felt lodged in the throat. Yet only 2 could encapsulate the fervor. Incredible. In this match, Qin Feng's performance had ignited a passionate fervor. Cheers erupted everywhere, and all of China was ablaze with excitement. Though victory appeared elusive, hope remained for a comeback. Miracles could still be born. In the arena, commentators Yang Yi and Zhang Weiping were rendered speechless with excitement. In their role as commentators, they found themselves at a loss for words. With 3,000 characters in the Chinese language, they struggled to find a term that could adequately describe the explosive performance of Qin Feng at that moment. The entire nation believed that Qin Feng could still create miracles, executing a legendary last-second shot to triumph over the Dream Team and achieve legendary status. Yet, Qin Feng felt a profound sorrow that words could not convey. Joy eluded him. This was because his final consumption skill had been exhausted, a crucial reliance for conjuring miracles. Now, with a 3-point gap to bridge, how could they catch up? The Dream Team was heavily guarded, and they were left to rely solely on Curry's 3-point shots. The Dream Team had strengthened, devoid of their golden touch, and was now facing the true capabilities of the Chinese team. The prospect of comeback seemed laughable. Qin Feng could only manage a bitter smile, as he had anticipated the ultimate outcome of the match. However, at that moment, there was no room for hesitation. He resolved to give his all and strive for excellence. With a sigh, he acknowledged the situation. Chapter 77. The conclusion of the finals. Beep. Coach Old K called for yet another timeout. This was the last timeout for the Dream Team. Never had they imagined that the Huaxia team would push them to such an extent. Fortunately, there was still time to execute a tactical plan. Coach Old K swiftly communicated with the players, finalizing their last strategy. As the timeout ended, the Dream Team prepared for a baseline inbound. Upon receiving the ball, James drove forward and passed it to Anthony. Anthony aimed for a three-point shot, but he was closely guarded by Zhu Fengyu, leaving him no opportunity. Reluctantly, he passed the ball back to James to reorganize the offense. However, executing the strategy once more was already too late. Seeing this, Kobe maneuvered around a screen to receive the ball from James. Alone, he prepared for a one-on-one play. Faced with Qin Feng's defense, Kobe feinted drive, misleading Qin Feng's defensive focus, and then suddenly launched a three-point shot. The offensive approach took everyone by surprise. With Huaxia leading by a single point, was it not wiser to secure a two-point shot for added safety? Qin Feng was taken aback and hastily attempted to defend. With a resounding clap, as Kobe released the basketball, Qin Feng managed to strike Kobe's arm. The ball traced a lofty arc through the air. Swish! It found its mark in the net without touching the rim. A successful free throw. Kobe responded with a momentous three-pointer at a crucial juncture. In an instant, the entire arena fell into a profound silence. Millions of Chinese basketball fans were plunged into the depths of despair. Qin Feng shook his head in despair, utterly unprepared for Kobe's audacious three-pointer. The Black Mamba, as anticipated, radiated an aura of lethal intent. The killer instinct was on full display. The Dream Team erupted in jubilation. Players on the bench waved their towels and exchanged high fives in celebration. With a decisive shot, Kobe sealed the game with a score of 31. The commentators, Yang Yi and Zhang Weiping, were rendered speechless. Emotions fluctuated rapidly, and neither team had yet settled. In the realm of competition, moments can shift in an instant. Kobe pressed his finger to his lips, his expression exuding authority. Approaching the foul line, he calmly sank the free throw. The score stood at 112-105. With only 7 seconds remaining, the Huaxia team trailed by 7 points. The outcome seemed inevitable, and everyone accepted the reality of defeat. Yet, Qin Feng refused to surrender. He dribbled the length of the court and launched another three-pointer. Swish! The ball found nothing but net. With 3 seconds left, the deficit was reduced to 4 points. There was no time left. The Dream Team prepared for a baseline inbounds pass. Just as they initiated the play, Kobe clapped twice. The final whistle of the game echoed throughout the arena. The Huaxia team had lost, despite their relentless efforts. They could not surmount the towering Everest that was the Dream Team. Silent tears streamed down their faces, followed by waves of heartfelt sobs. The Dream Team commenced their celebration. LeBron, Wade, and others surrounded Kobe, embracing one another and exchanging high fives, their faces illuminated with joy. The contrast between the victorious cheers and the Huaxia team's somber defeat was stark. The two commentators were the first to react. The finals had concluded. The Huaxia team fell short by a mere 4 points against the Dream Team. Although they lost, it must be said that the Huaxia team displayed commendable spirit. They delivered an exhilarating performance, exhausting every ounce of effort, yet could not conquer a team brimming with NBA superstars. To be frank, at the onset of the match, few anticipated that the Huaxia team could hold their ground against the Dream Team until the very last second. Thus, while the Huaxia team faced defeat, they emerged with honor. Despite falling to the Dream Team, they triumphed over themselves. Surpassing one's own limitations is a victory in itself. Yang Yi, choking back emotion, gathered his thoughts and spoke. Even in defeat, he felt an immense pride for the Huaxia team. After living for over 30 years, he had never experienced such fervent commentary in a match. A passion that blossomed only once in a lifetime. The Dream Team proved formidable. While there were high hopes, one should approach the match with a more rational perspective. The team, composed of superstars like Kobe, Wade, LeBron, and Anthony, showcased an incredible level of strength. As they battled until the end, it was likely that no one anticipated the Huaxia team's remarkable resilience. When Yao was injured and left the court, who could have imagined that the champions would return? Fighting until exhaustion, yet still standing tall? As dreams ascend to their zenith, the once defensively challenged Yao persevered until the very end, tirelessly securing several pivotal rebounds. Lu Wei once again demonstrated his prowess as the foremost point guard of Huaxia, had he not orchestrated the team's offense. The Huaxia squad might have crumbled within the first half. Yi Jianlian and Zhu Fengyu also dedicated their all to the cause. Ultimately, Qin Feng emerged as the true hero of Huaxia. Despite being tightly guarded at the outset, he dazzled with his ability to break through defenses, single-handedly bolstering the team's offensive efforts. Particularly in the fourth quarter, Qin Feng nearly monopolized Huaxia's scoring. With unyielding resolve, he stood firm, guiding Huaxia until the final second, expending every last ounce of energy. Qin Feng illustrated to millions what it means to forsake surrender and to strive with utmost fervor. Although the match ended in defeat, he remains a hero of Huaxia and a symbol of the national basketball team. Today, the collective spirit of struggle, perseverance, and dedication exhibited by the Huaxia team deserves to be hailed as the essence of the basketball spirit. It is hoped that this spirit will inspire more individuals in Huaxia, ensuring the strength of the national basketball team and illuminating future generations of athletes. The venerable Zhang Weiping, with his slightly hoarse yet profound voice, expressed with heartfelt emotion that despite the loss, the spirit of Huaxia basketball endures. This edition of Huaxia's basketball team has already achieved numerous remarkable feats. Qin Feng has indeed created numerous miracles, particularly with his remarkable performance in the finals. Many iconic moments from that match will forever be etched in the hearts of fans. Countless Chinese football enthusiasts were deeply moved by Zhang Weiping's words, shedding tears as they fervently chanted Qin Feng's name. The name of Qin Feng resounds throughout the land of Huaxia. Chapter 78, The Goal, 4 years hence. The Superdata of Qin Feng, Songqiu Pavilion. After completing his final shot, Qin Feng collapsed onto the ground as he watched the basketball bounce off the rim. Tears streamed down his face, fueled by an overwhelming desire for victory. He had prepared extensively for this moment, exhausting all his strategies and giving his all, yet still failed to secure the win. The agony of defeat pierced him like a knife to the heart, leaving him breathless. The pain was profound and unforgettable, etching itself into his very being. His teammates gathered around him, exchanging silent glances filled with empathy. They felt deep sorrow for Qin Feng. If anyone on the Huaxia team yearned for victory in this match, it was undoubtedly Qin Feng. Yao, with reddened eyes, slowly approached Qin Feng, moving with difficulty, and helped him to his feet, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. "Buddy, you gave it your all. You've done enough," Yao said, concealing his own pain while offering solace to Qin Feng. Qin Feng made every effort to suppress his tears, nodding vigorously, yet he still found it difficult to let go. He had tried his utmost. He had performed admirably. It was more than sufficient. Yet, no amount of excellence could secure victory in the competition. Kobe once stated that finishing second signifies being the ultimate loser. Ultimately, it all comes down to a lack of strength. In the depths of his regret, Qin Feng lamented that had his strength been a tad greater, had the assistance of his system been more formidable, or had he possessed a few more skills of a consumptive nature, perhaps the outcome of that match would have been entirely different. Once again, for years hence, at the London Olympics, he vowed, with unwavering determination, to seek vengeance and to secure a gold medal for the Chinese men's basketball team. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, each word pronounced with clarity, embodying his unwavering determination. "All right, let's accompany each other to the London Olympics 4 years from now," Yao exclaimed, unable to contain his emotions, tears streaming down his face. "Yes, yes," the players of the Huaxia team echoed, their voices filled with conviction. "We fear not failure, but rather the loss of confidence and spirit." The current Huaxia team, despite facing defeat, remains spirited and resolute. Whoever shouted from the stands, "Let us celebrate together in victory and endure together in defeat. Huaxia team, let's go." In unison, the entire arena of fans began to chant. The players of Huaxia raised their arms in gratitude for the support of their fans. "All right, my friends, it is time to pay tribute to the Dream Team. Although we lost in the finals, the Dream Team deserves our respect, and we extend our congratulations to our opponents." Jonas approached the players, expressing pride in coaching the Huaxia team, believing it to be the most illustrious chapter of his coaching career. The players nodded and made their way towards the Dream Team. James and Kobe greeted them, each expressing their respect for Yao. "Hey, brother, your performance was phenomenal. The moment I saw you walking back from the court, I knew you had encountered true challenges," Kobe remarked, shaking his head in amazement. It's hard to believe. It was truly extraordinary, and I must pay my respects. Great athletes possess an unparalleled competitive spirit." James also spoke highly of Yao's prowess. Yao, in fluent English, expressed his gratitude and respect. Subsequently, Kobe approached Qin Feng, sharing a high five followed by an embrace. "Buddy, I must say, your performance was astonishing. You nearly secured the victory for us. You almost made winning a reality. Kobe smiled, feeling a kinship with the new representative of Huaxia. Next time, at the London Olympics, we shall surely defeat the American team and win the gold medal. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, devoid of any flattery or respect, his words dripping with a palpable intent to kill. Kobe was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by the fervor of Qin Feng's desire for victory. The match had only just concluded, yet he was already contemplating reclaiming triumph in a single game. Excellent. Let us engage in yet another exhilarating contest at the Olympics, and see how much we can improve by then, for we are not yet worthy of surpassing the Dream Team and winning the game. Kobe laughed heartily, his spirits soaring. Increasingly admiring Qin Feng, he was growing fond of the new talent from Huaxia. After exchanging a few pleasantries, LeBron also departed. Buddy, your performance tonight was simply astounding. Especially that dunk. It lingers in my mind. Once you enter the NBA, you will surely reclaim your glory, LeBron said, warmly embracing Qin Feng. Indeed, let us revisit the NBA. We shall grow ever stronger, Qin Feng resolutely declared. Subsequently, the Dream Team also acknowledged Qin Feng. Simultaneously, the statistical data of the match was displayed on the screen. The performance of Qin Feng is truly unparalleled, standing out like a crane among chickens. His statistics are almost unbelievable. In a grueling 38 minutes on the court, he rested for merely 2 minutes, achieving an astonishing record of 22 successful shots out of 34 attempts, 11 out of 16 from beyond the arc, and 7 successful free throws out of 10 attempts, culminating in a phenomenal tally of 62 points, alongside 8 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. In the fourth quarter, he further showcased his prowess, sinking 9 of 14 shots, including 5 out of 7 three-pointers, and converting all 4 of his free throws, amassing 27 points in that single quarter. He came remarkably close to single-handedly toppling the Dream Team. Young E, upon reviewing the statistics, exclaimed in astonishment, utterly shocked by the numbers. Such a performance is unprecedented. Throughout history, the Olympic Games have taken place for nearly a century, with basketball included for several decades, featuring numerous nations and countless athletes. Yet, not a single player has ever achieved such extraordinary statistics. Qin Feng has set numerous records in the Olympic basketball events, and his name will be revered by basketball players who have yet to participate in the Olympics. These records will endure through time, forever etched in the annals of Olympic history. Even if, in the years to come, the champions of various Olympic basketball tournaments are forgotten, the remarkable achievement of a player named Qin Feng, who amassed an extraordinary total of 288 points, will be remembered. In stark contrast, apart from Yao Ming's 16 points, none of the other players on the Chinese team managed to score in double digits, all finishing with single-digit tallies. On the other hand, the Dream Team's highest scorer, Kobe Bryant, tallied 30 points, followed closely by Dwayne Wade with 27 points. Kobe's score was less than half of Qin Feng's monumental total. While Kobe possesses the capability to score 60 points, he did not achieve such a feat in that particular match. Moreover, the combined score of the two superstars, Kobe and Wade, amounted to only 57 points, falling short by 5 points of Qin Feng's impressive 62. This comparison only serves to deepen the sense of astonishment among millions of Chinese basketball fans, filling their hearts with pride and joy. Qin Feng truly embodies the pride of the Chinese men's basketball team and has transformed the essence of basketball in China. Chapter 79, The Awards Ceremony. Kobe is a fan? Incredible. Qin Feng's statistics have overwhelmingly surpassed those of the Dream Team players, leaving one in sheer disbelief. Navarro expressed his astonishment, unable to fathom how a single player could erupt to score an astonishing 62 points in one match. Even having witnessed each of Qin Feng's baskets in the finals, the memory still feels surreal. Although the Chinese team lost the final, there is no doubt that Qin Feng emerged as the true victor. His performance in the championship has left a mark on the world, ensuring his name will be eternally inscribed in the annals of Olympic basketball history. Gasol added, his tone filled with sentiment. Who could have anticipated that a player who once sat on the bench, scarcely getting a chance to play, would rise to become a globally renowned basketball athlete in such a short span? If Qin Feng was merely a name for the Chinese team prior to the semifinals, after this final match, he will undoubtedly be recognized worldwide. Moreover, Qin Feng's career is adorned with the glory of representing his national team, akin to Gasol with Spain and Jin Billy with Argentina. Now, Qin Feng holds a special significance for the Chinese team. It is fair to say that he will become a totem for the Chinese team, potentially serving as a calling card for China on the global stage, emerging as the nation's most representative sports icon. Let us proceed. The awards ceremony is about to commence. And who would have imagined that merely securing third place would yield a bronze medal? Navarro covered his face, his voice tinged with a hint of sadness. Given the performance against the United States, the defeat in the semifinals feels unjust. Gasol remained composed, patting Navarro on the shoulder as he led the way onto the court, with the other players following closely behind. The staff had already set up the podium, and the players from the Dream Team and the Chinese team donned their training attire, smiles gracing their faces in anticipation of the awards. Although they lost in the finals for the Chinese men's basketball team, this Olympic journey has undoubtedly been a success. They have not brought shame upon the millions of Chinese fans. From the outset, the team was favored, and they defied expectations, breaking through the so-called group of death to reach the top 8. They then transformed into dark horses, triumphing over Croatia and Spain to advance to the finals and secure a silver medal. For the Chinese men's basketball team, this marks an undeniably historic breakthrough. After enduring a brief period of painful failure, happiness returned to the team. Soon, the awards ceremony commenced. The Dream Team members ascended the highest podium first, followed by the Huaxia team on their right, and finally, the Spanish team on the far left. The Olympic Organizing Committee presented medals to the athletes, followed by the flag-raising ceremony and the national anthem. As the national anthem of the United States resounded through the arena, Qin Feng felt an exhilarating sense of resolve. He vowed that at the London Olympics 4 years hence, the red flag would soar at the highest position, and the Huaxia national anthem would echo within the London basketball arena. It would resonate for the entire world to hear. This was a promise to the Huaxia men's basketball team. After the award ceremony, there was a free photo-taking session. Some players' families also arrived at the arena, eagerly capturing moments with the athletes, preserving these significant memories of their lives. And thus, the men's basketball event of this Olympic Games drew to a close. What an unforgettable Olympic experience it was. We had never witnessed such relentless determination from the Huaxia team, which truly created a miracle. As Coach Zhang stated, this embodies the spirit of the men's basketball team. Yang Yi remarked with deep emotion. The Huaxia men's basketball team delivered numerous surprises during these Olympics, particularly Qin Feng's performance. With his impressive statistics of 62 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists, tantalizingly close to a triple-double, Old Master Zhang Weiping chuckled, his spirits high. Although they lost the final match, it was somewhat anticipated. Securing the silver medal was indeed a significant achievement, proving the strength of the Huaxia team. Second in the world, compared to the 8th-ranked team, this was a monumental leap forward. Yang Yi appeared somewhat bewildered. Did they mention the United States? A near triple-double is already extraordinary. Yang Yi glanced at Zhang Weiping, thinking that the old master was quite inflated with pride. Qin Feng's statistics were already the best in the Olympics. Who could possibly surpass those numbers? What was happening on the scene? Why were all the Dream Team players surrounding Qin Feng? Were they seeking a photograph with him? Yang Yi said, astonished. A Huaxia player being encircled by a group of NBA superstars is indeed a rare sight. It's the charm of Qin Feng. He completely impressed those superstars during the match. Old Master Zhang Weiping said proudly. It was a truly surreal moment. On the international stage, it was usually the players from their own countries vying to take photos with the Dream Team players. When have we ever seen such a phenomenon of the Dream Team being idolized? Yang Yi remarked, feeling deeply moved. Since the establishment of the Dream Team, it has consistently been comprised of NBA superstars, such as Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, and Magic Johnson, and this tradition continued with the Dream Team 8. These superstars have garnered immense fanfare internationally. When participating in international competitions, it is customary for players from their respective countries to seek signatures and photographs with such legends. Yet now, the all-star ensemble of the Dream Team 8 gathered to take photos with Qin Feng. The contrast was striking. The fans present at the scene were astonished by the unfolding event, with the first ones to call and text their friends who could not attend. The players of the Huaxia team also appeared quite bewildered. Qin Feng has undoubtedly garnered considerable popularity. Presently, the Dream Team has attracted even players from the Spanish team. What exactly is happening? Even Yao appears taken aback. Is Kobe a fan? Truly, the sun has set in the west. Hey, Qin, may I take a picture with you? Kobe approached Qin Feng and said. Qin Feng was taken aback. My friend, your performance at the Olympics astonished the world and holds boundless potential. Have you ever contemplated embarking on a professional career in the NBA? Kobe inquired with a smile, his face radiating anticipation. Qin Feng's expression was peculiar, and he quickly realized that the true intention behind Kobe's words was not merely about the wine. Naturally, it was the dream of playing in the NBA. Qin Feng resolutely stated, "Are you considering which team to join? Given the current circumstances, it is essential to participate in the draft. But now one can directly sign with an NBA team." Chapter 80, The Recruitment of Stars. Embarking on their unique journeys. As Qin Feng gazed into Kobe's earnest eyes, he candidly replied, "I haven't made a decision yet. I need to contemplate my options and assess which NBA teams are interested before making a choice. The Lakers, I presume, are unfamiliar to me. However, I do hope to join the Lakers, as it would be a remarkable opportunity in my career. The Lakers are a championship caliber team, and collaborating with them could lead to numerous titles." Kobe, recognizing the gravity of the moment, extended a sincere invitation. If it were any other player, they might disdain such a forthright recruitment, as such matters typically fall within the purview of the management. Yet, Qin Feng welcomed the gesture. Despite possessing many technical flaws, as a 20-year-old, he had already demonstrated considerable talent. Kobe was acutely aware of how much Qin Feng's addition could elevate the team's performance. He had intended to wait until after leaving the arena to discuss the recruitment of Qin Feng with the Lakers' general manager, Kupchak. Thus, he chose to converse with Qin Feng first to express his earnest interest. "I truly appreciate your kind intentions and will certainly consider them." With a smile, Qin Feng remarked that he had not definitively chosen a team to join, hence he did not make any absolute statements. Kobe nodded in understanding and turned to leave. Shortly thereafter, LeBron appeared before Qin Feng once more. "Hey, buddy, have you made a decision on which team you will join?" LeBron inquired directly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Qin Feng shook his head. "The Cavaliers should contemplate this. Although they are a city team, there are only 2 teams, which results in a lack of attention. If there were a single team, it would undoubtedly be among the strongest in the NBA's second tier." LeBron smiled and replied, "I will consider it." Qin Feng responded in this manner, yet inwardly he scoffed. True love, indeed, for Dwayne Wade. As a time traveler, he was well aware that James would eventually transfer to the Miami Heat, forming a formidable trio alongside Wade and Bosh. Following James' departure, stars such as Wade, Paul, and Anthony eagerly sought to capture moments with Qin Feng, subtly conveying their intentions to recruit him. The competition for Qin Feng has commenced quietly yet fervently. The constraints of the NBA remain unknown, and even upon entering the league, one might vanish due to cultural adjustments. Nevertheless, Qin Feng's performance in the Olympics has undeniably ignited a desire for recruitment. The players from a Huaxia team stood in astonishment. What was happening? Superstars like Kobe and LeBron were personally courting Qin Feng? Sun Yu felt a bit dazed. He understood the challenges of entering the NBA, having been selected in a previous draft at a low position and possibly relegated to the development league. Yet, observing Qin Feng, it appeared he could effortlessly secure a spot in the NBA. Truly, he has brought pride to the Huaxia players. How many players globally receive such treatment? Zhu Fengyu exclaimed in excitement, grateful for his initial endorsement. If Qin Feng indeed enters the NBA and makes a name for himself, that endorsement will hold immense value. Indeed, should he not be regarded as significant? Although they lost the match, he truly shone on the court. Qin Feng spoke lightly, and the imposing aura he had dissipated. The crowd was left speechless. After all, Qin Feng's logic was sound and his reasoning impeccable. "Well, in that case, I shall not be overly polite. I sincerely invite you to join the Rockets. Becoming teammates in the NBA would create a remarkable tale." Yao chuckled in response, and the Nets are mistaken as well. Yi Jianlian raised his hand to speak. The other players from the Chinese team gazed at Qin Feng with envy. To receive such favor from an NBA superstar was a testament to the promise of his professional career. Although they had fought alongside the Chinese team for over a decade, they would soon part ways, each destined to pursue their own paths. Without a doubt, Qin Feng's prospects were exceedingly bright, and his journey through the world of basketball would be extensive. There were those who would never have the chance to play in the NBA. Bound instead by the ties of camaraderie, the cheers gradually faded as the audience began to exit. The Chinese team, the Dream Team, also returned to the locker room to partake in post-match interviews. In the interview area, nearly 100 media reporters surged forward, directing their microphones toward Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, congratulations on leading the Chinese team to a silver medal. How do you feel at this moment?" A reporter inquired. "I am quite disappointed. We should have seized the opportunity to win the gold medal. Unfortunately, Kobe's last three-pointer sealed the game." Qin Feng shook his head in resignation, truly admiring Kobe's indomitable spirit. The reporters were taken aback. Disappointment after securing a silver medal? Such a small margin. The Huaxia team had only reached the quarterfinals at best, and having now claimed the silver medal is a remarkable achievement. The millions of fans from Huaxia are undoubtedly satisfied with the outcome. Likewise, the general administration of sport of Huaxia is content with the results. Yet why this dissatisfaction? It is ambition. If only the final three-point shot had found its mark. They might have had the opportunity to challenge the Dream Team in overtime, and the outcome would have been uncertain. Qin Feng continued to express his frustration, reflecting on the final shot, still filled with regret. Upon hearing his words, the reporters suddenly realized that the Huaxia team indeed had a genuine opportunity to secure victory and claim the gold medal against the Dream Team. Who could have anticipated that the Huaxia team would contest the match until the very last second? In this game, he achieved an impressive tally of 62 points, 8 rebounds, and 8 assists, shattering the Olympic record for points scored in a single basketball game. When asked about his performance, the reporter inquired with palpable excitement. The mere mention of the statistics was enough to send one's heart racing. Frankly, however, he felt nothing significant. Without winning the match, those numbers held no true meaning for him. Qin Feng shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "Look, with the system's enhancements and the extensive use of consumable skills, achieving such statistics is indeed remarkable." However, the reporters were left bewildered by his words. No sense of accomplishment? No significance? Is this truly what you mean? They questioned, incredulous. He had already scored 62 points. What more could he desire? The combined efforts of two superstars, Kobe and Wade, only yielded 57 points. The reporters could not help but silently give Qin Feng a thumbs up, feeling a sense of admiration. Qin Feng excels at playing basketball. However, it is evident that his talent for showmanship surpasses even that. Chapter 81, Post-Match Interview. American critics unleash their fury. The reporters were left in prolonged silence. Qin Feng's response left the entire assembly in a state of enlightenment, as everyone grasped the appropriate manner of inquiry. After a prolonged silence, the journalist resumed questioning. What are your career aspirations? Do you believe you have the opportunity to enter the NBA? Upon hearing the question, Qin Feng's expression turned peculiar. Both Yao and Jian suppressed their amusement, bemused by the journalist's ignorance of the situation's reality. Enter the NBA? How could one even pose such a question? The superstars of the NBA have already begun to vie for Qin Feng's talent. How could he not make it into the league? Presently, NBA teams are vying for Qin Feng, allowing him the luxury of choosing among them. His career plan is quite straightforward. To play in the NBA, not merely to enter the NBA, but to make a significant impact within it. Qin Feng expressed his lofty ambitions and fervent expectations. Is this just for show? A reporter mused, clearly impressed. Although Qin Feng's performance in the Olympics was indeed remarkable, it is widely acknowledged that the intensity of the NBA far surpasses that of international competitions. Moreover, it is a well-recognized fact that players from China have struggled to adapt to the rigors of the NBA. Over the years, only Yao Ming has managed to establish himself as a superstar in the league. Aside from Yao, the remaining Chinese players in the NBA have predominantly taken on roles as supporting players, with many not even receiving the opportunity to participate in games. Qin Feng aspires to make a name for himself in the NBA, but it seems an arduous endeavor. Some reporters quietly noted Qin Feng's remarks, preparing to confront him after his potential failure in the NBA. After the interview concluded, Qin Feng and his companions wearily departed from the gymnasium. In another interview room, members of the Dream Team, including Kobe, LeBron, and Dwayne Wade, were also answering questions. Kobe, do you find it difficult to anticipate a win before a match? A reporter inquired. To be honest, I expected an easy victory, but as it turned out, we won by merely 3 points. I must admit, the Chinese team has shown significant improvement since the last Olympics, surprising the entire world. Particularly, Qin Feng has caused quite a stir. Kobe responded, expressing his respect for the Chinese team. When asked about Qin Feng's extraordinary performance, having scored 62 points and executed several miraculous shots, Kobe remarked, Qin Feng is indeed a remarkable player. Many of his baskets are astonishing. Scoring 62 points speaks volumes about his prowess. Kobe continued, his admiration evident. The reporters were taken aback, rarely witnessing Kobe so effusively praise an opponent, especially one who had just competed against him. LeBron, do you concur with Kobe's assessment? Absolutely. I still vividly recall many moments from the game. It was an utterly dreadful feeling. LeBron lamented, shaking his head as he hesitated to relive those memories. The reporters were left speechless. Two superstars of the NBA had collectively lauded the Chinese player Qin Feng, clearly indicating that his performance had captivated them both. Gentlemen, the Dream Team only managed to win by 3 points against the Chinese team. Do you feel that it's a loss? A reporter queried, his tone tinged with indignation. Historically, the Dream Team has never won by a margin less than 30 points against the Chinese team, often triumphing by as much as 40 points. Kobe and LeBron exchanged glances, surprised by the question, only to notice it had come from an American reporter. It must be emphasized that the Chinese team is quite formidable. The difference compared to the group stage is night and day, Kobe asserted earnestly. The American reporter scoffed derisively, his expression laced with sarcasm, and chose not to respond further, hastily jotting down notes. Across the ocean in America, numerous fans had tuned in to watch the Dream Team's post-game interview. Some were elated, celebrating the Dream Team's gold medal victory and their regained dominance in international basketball. Others, however, were incensed, much like the aforementioned reporter, questioning how it was possible for the Dream Team to win by only 3 points against the Chinese team. Reviewing the game's progression only fueled their outrage. Had Kobe's last-second shot not sealed the victory, the Dream Team might have even faced defeat. It is truly unbelievable. Many American fans have expressed their skepticism and have begun to indiscriminately criticize the Dream Team and the Chinese team. What transpired with the Dream Team? How could they be pushed to the final second to win against a team perceived as weak? It is utterly disgraceful. The Dream Team should have triumphed over the Chinese team by at least 40 points, showcasing the superiority of American basketball. Only by decisively overpowering the Chinese team can American fans earn the admiration they deserve and silence those who dare to challenge the Dream Team. Was there perhaps a lack of integrity in the match? Did the Dream Team, in an attempt to spare the Chinese team's dignity, play a rigged game? Such a notion is laughable. Does the world's foremost superpower need to consider the feelings of other nations? Even if the Olympics were hosted in China, what of it? The Olympics have been held for over a century, yet the United States has hosted it countless times. The final match must have been tainted. I cannot trust the outcome. Winning by a mere 3 points is indeed comical. Proud Americans are left infuriated, even blaming the Olympic Committee for allegedly granting the Chinese team a favorable advantage to reach the finals. Had this Olympics been held in China, the Chinese men's basketball team would have been eliminated in the group stage. As fans voiced their opinions online, it sparked increasing attention and a fervent response from Americans. Numerous media outlets reported on post-match interviews with the Dream Team, revealing their doubts about their performance during this Olympics, particularly in the finals. Their display was seen as a disgrace to the Dream Team's legacy. The comments made by Kobe and LeBron regarding the player Qin Feng ignited further outrage in the United States. How could such esteemed global superstar shower praise upon a mere waterboy from China? It defies belief. The anger escalated as many American fans took to the internet to denounce the 8th iteration of the Dream Team. Chapter 82. Sympathy for the Dream Team. The pinnacle of basketball fandom. What benefits did China bestow upon Kobe and LeBron that led them to commend Qin Feng so extravagantly? It is madness, sheer insanity. As leaders of the Dream Team and superstars of the NBA, having reached the zenith of their field, why should they be reduced to flattering others? What accomplishments does Qin Feng possess that could warrant such admiration from two superstars? Upon researching Qin Feng's background, it becomes evident that he was merely an inconspicuous substitute, relegated to the role of a waterboy during the Olympics. What embarrassment it is for the proud United States. Qin Feng even dared to claim he could make a name for himself in the NBA. It is laughable. Apart from Yao Ming, can anyone from China truly compete in the NBA, scoring 62 points in the finals? How absurd. A mere waterboy could not possibly score 62 points in such a crucial match. Are they truly taking fans for fools? This reeks of manipulation. It is undoubtedly a case of behind-the-scenes maneuvering. Such deceit is intolerable. The true nature of the situation has revealed itself, as the upcoming Olympic Games have become a source of disgust. Observing that China has secured the top position on the medal tally raises suspicions. American fans have taken to the internet, fervently criticizing the Dream Team. Subsequently, the focus of their ire shifted towards Qin Feng, leading numerous fans to scour the web for information on his performance. In a remarkably brief period, Qin Feng became a household name throughout the United States. Meanwhile, the athlete, who was peacefully asleep on the other side of the globe, could hardly have anticipated that he would gain such notoriety in this manner. Nonetheless, There exists a faction of rational American fans who perceive the unfolding events as both authentic and justified. The reason the Dream Team was pushed to the limit by the Chinese team in the finals is attributed to Qin Feng's outstanding performance, with many beginning to envision his entry into the NBA. Amidst the fervent discussions among fans, renowned sports media outlet ESPN featured basketball experts expressing their astonishment at the Dream Team's lackluster performance at the Olympics, which failed to reflect their expected dominance. As such, the fear of the Dream Team may wane, and their once unchallenged supremacy in the world of basketball could be at stake. Regarding Qin Feng, while undeniably talented, he is still overshadowed by superstars like Kobe and James, who have the capacity to dominate the court. However, it was evident that Kobe and James were thoroughly outplayed by Qin Feng. What does this suggest? It indicates a concerning attitude problem within the Dream Team. The basketball expert's assertions quickly garnered support from a segment of American fans. Furthermore, some coaches from collegiate leagues arrogantly proclaimed that, given the Dream Team's current level, they could lead their teams to Olympic gold. The following day, the uproar among American fans reached China, igniting a significant backlash online. Countless netizens circumvented barriers to access American websites, vehemently countering the critiques from American fans. The absurdity of it all left many astounded. How could such foolish fans exist? It was a revelation. While the American team secured gold, a portion of fans still vented their frustrations, earning admiration for their audacity. It is laughable indeed. If one wishes to criticize the Dream Team, they should do so directly rather than dragging the Chinese team into the fray. The Chinese team rightfully earned their silver medal through sheer talent. Qin Feng's performance was undeniably impressive, acknowledged even by Kobe and James in post-match interviews. What right do these critics have to question Qin Feng? Some American fans seem utterly deranged, attacking indiscriminately. Chinese fans expressed their outrage, finding both humor and sympathy for the Dream Team. While the arguments presented by American fans may appear rational, the undeniable outcome remains unchanged. The relentless efforts of the Chinese team in securing a silver medal cannot be undermined by the irrational rants of a few fans. It is indeed disheartening to witness the Dream Team, having fought valiantly for gold, being met with criticism instead of commendation. Similarly, fans from Huaxia hold a deep admiration for the American critics, who can be utterly ruthless in their disparagement, targeting only the players they disdain, even casting aspersions on the national Dream Team. This represents the pinnacle of criticism. In the dormitory of the Dream Team at the Kyoto Olympic Village, the players, upon reading the news from the United States, wore somber expressions, but more so, a sense of helplessness. It is truly lamentable. The American fans have misunderstood. Is it so difficult to imagine that a 40-point deficit could lead to a swift conclusion of the game? Is it so unimaginable to think they would mercilessly trounce the Huaxia team to showcase American basketball's dominance over the global stage? Of course, they desire that. Yet, they find themselves unable to achieve it. The strength of the Huaxia team, particularly the performance of Qin Feng, has caused considerable disarray. Some fans are completely unaware of Qin Feng's prowess, hastily expressing their opinions online. Such irrational outbursts are utterly exasperating. James expressed his frustration vehemently. As if the fans' antics were not enough, even some basketball analysts at ESPN joined the fray. Wade remarked with amusement, "Stay calm. ESPN has always been this way, seeking to capitalize on trending topics, while their insights are limited to merely riding the wave of popular discourse." Kobe, with a serene demeanor, noted that he had long seen through the motives of some American sports media who prioritize sensationalism over the truth of the matter. As for the American fans who criticize the Dream Team, it is more than evident. Long ago, Kobe remarked that there are as many fans who love as those who hate. The admirers consider their affection a matter of faith, while the detractor sees every opportunity to malign. One can only hope that those who criticize Kobe will do so more fervently and audibly, allowing him to respond with firm performances that will silence them. Indeed, Kobe is right. Let us calm our emotions. It is known that only a segment of American fans is vociferous, while others remain remarkably rational. The multitude of opinions can indeed lead to a more satisfactory outcome for everyone and can deter others from expressing their views. Upon their return to the United States, the Sports Bureau is expected to offer commendations. Coach K promptly conveyed the Sports Bureau's stance, expressing concern that such incidents might dampen the players' enthusiasm, as representing one's country is a duty compelled by honor, not mere obligation. If this incident wounds the players' spirits, Will NBA superstars still be willing to serve their country in the future? Chapter 83. Coverage by media across nations. Qin Feng has become a household name. Where'll he go next? Players like Kobe and James nodded in agreement with Coach K's perspective. The world may indeed be foolish, but some still retain their sanity. Yet, the world has descended into chaos. Subsequently, they observed some official media outlets report on their nation's news, which was notably objective. The Dream Team, defying expectations, reclaimed gold, re-establishing their dominance in the world of basketball. As the best players in the United States, Kobe's near game-winning shot clinched the match, securing the gold medal for the Dream Team. The Huaxia team emerged as the dark horse of this Olympic Games, yet still fell short against the Dream Team. NBA official media. The United States team triumphed over the Huaxia team to secure the gold medal. Kobe Bryant delivered a near game-winning shot, despite the Huaxia team's Qin Feng scoring an astonishing 62 points. They were unable to clinch victory. The Spanish team, having fallen to the Huaxia team in the semifinals, faced an unexpected defeat. The Huaxia team possesses a strength that rivals that of the Dream Team. Is Qin Feng the true basketball talent of Huaxia? The NBA stage awaits. Spanish media. The most surprising dark horse of the Olympics, the Huaxia team narrowly lost by 3 points, settling for the silver medal. Qin Feng scored 62 points in the finals, outshining NBA superstars such as Kobe Bryant and LeBron James. The Argentine team finished in 5th place, missing out on a medal. Argentine media. Although defeated, the Huaxia team made a remarkable impact on the world stage. Qin Feng has emerged as the new leader of the Huaxia team. The national team is fortunate to have faced them in the group stage. Dirk Nowitzki remarked that Qin Feng is the most gifted basketball talent he has ever encountered. National media. Who is the strongest basketball player in Asia? Qin Feng's extraordinary performance in the finals, scoring 62 points, has astonished the world. The Huaxia men's basketball team has established a significant lead over other Asian nations. Go, Island Nation. It seems they are being left behind by the Huaxia team. Island Nation media. All countries around the world have reported solemnly on the Olympic basketball finals. Qin Feng has increasingly become a focal point in the media. Many fans from various countries who did not pay attention to the finals have learned of Qin Feng's existence through news reports. Simultaneously, numerous Chinese media outlets have extensively covered the event. Various websites have utilized captivating images of Qin Feng's performance in the finals as promotional material to attract traffic. Renowned domestic sports publications, such as Contemporary Sports and Dunk, have dedicated special editions to the Olympics, elaborating on the remarkable journey of the Chinese team from the group stages to winning a silver medal in the finals. The covers of these sports publications prominently feature images of Qin Feng facing a triple team from LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, and Jason Kidd, as well as his dunk against the same trio. These iconic moments belonging to Qin Feng will forever be immortalized in print. The images depict Qin Feng with a fierce expression and an imposing presence, like a dragon, while the likes of Kobe and LeBron display astonished expressions, their eyes resolute in an attempt to thwart him. The outcome is well known. These superstar athletes merely became background figures to Qin Feng. For several days, all of China was engulfed in a wave of excitement. Following the conclusion of the Olympic Games, the media conducted a summary, with the Chinese men's basketball team being the most frequently mentioned topic. Many sports commentators believe that the performance of the Chinese men's basketball team in this Olympic Games has garnered influence comparable to that of the women's volleyball team when they won the championship years ago, further giving rise to the spirit of men's basketball. Elder Zhang Weiping's remarks about defining the spirit of men's basketball after the finals have been quoted by countless media outlets, becoming a sensation throughout the nation. Ultimately, the National Sports Administration, in collaboration with the People's Daily, reported on the achievements of the Chinese men's basketball team and designated Zhang Weiping's words as the essence of men's basketball spirit, calling for nationwide emulation. Thus, the entire nation has come to recognize the Chinese men's basketball team, as well as its leading figure, Qin Feng. For the first time, Qin Feng has truly become a household name across China. The internet has birthed numerous catchphrases about Qin Feng, such as the birth of Qin Feng, the basketball realm shrouded in eternal night, and the world's strongest three-point shooter. Who dares to challenge? These phrases have become mantras passed down among fans. As the fervor continues to grow, discussions surrounding Qin Feng's future career have become a central topic among fans. Undoubtedly, the NBA represents the pinnacle of his career. Consequently, the NBA's official Chinese website has organized a special voting event with the theme: if Qin Feng were to enter the NBA, which team would sign him? The voting options included the Lakers, Rockets, Cavaliers, Heat, and their respective players. During the voting period, hundreds of thousands of fans participated. The Rockets secured 50 votes, placing them in the lead. The Lakers followed closely with 45 votes, securing the second position. Many fans began to speculate on how many championships could be won if Qin Feng were to team up with Yao. Some fans even affectionately dubbed their duo the Yao Feng combination, a playful twist on the word crazy. While basketball enthusiasts fervently debated online, a media outlet reported on the contract situation of Qin Feng. Having been selected for the national team, Qin Feng had signed with a domestic CBA club, and to enter the NBA, he would first need to terminate his contract, leaving him with no choice but to play in the CBA. What decision the club would make remained a point of anticipation for all fans. As basketball fans envisioned a bright future for Qin Feng, he found himself overwhelmed with commitments. Following the Olympic closing ceremony, the Chinese men's basketball team became highly sought after, participating in numerous events and receiving visits from various dignitaries. After a whirlwind of activities, he finally found a moment of respite. As Qin Feng had just settled down, he called upon the system in his mind. System? Although he had not completed the task, nor secured the gold medal with the Dream Team, the allure of the reward was undeniably tempting. Is there any possibility of receiving the reward? Apologies, the system coldly replied. This system lacks the authority. It must adhere strictly to the established rules. Then when might I be able to receive the reward again? Qin Feng lamented, expressing a profound desire to acquire Allen Iverson's signature crossover move. Mastering such a skill would render his offensive breakthroughs devoid of any weaknesses. Suddenly, a voice echoed coldly, informing him, in light of the host's failure in the initial task, this system shall impose a penalty and consolidate the rewards into the subsequent task. Should this next endeavor also result in failure, the rewards will be irrevocably forfeited, and further penalties will be enacted upon the host. At the mention of the impending punishment, Qin Feng instinctively shivered. When would this subsequent task commence? Qin Feng inquired once more, his anticipation palpable. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host on concluding the Olympic journey. A pivotal moment of transformation has arrived. The system's voice echoed. Qin Feng was utterly bewildered. Is it time already? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Chapter 84. I have resolved to bring forth my talent. Task issued. Sign a contract with an NBA team before the commencement of a new season. Task rewards: 3 death shots, 3 iron wall defenses, 10 attribute-free talent points, and a choice between the permanent skill answer Allen Iverson's crossover breakthrough, intermediate, or little flying Knight Kobe Bryant's fadeaway jumper, intermediate, along with a tribute-free proficiency of 10,000. The voice of the system continued to resonate. As Qin Feng gazed upon the rewards, his eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, all the rewards were the fruits of hidden tasks, and they even included Kobe's signature fadeaway jumper. The only disappointment was that the 2 permanent skills were limited to a choice of one. Such decisions are for children. Qin Feng yearned for both of these skills. System, he mused, if I were to swiftly complete the tasks, could I possibly be granted both permanent skills as a reward? Qin Feng tentatively inquired. No, I must once again issue a grave warning to the host. Adherence to the established rules is imperative. The system's frigid voice resonated. Qin Feng reluctantly nodded, feeling the familiar pang of indecision returning. Which skill should he choose? Although he yearned for Allen Iverson's dazzling crossovers, Kobe Bryant's fadeaway jumper was equally enticing. After much deliberation, Qin Feng still found himself unable to make a choice. Ultimately, he resolved to prioritize completing the task at hand. Otherwise, even if he reached a decision now, the rewards would remain out of his grasp. As Qin Feng mused to himself, he swiftly resolved to take action. To secure a contract with the NBA, it was imperative to first terminate his existing agreement with the CBA. He promptly purchased a ticket and flew to the city where the club was located. That afternoon, he met with the owner of the club to discuss the matter of his contract termination. In the office, the club owner wore a bittersweet smile. Are you truly set on leaving? Have you considered it carefully? If you remain in the CBA, you could undoubtedly dominate the league and might even become the strongest player in the history of the CBA. Qin Feng shook his head and replied, I apologize, boss. But you know my aspiration lies in playing in the NBA. That is where my dreams reside. To be frank, remaining in the CBA offers me no challenge whatsoever. I am well aware that you will not compromise. Even if I were to keep you physically present, I could never capture your heart. Currently, there is rampant speculation online regarding your future, with numerous reporters seeking me out. The public sentiment has already formed, and if I refuse to release you, I fear I will face the ire of the fans. Alas, in the realm of commercial sports, without the support of fans, everything else becomes meaningless. The boss let out a heavy sigh, feeling a sense of helplessness, his heart entangled in deep conflict. If he were to insist on withholding the player, it would indeed be within the bounds of regulation. Qin Feng must remain with the club until the expiration of his contract. However, such an action is utterly futile and may even lead to accusations of impeding the progress of Chinese basketball. While an individual's disdain may be insignificant, the collective scorn of countless netizens can indeed be overwhelming. Moreover, from the depths of his heart, he genuinely hopes for Qin Feng's prosperous development, aspiring for him to establish himself in the NBA like Yao Ming, becoming a superstar and bringing glory to Chinese basketball. This is the dream of their generation of basketball enthusiasts. It is out of his love for the sport that he invested in a basketball team. Boss, do not lose heart. Regardless of the heights I may reach in the NBA, the foundation of my career began in our club, and I shall always honor our club in my future endeavors. Qin Feng stated, choosing to say no more, succinctly making his point. The club's name, consistently inscribed in one's resume, signifies both renown and status. It is not merely about elevating the club's reputation abroad. Within China, every basketball enthusiast is familiar with this establishment. Very well, I am willing to terminate our contract, but I have one condition. The club owner gritted his teeth, as if steeling himself for what was to come. What condition? Qin Feng inquired, furrowing his brow slightly. While he could comprehend his employer's perspective, as he now considered himself a veritable cash cow, the prospect of termination would entail significant losses. However, should this employer propose any unreasonable demands, it could lead to considerable complications. He desired a peaceful resolution to the matter and wished to avoid any confrontation with his superior. Thus, he continued to listen quietly. Since he had resolved to pursue a career in the NBA, he must not bring shame to our Chinese people. My stipulation is that you must carve out a name for yourself in the NBA. At the very least, you should become a reliable rotation player. You cannot simply play for a while and then return in disgrace. If you cannot thrive in the NBA and come back, although I will still take you in, I will undoubtedly look down upon you. The employer stated earnestly, his expression endearingly earnest. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, as an inexplicable warmth surged within him. He was astonished to discover that the conditions set forth by the boss were so simple and unpretentious. There was no ulterior motive involved. It was merely the hope of a fellow Chinese person for an athlete on the verge of entering the NBA. Rest assured, yes, you. I will undoubtedly make a name for myself in the NBA. Qin Feng responded with utmost seriousness, his blood boiling with fervor. Undoubtedly, millions of fans across Huaxia share the same anticipation as this owner. They yearn and hope for the emergence of another basketball prodigy on par with Yao Ming. In the past, countless fans harbored similar expectations for Yi Jianlian, meticulously following every game and news update during his tenure in the NBA. However, the rookie season has come and gone, and Yi Jianlian fell short of those lofty aspirations, markedly distinct from Yao's debut season. Now, the hopes of the fans have shifted to Qin Feng. If one is a true basketball aficionado, one understands the profound sentiment fans hold for Huaxia's presence in the NBA. The millions of fans across Huaxia are fervently eager for the emergence of another superstar akin to Yao Ming, to demonstrate to the world that Huaxia individuals can indeed excel in the NBA. With a resounding shout of exhilaration, the club owner could no longer contain his emotions, and he boldly inscribed his name on the contract to terminate the agreement. Qin Feng elegantly inscribed his name with a flourish, thus reclaiming his freedom and emerging as a free agent. Let us convene a press conference. Right here at our club, I shall announce this momentous news to the entirety of Huaxia. I am determined to play in the NBA. With a confident smile, Qin Feng declared, exuding an aura of immense self-assurance. No problem, the excited boss responded, promptly setting about the preparations. He understood that this was Qin Feng's way of giving back to the club. Amidst the fervor of public enthusiasm, Qin Feng's announcement at the club's press conference regarding his foray into the NBA would undoubtedly generate significant attention and buzz for the club. Within half an hour, the preparations for the press conference were complete. Qin Feng stood on the interview platform, gazing at the multitude of journalists below, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I declare that I have decided to take my talents to the NBA. Chapter 85. The American Fans Erupt. The contract offered by the Lakers. The news conference ignited the internet at an astonishing speed. Incredible. At last, the proclamation has been officially made. As a devoted fan of Qin Feng, the wait was excruciating. Even the elderly ladies had withered flowers while waiting, but they finally heard the thrilling news of their idol's entry into the NBA. The contract issues have been resolved. The club is furious. Our concerns were indeed unnecessary. The club has been quite accommodating after all, entering the NBA, showcasing the prowess of China. Let those Americans witness the true strength of the Chinese player who scored 62 points in the Olympic finals. Indeed, let those American naysayers who claim the basketball finals were rigged open their eyes when Qin Feng lights up the NBA and witness just how formidable a player who outshines both Kobe and LeBron truly is. Fans are abuzz with discussions, leaving an avalanche of comments across various NBA websites. One platform was so overwhelmed with traffic that its server crashed. The entire Chinese internet is abuzz about Qin Feng. Even though more than a week has passed since the conclusion of the Olympics, Qin Feng's popularity shows no signs of waning. He remains the most talked-about star online. On Baidu's search rankings, Qin Feng's name firmly occupies the top position, outpacing the second place by nearly 1 million searches. Across the ocean in America, the NBA's official website was among the first to report on Qin Feng's news. Taking his talents to the NBA, when American fans read Qin Feng's statement, they erupted with disbelief. Players who fix games in the finals playing in the NBA? What a laughable notion. TF? Besides Yao, can anyone from China truly play in the NBA? Indeed, just look at the Bucksy Jinlian, who barely manages to be a bench warmer. How long can he even last? It's rather amusing to unilaterally announce one's entry into the NBA. Do NBA teams even wish to sign him? It seems like a self-directed farce. Truly ridiculous. Doing anything for fame. Want to enter the NBA? Perhaps he should reflect on his own abilities. American fans are abuzz with discussions. Because Qin Feng dominated the Dream Team's superstars in the Olympic finals, many American fans harbor resentment towards him. Yet they genuinely believe in his capacity to play in the NBA. Some fans even made crude remarks. If a Chinese player can enter the NBA, they should eat excrement upside down. To which another retorted, if they eat excrement upside down, then they should defecate upside down too. After these two comments were made, they quickly sparked a flurry of responses. Fans eagerly await the spectacle, anticipating the moment when those netizens would eat excrement upside down. They believe that Qin Feng lacks the prowess to step into the NBA. With such fervor, Qin Feng has once again ignited a firestorm in America, amplifying his fame even further. In the bustling environment of the Los Angeles Lakers general manager's office, Kupchak had just completed a task when the phone on his desk suddenly rang. Answering the call, he was greeted by an eager voice. "Hey, it's Kobe Bryant." "Oh, Kobe, it's rare for you to call." Kupchak responded, a note of surprise in his tone. "Yes, there's something significant to discuss. The Chinese player Qin Feng has officially become a free agent and is eager to join the Lakers." Kobe exclaimed with urgency. Kupchak, however, felt somewhat bewildered. A Chinese player? Eager to join? What kind of international jest is this? The Lakers, the most popular NBA team in the world, a contender for the championship in the upcoming season, actively recruiting a Chinese player? Aside from Yao Ming of the Rockets, what other Chinese player possesses such credentials? "Kobe, are you joking?" Kupchak replied, his voice filled with confusion. As one of the busiest general managers in the NBA during the offseason, he had been relentlessly seeking ways to bolster the Lakers' strength, paying little attention to the Olympics. He was only aware that the Dream Team had reclaimed the gold medal, albeit through considerable effort. That was about it. Of course, Qin Feng was indeed one of the most talented basketball players. His abilities could astonish the entire NBA, Kobe asserted with seriousness. Intrigued by Kobe's high praise, Kupchak wondered what kind of player could elicit such admiration. Let's first learn more about this Chinese player and then discuss the possibility of signing him. Kupchak decided, opting to gather information first. "Great. Feel free to call me anytime, even at 3 in the morning," Kobe declared, conveying his enthusiasm. After hanging up, Kupchak returned to his chair and began searching for news about Qin Feng, promptly watching the Olympic finals. Upon completion, he was thoroughly exhilarated. What a remarkable player. The extraordinary feat of scoring 62 points in a single Olympic game was already a significant achievement. Even if the intensity of the Olympics matched that of the NBA, Qin Feng had distinguished himself. Once he entered the NBA, he would undoubtedly be a competent starting player, with immense potential even to evolve into a superstar. Having completed all necessary preparations, it was already 2 a.m., yet Kupchak still dialed Kobe's number. "Hey, Kobe, I've learned about Qin Feng, and I'm fully committed to signing him to the Lakers," Kupchak announced. "Fantastic. I eagerly await the good news. Kobe responded from the other end. Kobe expressed his excitement regarding Qin Feng's potential joining, eagerly anticipating the collaboration. The team's salary cap had reached its limit, allowing only a minimum contract, albeit with guaranteed terms. The contract was estimated at approximately $2 million over 2 years. Kupchak admitted to feeling a twinge of concern, although he recognized Qin Feng's immense value. Even as a rookie, he deserved a more substantial contract. Unfortunately, the Lakers were constrained to offering a minimum salary. Kobe found this predicament troubling, questioning what allure such a contract could hold. Reports indicated that several NBA teams were keenly interested in Qin Feng, and should the Lakers fail to secure him due to financial constraints, it would be a significant loss. They were determined to persuade Qin Feng. After all, the Lakers were one of the premier franchises in the NBA, situated in Los Angeles. Kupchak smiled slightly, regaining his confidence. Who wouldn't he want to play in a city known for housing one of the most illustrious teams in NBA history? Chapter 86. The Fury of Yao and Riley's Dilemma in Houston, USA. At the apartment of Rockets general manager Daryl Morey, he was abruptly awakened by his phone ringing unexpectedly. Hello. Yao, what's the matter at this late hour? It's the middle of the night here in America. Morey grumbled, still groggy. Glancing at the beautiful woman beside him, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Sorry for the late call, but this is urgent. Yao replied, his tone earnest. What is going on? Morey asked, puzzled. Qin Feng has terminated his contract with his former club and is now a free agent. We must act swiftly to sign him, or we may miss out on this opportunity. Yao insisted, seriousness etched in his voice. Oh, Yao, I appreciate the advice, but we need further discussion and assessment. Morey replied coolly, dismissing Yao's suggestion. He had been following some news and was aware of Qin Feng's circumstances. It was undeniable that Qin Feng was a talented player, showcasing considerable ability, yet remained to be seen how far he could ascend, as he had both strengths and weaknesses. Furthermore, Qin Feng's reputation in the U.S. was not particularly favorable. Signing him could potentially alienate American fans. How could they risk offending the fanbase over an uncertain Chinese player? While many players could make it to the NBA, not all could establish themselves there. What if Qin Feng struggled in the league? Wouldn't that be a loss for the Rockets? Morey's response left Yao feeling disheartened, yet he firmly asserted that Qin Feng was an exceptionally skilled player. If you watch the footage of the Olympic final, you would understand. A young player who managed to score 62 points against the defenses of legends like Kobe and LeBron is undoubtedly a cornerstone for any team. If we could sign Qin Feng, the Rockets would surely soar and dominate the NBA. Yao was infuriated upon hearing Morey's wishes. Although he would be leaving Houston, he made his stance clear, causing Morey to realize that his previous remarks had provoked quite a reaction. Yao, the cornerstone player of the Rockets, would certainly respect opinions. A contract proposal was imminent. If Qin Feng was willing, the signing would proceed without delay. Although Morey was exceedingly eager in an effort to placate Yao, he decided to offer Qin Feng a minimum guaranteed contract. Would it be 1 year for $500,000 or 2 years for the same amount? Regardless, if Qin Feng was willing, Morey was prepared to sign. Should Qin Feng excel, he could be sent to the developmental league or released. Yao would have no reason to linger over Qin Feng's affairs, even if it initially offended American teams. Many fans would likely find joy in witnessing Qin Feng's unfortunate fate in the NBA. Morey mused, a faint smile gracing his lips, secretly praising his own shrewdness. All right, let us wait for the news. I hope it doesn't take too long. Yao replied coldly before abruptly hanging up. Morey then reclined to enjoy the gentle embrace of the night. In Miami, within the office of the Heat's president, Pat Riley took a deep breath. Having spent 3 long hours finally reviewing the Olympic finals footage and studying all available information on the Chinese player, Qin Feng, he found himself quite intrigued by this young talent from China. Despite possessing several flaws, such as somewhat lacking physicality, average defensive skills, yet showcasing significant strength and strong offensive capabilities, Qin Feng also boasted numerous strengths, including exceptional three-point shooting, a powerful finishing ability in offensive plays, astounding jumping ability, and impressive shooting finesse. In summary, Qin Feng's strengths could render him an immediate asset, while his weaknesses were certainly amendable with experience and diligent improvement, potentially transforming them entirely. Should he succeed in this endeavor, Qin Feng could evolve into a superstar of the NBA. Conversely, should he falter, he would likely remain a competent role player, yet still capable of serving as a valuable asset. Regardless, for the current Miami Heat, signing Qin Feng represented an astute choice. Following the trade of Shaquille O'Neal, the Heat officially commenced their rebuilding phase. With Dwayne Wade's injury and O'Neal's departure, the team recorded a dismal season, finishing with a historic low of 15 wins and 67 losses. Thus, a resurgence this season was of utmost importance. Riley envisioned that after signing Qin Feng alongside superstar Wade, near all-star player Marion, and this year's second overall pick, Beasley, the roster would possess ample competitiveness in the Eastern Conference, enough to secure a playoff berth. With this thought in mind, Riley dialed Wade's number. Aware of Wade's direct encounter with Qin Feng during the Olympic finals, he sought to hear Wade's thoughts. "Hey, buddy. I apologize for calling so late." Riley spoke with a somewhat frosty tone. As a businessman and president, he maintained a certain distance from the players. "What is it?" Wade inquired, somewhat surprised. He was eager to hear Riley's thoughts regarding the matter of Qin Feng. Riley spoke candidly. "Oh, the term magical can only describe this talent from Huaxia. There exists an ineffable allure on the basketball court that consistently reveals unexpected prowess. He is truly an exceptional player. Boss, allow me to suggest that the conclusions drawn from the scout reports are utterly nonsensical. Qin Feng's abilities far surpass what those reports indicate. We must conduct a trial and then make our assessment. The suggestion to sign this Huaxia player could very well be the key to the revival of the Miami Heat." Wade excitedly shared a plethora of insights about Qin Feng, while Riley listened patiently. Nearly an hour or two passed before their conversation concluded. With newfound determination, Riley resolved to sign Qin Feng at any cost. Only the Los Angeles Lakers, Houston Rockets, and Miami Heat were evaluating the prospect of signing Qin Feng. Yet many other teams within the league were engaged in similar assessments. When Qin Feng announced his intention to bring his talents to the NBA, many in America found themselves sleepless, captivated by this prodigious basketball player from the distant East. Chapter 87. Returning home. Am I truly this renowned? The NBA teams across the United States erupted into a fierce competition for Qin Feng. Meanwhile, the distant Qin Feng leisurely returned to his hometown, a modest fourth-tier city in the north. As he rode the bus through the city streets, he noticed posters of himself plastered everywhere, leaving him somewhat astonished. Am I already this famous? Why are there posters about me in every alley? In the heart of the city square, he spotted a statue being sculpted. Though the body was not yet complete, the face was unmistakably his. The stone pedestal of the sculpture bore the inscription "Basketball Talent Qin Feng, Hometown." Is this not an exaggeration? They even erected a statue for me? Qin Feng was taken aback. Indeed, the pride of Qin Feng's city. Although he understood and followed basketball, he was also aware that Qin Feng had gained national recognition, especially after the recent Olympic Games where they shone brightly. Leading the Chinese men's basketball team to the finals and securing a silver medal was no small feat. In response, the nation had officially defined the spirit of the men's basketball team, urging the entire country to learn from it. The man sitting beside Qin Feng spoke with immense pride. Our city's leaders have already issued a decree for all residents to embrace the spirit of the men's basketball team. As the hometown of Qin Feng, we must not fall short. Another person sitting behind Qin Feng chimed in, equally filled with pride. Brother, did you watch that match? I didn't. I caught the news. What a pity. You know, Qin Feng's performance in the finals was absolutely spectacular. I was so excited while watching on television that I couldn't hold back my tears. It was surprising to see how the Chinese men's basketball team had been struggling for so many years. Who would have thought that Qin Feng would rise to prominence, fulfilling the hopes of countless Chinese basketball fans and leading the team to greatness? He has become the idol of the present, serving as a role model for many to improve their lives. Moreover, it has rekindled a passion for the sport of basketball. What a pity. But how can you play basketball? By teaching, by playing together on the court. The two brothers continued their light-hearted conversation, exchanging thoughts effortlessly. Qin Feng listened silently, pondering the profound emotions within. He had, after all, wielded such remarkable influence. A sense of bewilderment washed over him, accompanied by an almost tangible reality. Noticing Qin Feng's silence, the brother seated behind him gently patted his shoulder and inquired, "Brother, which NBA team do you believe Qin Feng will join?" "I think the Rockets are the best." It is understood that there will inevitably be a conclusion to this matter. Qin Feng turned back and smiled at the man. The bus had arrived at its destination, and as Qin Feng stood up, the astonished gazes of the passengers filled the carriage. Standing at a towering height of 198 meters, he was the center of attention wherever he went. "He is so tall. What a waste if he doesn't play basketball," remarked one passenger seated beside him. "Wait, why does he seem so familiar?" Another passenger, sitting behind Qin Feng, pondered, turning to glance at the sculpture outside the window in the city square. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he smacked his forehead. "Oh my goodness, it's Qin Feng. That was Qin Feng just now," he exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over as his hands fidgeted restlessly. "What? Qin Feng? Come on, don't joke around. How could Qin Feng be on the same bus?" Another voice interjected. "It's really him. Oh my. What a stroke of luck to have encountered the legendary Qin Feng." The first man continued, consumed by fervor as he hurriedly chased after the departing bus. The figure Qin Feng had long since vanished into the vast sea. Almost immediately, regret washed over him for having missed the opportunity to obtain an autograph, knowing he may never have the chance to meet the true Qin Feng again in his lifetime. Meanwhile, the individual seated beside Qin Feng glanced at the sculpture and reacted. Realizing he was sharing the same space with a celebrity, he became increasingly excited, eager to share this extraordinary encounter with his family, friends, colleagues, and even acquaintances. He had sat on the same bus as the basketball star Qin Feng, in close proximity, and had even exchanged a few words with him. For someone who was ordinarily unremarkable, this chance encounter with Qin Feng transformed his mundane existence into a cherished and unforgettable memory. As Qin Feng made his way home, he couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of needing to purchase a vehicle. Public transport was indeed convenient. Yet he was thankful that he had not been recognized on the bus. If two fervent fans had spotted him, it might have incited a frenzy. Upon entering the district, Qin Feng noticed a massive banner hanging on the wall that proclaimed, "Home of the basketball superstar Qin Feng." The entrance was surrounded by numerous fans, all eagerly snapping photos in front of the banner. Was it truly necessary to be so ostentatious? Qin Feng was taken aback by his scene, and hurriedly purchased a mask from a nearby pharmacy, successfully blending into the district. Upon entering the apartment building, he was greeted by a cacophony of noise while standing in the elevator. When he arrived at his doorstep, he was utterly astonished. Was this truly his home? At the entrance, numerous flower baskets were displayed, resembling a floral shop. Each basket bore a variety of congratulatory messages, and the belongings inside the house were piled high. He did not enter immediately, instead hiding in the building for a while, waiting for the guests to depart before finally stepping through the door. Upon seeing their son return, Qin's father and mother were filled with joy. "Son, you have finally come back. You know, the threshold of our home is nearly worn out from all the visitors. Various leaders have come to offer their congratulations. It seems they are all quite enthusiastic. Even the girl I hoped to marry sent photos. There are hundreds of them stacked in that drawer." Qin's mother, filled with joy, grasped Qin Feng's hand, recounting the events that had unfolded. Her face radiated with a rosy glow, brimming with satisfaction, while a sense of pride lingered in her tone. With her son now settled, she felt a sense of fulfillment as a mother. Who in the entire district does not recognize Qin Feng's mother? She would greet everyone she encountered on the street, her tone imbued with envy. Even the dance troupe performing in the square willingly ceded the lead dancer position to her. If one were to ask Qin's mother to describe her current state of life, she would simply articulate it in 2 words. Happiness. Just moments ago. "Who was it from our family?" Qin Feng responded to his mother, feeling a surge of joy, as he had finally brought her a sense of pride. Although he had only traversed this world for 2 years, he had already forged a profound bond with his parents. He was well aware of the leaders from various organizations who came to offer their condolences. Ever since his name became known, their home had transformed into a bustling hub, with visitors arriving incessantly. The flowers received could fill a floristry, and the gifts were so abundant that they could sustain them for an entire year, leaving them perplexed about how to manage the surplus. Mother Qin furrowed her brows slightly and spoke. Qin Feng silently complained to himself, "How pretentious can you be? Receiving something for free, yet still feeling troubled? You must be secretly overjoyed." In contrast to Qin Mu's enthusiasm, Qin Fu remained rather composed, inquiring with genuine concern. "Have you been in contact with any NBA teams yet?" Chapter 88. Contracting an agent. A contract offer received. "Not yet," he replied. "I haven't even found an agent. I plan to seek out an agent first to handle these matters on my behalf." Qin Feng responded, somewhat surprised. His father, who was only fervent about football and had little interest in basketball, surprisingly knew about the NBA. He must have been paying attention to his affairs. Surely, he must be aware. Is he certain about the NBA team? Now that the CBA club has terminated its contract, what will happen if he ends up in the NBA? Although he understands the complexities, he is also aware that entering the NBA is exceedingly challenging. Over the years, only Yao Ming has managed to establish himself firmly in the NBA. Qin's father expressed his concerns, saying yes, he will undoubtedly make it to the NBA, without a doubt. Qin Feng confidently stated, "Look, my father is well aware of my abilities. Alas, every time I return, it's always about work. What has happened? Surely, I have my own thoughts. I am now the most renowned basketball star in our country. Do I still need the old man to supervise me? Hurry and prepare a meal. I am famished." Qin Mu spoke with great delight. Qin's father wished to retort, yet upon catching sight of Qin's mother's furrowed brow, he obediently rose and made his way into the kitchen. Qin Feng chuckled softly, once again enveloped by the warmth of family. "So, my son, have you inquired about your work? Yet, you still ask about personal matters. Currently, you possess hundreds of photographs of young women, and you have chosen to showcase a few attractive ones. Are you contemplating finding a partner?" Mother Qin chuckled with delight, exclaiming, "Only 20 years old. How eager, how anxious." Qin Feng anxiously exclaimed, "Looking for a partner? That's utterly absurd. Once I complete my NBA aspirations, those days will be filled with joy." With that, he hurried back to his room, knowing that remaining any longer would subject him to his mother's verbal barrage. After a brief respite, Qin Feng dialed Yao's number. "Qin Feng, has the Rockets reached out yet?" came Yao's excited voice through the line. "Not yet. I haven't even secured an agent. I merely called to seek a recommendation for one." Qin Feng remarked that it has been 3 days since he held the press conference, and progress on the matters at hand has been slow. August is already drawing to a close. The NBA teams will gather players in early September to commence collective training in preparation for the new season. "Excellent. Please provide the contact information for his agent, buildup, as he truly requires an agent." After saying this, Yao hung up the phone and promptly sent the contact details. Qin Feng directly dialed the phone. "Hello, this is Qin Feng, recommended by Yao Ming." Qin Feng gets straight to the point. "Hello. Oh, it is a great honor to receive this call, representing the current state of American basketball. The entire landscape of American basketball is abuzz with discussion. News has spread that at least 6 NBA teams have expressed keen interest and require an agent to help resolve certain issues. Buildup mentioned this. This is also the reason for reaching out to you. So let us delve directly into the matter at hand." Qin Feng expressed no doubts regarding the professional capabilities of buildup. Buildup, a prominent NBA agent, represents illustrious players such as Yao Ming, Steve Nash, and Carmelo Anthony, among other NBA luminaries. With a keen understanding of the NBA, Qin Feng is aware that buildup secured the historic contract worth $150 million from Memphis Grizzlies guard Mike Conley, marking the first of its kind in NBA history. Currently, Qin Feng aims to establish a verbal agreement with buildup, subsequently facilitating communication between Duffy and various NBA teams to finalize the signing process. Upon arriving in the United States, Qin Feng plans to formalize their employment agreement with buildup. He is eager to embark on this partnership, especially given the foundation of collaboration established with Yao Ming. Typically, agents receive a commission of 35, yet the arrangement with Yao involves a mere 3 commission, thus reflecting a similar expectation for this new venture. Buildup remarked, "Indeed, it demonstrates remarkable insight." Qin Feng expressed his surprise, noting that the commission rate was indeed quite low. Subsequently, he discussed some details with buildup, and both parties reached a harmonious agreement. Thus, preparations for the announcement commenced. The specifics of the contract would be addressed later in the United States. Buildup spoke in a calm tone, highlighting the benefits of becoming Qin Feng's agent. Given their mutual connections, it seemed only natural to facilitate the process and assist Qin Feng in securing an NBA contract. Despite Qin Feng scoring 62 points in the Olympic finals, buildup did not perceive him as a potential core player, considering him at most a significant role player, akin to Manu Ginobili of the San Antonio Spurs. Ginobili was the undeniable cornerstone of the Argentine national team, leading them to victory over the Dream Team in 2004 and ultimately securing the gold medal. The Dream Team boasted stars like Duncan, Iverson, and emerging talents such as James and Wade, yet they could not prevail against Ginobili's Argentina. Upon Ginobili's arrival in the NBA, he was primarily recognized as a 6th man. Although he possessed the capability to start, he still fell short of the superstar status that denotes true greatness. Although Qin Feng delivered a dominant performance at the Olympics, the extent of his success in the NBA remains uncertain. As a role player and a rookie, the amount of his initial contract, including guarantees, is yet to be determined. After hanging up the phone, buildup was the first to announce that he had become Qin Feng's agent. Subsequently, within a short span, nearly 10 teams reached out to buildup to discuss potential contracts for Qin Feng and presented their offers. After reviewing the various proposals, buildup was taken aback, seemingly surprised by the immense allure Qin Feng held for NBA teams. Dismissing his earlier casual demeanor, he approached the situation with remarkable efficiency, compiling a document that outlined the contract terms each team could offer Qin Feng, along with some pros and cons for consideration. He then dialed Qin Feng's number. "Hey, buddy, the situation is slightly better than anticipated. A total of 11 teams have made offers, all of which include guaranteed contracts." buildup exclaimed. "All of them with guaranteed contracts?" Qin Feng harbored doubts. Could he truly be deemed worthy of a guaranteed contract by certain NBA teams? In addition to the guaranteed contract, several teams had also extended generous offers. buildup, aware of his verbal slip, hastily provided clarification. What sort of contract proposal had the Rockets presented? Chapter 89. The Final Choice, A New Beginning. Qin Feng is quite concerned about the Houston Rockets offer. At heart, he is genuinely inclined towards the Rockets. After all, with Yao Ming's connection to the team, every basketball fan in China harbors a certain sentimental attachment to the Rockets. Moreover, the prospect of competing for a championship alongside Yao is indeed a thrilling opportunity. buildup paused for a moment and remarked. Morey has proposed a 2-year contract with a guaranteed minimum salary of $1 million. Qin Feng widened his eyes, doubting whether he had misheard. The contract offer was nearly equivalent to that of an undrafted player, merely distinguished by the inclusion of guaranteed money. With this year's NBA draft concluded, Qin Feng found himself unable to participate, relegated to entering the NBA as an overseas player. Yet, in terms of talent, he was fully capable of competing with high draft selections. Should he enter the draft next year, he was confident he would be chosen within the top 5, where rookie contracts typically average around $4 million annually. However, the prospect of waiting another year to join the NBA was daunting. Signing now would yield a disadvantageous contract. Yet the offer was astonishingly low, 2 years for merely $100,000, a pittance that could only be described as an insult. Indeed, it was true. A 2-year contract worth only $100,000 was the lowest bid from 11 teams. Although he had a solid relationship with Yao, he was advised against choosing the Rockets, as several teams had extended far more lucrative offers. buildup then remarked that, despite this, he was quite satisfied with the offer from the Rockets. Qin Feng remarked, his voice taking on a somber tone. That rascal Morey has truly gone awry. The contract proposal lacks even a modicum of sincerity. Playing for the Rockets is an utter waste of time. Many years hence, Morey will undoubtedly commit an act that will incite widespread indignation throughout China. That very act will plunge the NBA's collaborative relationship with China into frigid depths. Several teams are also offering minimum salary contracts, doubting the sincerity of these franchises, which, due to their market conditions, have also been advised accordingly. After careful consideration, the teams recommended include the Lakers, Cavaliers, Heat, Thunder, and Grizzlies. In truth, the Lakers are highly favored. They have presented a 2-year, $2 million guaranteed contract, the most favorable offer available. Although the financial terms may seem modest, the Lakers' sincerity is abundant. Moreover, as a contending team with a robust market presence, they garner sufficient attention. Should one have the fortune to accompany the team to a championship, their NBA career would undoubtedly flourish. Furthermore, the opportunity to play alongside the legendary Kobe Bryant and collaborate with superstars is a chance that every player yearns for. buildup conveyed his professional insights to Qin Feng, affirming that he would indeed consider the Lakers, envisioning a pivotal role alongside the superstars. Qin Feng spoke decisively, asserting that if one were to join a team solely vying for the championship, the challenge would be absent. Furthermore, playing alongside Kobe would impose significant limitations on one's own performance. The core of the Lakers, Kobe, is an unwavering constant. No matter how exceptional one's individual display may be, one would ultimately remain the second-in-command of the team. buildup appeared bewildered. Core players? Do players from Huaxia still not recognize their own positions? How many players yearn to join the Lakers? The player, Qin Feng, who is well aware of his own capabilities, surprisingly declined the offer. This elicited a mixture of shock and anger. It could be said that Qin Feng is both arrogant and ambitious. If we consider the situation, neither the Cavaliers nor the Heat could secure a core position for him, despite the presence of LeBron James in Cleveland and Dwayne Wade in Miami. However, the Heat made a notably generous contract offer, amounting to 3 years and $10 million, surpassing this year's second overall pick, Michael Beasley. The Cavaliers extended a similar offer of 3 years at $10 million as well, highlighting that playing alongside James is not a misstep. buildup remarked. Although frustrated, as a highly professional agent, he continues to strategize for Qin Feng. The The Cavaliers and the Heat will also be in the mix. Qin Feng asserted with unwavering conviction, without a moment's hesitation. While one could discern the sincerity of the Miami Heat from their offer, the irreplaceable status of Dwayne Wade within the team parallels that of Kobe Bryant to the Lakers and LeBron James to the Cavaliers. Moreover, a pivotal point remains. Wade has already made a pact with James to unite once more and play for the Miami Heat in 2 years. Would he truly become a mere third wheel? The Cavaliers are also a premier contender in the league, and given James's dominant playing style, any teammate's performance metrics would inevitably be overshadowed. Even if he were to join the Cavaliers alongside James, fortifying their pursuit of the championship, there remains the risk that, should they fail to clinch the title, James might depart, leaving the Cavaliers with a disarray of challenges. As a time traveler, Qin Feng possesses a keen awareness of the precarious situation faced by both the Cavaliers and the Heat. Thus, the only remaining options are the Memphis Grizzlies and the Oklahoma City Thunder, both of which are currently in rebuilding phases. Even if the teams promise a core position, one must still vie for it. It is worth noting that both teams belong to smaller market categories. Bill Duffy cautiously remarked, particularly emphasizing the last statement as a warning to Qin Feng. Smaller market teams might be swiftly eliminated from the NBA landscape. After all, with lower visibility, a team that fails to perform well will quickly fade into obscurity. Ultimately, the NBA is a ruthless commercial league that can render teams virtually invisible. Do these two teams truly meet the required criteria? Qin Feng inquired, intrigued by why Bill Duffy would endorse two teams. Both the Thunder and the Grizzlies presented remarkably generous contract offers. The Thunder extended a 3-year contract worth $13 million, the highest bid among all teams, with the stipulation that in the 3rd year, the contract could be renegotiated, allowing the player to become a free agent. Most significantly, the Thunder's management has assured a starting position, while retaining that role will depend on performance in the upcoming season. The Grizzlies, on the other hand, offered a 3-year contract valued at $12 million, second only to the Thunder, and also promised a starting position. Bill Duffy remarked that further discussion was unnecessary. Regardless of whether Qin Feng chose the Thunder or the Grizzlies, he felt there was no viable path forward. The conversation fell into silence. Qin Feng remained silent for a considerable time, seemingly engaged in contemplation. At long last, he spoke. "I choose the Thunder." Chapter 90. Joining the Thunder. American fans were ecstatic. Bill Duffy responded with an emotionless remark. After rejecting contract offers from the Lakers, Heat, and Cavaliers, Bill Duffy decided to relinquish his association with Qin Feng. He understood all too well that Qin Feng had chosen the most arduous path for himself, yet it was a path laden with potential. In the pursuit of success, the weight of one's choices eclipses mere effort. Are you certain? Once a contract is signed, the opportunity for regret will vanish. Bill Duffy's tone remained tinged with skepticism. Certainly. Let us proceed with signing the Thunder. Transform the Thunder into a championship-caliber team. Qin Feng spoke with an air of confidence, especially considering that the Thunder now boasted 2 potential superstars in Durant and Westbrook. Although this upcoming season marks only Durant's 2nd year in the league, his impressive performance during his rookie season has already showcased his star potential. Westbrook, on the other hand, is still in the process of maturing following his inaugural season. As the Thunder embark on their first season in Oklahoma City, everything feels fresh and new. While Durant has been groomed as the team's cornerstone, he has yet to reach the level of influence necessary to transform a franchise. In other words, his status as the leading player remains unestablished. Thus, the first order of business for Qin Feng upon signing was to gain Durant's trust and solidify his position as the team's star player. As for the Memphis Grizzlies, they too boast a wealth of promising young talent, including Rudy Gay, the 3rd overall pick O.J. Mayo, Marc Gasol, Mike Conley, and Kyle Lowry, among others. Gasol, Conley, and Lowry are all all-star caliber players and integral to the team's core. However, when compared to Durant and Westbrook, these players ultimately fall short in terms of talent, skill, impact, and historical significance. This disparity is a primary reason why Qin Feng chose to align himself with the Thunder. He aims to grow alongside Durant and Westbrook and dominate the NBA together. On the other end of the line, Bill Duffy wore a look of disbelief. To lead the Thunder to championship-level status? That notion was rather amusing. The Thunder, considered one of the league's bottom dwellers, faced an arduous road to revival, likely spanning several years. Moreover, simply surviving in the NBA was a challenge in itself. To even contemplate competing for a championship seemed utterly fanciful. Duffy felt disheartened by Qin Feng's ambitions. In a nation as vast as China, How could Qin Feng lack the humility demonstrated by Yao Ming? Establish a verbal agreement with the Thunder first, then finalize the contract once you're in the U.S. Duffy advised. His feelings towards Qin Feng had soured, and he couldn't help but anticipate the scenario of Qin Feng leaving the NBA in disgrace. He believed that Qin Feng would inevitably come to regret his choices. In moments of triumph, one can easily become overconfident. Duffy was convinced that after experiencing setbacks and failures, Qin Feng would gain a clearer understanding of himself, albeit too late. After hanging up, Duffy promptly reached out to the Thunder and secured a verbal agreement. Soon after, WOJ from Yahoo Sports broke the news online. Following the bidding war, Qin Feng turned down offers from the Lakers, Cavaliers, Heat, and other powerhouse teams, ultimately deciding to join the Thunder on a 3-year, $13 million contract. With this announcement, fans across the nation erupted in discussions. Was this a joke? 3 years for $13 million? Did the Thunder have money to burn? Signing a Chinese player at that price? Ridiculous. This was undoubtedly one of the most absurd stories circulating. Was Qin Feng truly worth that much? This year, the first overall draft pick, Rose, signed a rookie contract worth over $22 million for 4 years, averaging around $5 million annually. What merits does Qin Feng possess to command a salary so closely aligned with that of Rose? Not to mention, the second overall pick, Kevin Durant, earns over $4 million a year, placing Qin Feng's salary in a similar realm. Furthermore, what audacity does Qin Feng have to reject contract offers from teams like the Lakers and the Cavaliers? His intentions are crystal clear. He is motivated by financial gain and considerations for his career trajectory. Nonsense. It has been speculated that Qin Feng will spend merely a season in the NBA before being relegated to the Development League. Regardless of his ability to navigate the NBA, he has already secured a contract with an NBA team. To those who previously made disparaging remarks about him, it is time for them to fulfill their promises. I recall 2 netizens stating that should Qin Feng enter the NBA, they would metaphorically eat excrement while standing on their heads. Why must American fans subject themselves to such ridicule? Enough of the idle chatter. It is time to confront the absurdity. Soon after, a video surfaced on the NBA's official website featuring a fan performing the aforementioned stunt, leading to chaotic scenes. The most astonishing moment came when the fan, after his performance, addressed the one who had boasted about eating excrement. The promise has been fulfilled. It is now time for accountability. With no further response, that boastful fan retreated from the American online space. It is not only American fans who are taken aback by Qin Feng's choices. NBA teams are equally surprised. In a fierce contest, the Thunder emerged victorious, but the ultimate victor will be determined by Qin Feng's performance in the upcoming season. Although all teams acknowledge Qin Feng as a talented player, many wonder which basketball talents truly succeed in the NBA. Countless gifted players have lost their way after entering the league, overshadowed by their initial promise, ultimately fading into obscurity. In Los Angeles, in the office of Lakers general manager Mitch Kupchak, Kobe stormed in, visibly enraged. What is happening? Qin Feng actually turned down our invitation? How is that possible? Kobe expressed his disbelief. There is no valid reason for Qin Feng to reject the Lakers. This is a prestigious franchise in the NBA and a championship contender. As a rookie, he could earn a championship ring. Duffy explained that Qin Feng aspires to be a core player on a team, which may not be feasible here. Moreover, Qin Feng explicitly stated that he feels a deep connection to Los Angeles and does not wish to play a supporting role. Kupchak furrowed his brow, finding Qin Feng's arrogance hard to comprehend. Many players would jump at the chance to play alongside Kobe, yet Qin Feng has outright declined. It is truly unbelievable. Chapter 91. Reactions from all sides and fan commentary. To aspire to be a supporting character? What audacity! Kobe, with a furrowed brow and a somber expression, felt a deep sense of indignation at the affront to his dignity. It was a rare instance of him taking the initiative to recruit a player, only to be met with rejection. The players from Huaxia truly know how to appreciate their worth, such significance, yet they understand the value of it. Kupchak, equally incensed, was left seething. He had fervently assured Kobe that he would persuade Qin Feng to join the Lakers for a minimum salary. Reality, however, delivered a harsh blow. Qin Feng, surprisingly, exhibited no interest in Los Angeles, nor in the prestigious Lakers, a team steeped in a glorious tradition. Despite Rob Pelinka's extensive tenure as the Lakers general manager, few players expressed a desire to play in Los Angeles. Yet, Qin Feng was an exception. It was utterly perplexing. What a pity for such a talented player, whom I genuinely admire. In light of this, Let us anticipate an explosive performance in the upcoming season, which will undoubtedly highlight the folly of such choices. Kobe revealed a faint, cold smile, his eyes brimming with competitive spirit, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the new season. Meanwhile, in the Houston Rockets camp, Daryl Morey received news from buildup regarding a rejected contract. One astute decision. It spares them from signing a subpar agreement. Initially taken aback, Morey soon wore a smirk. Since Qin Feng had declined the offer himself, it was of no consequence to him. Even if Yao expressed dissatisfaction, he could hardly blame Morey. In Miami, Pat Riley slammed his fist on the desk in frustration. The terms presented were exceedingly generous. How could Qin Feng turn them down? He would surely regret this decision. Riley roared, feeling humiliated. The sensation of losing control was utterly disconcerting. In his estimation, the conditions laid out by the Heat would have undoubtedly enticed Qin Feng. However, in reality, he dismissed the offer without a second thought. It was intolerable. Rest assured, boss. The new season will surely be explosive, came the response. Huaxia's new talent seemed to believe that after a commendable performance in the Olympics, he could do as he pleased. What a laughable notion. The intensity of the NBA is unmatched on the international stage. Wade, brimming with indignation, exclaimed, Huaxia's new star has numerous flaws. If developed, it would be challenging to make a mark in the NBA. I had intended to cultivate him into a superstar, but he squandered his opportunity. A lament echoed in Riley's tone, filled with disdain. Wade listened, furrowing his brow, feeling as if he were tasting sour grapes. In Oklahoma City, Kevin Durant had just completed a round of shooting drills when he stumbled upon the news of Qin Feng's alliance with the Thunder. He disdainfully tossed his phone aside. An annual salary exceeding $4 million? What audacity! What right does Huaxia's new talent possess? The management clearly lacks discernment. Do they genuinely intend to cultivate Qin Feng as a core player? Qin Feng's arrogance was astonishing, having rejected the Lakers, the Heat, and other formidable teams. If he wishes to be a foundational player for the Thunder, he must first recognize his own limitations. Durant muttered to himself as he left the training facility, embarking on another round of practice. While he welcomed strong players with open arms, he was wary of those who flaunted empty bravado. It is profoundly foolish for the management to invest $13 million in signing Qin Feng. On the other side of the ocean lies China. The news of Qin Feng's signing with the Thunder swiftly spread throughout the nation, leaving fans in a state of astonishment. For Chinese basketball enthusiasts, their deepest affections lie with the Rockets and the Lakers, teams that boast renowned superstars. Many fans barely recall the Thunder, their only association being the former Supersonics, who recently relocated and rebranded, alongside the promising rookie Durant. Nothing more. The operations of Qin Feng are truly perplexing. Is winning a championship with the Lakers not enticing enough? The contract offered by Morey was indeed substantial, and the Rockets' proposal seemed reasonable, while rejecting the Heat felt somewhat absurd. The Cavaliers could have been a viable option too. Playing alongside James would certainly garner some attention. So, what compelled him to choose the Thunder? Beyond the monetary aspect, what allure does this team possess? Alas, regardless of the choice made, support for Qin Feng remains unwavering, albeit with a tinge of regret for not joining the beloved Lakers. No matter which team he represents, I shall stand by Qin Feng, hoping he does not disappoint the fans. Thoughts of switching allegiances have already crossed my mind. While I acknowledge his significant contributions to Chinese basketball, turning down the Lakers seems rather arrogant. Rejecting the Cavaliers was also a prudent decision. Yet I am eager to see what achievements Qin Feng will realize in the NBA. Should he ultimately return to the CBA in disgrace, it would be a disservice to Chinese basketball. Fans are abuzz with various sentiments: joy, disappointment, and even anger. Some have begun to ridicule Qin Feng due to his choice, which contradicts their desires. After becoming a hero of Chinese men's basketball, Qin Feng ascended to the status of a national idol. However, his decision to join the Thunder has led many fans to alter their opinions, even triggering widespread discontent. Qin Feng lay on his bed, scrolling through his phone, reading the comments of fans, feeling quite helpless. Indeed, no matter what decision is made, it seems impossible to satisfy everyone. There will always be a myriad of voices dictating how one ought to proceed. Moreover, when the choice is made or actions taken deviate from one's thoughts or reasoning, the backlash will be utterly illogical and fervent. Thus, regardless of the celebrity, there will always be devoted fans and detractors alike. Qin Feng undoubtedly comprehends reason, yet he remains susceptible to the influence of certain comments. It is essential to introspect and ascertain the strength of one's own heart. Indeed, some critics are utterly thoughtless. One must learn to filter their remarks to safeguard one's mindset from being swayed. Should one heed the words of these detractors, it is inevitable that despair will ensue. Qin Feng cast his phone aside, his eyes ablaze with fierce determination. He would soon embark on a journey to the United States to finalize his contract with the Thunder, aiming to make the upcoming season a spectacular one for the team. Why choose the Thunder? The answer shall unfold in the new season. Chapter 92, The Official Contract. I aspire to be the Jordan of the Thunder. Qin Feng bid farewell to his parents and returned to the capital, purchasing a plane ticket to the United States, with a direct flight to the city of Oklahoma City, home of the Thunder. Throughout his basketball career, Qin Feng had frequently engaged in training and competitions abroad. Thus, he had meticulously prepared all necessary documents, including his visa. After enduring a long-haul flight spanning several hours, Qin Feng finally arrived in Oklahoma City, where his agent, buildup, awaited him at the airport. Qin Feng spotted a stunning American beauty with golden hair and striking blue eyes, elegantly holding a sign displaying his name in Chinese characters. He approached her directly, inquiring, "Are you sent by buildup?" Qin Feng inquired tentatively, "Are you the secretary of buildup from Huaxia?" The American beauty responded with a hint of excitement. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Shortly thereafter, a beautiful woman with cascading golden waves and a serpent-like waist, adorned in high heels, led Qin Feng to the airport, where a luxurious Mercedes-Benz van awaited. Buildup occupied the rear seat, a cigar dangling from his lips as he exhaled clouds of smoke. Upon seeing Qin Feng enter the vehicle, buildup displayed no emotion, merely tossing a contract towards him. "Buddy, this contract is for 2 years, after which a new agreement can be negotiated," buildup stated indifferently, his disappointment in Qin Feng palpable. If it weren't for Yao's influence, he might have even been reluctant to take on this business. Observing that Qin Feng would struggle to last an entire season in the NBA, one could foresee 3 potential outcomes. First, the Thunder might buy out Qin Feng to free up salary space for other signings. Second, he could be relegated to the development league. Third, he might be traded to another team. Should Qin Feng perform admirably, it is doubtful that any team would be willing to take on the Thunder's disastrous contracts. Choosing the Lakers would at least allow him to remain close to Kobe, garnering some attention, and with a stroke of luck, he might secure a few endorsement deals. However, in the frigid expanse of Oklahoma, where the market is sparse, achieving recognition would be challenging. Perhaps only the media in Huaxia would report on a Huaxia player entering the NBA, as the nation yearns for its athletes to make their mark on such a prestigious platform. Buildup considered the 2-year management contract somewhat lengthy. If Qin Feng were indeed abandoned by the Thunder, he would then be responsible for finding him a new home. Qin Feng merely raised an eyebrow at buildup's apathetic demeanor. His father had often advised him to be patient in a foreign land. Moreover, considering their relationship was merely professional, it was understandable that Bill would not offer any warmth. Ultimately, one's power and status dictate respect. Had Qin Feng achieved stardom like Yao, buildup's attitude would likely have shifted. Thus, one can imagine the ridicule and skepticism Yao faced upon his arrival in America. Yet, he transformed all that adversity into strength, ultimately earning the respect of the nation. Now, Qin Feng sought to replicate that journey, aiming to gain respect through his performance on the court. Qin Feng glanced over the contents of the contract before affixing his signature. Buildup tucked the contract away and remarked coolly, "I hope for a pleasant collaboration." The management of the Thunder awaited, so let us finalize the signing and proceed, allowing me to attend to other matters. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Observing Qin Feng's silence, buildup felt a twinge of surprise. The young man on the phone had displayed a brash confidence, speaking freely and boasting without restraint. Yet now, he seemed to have grown quiet. How curious. Has he lost his confidence before even officially entering the NBA? He no longer dares to speak, nor does he boast? Buildup chuckled inwardly, finding himself increasingly intrigued by Qin Feng. The business vehicle's engine emitted a soft rumble as it departed from the airport parking lot, making its way toward the offices of the Oklahoma City Thunder's management. After a brief journey, the vehicle came to a halt outside a basketball arena. The passengers disembarked, and there stood Sam Presti, the Thunder's general manager, waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Presti's face brightened with a warm smile as he hurried forward to greet him. Welcome, Qin. We have been eagerly anticipating your arrival." Qin Feng extended his hand in a courteous handshake, a polite smile gracing his lips. "I have watched all the recordings of the Olympics. Truly impressive," Presti continued, expressing his admiration for Qin Feng. The reason for offering a generous contract of $13 million to sign Qin Feng stemmed from his assessment after viewing the match footage, believing that Qin Feng possesses sufficient potential to evolve into a superstar akin to Yao Ming. Currently, as the Thunder team undergoes a rebuilding phase, there is a necessity for a substantial array of promising young players. The task is to select exceptional talents capable of propelling the Thunder's resurgence. And Prestiti harbors a fear of unworthy contracts. This endeavor represents the most significant courage for the Thunder in the upcoming season. Thank you. You will undoubtedly take pride in this signing for a lifetime. Qin Feng smiled, his exuberant personality once again on display. In the presence of acquaintances, he would temper his character. Presti was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Qin Feng's candidness. buildup paused as well, beginning to understand the true nature of Qin Feng. What did that silence signify? Contempt? buildup felt a sense of satisfaction, pondering the authenticity of the Huaxia spirit. Upon arriving at the office, Presti retrieved the contract for signing. Qin Feng glanced around, then had buildup take a look as well. After confirming that everything was in order, he inscribed his name at the designated spot on the contract. Congratulations on becoming a member of the Thunder. He hopes to enjoy a delightful season with the team and is determined to contribute to their success. Presti felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. With more than a dozen teams extending contract offers to Qin Feng, particularly the strong contenders like the Lakers and the Cavaliers, Presti had been anxiously awaiting the outcome, believing in the Thunder's prospects. However, he was pleasantly surprised by Qin Feng's choice of the Thunder, which filled him with excitement. Regardless of what Qin Feng's professional journey might entail, Presti was eager to embrace the opportunity. Absolutely, he is confident that Qin Feng will bring glory to the Thunder. This season, the Thunder will rise. Qin Feng spoke with great confidence. Presti smiled, but did not comment further. While he held a favorable view of Qin Feng, he felt that claiming the Thunder would rise to prominence within a single season was somewhat exaggerated. He was acutely aware of the current state of the Thunder. Players such as Durant, Westbrook, and Jeff Green were all emerging talents. Although these players might be capable of impressive statistics, leading the team to victory remained a considerable challenge. The new players lacked experience in the NBA. Their skills required further development, and the offensive and defensive systems were not yet fully established, all of which presented significant issues for the Thunder. Such challenges could not be resolved in just one season. Perhaps in 2 or 3 years, as these players matured and the team performance improved, the Thunder would truly experience a revival. By the way, what jersey number are you planning to wear in the new season? Presti inquired. Number 23. Qin Feng responded, Oh, Idol Jordan? Presti inquired, taken aback. The impact of Jordan on basketball is undeniable. Become the Jordan of the Thunder. Chapter 93. Mastering Iverson's crossover. The ultimate ankle breaker. Become the Jordan of the Thunder? buildup and Presti were both astounded, their ears perked up in disbelief, questioning if they had misheard. Jordan, what a figure. The deity of basketball. Throughout history, he has been the most formidable player on the court. Many aspire to emulate Jordan, yet few succeed. Observing Qin Feng's confident demeanor, buildup and Presti were convinced they had misheard. Is he out his mind? This Chinese player speaks without a shred of realism. His tone mirrored that of Qin Feng, as if he were deriding him. buildup thought to himself, feeling a surge of irritation. Here he was, a prominent agent in the NBA, belittled by a newcomer from China. Yet he had forgotten. Qin Feng spoke with an air of indifference, even adopting a haughty demeanor, completely devoid of the respect that Qin Feng deserved. Presti, on the other hand, wore a hint of an awkward smile, clearly believing in Qin Feng, yet regarding him as a braggart. Qin Feng was fully aware of his own aspirations, brimming with ambition and youthful vigor. What need was there for modesty? What was the point of enduring in silence? He was determined to embrace his unique style. With a formidable system at his disposal and a powerful advantage, he could easily remain low-key if he wished. Moreover, he was merely 20 years old. The heart of youth is often characterized by reckless exuberance. Now that he had secured a place in the NBA, it was time to reach for the pinnacle and survey all beneath him with grandeur. He aspired to be the brightest star, one that others would admire. Speaking of which, having signed with an NBA team, the system's task was complete, so why had no rewards been issued yet? Where were the rewards from the system? The confidence of Qin Feng emanated entirely from the system. It was the rewards bestowed by the system that empowered him to thrive in the NBA. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards are now being issued. 3 death shots, 3 iron wall defenses, 10 attribute points, and a choice of 1 permanent skill. Either the answer Allen Iverson's crossover, level, or the flying Kobe Bryant's fadeaway level, along with a proficiency of 10,000 points. The cold voice of the system echoed in Qin Feng's mind. He chose the Iverson crossover. Without any hesitation, Qin Feng declared that he had thoroughly considered the matter at hand. What he currently needed most were breakthrough skills. While shooting skills had already been mastered with the likes of Curry's three-pointers and Durant's lethal shots, the shooting techniques available in the NBA were sufficient for his needs. As for Kobe's fadeaway jumper, he would acquire it when the opportunity arose. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward of Allen Iverson's crossover breakthrough. The system has also detected that the host has completed the contract with an NBA team and now announces the seasonal task: lead the Oklahoma City Thunder to the playoffs. Task rewards include 4-point for the death shot, 4-point for the ghostly steal, 3-point for the power dunk, a 10-point boost to unassigned attributes, and the permanent skill of Leonard's deathly embrace, alongside an unassigned proficiency of 10,000. Note, the minimum requirement for this task is to enter the playoffs. If the Thunder advances to the Western Conference Finals, the task rewards will increase by an additional 10 points in unassigned attributes and 5,000 in unassigned proficiency. Should the team reach the finals, the rewards will further include the permanent skill of Kobe's fadeaway jumper, along with an additional 5,000 in unassigned proficiency. If the team clinches the championship, the rewards will expand to include the permanent skill of Wade's Eurostep, plus another 5,000 in unassigned proficiency. All rewards will be distributed at the conclusion of the season. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Qin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Leading the Thunder into the playoffs seemed like a trivial task, and earning some rewards was merely a matter of time. As for advancing to the Western Conference Finals or achieving higher accolades, that was something to be evaluated later. In basketball, while it was possible to dominate an opponent in a single game, relying on such a strategy for every match would prove to be quite challenging. Unless Qin Feng maximized all his attributes and mastered the skills of NBA superstars, it might not be feasible to dominate consistently. The system prompted him to learn the permanent skill of Allen Iverson's crossover breakthrough and to upgrade this skill. The allocation of all unassigned attribute points will be directed towards increasing his speed. Qin Feng remarked that Allen Iverson's skill of changing direction and breaking through is exceptionally formidable and must be upgraded. In the annals of NBA history, Iverson's ability to maneuver past defenders stands unparalleled. He is the man who once left Michael Jordan in his wake, utilizing his extraordinary agility to become the ultimate ankle breaker, instilling fear across the entire league. A humorous anecdote circulated online, suggesting that while Kyrie Irving, known for his flamboyant style, could break through a defender in 100 different ways, Iverson could achieve the same feat in one way 100 times. This quip aptly illustrates the remarkable prowess of Iverson's evasive maneuvers. With these skills, Qin Feng's breaking ability would surpass that of 90% of the players in the NBA. As for the allocation of 10 points to speed, Qin Feng had already devised a plan. As the saying goes, speed is the essence of martial prowess. With the foundational skill of Iverson's directional change and a speed rating of 89, Qin Feng is confident in his potential to become the most formidable ankle breaker in the NBA. An 89 speed rating approaches the limits of human capability. As for his relatively weaker strength and stamina, he would need to compensate with defensive awareness and judicious energy management on the court. Ding dong. Skill upgrade completed. Ding dong. Point allocation completed. The system responded to Qin Feng. Qin Feng accessed the system panel. System, basketball superstar name. Qin Feng height. 1. 9 meters position. Shooting guard stamina. 71 strength. 73 agility. 74 speed. 89 jump. 90 overall ability. 79 skills. Curry's exquisite three-pointer, perfect. Durant's Grim Reaper jumper, level. Paul's steady dribbling, advanced. Magic Johnson's enchanting pass, level. Russell's superior defense, level. Iverson's crossover breakthrough, advanced. Items, Death Shot X4, Phantom Steal X4, Powerful Dunk X3, Attribute Less Proficiency, 7,000. With another 7,000 proficiency, let us upgrade Russell's superior defense, a well-rounded defensive capability. Qin Feng resolutely declared that he was evidently strong in offense, but weak in defense, necessitating an enhancement of his defensive capabilities. The upgrade of skills required a proficiency of 5,000, which was more than sufficient. Following the upgrade, Russell's exceptional defense ascended to a higher level. However, aside from Curry's perfect three-point shooting, the rest remained at an advanced skill level. In the fiercely competitive NBA, there is an urgent need to strengthen further. Determined, Qin Feng decided to immerse himself in the training hall, utilizing the system's training features to enhance his proficiency in non-attribute skills and expedite the upgrade of permanent abilities. Chapitre 94, Target du Xiao Shui. The concern of Yao. After concluding his communication with the system, Qin Feng's consciousness returned to reality. Although he had engaged in an extensive dialogue with the system, only mere seconds had elapsed in the real world. He turned to buildup and Presty, only to find them both staring at him in astonishment. "Hey,